Welcome everybody to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for playoffs. We started out with 8 teams. We've whittled our way down to 4, and we're ready to whittle that down even further today. But of course, I will not be doing it alone. My name's Infinity. I'll be casting over all of the games alongside my good friend, my buddy, my co-caster, Proper Andy. Smiley as ever. We love to see it.
It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great 2 days, honestly. I mean, what has been a fantastic first season of the Elite here, especially in Europe. Things have never been so competitive. We've had some upsets. We've had some breakout players to make sure that they have a name for themselves going forward. I just can't wait to get into it all with you, man.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I love these days, you know, when it all comes down to this. There's a ton of cash on the line. $50,000, as a matter of fact, for both regions. That's Europe and North America. That'll be happening later on today. But we're focusing on Europe here. And without any further ado, let's talk about how we got here, of course. This is the standings at the end of the round robin stage, Andy. 8 teams came in. Now we're down to just that final 4. Now, Andy, I'll be honest. In week number 1, everything was going pretty much as we expected. Maybe outside of kind of like a bit of a surprise where Rocker Academy, they ended up losing a Game 5 round 11 versus Moneyform. But that very same Moneyform roster, when it came down to week number 2, they were surprised a little bit by the Originals team.
They sure were. I'm sure when you're looking at this overall standings, you at home, you're seeing that 4th and 5th spot, the Originals and Moneyform. Apart from the map win differential, I mean, only with one map separating the Originals over Moneyform, that one map win came through with the Originals beating Moneyform in that map number 5. It was crazy, to say the least. Nobody was expecting it to come all the way through. I mean, when you have names like Vortex that are representing on that Moneyform roster, we would expect them to be here in the playoffs, but the Originals showed up, and they played out of their minds in that final few days to beat both Moneyform and TMT to find themselves here in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, and of course, those top 4 teams will be moving on through to that playoff bracket. And here it is for you guys. You're wondering who's going to face off against one another. Well, as is always the case, kind of the 1 versus 4 seed are going head-to-head. That's going to be Rocker Academy versus the Originals. Now, you might be like, who the hell is Rocker Academy? They're coming in here. They didn't qualify. They did, actually. They were the team formerly known as Young Galactics. They go up against the Originals in their round 1 matchup. And then, of course, we have Sukri's Bakery going on simultaneously versus Revenge Tour. Both of these matches, Andy, are super exciting. You know, I cannot wait for both of them.
Oh, yeah, to say the least. I mean, obviously coming away from the round robin stage, both of these 2 teams on both sides of the bracket have already played each other. So we do have some, at least, insight to what we might expect, but there's always going to be wrenches thrown into the system, Brody.
Yeah, there always are. You know, challenges is Wild West as far as upsets are concerned. In Europe, we had a ton last week. You know, the final couple of games, honestly, were just incredible for you and I to be a part of. Anyway, let's talk about our first match then. Of course, Rocker Academy going up versus the Originals. Let's talk about that former roster first and foremost. It's Rocker Academy. You know, the Minnesota Rocker, they've picked up arguably the best team in Europe, Andy.
I mean, it was undoubtedly the best team in Europe to pick up. I mean, you have the 2nd best AR right now, represented with Lucky, who's been playing out of their minds. 1.32 overall KD, again, the 2nd highest in Europe right now, has a 1.86 in Search and Destroy with the highest first blood percentage in this region. It's undoubtedly the best team to be able to be picked up. Their only loss, of course, was that first match that they played here in the European Season 1 of the Elite. It went down to a round 11 in that Game 5 versus Moneyform, and they have been in top form ever since.
Yeah, you know, I will say one thing, right? Even though Moneyform, they didn't qualify, I think that match can show that gods can bleed, right? I mean, for all the things we've talked about with this Rocker Academy team, so far this season, you know what? They've won 4 out of the 5 Challengers Cups that have taken place so far this year. They didn't win that one to Revenge Tour. There have been moments where they've maybe looked a little bit weaker than we kind of expect. So, hey, today might be the day where the Originals are able to take them down. Rocker Academy, though, they are looking super hot. 6-1 overall, 28 in map count. But let's take a look at that Originals roster then here, Andy, because this is the team they're going up against. A team that I don't think, maybe not necessarily many expected to make it towards the playoff stage, but certainly I think surprised everybody when they did. Furious, Nile, Grad, and Rafi, it's that former player that we're really looking out for here on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, when you have consistency in placing top 4 within even cups as well, we knew that it was only a matter of time, right? I mean, Furious, Grad, Rafi, Nile, when you say those 4 names, it screams and bleeds Search and Destroy for me, Brody. They had those clutch wins versus Moneyform and TMT to be able to find themselves in the 4th seed, heading in towards the playoff bracket. But most importantly was the turnaround that they had in between the weeks. I mean, you're talking about losing so many close Search and Destroys to then being able to close them out. Within those final few matches that they played, winning both Search and Destroys versus Moneyform 6-4, beating TMT 6-3. The only one that they have in the last 3 matches that was the loss, if you didn't know, was actually against this Rocker Academy roster. So definitely something to be able to look at when we're talking about these two teams going up against each other. Is that Search and Destroy going to be in top form again for this Originals roster?
Yeah, I think it's crazy, I think, talking about the Originals roster, you know, how their storyline, I think, has kind of formulated over the course of stage number 1 so far. You know, they did start out as the Search and Destroy team, and it was a big reason why they were doing so well in those preseason cups, as I kind of like to call them, if only because it was pre-season 1. But, you know, the fact of the matter is they have got a lot better in Hardpoint, they've got a lot better in Control, especially, and that's going to formulate a bit of our conversation when it comes down to the map set for this best of 5, because as we said, they did face off against one another in the round robin stage. That was a 3-1 victory overall to that Rocker Academy roster, then known as Young Galactics. Things are looking wildly different here as we go into this one. You know, the only thing that's kind of stayed the same is that Berlin Search and Destroy from map number 2. Andy, you and I, let's try and break this down here real quick for everybody at home, kicking things off with the hard point for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the Berlin Hardpoint, it's almost going to be expected given how the veto process does work. Obviously, we cannot show that to you all, but I'll go ahead and let you know that in the previous series, in between the Originals and what was Young Galactics, now Rocker Academy, well, the Originals got absolutely milli-whopped. It was a methodical hardpoint coming away from Rocker Academy where they won 250 to 150, and then they also lost that map mode combo 250 to 118 to Moneyform, so you get rid of it. And you're almost expecting it to be almost answered back that the Tuscan would end up coming through, but Rocker Academy wanted no part of it. So they're going to end up playing out this Berlin Hardpoint first and foremost, which, honestly speaking, is going to be a pretty strong one for the Rocker Academy. They are 3-0 on it so far through the opening of the Season 1. But on the opposite side, when it comes down to the Originals, although on the back end they definitely looked a lot better on the Berlin Hardpoint, they still have that 100-point club against United Nations, I'm sure is looming over top of their shoulders. So definitely expecting for them to be able to show that top form and clutch potential of what we saw in that 250 to 248 win versus TMT, the last Hardpoint that they played.
Yeah, for sure. Let's move on then to Berlin Search and Destroy. This is the only map that's coming over from that prior series, and I kind of understand why. I think for both of these two teams, both of them feeling pretty comfortable on Berlin. Although, weirdly enough, I mean, this is the only map that the Originals have actually played across the entirety overall. That was one of the only maps they've played at 3-4 overall in this game mode. They're certainly feeling comfortable on it, but you've got to imagine here that Rocker Academy, they're feeling a hell of a lot more comfortable. They're currently 4-1 here in this game mode, Andy.
Yeah, out of 9 Search and Destroy maps that have been played by the Originals, 7 of them were on Berlin, and yeah, 3-4 is definitely at least where you're going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable. And again, on the back end, like I was saying, Search and Destroy was much more of a strong suit for them when they were facing Moneyform and TMT. They beat Moneyform here 6-4. They beat TMT here 6-3. But that 3-6 loss, I'm sure there's going to have to be some VOD to go back and watch when it comes down to the Originals to make sure that they just don't let Lucky get away with highway robbery again. Lucky is an absolute phenom when it comes down to the Search and Destroy. They have a 73% first blood ratio. 68% of their kills are non-traded, and they have a 1.86 KD overall inside of the mode. You're really expecting Grad, who's going to be the Card 98K, the sniper on the enemy team of the Originals, to really step things up and almost meet the pace. If not that, we need to see Furious be able to really entrust themselves as that instigator role, whether it's the Automaton top fire defensively, MP40 to get up close and personal, middle of the map, really dictate the pace for the Originals to really enforce their hand when it comes down to a lot of these rounds of the Search.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's the Search and Destroy conversation. Before we get into map number 1, I think the last thing we should really talk about, of course, the maps number 4 and 5 would be Gavutu Hardpoint and Desert Siege Search and Destroy. But the Gavutu Control, the Control conversation is so interesting, I think, overall, because you and I, we kind of had like a mini debate about, well, Rocker Academy, they have the highest seed overall between themselves and the Originals. That means they, given there's only 2 maps to be played on Control here in Call of Duty Vanguard, mean basically they get to choose what map they play versus the Originals. And you and I were like, well, which map are they actually going to veto here? Because, of course, Tuscan, you got to imagine they would feel a lot more comfortable on, but they did end up losing that versus the Originals last week.
And they also lost to Sucre's Bakery in that number 1 seed matchup, the very last one that was played out in the round robin stage. Now, albeit Rocker Academy did end up winning that series overall, they are probably wanting to get rid of the Tuscan, again, for the one thing that is considered over their head, is that the Originals did beat them on this match, on that map mode, like you were saying, 3-1. It was an offensive round, but there was a lot of mistakes that ended up coming through that obviously could have been easily cleaned up. Again, going back, studying that VOD, we expect those adaptations to come through from such a star-studded lineup that is this Rocker Academy roster, or you just go ahead and rely on the one thing that has garnered you so much success this entire season, and that is the AR lineup for this team. I mean, Metals has definitely been more consistent in my eyes when it comes down to their automaton play rather than the MP40. Again, there's a lot of slack that you have to pick up when, say, Real or Journey do go down. With the triple AR setup that you can end up having for this Gavutu Control, it's going to be very scary for the Originals, because when it comes down to these players, when you're thinking about them as a whole, Furious with the MP40, you definitely want to see them become the instigator, but you have to be that very methodical type playstyle when it comes down to Gavutu Control. They have not played it. The Originals have not played a single Gavutu Control all of the first season of the Elite, 4-3 overall for that Tuscan Control. The one time that we did see Rocker Academy play it, they did end up losing at 1-3-2 money form in that first series of the entire season. So you would almost expect, whether it's in scrims or whether it's in the back end and a lot of practice to be able to come around, that they're obviously feeling a lot more comfortable to have it come through in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think in a way, looking over those sort of conversations now for Hardpoint, Control, and Search and Destroy, specifically relating, I think, to Control, I am surprised, I will say. I am utterly surprised here that we are seeing Gavutu Control. Obviously, you kind of explained why we're seeing it, but still, I really thought that they'd walk away from that Tuscan Control loss and think, right, let's just review the VOD. Quite clearly, we made a few mistakes here. We're not going to do it again coming into our next Tuscan Control, because while you talk about how strong their AR pressure is, their SMG pressure is equally, it's scary as hell, man. I mean, I know Lucky is the standout player for the roster, of course, the main AR, but nonetheless, when you've got Journey, Royale, and Metals all running MP40s, it's a scary sight for any team trying to take them on. That being said, really excited to get into this one. Of course, it is not the only match that we have going on right now. Of course, we have Sukri's Bakery going head-to-head with Revenge Tour. That's going on simultaneously, and there's a lot of potential for some interesting matches past this round of play. Because what, we could have like a Sukri's Bakery versus the Rocker Academy Spanish face-off in the upper bracket final. They could both lose and face off in the lower bracket for elimination. Dude, I love playoffs, man. It's always a ton of fun.
But there's a very likely chance that we end up getting a replay of Cup number 5 and at the end of the round robin stage for the first seed. Spanish Showdown, El Clasico is what we're going to end up calling it by the end of the turnaround in between Sukri's Bakery and this Rocker Academy roster, at least in the winners finals matchup. But again, I mean, as it all ends up playing, we only got 4 teams. There's only one spot to be able to offer yourself up to be Season 1 champion. And you know that Rocker Academy, again, being the #1 seed coming into the season, #1 seed coming in towards the playoffs, they want to cement themselves as the early stages, almost kind of give themselves that early goings of a legacy run here in Vanguard, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is interesting as well, because it kind of does mirror what happened last year. If you kind of cast your minds back, they didn't have Royale. At that point, they had Nvidia, and that was a big conversation, I think, through the Black Ops Cold War season, is that the then roster, I think they were known as Rams at the very beginning of the season, then Los Galacticos, and then eventually Team War. The big conversation, I think, for the Spanish roster was they were just looking for a solid 4th. But regardless of that conversation, they still ended up winning Stage 1. It was, albeit a Game 5 Round 11 versus the then Orgless roster, that, of course, the spiritual successor to that team is Moneyform, who didn't make it to playoffs this time around. But nonetheless, I mean, it would be a nice mirror of that Black Ops Cold War season, wouldn't it, if they were to come out and win Stage 1 just like they did last year. Things are looking pretty awesome, though. I'm super hyped to get into this one. And I'm gonna be honest, I just love European Call of Duty. You know, the amount of talent that we have, you know, it's filled to the brim up here in European challenges, of course, and it makes everything more exciting as well, because there are a ton of teams, by the way, waiting kind of in the wings for this stage to be over, ready for Stage 2 qualifiers to try and take some spots away from some of those teams. Teams like Science, who didn't manage to qualify, they got upset by Flux Esports, and of course, the team's looking to qualify once again. So things are super competitive in this region, Andy.
Yeah, and you know, Moneyform are just, albeit just more than angry that they were not here in the double elimination bracket for playoffs, right? I mean, they were certainly upset. It was that one loss, of course, to the Originals that really put them down here, and then, of course, losing to Revenge Tour did finally put that final nail in the coffin. But I will say this much, Brody. Look, if you're a fan of the CDL, you're a newcomer here in Challengers. You're wondering where the heck all these European players are coming from. Well, you found it. I mean, if you're wondering for the success when it comes down to, say, the Toronto Ultra, for example, throughout the entirety of last season, singularity of previous past, and then also what you're seeing out of the London Royal Ravens, specifically Gizmo, Afro, Zero, and Harry. Hixie also comes to mind as well. Look, they all come from one place, and it's right here. We have never had European Call of Duty be as competitive as it has been to this moment in time, Brody. A lot of times when we have clear-cut victors, we have a lot of clear-cut favorites, but we're going to end up getting the deciding factor by one way or the other by the end of the week.
Yeah, well, indeed, we are. We're getting into our first match of playoffs, and, well, helping us out from our observers, it's Waldo and Patrick. Shout out to those guys. They are awesome people, and as we kind of always say, none of this would be possible without them. An observer can make or break a broadcast, and those guys are great at what they do. But without any further ado, let's get right into it here, Annie. We're jumping aboard with Rocker Academy versus the Originals, and it is the Rocker Academy squad on our screens straight away. Lucky and Journey going to come up with those first bloods, but it is some nice resistance coming through from the Originals. It won't last that long, though.
And even the Originals are starting off on the quote-unquote favorite side. You're able to get inside the upper courtyard so fast, but again, they just don't care. It's Rocker Academy. They're keeping things mixy. Both Real, Metals, just keeping it alive as far as what is this play is concerned. Still scrap time to battle over inside of P1. And this is a lot of time that the Originals will end up conceding. Now, Rafi's going to try to hit this one more time, but you take a look at the mini-map as well, Brody. You already have players like Nile trying to lock down the rotation, trying to keep these players at Rocker Academy trapped, and by doing so, they're actually going to flip out the spawn ahead of the rotation towards 2.
Yeah, this is a big time, I think, for the Originals. You don't ever really want to let Rocker Academy get a lot of steam, a lot of traction early on here, because it's never good, especially if you let them get streaks. So good rotation coming through from the Originals. Now, can they hold it? It's going to be Real close by. Metals also to try and challenge, but Furious starting to put together some kills here. Has just kind of duped out Journey and will end up getting that kill as well. Nicely done from this man. Nile also there to pick up the kills. And at least for the initial gunfights here, the Originals do win out.
Yeah, this initial time is going to be crucial. Initial and scrap time is going to make or break any sort of lead or be able to win you out some hard points. Nice little turnaround there from Furious. We'll take down Metals on top of the staircase. Another push coming through for Rocker Academy. And although they're finding minor bit of success, the close spawns, Furious up on top of the staircase, being able to finesse will drop down a little weak. That's going to mean that Lucky's going to clean them up now on a 4. Again, the battle for the scrap time will end up coming all the way through. It looks like that it should be going in the Original's favor, but we really have to be taking a look at the rotation. Because Rocker Academy had been throwing so many numbers at that, and the Originals have been able to win it, Rocker Academy are still able to hold on towards those dockside spawns for the initial time coming into 3.
2 key stops there as well. Furious was on a 4 spree, got shut down short of the glide bomb, as was Lucky as well. So a close shave for both of these teams over on P2. But as you say, we're moving our attention over towards P3. It is going to be Rocker Academy in here for now. The Originals, what can they do about it? They're sending players along the back line. That's going to be both Furious and Rafi ready for the stop. Nile inside fire will fire some shots towards Lucky and take him down, but it's going to be Rafi with 2. Real comes through to take down Rafi. Furious towards the back line. What can he say about this play? Well, he will end up falling, but it's not too bad, I think, for the Originals here. They have flipped the spawns out.
Look, I think that when you're looking at these two so far, I mean, what's been a really big turnaround and almost like screaming out at me is that Nile has actually been slightly stepping it up. They're double positive, 10 and 4 for them, in for the time right now, trying to at least finesse themselves. Does have Grad for some help, sure, but 10 and 4 is a stark difference of what we've seen from Nile in previous past. They walked in towards this, Brody, as the lowest KD in Europe, 0.8. That is not good when you're thinking about Nile's pedigree in previous past. But Rocker do a great job. Again, close spawns will garner you a lot of time to be able to reinforce P3, and losing that previous gunfight. They'll be in for the initial time at 4, but Furious, we know they love to instigate. Just trying to get things mixed. He still has some more work to do. Lucky's going to cut them down.
Yeah, it is tough, though, isn't it, for Furious there in that position. He's kind of all on his lonesome, at least trying to buy some time for the rest of his team so they can come on through the train station. But, well, the Originals going to try and might find their way through. Rocker Academy weathering the storm for now. Furious able to take down Real from the top third. That should give them a little bit of space here, but it is still Rocker Academy on the point as they break that 100-point mark. All the kills going in their favor as well. Journey with this automaton looking for some more. A venomous 2-piece to kick things off, and with 15 seconds left here, Rocker Academy pretty hopeful here off the back of that hold. The Originals, I think, starting to fall out of this game. They need to get something going quick.
Yeah, they really do. And going in towards P5, it's not exactly a hardpoint that you can really get things going, is it, Brody? It's smack dab in the middle of the map. One of the most contested hardpoints that we have. Grad not fully looking to the right. Journey's going to cut them down relatively for free, but When we talk about the overall vetoes and we talk about this process going into a lot of these different hardpoints, this was the game plan for Rocker Academy. Their ability and flexibility when it comes down to looking at triple ARs, being able to flex, to be able to have metals pull out the automaton or the SMG depending on the hardpoint when it is needed, has been an all-time strength of the Rocker Academy comparatively where it is a little bit weaker for the originals. But in for 5, so far, Metals is going to keep touching this hard point just to keep the originals guessing on where they're located at. But you can see how proactive Rocker Academy are playing and how much blind trust is behind for Real to make flank plays like this. Even going 1-for-1 is going to be good. So long as you can keep the originals off the hard point, you can keep it contested so long as you get yourself these office spawns ahead of the new set.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that is the priority at the moment for this Rocker Academy roster, making sure you get control of office before the rotation comes through, and that is ultimately the plan. That's not why they're pushing for this scrap time. Now for the originals, you've got to start thinking about breaking this one early. You can't really afford to give all that much time away for the Rocker Academy. You've done quite a good job at getting some time off the back of that P5 hill. Now, need to do it on P1, but this is the problem. I think Rocker Academy, their awareness is sublime. Metals now trying to make a flank happen so that the originals don't even get anywhere near the hard point, and the pressure might prove a little bit too much here. He is causing some serious problems with the originals in the backline, causing them to turn around, and even though they do, Metals still just a little bit too strong. Fortunately, though, for the originals, the gunfight's going down inside the hard point. Furious is going to win at least 2 there, and the originals now in control.
This is still a good time to fight over if you are the originals. I mean, albeit any time is good time when you are down this horrendously as far as hardpoint score is concerned, but they're really starting to piece together a lot of good kills here, Brody, to be able to make sure that they guarantee themselves the scrap time, but they have to win the rotation going over towards 2. You can take a look at the setup. You can take a look at the rotation. Nile has to be that player over towards the B lane, and then you also have Grad trying to zone away in the backside of the warehouse, looking to trap Rocker Academy in their spawns.
DD is keeping an eye on that fight as Grab will actually end up taking down Lucky towards that side of the map. Still, though, fight's going down for Rocker Academy, and as it stands right now, they're actually losing them, hence why Journey's going to have to run away here from Nile in this play. Going to reposition, and this is a bit... It feels like cheating a little bit, doesn't it? Looking at Journey up top in that position. He ends up winning that fight, but, I mean, it might all be for naught unless you can get inside the hard point, as I say it. I don't know why I ever really doubt Journey, to be honest. He picks up 2 kills. Now Rocker Academy inside this.
And Journey's always been that close second when it comes to Lucky and the phenomenal Season 1 that they've been having so far. The original's still trying to make an argument. I mean, they did break in for the initial time, at least trying to keep it contested, but those back warehouse spawns are just so influential, which is putting a big keen focus on Grad to be able to push that out, but so many players to be able to deal with on the boathouse. But they're trying to battle for the back 13 here, Brody, and by doing so, Journey's going to slip the net entirely. They're going to clear out all of lobby. They got to be very careful here. Now, Furious will still spawn up in the backside of the docks. Journey should be cut down here. Journey's not going to get cut down and might have a good look at another onto Grad. Runs out of ammo, but to the pistol is still going to be good. And that's going to put the originals even furthermore on their back foot when it comes down to the rotation coming into new.
That might well be one of the biggest plays, I think, in this game, coming out of Journey to make sure that those spawns do come on through for Rocker Academy. Now we have Lucky on a 5 spree. That'll be a glide bomber, and if he gets a 6th, he will have a strafing run, which is being used here in European challenges. Keep an eye on Metals inside fire, or keep an eye on Lucky, really, over towards that dock side. He will get the strafing run. So for Rocker Academy, the points continue to soar up into the sky, 200 to 121. And the originals have spent so much time coming in from behind that ultimately kind of what you need to do. They've given away a ton of time away to Rocker Academy, and by the time they get in, ultimately, what, they're fighting for 20 seconds here, Andy. Rocker Academy feeling pretty comfortable.
It's not going to be good enough. And you're absolutely right to say that Rocker Academy are going to be feeling comfortable, because what a great time to lose a gunfight, give up the back spawns, and to play for the rotation going over towards 4. Look at the spread across the map. The player pushed up all the way down towards the statue. It's going to be Metals, and Grad's going to cut them down, but you have to fly. You have to win these rotational gunfights very, very quickly, because you cannot allow Rocker Academy to get set up all comfortable inside of P4.
No, you absolutely can't. Of course, Lucky still has his streaks to go, and, well, just like that, speak of the devil, and he shall arrive. It's Lucky, bringing that streak down from up high. The Rocker Academy more than happy to kind of soak up all this time. They will basically need every single second to close out on this hard point. They're probably more likely than not going to need that P5 rotation, especially now as the originals do find their way on through. Rocker Academy now will be forced to go to a rotation if they want to close this map out to get that 250 scoreline. For the originals, you kind of face a tough decision here. You got to go. You can't really let these players soak up this scrap time, but you've also got to make sure you don't flip yourselves out. Grad makes a valiant effort to get his way on through. He's able to pick up 2 kills, and the rest of his teammates are actually going to remove Rocker Academy from the hard point. So as far as that scrap time is concerned, the originals, that's job done. You've removed Rocker Academy from the hill. Now you need a flawless game from here on out, and that's going to be tough to do.
But again, because everything has been so linear for the originals, you could see what it meant for the mini-map. While this was all unfolding, Metals actually worked their way through the B lane, got in through the upper courtyard, and got the squad spawns to come through from top office. But the originals are very quick to be able to try to clean that up. But Grad's not going to be fully aware that the spawns are still happening in towards the back. Big 1v1 happening inside the staircase, of which Real won't be able to get the better of Furious. So they have the pinch set up so far. When it comes down towards the P5 setup, this is going to be the best look that the originals could possibly have. You just have to win gunfights convincingly.
Oh, indeed you do. The originals need to make sure Rocker Academy do not touch this hill. They also kind of need to make sure they get to the other side of the map as well. Right now, they do not have control of that rotation. And right now, they don't have control of the hardpoint either. Real trying to take down ground will not do it. The originals still continuing to be a nuisance here in this hill. And we will now see the next rotation coming on through. Brad, can he win the gunfight? He does, crucially, but there's still more problems to come in from behind. I don't think they're aware of the fact that Journey is here. Now they most certainly are, as Journey wins that first fight. Grad taking shots in from behind. A big rotational set of gunfights coming through from Rocker Academy here, Andy.
Yep, and for the initial time, you gotta fly for the originals. They have those close to upper courtyard spawns, but they're being cut down before they can even enter.
Yeah, indeed they are. I mean, the originals, you gotta go now. You can't really afford to sit here and wait. You have to hit it right now. It's now or never, and they're not even gonna get to touch. Real will have the final say here in Hardpoint from map number 1, Rocker Academy. They're gonna be walking away feeling pretty gleeful.
How could you not? I mean, with so much time being exhausted for the originals when they're trying to play for the favorite spawns 4-3, when they're trying to exhaust time trying to work for the pinch over on side P4 coming away from 3, it's just too much time that is being exhausted, and you can see for the pace of play the difference in what it necessarily means for Rocker Academy. How proactive that they are playing from hardpoint to hardpoint. The blind trust is always here. And this is why we're going to continuously say that Rocker Academy, former Young Galactics, is the #1 hardpoint team here in European Challengers for many different reasons. One is because they obviously have that blind trust. Either Metals, Real, or Journey will try to play that route-esque player to be able to get themselves those favorite spawns when the gunfights are still ensuing over by the old scrap time. And then they also have the ability to be able to break back in, to be able to contest for such a long time. Just the overall lucrative style that this Rocker Academy team does play on Hardpoint, Brody, just has not been matched so far when it comes down to European Challengers.
Yeah, there's a reason this team is, what, like now 10-2, including that victory. Just an insane stat line, I think, overall, looking at that one. Rocker Academy, for me, Andy, I think the moment at which they not necessarily won that, but I think certainly helped them push forward was Journey with his 2-piece over towards that P3 hardpoint. If he didn't do that, the originals would have had control of that spawn and maybe would have had a lot more control over that game. But that, to me, at the very least, certainly flipped the script.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't hurt when you end up having your Flex and SMG players finding multiple 2-piece, 3-pieces in a game like Vanguard, where, again, spawns are going to be so far out of the way, especially when it comes down towards a Berlin hardpoint. When you're thinking about 4 or 1, for that matter, you even saw there at the end. It was a blunder that everybody from the originals had to just march forward in that upper courtyard area. Head glitches galore over top of the half walls, over top of the desk. And if you end up finding those kills, the spawns were all the way over back by the docks, and that's a very long route to be able to take. But he even goes further than that, Brody. Just, again, the one-dimensional hits that we are seeing from the originals, because they spend so much time trying to flood in from the docks when they're trying to break in towards 3. When they're trying to flood numbers inside the concourse, breaking in towards number 4. That is offering so many different opportunities for these route-esque players like Journey or Metals exclusively in that Berlin hardpoint to play that aloof style, to get in towards the back and always have a nice little coordinated pinch against the originals. Just something that I don't think that they were ever aware of.
Yeah, well, one thing I will say is I think, fortunately speaking, for the originals, this is not necessarily a map they expected to win. I think when it comes down to the hard points, I think you and I would probably agree that Rocker Academy are highly like to win them. Yes. Even after the veto process, I think they are the strongest hardpoint team in Europe. Maybe you could make an argument for Revenge Tour, maybe, but even then, I think from what we've seen in preseason so far, Rocker Academy hardpoint is, generally speaking, going to be theirs. Here's a look at the replay package, though. At the end of the game, of course, we're going to be kicking things off with Lucky on that P2 hardpoint. And, you know, one thing I will say is, Andy, I think looking at Lucky overall, generally speaking, when we talk about the replays, generally speaking, when we talk about sort of the highlight reel that is Rocker Academy, In a way, generally speaking, it's Lucky that's making all these crucial one-on-one plays. But I think everybody was stepping up there for Rocker Academy.
Oh, absolutely. Again, everybody did their job when it comes down to it. You know, you have the coordinated pinches of what we almost expect. Again, Real in Journey, just one of the more nasty sub-duos that we have right now in European challengers, and I would even say globally as well, just the way that they work together. Again, I don't speak Spanish. I'm not even in their comms, but just watching the minimap, how those two play off of each other is absolutely sublime. And because they're causing so much of a ruckus from the front, you have Lucky just becoming the absolute beam from the back. You're able to make little mixy plays like that happen, as you saw from Journey, a very crucial piece in the back. And then it allows Metals to be able to pick up the slack. So long as one of Real or Journey find themselves in initiation play like that, Metals then picks it up from behind to reinforce that play that much further. And then you have Lucky just almost entrenched from the back line, just making sure that the play just gets extended so much further. And I will say this much about the originals, you know, that was definitely a lot closer when it comes down to a hard point, considering the odds of what we've seen in previous past against some top other teams here in European challengers. And that's just for the one simple matter that Nile definitely had a better game. The one player that definitely was a little bit more lackluster comparatively was definitely looking at Furious. Definitely didn't have as strong as of a hard point. Definitely could not influence himself as the instigator as much as, say, Journey did.
Yeah, and I think that is ultimately the problem for the originals here, if you can call it that much, is the fact that you are going up against 4 players that will always be firing on all cylinders as they were in that map. It's going to have to be one, I think, what they're going to put to the back of their minds. Again, I don't think they necessarily expected to win that. I think what they will expect to win will be the Search and Destroy in the series. That is going to be up next. Of course, we're going over towards Berlin S&D now. As we said, last time around, it was a 6-3 victory overall in the Berlin Search and Destroy. Also, a map number 2 towards the Rocker Academy side. I think, honestly, it was a pretty close map, even though it ended up 6-3. I think the big difference maker was Lucky. He just kind of went off, and as soon as he got streaks, I think the game kind of rolled out of their hands. I
genuinely feel like Lucky has been the difference maker in Search and Destroy for Rocker Academy for a lot of different instances that make a lot of rounds feel comfortable. I mean, when you go back, like, Lucky had, what was it, 2 round clutches when he ended up forcing his way in towards the office with the Rap Pistol. Put on a little spinorama show over top of the desk to take down 2 players side by side. And then they had a 1v2 clutch with the sniper rifle of all things, being able to get the defuse of the bomb with just about 2 seconds remaining. I mean, this guy is gross, nasty. Makes me want to vomit at times, the things that this guy does on Search and Destroy when it comes down to Vanguard. Again, 1.82 KD, 73% first blood ratio, 68% of their elims when it comes to Search and Destroy are not traded. And the majority of their slays and the majority of their first bloods are more often than not when it comes down to maps like Berlin, if we go down map 5 for Desert Siege, is coming from the Kar 98K. It's the, again, the alertness, the assertiveness that we get from this Rocker Academy roster to be able to play off the information and trade said information for Lucky to be in the right place at the right time to make sure that they find these very crucial eliminations to give themselves the numbers advantage. It's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. You know, we always love sniper play here on the casting desk. We absolutely will. It provides us some great moments, I think, in Search and Destroy. However, it is not just Lucky that should be pulling out the sniper rifle here. I think he will find opposition against Grad. And Grad is going to be that player for me. I think that if he can kind of beat out Lucky in those sniper rifle moments, it will most certainly, I think, be at least a somewhat okay Search and Destroy for the originals. I think that has to be at least the target for me. Make sure you shut down Lucky. Do not give him those first blood snipes. And then, of course, stop him getting streaks off the back of that. But you talk about first blood percentage here from Lucky. He has the highest first blood percentage in Europe right now. Well, actually, Rafi, on the other side of this conversation, not only does he have a 1.20 Search and Destroy KD overall, Andy, but he has the second highest first blood percentage.
That's right, and you can also take a look at Furious at the same time, that they have one of the highest non-traded kills in Search and Destroy for European challengers, Brody, at 78%. They definitely have numbers. Again, when you're thinking about this roster for the originals, it screams and bleeds Search and Destroy. Through a lot of different years, through a lot of different titles, you would expect this roster to be great at Search and Destroy. And to be quite candid, they are. But it's just being met with a lot of other teams that are just as diverse, if not that much better, at being able to adapt and read the tendencies of what the originals have been throwing at them, at least through this first season and the previous cups that we've had in the beginning of this year for Vanguard. But you're right to bring up Raffi, and I'm going to couple that along with what I was talking about for Furious, that those are your instigators, right? You have Raffi that's able to do it from the long range. You have Furious that is flexing. Again, I talked about it briefly when we were going over the map set even ahead of that first map. Furious plays a very vital role when it comes down to the originals here on Berlin Search and Destroy. It's almost do or die for them, right? You have two different takes that you can do defensively. Instigate up towards top mail, get middle of the map control with the MP40, or just hang back with the automaton in top third, up on top fire to be able to read the players crossing. I think that when you are doing that, the one thing that I will say coming away and watching the VOD with you earlier for these two teams playing against each other, so long as Furious is able to value their life so much more and not necessarily ego chow, but second peek in a lot of different angles to where Metals, Journey, or Lucky will be watching that angle either with the Kar98K or the Automaton themselves, I think that we can end up seeing a lot of these rounds come down to the absolute wire. 1v1s in a lot of different instances of time. And hell, we might see the originals take more rounds.
Yeah, indeed we will. You know, one thing I will say is, you're coming into the Search and Destroy. I don't think Rocker Academy are going to fall into any traps that the originals lay down. You know, if the originals kind of wait for Rocker Academy to go overzealous, that isn't going to happen. At least, you know, from what you and I saw from that prior Search and Destroy on Berlin, and from what we've seen, just generally speaking, from Rocker Academy this season thus far. But we're about to jump into this one, folks. Rocker Academy 1-0 up in the series. This is a vital victory that the originals need to get for themselves, because they lose this, they go into control that they haven't even played this thus far this season. And we're jumping on board here with the originals. They're going to be on offense first, and they're going to take this bomb over towards A. Rocker Academy at the moment trying to play an information game, but look at that from Furious. Overzealous he gets, and I tell you what, it works out as Real gonna fall.
And they re-journey on the flank as well. This is a wonderful take, but the biggest problem is the nade's gonna keep Grad weak, and then Metals lines up two inside the small room. What was a great opening offense for the originals is gonna leave Nile alive in a 1v2.
Good luck, have fun is all I can say for Niall here in this position. However, let's not doubt him. You know, Niall, he's had some great moments thus far this season, has certainly stepped up to the plate in that, week number 2 for the originals when he needed to. Well, he had the clutch moment in their final control. So definitely a player to watch out for. Now, though, Niall here, 1 versus 2. Lucky going to try and snipe him as he runs away from the bomb. Doesn't. So this is crucial. Niall now going to get this bomb down. From Metals and Lucky, surely now just going to try and play themselves as a 2 versus 1. That's a nice team effort from the Rocker Academy here.
Yeah, I mean, you got the numbers advantage. You 100% just play for the retake. You force Nile to make the play, right? I mean, if you just try to full-on run yourself in towards that site, you don't know which corner. I mean, there's so many of them where the not only German rats could possibly be in there inside the concourse, but also Nile just licking their lips, waiting to capitalize off on unforced errors. But I mean, what a hell of a start, right? I mean, you take down Real up in the upper courtyard. It just comes down to not only reading the flank, but also being able to recognize, hey, inside that small room, there's that window that takes a look over by the upper courtyard where, again, Metals lines up 2, is now on a 3 heading in towards this round. Rocker Academy, as far as an offense is concerned, we've seen this so many times. Lucky, very aggressive angle to take a look at the middle of the map. They are trying to dictate the pace, to make themselves feel comfortable, to work their way over towards B, but it's just information trade for them, Brody. They still have a lot of time to be able to decide which bomb site to commit to.
Got a lot of choice here if you're Rocker Academy and what you want to do. Real still trying to get some information over towards A. It's surely somebody's got to be here is exactly what he's thinking. And all his utility being thrown out. Nothing really gained off the back of it. But still, Real with Lucky. This is a dynamic, deadly duo that the originals don't really want to fall to. And, well, Rafi's going to peek out, and Real actually not going to walk away with that shot. And now with 45 seconds left on the clock, you're kind of in a go time period, if you will, for Rocker Academy. You have to find an advantage somewhere. In the mid-map, though, Metals might well have just found it. Journey follows up with another one as well. And this is when Rocker Academy, they are deadly when they get the information to do what they need to do. Things will start falling in their favor. The dominoes have collapsed well and truly here in this round. It's Furious left up in a 1 versus 4. And, well, he's about to try and direct some trains.
Yeah, they know exactly where they're located at. I mean, they're probably also communicating that Metals just got another elimination, so that puts them on 4. So one shot's going to end up sparking there in the window. Furious gets the hell out of dodge. And Metals is at least in the middle of the map, maybe trying to at least cut them down. But yeah, smart call. Furious just go for a little incursion on the backside of the map. Don't try to feed streaks. But, I mean, that one play is just Absolutely chef's kiss. It's just beautiful stuff coming out from Rocker Academy. It is everything that we almost expect from them to do, right? I mean, you have a lot of fake play potential. You had Real throw all of their utility inside the office, find information. Sure, at least they read one player over inside of the staircase, but down to the 42nd wire, that's when they do make the decision. Do we try to use this utility and move our way over towards B? They saw players rotate back over, so they tried their hand just to aggressively move their way towards A. That seems to be what the Originals want yet again, and they've read the push coming through defensively, but we'll go 1 for 1. Metals does find that 5th kill, so the glide bomb has been achieved.
Well, you've read it, but the writer of this particular book has written you out. So now we go for a 2 versus 2. Furious and Raffi head-to-head with Journey and Lucky, and Rocker Academy, I think, in this particular position, not yet in a rush to deal with this bomb plant, but once it is down, now they're going to have to start to really pick up the pace here in this round. Lucky with a sniper rifle. He can snip people out of the round at any range. See where he can win a particular 1 versus 1, probably a head-to-head with Raffi. And I think now as his teammate has fallen here for Lucky, well, if you can win it, great. If you can't, don't stress it too much. He's going to try and pick a corner. No way. Lucky, don't be mean. Your sniper rifle can be a bit nasty at times, and, well, he tries it anyway. I'll tell you what, that is, what? It's 3 weeks worth of experience, probably a month's worth of Vanguard play where he's like, yeah, I could probably get this snipe off.
No quick scope attachments, though. Can you imagine? I mean, he had the centering and everything. Take a look at Furious, knew exactly where he was located at, but I was more or less just on the edge of my seat because we've actually seen Lucky in that exact position. There were a multitude of different bomb sites historically in Vanguard so far. You have a clutch out that situation, even with the Rat. So you have that 1 round to play with. If you are Rocker Academy, again, you got red over by the Concourse staircase, but you still have this glide bomb. Now, Lucky's not looking in the middle of the map. He's expecting one player to push over towards the hut, gives up the angle, so won't be able to hold it for too much longer. Going to be seeing if they can find any information, but the Originals, I mean, they are giving Rocker Academy absolutely nothing to be able to work off, and you can see where the bomb carrier for Journey is in the back. They're playing off the information alone. Might actually end up calling in a streak if they feel necessary to be able to enforce their way towards one of these sites, Brody.
This is what I said, right? The Originals are not the kind of team to give Rocker Academy anything. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. Here we go from Real, and that is what you expect. That's the Originals right there, reading Rocker Academy like an open book. They knew that somebody would get overzealous. That's exactly what happens. Real will end up falling, and now the dominoes have started to fall in favor of the Originals here. We find ourselves in a 3 versus 2. Make it a 3 versus 1 as well, as Grad takes Lucky out of the play. The last remaining player will fall in effect, and a beautifully played round overall by the Originals there.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, not giving them a single lick of information. The stuns, the nades, didn't find anything. Lucky with that angle was almost expecting for a player to push aggressively and very fast over towards either the tank over by the B hut. It didn't come through. I mean, maybe if you hold the angle just a little while longer, you might have ended up catching one player off guard, but when you don't find any information with the stuns and the nades, Real really only had one play, right? You have to then fly through the upper courtyard expecting that there was one player, but it was just pre-aimed by 2 for the Originals. Now Furious finds themselves on 3. Potential for them to be able to get a glide bomb, and what has not really worked out in their favor besides the last round, an aggressive push over towards A. This is what we expect from the Originals. Again, a lot of middle of the map pressure, try to dictate the pace, maybe find some picks, some information to be able to then decide which site to go to.
Good first blood coming through from Niall now. That's certainly going to make this round a lot easier for the Originals. And now look at the aggression, the pace of which they're taking in this round. They're finding quite literally the oddest route they possibly can in from behind. I don't think Real is going to expect this, but I'm not too sure if Furious knows exactly where he is either. That bomb still stuck over towards the library. Journey could well catch him off guard. I think he has some information that somebody is here. That's why he's keeping an eagle eye on both sides of this van. Both sides of that truck, but Furious has just spotted out Journey now. This should really open up the play if he gets that kill there. It is now for the Originals. The bomb will go down at B, and as we well know, Andy, this is a really tough position to be in, because as soon as you get this bomb down, I was going to say you have to cover from the back, but this is quite abnormal from the Originals.
Yeah, no, that was a smart plan, right? I mean, even fighting Real towards the middle of the map, the Originals have quite literally flipped the map. Lucky does find themselves an MP40 trying to make the play happen, but you have 30 seconds, less than that, honestly, to be able to find 3 kills plus the defuse. You would expect them to put on a whole highlight reel. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that it's probably not going to happen. Here comes the push inside. Niles is going to get the better of them with the pistol. And yeah, that was a great offense. I mean, honestly speaking, you and I actually saw that when we were going over the VOD from this map mode combo when these two played in the round robin previously and last week. When you end up finding that one pick in the middle of the map and it's closer towards fire, There's nobody watching that cross anymore. There was nobody inside the window for Rocker Academy, so you just fly, baby. You clear out the entirety of the back. You're going to have to put Journey on skates, which ended up happening. The originals ended up getting behind enemy lines and quite literally flipping the map. Definitely not a comfortable place to be when you're a defensive team like the Rocker Academy in that previous round. So now trying to clean things up. Lucky! Just a good look for that shot. Now, we'll end up at least getting the information from Metals to take down Grad for first.
Yeah, you got to imagine Lucky is a bit of a misnomer now, don't you? He's not feeling pretty lucky with that snipe. Well, now in a 3 versus 4 of the originals, they are going to find the advantage elsewhere, as you say, Andy. But the problem is, of course, there is still presence over towards A for the originals. I think Raffi basically has gone unnoticed here. Oh, but the shot's in. Yeah, he's feeling pretty rough about that gunfight. He wishes the kill would have gone through. Yet another one here. Raffi cannot finish his food on both courses. He will end up falling, and now bomb will go down. Nile and Furious left up 2 versus 4. And, oh, well, he gets taken down by Journey. That's not so great. Just Furious left up here, 1 versus 4. He's, I imagine he's going to go for a swim in a second. Oh, and actually, no, he's 4 kills on a glide bomb. He ain't going for a swim anytime soon. He's just going to wait. And this is the right call at the end of the day.
It is. You want to be able to at least get yourself that glide bomb because you know that Metal still has one on the opposite side. And I guess the better question would be, Rocker Academy here in this 4v1, are they going to allow him to do so? They're going to clear out every single angle. Real trying to search for any lick of information whatsoever. Just keeping that right stick warm, baby. Maybe he's in the backside of the docks. You have guessed wrong. And Furious, he's going to end up reading Real. Might actually try to push. He doesn't fully clear out to the right. I think his teammates are probably calming it. Tries to give for those last few shots. The bomb will detonate over by that site, and it will be that round going over towards Rocker Academy. But yeah, it's the right call, right? You're on a 4. You want to make sure that you get yourselves the glide bomb. It's not just the guarantee that you could end up maybe getting that free kill over by the docks. Most importantly, if you could take down Lucky with that glide bomb, I can only imagine would be the immediate. But the information that you do get from the glide itself is just so crucial for either team, any team playing Search and Destroy to be able to bounce back off of. Rocker Academy putting 3 players defensively over towards A this time around, and they've read it right.
They have. Now it has to be off the back of that, the read. The gunfight's going in favor here. It's not going to happen as Furious ends up winning that first gunfight versus Royale. That's going to send Rocker Academy all the way back towards that P3 area. As Furious gets this bomb down now, it's going to be even tougher for Rocker Academy here. They do have 1 secret weapon though, Andy. It's going to be Journey in from behind. Oh, nice.
Such a great nade, and it also damaged Lucky as well. Furious now on 7 in a row. They streak out of their mind. The biggest problem is that nobody read where Journey could potentially be at. They're actually behind this play entirely. He does get the read onto Nile. That should be the immediate confirmation for the rest of the team to be able to turn around. Not enough time for Journey to be able to find all of these kills plus the defuse. I say that, but still 2 more players left to get through. You'd have to essentially be on the defuse right now if you're Journey. Now on a 3 spree. This is an offensive round that's going to be going over towards the originals, but they got both streaks to play with. Again, the strafing run is not G8 here in European Challengers. You will end up seeing that, but Furious does go down via the bomb. I guess maybe he wants the potential to maybe lap some streaks. I don't know. It was just comedic nevertheless, but a great offensive push coming through from the originals. As you said, it came down to the gunfights after the hard read of setting more players defensively to look over by that A push, and it has garnered the originals a lot of bomb plants over by this office bomb site, so you'd be right to assume, if you are Rocker Academy, to try to reinforce that bomb site as a whole. You just got to be able to at least go 1 for 1 in that opening engagement, not get run over by the originals. Now Rocker Academy for this offense would love to be able to solidify this one going forward. They know that streaks are on the opposite side, so they're being very respectful as far as the space is concerned.
Royale could end up finding something here in this round. He's kind of stuck all on his lonesome over towards A at this point. And again, it is that kind of situation where Rocker Academy are trying to find any information possible. But the originals, again, we've seen this before. They're not really giving anything away. And even better, I mean, Grad almost gets that gunfight. Unfortunately, though, Nile will end up falling elsewhere. So now, finally, Rocker Academy have found something in this round. They're even going to find more here as Grad runs right into the honey trap. Journey going to take him down. And it is just now Raffi left up in a 1 versus 4. And, well, this is a tough one for Raffi. If you can get Journey, it would be a nice kill, but I don't even know if he's going to get that. Nope, Journey even gets that kill. So that is a huge, huge kill for Journey to get now. What, that's a 2nd streak for Rocker Academy.
They used one there in that round, too.
That's
Came
true.
through, and it was very, very quiet in the background, but Metals did end up calling in that glide bomb, and like I was saying, they were being very respectful about the space. Did not find any information off the stuns nor the nades. Didn't have Lucky on the boomstick. Pulled out the automaton, so they weren't watching that mid lane cross, potentially to be able to see how many players did cross all the way over. Not like the originals were going to give away so much information as they never have in their defensive round. So you bounce off the glide bomb, you even up here for a piece, and you trade it back out for Journey to get a glide bomb of their own. Now the originals, again, with resources of their own in their back pocket. Furies did use theirs in their previous round. Does have that strafing run still. Gonna be looking for this top third location, maybe to try to get some information. But look at the Rocker Academy, again. Just so well disciplined, and to be able to play all the way in the back and just defensively react off a Journey streak, who does get a lot of information inside of mail.
Yeah, so as you say, the information gained here is probably the biggest thing. Yes, Rocker Academy don't get any kills off the back of that, but they're pretty happy to at the very least know where these players are. And now, of course, the annihilation begins. We're out. Going to take down Nile in this round for the originals. You've got to start moving with 45 seconds left on the clock. Can you even move? That's the question, as you find yourselves in a 2 versus 4. You're still got to get this bomb down. Journey inside will actually get taken down here. Is there a trade? Lucky does attempt it, but I think backing away here as that pressure from Raffi might be a little bit too much. But still, the numbers in favor for Rocker Academy. Furious finds himself stuck between a rock and a hard place, and, well, hit over the head by said rock. He will be removed from the round.
All of that information, again, that's what we just got to really respect when it comes down to Real. Again, first year here in Challengers. Newly 18-year-old has been obviously playing a lot of OLTs and Search and Destroy wagers and a lot of different other 8s. I'm sure of it. With these core 3 of Metals, Journey, and Lucky, to be able to find themselves a lot of value. Again, all of the information in the glide bomb. Found that avenue to get in the backside of the train yard and just got themselves one of the freest kills I've ever seen. Lucky now back to the sniper. We've seen this angle being held before. The original's not going to give themselves up. It's actually Raffi that gets really aggressive over by the concourse staircase, and Real's going to go down. Early numbers advantage for the defense.
Alrighty, well, Rocker Academy kind of stuck here on an island, figuratively speaking. Got to find a way to even the odds in this situation. It's going to get worse as well as Journey gets taken down from top 5. Metals will, at the very least, pick up 1 kill, but it's now Lucky in a 1 versus 3. He also wants to try and grab these kills if he can for the streak. So, bit of a tough position to be in. We'll get the first kill with a rat now, the sniper rifle in hand, looking for Nile. Also got to be careful because it's Grad coming from behind. Lucky needs to hurry this up. He's about to get cure. No, he's found his way through. Nile has no idea where he is. Lucky gets the first kill. Does he get away as well? Surely not the snipe to get the 1v1. He knows where this player is. He's seen Grad as well. 30 seconds on the clock. Lucky trying to just outplay him here. Gonna plant the bomb though. It's Grad. Still hasn't got the kill yet. Finally, Lucky will end up falling. And oh my goodness me. Oh, what a game of Duck Duck Goose that was.
Lucky was just slamming that right stick left and right. Just trying to duck their head, even try to go for the melee against the door to see if the recontest was coming through. I'm surprised for as long as they stuck alive. I'm sure you were thinking the same thing when it comes to Lucky and the rat pistol over on that specific bomb site on that side of the map. There's no question about what they could potentially do, to say the least. But Originals able to get themselves here inside the round 11. It will be an offensive push, and they're going back to what has worked for them so well, Brody. They're going towards this 3-1 split, trying to get to inside this A bomb site very early. The difference is that Real has given up the space already. They're playing on the backside of lobby, just expecting the push to come all the way through.
Yeah, they're respecting the Originals a little bit too much here, you have to imagine, because now that streak has just come down, I believe, and it doesn't actually do anything. So the Originals, they've got the bomb down, but Metals will draw first blood in this one. Real looking for a second as well, isn't actually going to get that gunfight. Crucially, Raffi gets away, and now Grad comes in from behind for a 3 versus 3. Raffi, off the back of that play, will pick up Metals as well. Now Lucky for 2! What an explosion! As now Furious left up. 1 versus 2. All he's got to do is stop these Rocker players from getting the defuse. Have they spotted him out, though? Yes, they have. Lucky will walk away with the defuse here. And I'll tell you what, it is going to be Rocker Academy walking away with the victory. But it's a lot closer than it was last time.
It absolutely was, Brody. We saw a very disciplined the Originals comparatively to what we saw in that round-robin match between these two teams. But the Originals, although being a whole lot better at just being able to hold their lives, respect the space, and quite frankly give Rocker Academy absolutely nothing as far as information is concerned, comparatively to how much they gave away in their previous encounter, you got to see what it ended up meaning for them, to being able to play reactionary search and destroy defensively, being able to collapse on a lot of these setups, post plants, and attempts that were coming through from Rocker Academy on their offenses. But the difference is, it's Rocker Academy, baby. They are the #1 seed at the end of the day. They're able to adapt. They're able to read your tendencies and, quite frankly, overcome for themselves. That last round was massive. When I ended up saying what Real was doing, conceding the space, I know you were worried about it, but I knew it was going to come through. I got a flashback to Texas Nation from North American Challenges and what Kismet does on that bomb site every single time. All off the glide bomb from the information defensively. Did it find any kills? No, but it confirmed the information of what Real was already feeling. Their spider senses were tingling, man, because that bomb push was coming in towards A very quickly. Yeah, the bomb went down, but because that door was open leading into the upper courtyard area, the nades could fly through, and it could find damage, if not kills, which it absolutely started to come all the way through. Albeit, Lucky did go massive with the automaton in that final round to be able to find such a crucial two-piece on the back staircase. But still, from getting all the information and then collapsing on the play as a whole, this Rocker Academy is just so good. So good.
That's tough, I think, for me, looking at the originals versus Rocker Academy there, because I think if I walk away from that map with anything, I walk away saying that the originals definitely reviewed the VOD from that last search and destroy. You can see the improvements, I think, overall. As we took a look at our scoreboard at the end of the game, Metals and Lucky come out with 10 kills apiece. Unsurprising, really, especially because Metals went off early on. He got really the first streak in the game out of anybody, even though maybe it didn't do anything in the end. Lucky, though, of course, he never doesn't do well on a Berlin search and destroy.
I mean, I think what is the immediate consideration coming away, because we keep talking about the previous times that these two teams face each other. We keep talking about how the VOD was studied, right? Is that Lucky with the sniper rifle was a non-benefactor. I mean, did find at least information on the cross, looking through the middle of the map, looking at that tank line over by the B lane, sure. Didn't end up finding, at least in a, what was it, like a 3v1, the last player left alive on top fire, did get that sniper kill, but I think what you're mostly looking at the end of the day was the originals just were expecting what you and I were also laying out on the table, is that when it comes down to Berlin Search and Destroy, there's a lot of cards set in the favor for Rocker Academy that Lucky's going to break out the Kar 98K and find immediate value with it. But because the originals were doing such a bang-up job at just making sure that they didn't give up any bit of information, Lucky did not know where to look, and those timings were not being found continuously. It came down to what felt like maybe 42 seconds as far as executes are concerned, and that's what's going to give us a lot of good Search and Destroy rounds to come through.
Oh, wow, just incredible search and destroy. Everything looked great for both the originals and Rocker Academy. I don't think we saw basically any mistakes from either roster. It was, if you guys ever want a lesson on how to play search and destroy, just look at those two teams there. Really awesome stuff from them on Berlin Search and Destroy. But that's map number 2 out of the way. 2-0 right now to Rocker Academy, and things are looking scary because we're going towards the control. And this is, we're going to go for a little history lesson here for you folks at home. Gavutu Control was not the map play between these two teams when they did play Control last time around. It was Tuscan Control, and that was actually a 3-1 victory to the originals, Andy. But you know, you and I, like we said, we kind of looked at this earlier on to make sure we knew what we were talking about coming into this series. We wanted to go over it again and really analyze what went wrong for Rocker Academy on that Control. And honestly, actually, I will say, if anything, you know, yes, we saw clutches from the originals on that map, but I mean, ultimately, there were just some key mistakes that Rocker Academy were making.
Yeah, I mean, Raffi certainly stepped up where it was necessary, so did Furious, to be able to zone away spawn kills, to be able to get themselves that continuous numbers advantage for that offensive round to win it 3-1, sure. But you don't exactly have that equal opportunity when it comes down to a Gavutu Control, do you, Brody? Because it's so much more monotonous to be able to get your way in the backside of the customs building. It's so much more difficult to be able to zone away the North Beach, to be able to get on the backside of the antenna. And when you have all of that long range of sight play, this is where I ended up saying, and to go back to your point that we had a little bit of debate about it, and I was right, by the way, Brody. I definitely
you were right, yeah.
That the Gavutu Control was going to come through. Because you can definitely lean on the triple AR setup that Rocker Academy can have comparatively to the originals, where they have a lot more of explosiveness coming through from their triple SMG, specifically Furious with the SMG, comparatively to the backup that they might end up having with the Automaton. You can definitely put a lot of stocks in towards this Gavutu Control if you are Rocker Academy. Albeit they lost it 1-3 in their first matchup in the Elite Season 1 versus Money form, you have to assume that something through that first week of play to this very moment in time that it was practice, that it was rehearsed. And they know that, I'm sure, studying that VOD again, that they are not going to get over aggressive, that they're not going to try to take these egregious challenges that gave themselves a lot of opportunities to lose that last Tuscan Control. Going forward, this is going to be a quite telling to be able to see not only what Rocker Academy look like on this map mode combo, but also what this Originals roster might be able to do.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately the other side of the conversation, isn't it, right? Because, you know, while they could well have played Tuscan Control and just learn from their mistakes over in that VOD, I think equally you're given the opportunity for the Originals to do the exact same thing, to say, hey, well, we only won because we clutched up at the end of the day, and there were some key mistakes from Rocker Academy, so let's make sure we don't do that again. So, yeah, seeing Gavutu Control here, albeit, you know, I did think we were going to see Tuscan, it is ultimately going to be that much of a non-surprise, really, between these two teams. As we say, the Originals haven't played this map, so really, I don't think you and I know what to expect when it comes to the Originals. They might well come into this this map here and be like, well, no, we've been kind of grinding at home. We've been looking over the VODs. We've been playing this in scrims and you know, seeing kind of what the hell is going on with our control. For Gavutu, they might well come out here and surprise Rocker Academy, and they need to ultimately as well. I think that's the bottom line here, is they need to win this control. If not, they will be 3-0'd and down to the lower bracket. They will go. We're about to jump into control on Gavutu, though. Of course, we're not too sure at the moment what's happening with Sukri's Bakery and Revenge Tour. Of course, that is the other match that's going on simultaneously with this one. The loser of that faces the loser of this straight afterwards. So gonna be extremely excited to see that. But Control Gavutu here, Andy, and we're gonna jump into it.
Revenge Tour currently up 2-0 versus Sukri's Bakery, taking the Bokaj Surge 6-3, and the Gavutu Hardpoint map 250-167. So definitely looking pretty clean on both sides, so definitely seemingly, at least the scoreline is concerned, cleaner for Revenge Tour. But heading in towards this control, especially on Gavutu, again, hate to put a lot of pressure on you, buddy, but Furious, you gotta be the breadwinner when it comes down to finding value on this map. Has a 1.11 KD in the control mode. 73% of their kills, Brody, are non-traded. They're averaging about 2.5 kills per minute. And you have to be able to find value as that mainstay SMG off the rip here, especially when it comes down to an offensive push, to make sure that you can get on the zone early and stop the clock.
It's going to be Rafi kicking things off here for the Originals with a two-piece, but Real going to come back here, has the support of a teammate. That's going to be Journey onto the point, but Furious up top wants to put a stop to it. He will not be able to, and he can't stop the Real train right at the gate of this one. He's going to get a three-piece. That will clear A, and at least the immediate pressure has been alleviated for Rocker Academy, and this is a dangerous position, I think. When you're on the offense here, it's very easy to get spawn trapped.
Oh, it absolutely can be. I mean, when you have just players that are more than comfortable to be able to get themselves on the beachfront and the backside of that arch rock, you can absolutely be put in the blender. But luckily enough, the Originals are able to battle their way back out of it, and they actually have a little bit of a life lead. The problem is that they're putting a lot of stock into making sure that they can get middle of the map control, so they're taking a lot of isolated gunfights. It's actually going to leave Nile in a 1v1 for this zone for the time being. Can't even get that second tick of progress, and they're facing a lot of pushback from all different fronts.
But they have actually got out the spawn here. So that's good news, right? You're not getting spawn trapped currently for the Originals. You are finding ways to at least put on some pressure here. But with 20 seconds on the clock, that pressure has to amount to something right about now. And it will, as the wave of gunfights does come through for the Originals. They're going to stop the clock at 23 seconds. And now starting to capture A. Rocker Academy here, they've got to make a choice. Do you want to put any more lives into this? Or do you just prepare to hold on to B? Well, they do send Real towards the point. They send Lucky also. But I think that is going to be all the investment as far as Rocker are concerned for now. Unless they can take down Furious, they will. Andy, they are still going for this with 10 seconds left. Journey and Metals combining for 2, making sure at the very least that they're putting the pressure on. 4 seconds. Somebody from the Originals needs to get on the point. It's going to be Rafi who tries it. He cannot. And 0.0 seconds on the clock here. It's Grad inside alongside a teammate. And the Originals, by the skin of their teeth, add an extra 60 seconds. How about that, Andy?
Oh, you can never count out that 100th of a second. Rocker Academy, though, down in lives. 60 seconds, 10v8. Mostly looking at going forward, if you are the Originals, for Fierce to be able to find this opening pick would be great. They do take down Metals over by this tower. I also knows that there's a player over by the AA gun, but if you're the Originals, you have to make sure that you get back customs. If you can get these two players of Furious and Grad on the backside of the customs building, you can really force Rocker Academy on their back foot to then play off the beachfront. It comes up flat so far. Going back to the drawing board, 25 seconds, one solid push out of the Originals for this offense.
That's all they've really got. And they do have a life advantage at the very least, so they have that in their favor. Journey has to be careful here as Grad pushes him in from behind. They do know where Grad is at the very least, but I don't think that's the real problem for Rocker Academy at this current point. Real going to pick up 2. Now 3 versus 5. Lucky wipes Furious as well, and despite the Originals having a stronger presence overall, it's going to be a massive clutch from Real and Lucky. Those players will not force this. Real's going for it. I mean, fair enough. This guy's feeling himself at the moment, but ultimately the bottom line there is Rocker Academy, they survive a brush with death.
And not the biggest life lead that you would expect. Wasn't as decisive. Things got weird in the middle of the map there towards the very end. I mean, if you're Rocker Academy, I mean, you were just a handful of more kills away from actually solidifying that defense with both zones not actually going over. But the A zone did end up going over for the Originals by the skin of their chin, man. And that is just very, very scary when it is Rocker Academy, is that the Originals are coming out to slay. Furious did start off 10-7 through that round. It was a 1 life lead. We'll get more into why that is crucial later on, depending on how this round plays off. Rocker Academy through the offense, going for a little bit of a 3-1 split, at least trying to get one player in the middle of the map. You end up investing Lucky to get up towards the AA gun, but the 2 players that had to get inside the ship could not get in there scot-free, as Grad is starting to clean things up. We'll go 1 for 1. Presence now for Rocker Academy over by LST.
So far, the Originals, they've done a really good job at zoning Rocker Academy away, but it's not going to last that long. You can now see those players really starting to push up towards this records area. And the Originals now going to start to lose control at this point. Real going to be really the guardian of this point overall for Rocker Academy while they look to capture it. Metals, the only player inside right now, has the support of his teammates around as well. You got to imagine now they're going to start to capture this point. But keep an eye on number 4 on your mini-map. That's going to be Furious coming in from behind to cause some problems. He's able to pick up 1, but it is still Rocker Academy capturing this point. Not for long though, as Rafi picks up Lucky.
Can't get that second tick of progress. Will at least be stalled out for now, but if you're the Originals, or any defensive team for that matter, not exactly ample opportunity to be able to get yourself on that A zone to be able to take away that progression. But a couple more eliminations come the way of Rocker Academy. Now the second tick of progress will go their way. Third tick of progress might just have to be conceded if you are the Originals, because you got to look at the lives. A whole set of respawns in the favor for the offense of Rocker Academy. 21v17, couple of nades, and interesting explosive barrel will take down Lucky from their spree, but it won't stop the amount of purple that is bleeding in the kill feed. Rocker Academy looking to string together the 2 zones.
Journey looking to cause some problems here. He's been such a ridiculous player for Rocker Academy in the past. Currently 10-12, not having maybe the best game, but we know he can explode at any point. And right now, he is capturing this zone without any resistance from the Originals. They want to try and capture the anti-air gun on the other side, but the big problem is you're doing it against some Rocker players that will have some resistance. They will have something to say about it. Ultimately, the trades are going in favor of the Originals over there right now. And while all that's going on again, it is Journey. Now inside, he is now all on his lonesome. He needs to pull off some crazy clutch. Facing down, the pressure will be taken out, but 2 ticks of aggression have been made.
13v9. Got a 3 life lead now if you are the offense for the Rocker Academy, but you just need that 1 tick of progress onto B. And look at how much time they have to be able to do it. This is what you get for being able to string together the A zone and stopping the clock immediately over towards B. The biggest issue now, it's quite literally an uphill battle. Well, it's a lot of different hills. Some go up, some go down when it comes down to making sure to be able to get your way on the backside of the customs. Got to be able to get some entry frags off screen. Real will be met with death thanks to Nile and their automaton just laying on their belly. Can you do from the anti-air gun? They do read Grad over by the beachfront, Brody. So slowly trying to work their way in towards this B zone, and the kills are starting to go their way.
Slowly isn't necessarily the word I would use at the moment. Look at the pace of which Rocker Academy is starting to hit this control zone now. The Originals certainly starting to feel the pressure, but Furious is there and meets it with equal amounts here of pressure. 40 seconds on the clock, and that was perhaps Rocker Academy's best chance at hitting the control zone for that last tick. They're going to have to go 1 more push left in them here. Metals draws first blood in this engagement versus Furious. That's going to send him back to the respawn point. 25 seconds now remaining in this round. And there's a player to the left here. I don't think they know the fact that Nile is here in this position. And, well, here you go. Furious going to pick up 2. Nile with another one as well. The Cobra will strike. 4 versus 4. No respawns remaining. Nile, or Lucky, sorry, going to draw first blood here versus Rafi. 3 versus 4 we go, but 9 seconds. I think the biggest problem, if anything, is that Rocker Academy have to basically go with their guns up towards this side of the map. They can't afford to stop, and, well, the Originals aren't going to give them anything. It's going to be around here for that squad.
Things have been coming out on the wire, mostly for lives. I mean, more often than not, when it comes down to Gavutu Control between 2 teams, we see it for most of the time going down, well, the time. And the way that we were just seeing Rocker Academy being able to string together the 2 zones like that, again, gave themselves an opportunity to maybe be able to convert that B zone in their favor. 2 ticks of progress is something you cannot bat an eyelash at when it comes down towards Gavutu Control. But also as far as the lives are concerned, the Originals in their last offense with a last-ditch, and I mean the very last-ditch effort, were able to get themselves that A zone, adding the extra 60 seconds on the board. But really, we're starting to outslay Rocker Academy when it all starts to unfold. It's starting to look like it's starting to be the exact same, but for Rocker Academy on the defense this time around, they got players over by the AA gun, they got players inside of Customs to make sure that the Originals aren't too comfy trying to assault this A zone early.
Rocker Academy trying to make themselves comfortable. Oh, Real! Nicely done there. Grad will get taken down, and well, that's pretty good for Rocker Academy on the defense here, although that is technically speaking as things should go here on Control in Call of Duty Vanguard. Kills now going towards this purple side. Originals haven't found a way in just yet. Of course, their ticket might well be Grad. I was going to say it might well be Grad, but he's sent back to the respawn point. And now, this is the dangerous position you kind of find yourselves in, right? Rocker Academy, they're pushed all the way up. They're looking to spawn trap the Originals in, not giving them any room to breathe whatsoever. The Originals need to find their way on out. And Journey, not even comfortable with resting on his laurels, pushes up.
Got to be able to start really slaying out now if you're Rocker Academy. Do not let the Originals work their way back in, and giving yourself a certain life advantage, again, for the up-and-coming rounds would be monumental for that round number 5. Again, settled upon eliminations. It's not settled upon tick progression. As the final few seconds go by the wayside, that's exactly why the Originals are not pushing up anymore. They know that it is 17v22 right now, and they know that that extra few lives going in the favor for Rocker Academy are going to be quite felt, because now I believe it should be about a 4-life lead that the Rocker Academy do currently have when it comes down to that round 5 decider who ends up getting that defensive side. But could all end up being completely thwarted, as Rocker Academy were just relentless as far as working their way towards the A zone, gave themselves a real good look at that B zone as well, Brody. But the Originals are going to go for a little bit of an adaptation. They got 2 players pushing up towards the ship first and foremost, but nobody was immediately looking towards that mid lane, which allows the ARs that were just lurking there outside of the AA gun to be able to get themselves an early numbers advantage, and Rocker Academy can stop the clock.
Here we go, Rocker Academy, they're on the point. I was going to question how passively they actually play this, because of course you want to fight for the round number 5 defense if you possibly can, but so far things looking pretty hot for Rocker Academy. Metals looking for 3, looking for number 4. That's Furious over towards that dock side, who is currently facing down all of this pressure. But if anything, Metals at the moment I think is just a distraction for the Originals. It's ultimately a ruse. Nice nade from Furious though. He's got a nice throwing arm, of course. Get him in a baseball team, as he will take down Metals in the play. But while all this is going down, Rocker Academy off the back of that pressure starting to capture this A zone. They've got 2 ticks of progression zone. Rail going to win 1 gunfight on the point. Nile going to trade on through. And, well, the Originals don't have control at the moment. Neither really do Rocker Academy. Grad looking to do something about that. Trying to survive in the mid-map. He will end up falling. Furious with one of his own, though. And ultimately, Rocker Academy, they're what, like a slice of progression away from capturing this A zone.
Mustachio's hair away, more or less. Maybe about like 2, if not 3 Mustachio's hairs away from getting that A zone converted in their favor, but will end up being thwarted. The Originals are able to resurface themselves. We'll find those 3 eliminations. We'll send Rocker Academy back towards the respawn. And again, you were saying that they don't necessarily have a lot of map pressure, but I mean, when you have Raffi just existing over by the AA gun, you can then have your SMG player of Grad get real mixy up inside of this arch and jungle path to be able to really force Rocker's hand to try to battle their way back out. But going forward, Rocker Academy, they might just concede the rest of this going in towards the 5th and final round, knowing that it's going to be close. You can find a couple of eliminations, sure, but you want to make sure that you maintain some semblance of a life lead if you are the Originals. They're giving up way too many lives. Going forward, Furious will get a free one into the backside, does end up getting that glide bomb, and that could be crucial when it comes down to the round 5 for either side.
Yeah, I do believe that Rocker Academy have just won that duel for the defense, and you're absolutely right to identify that is exactly what happened there in the last 30 seconds or so. They kind of recognize, well, hey, there's not really any point of pouring any more resources here into the offense. Ultimately, that will probably just lose us the defense for round number 5, so beautifully done by Rocker Academy, and there you go. Here's exactly why. The Originals are going to start out on the offense here. Talk about that glide bomb, how important that can be. Well, That very likely will be used to try and capture B later down the line. You kind of have to capture A by brute force, and this first push has to really work out for the Originals. Can they get it done? Niall going to hold himself back a little bit here, while Grad and Furious find themselves on the point, and Raffi draws first blood.
Problem is that nobody was looking at the AA gun, so now Real's going to find some timing to be able to get in towards the back, but the trust needs to be there that the hit from the front will be just as successful defensively, and now you can turn around and deal with Real. What an early 60 seconds the Originals are going to be able to find for themselves. Plus, they did not need the streak to be able to find it. Furious is now on a 7. They already have that strafing run to help things out when they're going to be looking to convert in towards the next up-and-coming zone. But you need to be able to at least convert the A zone first and foremost. But, I mean, they're fighting the Slays to be able to do it and to be able to give themselves a hell of a lot of map position to do it.
Furious at the moment. He's not been identified as well, so this is key, of course. Going to rely on his teammate there to take down Real. Furious in from behind. They have zero idea that he is here. He could continue to cause more problems. Already has those streaks in the back pocket. Real going to come off the spawn point here and still has not identified that there's a player in from behind. You've got to imagine something has to happen eventually here for this player. I think the problem is, though, the rest of his teammates are going to fall over towards A. He's taken so long to do anything here that Furious, I mean, when he eventually pops off, it has to be something huge. He's going to go all the way around here to try and take down Lucky. That, at the very least, is going to alleviate some pressure towards the spawn point. And now, even better here, Andy, Furious, he has a path towards B.
He does have a path towards B, but again, you have players for the Originals that are going to be cut down. Actually, he's going to have to force out the glide bomb, and I love this call. Make sure that you end up dealing with these players, but again, the glide bomb takes a century and a half to be called down. It is not a cruise missile. It is not a Hellstorm missile, Brody. It takes a long time to touch the ground, and it won't be able to get down to be able to stop Real from getting that trade over towards the B zone. So now we have to shift our focus back over towards the A zone. 30 seconds remaining. 2 ticks of progress already to speak of for the Originals. They have numbers over here so far, but not a whole lot of map position to be able to speak of to deal with these Rocker players as they're trying to work their way back through the middle of the map.
A has fallen by the wayside now. 1 tick of progression almost. I don't actually think that's come through. It's just like a hair away from being through for the Originals. So almost 1 tick of progression on B. That's enough for them to capture that later down the line. 15 versus 13 we go in terms of lives. But there is quite a lot of time for the Originals to work with here. They've got 3 or 4 hits, I think, overall at the back of that. But here's the big problem. Rocker Academy just won a wave of gunfights over towards that anti-air gun. So the Originals going to have to push through the LST. They're going to have to push through records to try and get these kills in from behind. They have to uproot Rocker Academy, and that's going to take quite a lot of time here, Andy.
You still have a strafing run, though, Brody, so if you can get yourself inside the back, you know exactly where Rocker Academy you're going to be at, over by the anti-air gun, and the kills are starting to go their way, Brody. The Originals are starting to find some kills. They're able to get themselves on the backside of Customs, and you actually have Niall going rogue over by the anti-air gun. They know Real's back here. How much longer are they going to be allowed to finesse their life? Will end up taking one of their teammates down, but now you have 2 players for the Originals in your back line. That's going to force Rocker Academy to spawn down over by the Customs building, but now you can stop that clock here at 37 seconds with just 6 lives remaining for the defense.
From the front as well. I don't think they expected Journey. You never quite expect Journey, who comes on through to really wipe those players down. And that was the biggest chance that the Originals had. Just 30 seconds now left on the clock. They put so much effort for that push in from behind, only for Journey to come and ruin their Christmas day. Ooh. Journey will end up falling, so that's unfortunate. Control of the air gun will be taken down here, but keep an eye on those Rocker Academy players that want to make a flank happen. Lucky to take down Raffi on the beaches here. All of these players kind of boxed in towards the anti-air gun. Metals could come up the stairs. Real in from behind. Real in from behind to pick up 2. Looking for the second. Will not find it, but it's Journey to close things out. Ain't nobody from this Originals roster touching the point anytime soon. And Rocker Academy, they're able to force the defense on round number 5. And of course, they end up winning it. It's a 3-0, Andy.
Oh man, did the Originals end up giving themselves a real solid argument to be able to put themselves in a position to be able to get themselves that A zone quite early. I mean, I'm going to say what you're probably thinking, Brody. They found themselves what felt like a 5-for-2, if not a 5-for-1 trade in that opening engagement. You had to put one more player on the A zone. You had to. You needed to get that 60-second conversion a lot earlier, because by then, when you're trying to shift your focus over towards the middle of the map, you're putting a lot of weight, a lot of that blind trust that one player, I believe was Grad, over by that A zone, to be able to not only hold their life, but to be able to deal with the defensive members from Rocker Academy that were constantly flooding back in towards the east side of the LST ship. By then, when Grad goes down, You then are put on the back foot because now you're getting wiped away. You have the players over by the AA gun that then have to look over the middle of the map because that's a position that you could end up getting flanked from, and they just never got that A zone off a stellar opening rip. I really thought that they were going to be able to get that at least through the opening break, but they were more focused on the map position first and foremost, and it came back to bite them in the rear. You had to assume that if they had just maybe about an extra 20 seconds, if not maybe just enough time for one more push, Brody, again, another round that it came down to a 3v3. The originals, had they just had that extra little push in them, they might have been able to close it out and might have forced out a map number 4.
Man, that's got to be tough, I think, for the originals there, because, you know, we so often talk about, I think, Gavutu Control overall, and just in Control, I think overall here, you know, if you can't win the offense, ultimately you really got to play for lives. And we did see a serious game of chess, I think, between both teams there in terms of fighting for those lives. I think towards the end of that round number 4, there was a real decision to be made. I think for the originals, they needed to go for it, and unfortunately they didn't. And, you know, in that round number 5, it is tough. Well, I spoke about the fact that they probably had, 4 pushes there towards the end with 1 minute 10 left on the clock. They chose to go for a long flank behind, and it almost worked. Journey got a clutch 2-piece on the point, by the way, to really save Rocker's bacon. But here we go over towards the stat lines at the end of that game. Of course, well, this is actually the search and destroy stat lines. I was wondering why for a second there I was like, hang on, Niall did not get 3 kills. Yeah, that's some really low engagements. Niall did not get 3 kills there in that Control. So we apologize about that, guys. That is not the stat lines ultimately for the Gavutu Control. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, they had 1 minute 10 left on the clock there towards the end. I said that would be 4 pushes, right? Because generally speaking, that's how we kind of work it out. It takes like 20 seconds for a push overall. So there, 3 to 4 pushes is what you can make out of that. That's 4 pushes from the front of the control zone, and it's just incredibly hard to win it from the front. So they made the right decision to go from behind, and it almost worked, Andy. We almost had a map number 4. But again, Journey coming through, clutch 2-piece, and then off the back of that, of course, Rocker Academy. They look pretty hot at the end of that Control. They're able to wipe them away, and, well, Rocker Academy 3-0, Andy. They're moving through to the winners bracket final.
Yeah, they would have gotten away with it if it weren't those meddling Spaniards in that dang Journey. I mean, like, it's just, again, what you almost expect for the Rocker Academy at that point. Just the ability to be able to put themselves in continuous positions to where you need one player to ice up, if you will. And you can almost rely on any one of these 4 players to do it. Again, it's so hard to end up when you're looking at all 4 of these players for Rocker Academy to be able to be the breakout. It's actually easier to end up talking about the player that I guess doesn't have the more impressive numbers, because they're all so good. They are all continuously putting themselves in positions to be able to find themselves those crucial 2 pieces. And on a map like Gavutu, especially over towards that B zone, if you end up finding at least 2 kills against the defensive team, or the offensive team, I should say, that push is completely gone. That now you're really hoping for the last player offensively can at least finesse their life, maybe find a couple of spawn kills, and keep the defense on their back foot. But Metals, Real, Lucky, and Journey, all 4 of them, given at any point in time, we saw it continuously throughout all 3 maps played, as you see on your screen there, from the Berlin Hardpoint and Search, and into the Gavutu Control. All 4 of them can step up when it is necessary, Brody, to be able to solidify themselves as the #1 team in Europe currently.
Yeah, and I think, you know, looking at the map set at the end there, yes, this was ultimately a 3-0 to Rocker Academy, but I think the originals, this could just have been a 3-0 to them, right? I mean, it was a round 11 in the Search and Destroy, a round number 5 in the Control that ultimately came down, I think, to kills at the end of the day. And, you know, I think going back to that map number 1, you have to remember that it was a clutch moment coming from Journey that essentially flipped the map when the originals needed that hard point the most. And then off the back of that, Rocker Academy were able to work rotations. So, you know, that map could well also have been the originals win had it not been for that 2-piece coming in from Journey, and then, of course, the subsequent streak. So, you know, huge play, I think, for the Rocker Academy. They'll be very happy with that one. They're currently going to face either the winner of Sukri's Bakery or Revenge Tour in the next series. I think, Revenge Tour were 2-0 up last we heard in that one, Andy?
Yeah, but Sukri's Bakery ended up taking the Tuscan Control. I mean, how could you ever be surprised? Sukri's Bakery now in the Season 1 of the Elite is now 8-0 when it comes down to Control. The best Control stat line that we have across both North America and Europe, undefeated as it may be. That one is currently being played out on a Berlin hardpoint between the 2 teams to either decide if it ends in 4 or it goes to a 5.
Yeah, and I will say one thing about that matchup, of course. Revenge Tour also spoke about Rocker Academy being one of the best hardpoint team in Europe. Well, let me tell you, Revenge Tour, they're pretty sweet in that game mode. They've looked very hot over the course of Season 1 of Yeah, they are not bad whatsoever. I think it was 7-1 coming into playoffs. They'd only lost 1 hardpoint, and that was to Rocker Academy. That was a Berlin hardpoint, 250 to 195. So, yeah, I'm still going to say I'm concerned. I think for Sukri's Bakery going into that one, Revenge Tour, of course, a pretty hot team. And if Revenge Tour do end up winning that, it sets us up for an interesting face-off because you've got to remember, going back to Cup number 4, Andy, when Revenge Tour first formed, they were the ones that were able to knock Rocker Academy off their hill. They were king of the hill in terms of the region. They'd won 3 cups in a row, but Cup number 4, they were denied it by this Revenge Tour roster. So it would be quite poetic, wouldn't it, if they would face off in our upper bracket final.
I mean, look, when it comes down to it, you know, when you and I were actually covering the reverse sweep the Young Galactics did enforce over Revenge Tour in the round robin play, we ended up coming down to the ultimate conclusion that now they're 1-1 as far as Vanguard series are concerned, especially with this current roster of that Revenge Tour team. And I think that you have to look at that. It would be bittersweet, to say the least, if Revenge Tour could end up having themselves that winners finals matchup versus versus Rocker Academy.
Yeah, indeed it would. Here's a look at our bracket then. Of course, we have Rocker Academy sitting in our upper bracket final. They are awaiting the winner of Sukri's Bakery and Revenge Tour. I think it's Sukri's Bakery 2-1 down to Revenge Tour. We'll have that checked. Yeah, okay. So that is actually incorrect on the bracket there. It is 2-1 up to Revenge Tour right now. They're looking to win the hardpoint to close out that series. And of course, the Originals currently sitting in lower round 1. They're awaiting the loser of that matchup. And that is the match we'll be having directly after this to decide who will be walking away in 4th place overall. Not a bad place to finish. I will say that much, right? I think you're looking at the competition in Europe, Andy. You walk away in 4th place. I really hope none of these teams make changes after Season 1 because all of them have looked just electric.
It's hard not to, right? I mean, you just solidified yourself as a Stage 1 top 4. And even going in towards Stage 2, we didn't end up really talking about the format, but you know, the top 4 teams that you see on your screen here, Rocker Academy, the original Sukri's Bakery, and Revenge Tour, they've already guaranteed their spot going in towards Season 2. To say that you're going to make a change is going to really put yourself on the back foot, not unless you pick up a godlike player that's going to get dropped from maybe one of those bottom 4 teams that then ended up getting relegated from Season 1. But, I mean, the argument just simply cannot be there. The roster mania is already happening over in North America, Brody. I simply cannot have it happen over in Europe.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're surprised about that, are we, to be honest?
No, I never will be.
Never. North America, do your thing, guys. Don't worry about us. We'll try and track all the roster moves. It's literally like I don't know how to describe it. Like if you're trying to draw a line to where all these players are going and stuff for North America, you'll end up with just a giant scribble, effectively, when looking at North America roster mania. Europe, I think, is much less trigger happy on the roster moves, and I don't think we'll see anywhere near as many following season number 1 ahead of season number 2. But you're absolutely right. You kind of hit the nail on the head there, Andy, when we're talking about the season 2, about how many teams we have to talk about, because I think it's going to be crazy looking at the qualifiers. I do think we're probably going to see some upsets, as we always do. But update for you folks at home. Surprise, surprise. Revenge Tour do end up winning the hardpoint versus Sukri's Bakery, despite how strong they looked. It's going to be Revenge Tour coming out on top of that one. They continue their almost flawless record going into the upper bracket final matchup. That is now, what, 9-1 overall in hardpoint? It's a tasty hardpoint team for sure, and that's going to be an interesting matchup, of course, because that will set us up for that upper bracket final. Rocker Academy will be taking on Revenge Tour, and we have now our lower bracket round number 1 matchup with the Originals going head-to-head with Sukri's Bakery.
Gonna have to hold your horses in case you were expecting to get an El Clasico, especially in that winners finals matchup. Sukri's Bakery gonna have to really dig deep to then make that run to either try to make it into the grand finals, even against a very bloodthirsty Originals team that might end up thwarting them again. Very frustrating, I'm sure, that if it is Sukri's Bakery, hardpoints continue to be their woe. You know, they lost that Berlin hardpoint 250-232, always keeping it close, but Revenge Tour, much like you say, just the better hardpoint team when it comes down to it. But losing that search and destroy, especially on a map like Bocage with the team that you have with Sukri's Bakery, definitely going to be a weight held over their head going forward for the rest of the day.
And I'm so excited for both of these matchups, of course. The Originals, they've never quite looked like a squad that you can ever really put down, right? I mean, like we said, they could well have even 3-0'd Rocker Academy in this match, had some slight engagements gone a different way, especially when we look at the round 11 in the search and destroy, especially when we look at the kill differential in the control. But Sukri's Bakery, equally, I mean, you look at this roster, how good they have looked since adding Eric Boom to the team. They have gone from strength to strength, Andy. I love the look of both of these rosters. And I will say, this is one of those only times, I think, in Call of Duty where I really just don't know how this match is going to go. Because, again, the Originals, when they're at the height of their power, they look hella scary. And Sukri's Bakery, I think you can always say the same thing about that. What they've got the Super on the roster, who is technically speaking like statistically the best player in Europe right now.
Yeah, statistically the #1 player in European Challengers at this current moment of time. Obviously, that moniker can be thwarted if you end up having Lucky just continue to go AWOL of what we saw, at least in that opening match versus the Originals. But, I mean, I'll be standing right by you there, Brody. I don't think you can put any sort of stock into how this might end up unfolding, and that goes for both Winners Finals and lower round #1. The Originals definitely a lot better at Search and Destroy this time around, and you would have to assume, as far as the hardpoints are concerned, between two teams that don't necessarily have the strongest hardpoint differential when it comes in towards this matchup between Sukri's Bakery and the Originals. That matchup can honestly go either way.
Well, that is the match we have next for you folks at home. The Originals taking on Sukri's Bakery. Only one can walk away unscathed. One of them will be walking away in 4th place and eliminated from Challengers Elite Season #1 here in European Challengers. Trust me, you guys don't want to miss it. We'll be back after the break with that match.
tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, it's not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. And dance like you'll never, 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 ever gonna live again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers Elite here. It's playoffs day. We're one match down, or technically speaking two, as we are well past the first round of play. Next up, we have lower bracket round number one. Well, if you're just joining us, my name's Infinity. I'll be joined by Proper for all of the action. Andy, here is our bracket. Rocker Academy and Revenge Tour currently through to that upper bracket.
Yeah, the opening first two matches there in the semifinals definitely did not go, almost went the way that I was almost expecting, but not as convincing, I would say the least. Now find ourselves down here, the Originals versus Sukari's Bakery. Everybody's going to be having rematches galore, but when it came down to it, the last time these two teams actually met up in the round-robin play, Brody, the Originals were able to stick out Sukari's Bakery, winning out that Desert Siege Map 5 to close things out.
Yeah, indeed they did. It was a 5-game thriller between these two teams, of course. They have faced off before, but it was ultimately the Originals that were able to come out on top. And in a way, it was kind of surprising because the way that map set was formatted last time around, it was weird. They traded off Search and Destroys. The Hardpoints did go the way of the Originals, and the Control went the way of Sukari's Bakery. Now, we'll break down all of that series and this series as we go into the map set very soon. But I think first and foremost, we should probably talk about the individual teams. I personally think it's probably better to start here with Sukari's Bakery overall, if only because you guys at home, you've got to see what the Originals are already capable of here. Sukari's Bakery, you and we haven't got a chance to see them today, to see how they're performing. What we do know so far is that they did lose that first matchup 3-1 to Revenge Tour.
Yeah, and both the hard points to be able to back things up as we take a look at the team profile for Sukari's Bakery. Eric Boom has now returned to play with his ex-Mavericks roster. Sukari Super and Yakko, of course, they are the second seed heading in towards playoffs with a stellar map win-loss differential of 20-12, 5-3 for those series counts. Got the number one player in European Challengers right now statistically of Super with that 1.34 overall KD. Might change here or there just by maybe a margin off of that loss versus Revenge Tour, but even still, something that still stands. They are the best control team, not just in European Elite, statistically across the entire world. They are 8-0. In that 3-1 loss, the only map that they took was that Tuscan Control against Revenge Tour 3-1.
Yeah, indeed it was. So that's the conversation really on Sukari's Bakery, of course. We can flick over towards the Originals and really talk about this team, because I think the Originals roster, we've just seen them play, and I think the bottom line for me is, right, yes, they got 3-0'd, but ultimately that is just one of those 3-0s where, realistically speaking, it could well have been a 3-0 to them.
It absolutely could have been. The Search and Destroy went to round 11. You would almost assume that the way that those last few engagements ended up coming all the way out, we would have ended up seeing potentially even a map 4, if not off the Search and Destroy, but the Gavutu Control at the same time. They really gave themselves ample opportunities to be able to close out both of those maps, Brody. Just came up just a little bit short to the roster of Rocker Academy, and now they find themselves here a do-or-die situation to be able to beat Sukari's Bakery twice in this stage 1 of the Elite for Europe.
Yeah, indeed. So those are our two teams. The Originals going head-to-head with Sukari's Bakery. They're currently fighting to stay alive in our playoffs. Fourth place is not a bad place to bow out, but I don't think either roster really want to do that right now. And here is a look over towards our map set. So we've got Tuscan for Hardpoint, Berlin for Search and Destroy, Tuscan for that swing game in the series if it need be for the Control, and then to close out the series if we need it, Berlin and Desert Siege. And if you guys got to tune into the Originals and Sukari's Bakery last time, Andy, this is pretty familiar in terms of a map set.
The only difference in the map set from what these teams played out in the round-robin stage versus now is that map number 1. That Tuscan Hardpoint was not there when they did play out in the round-robin stage. It was a Gavutu Hardpoint that they originally played, of which Sukari's Bakery got absolutely wiped the floor with. It was 250-99. During that hardpoint, they also lost the Berlin hardpoint 251-99. Look, if there's one thing that we know for certainty, is that Sukari's Bakery are not the strongest hardpoint team. They keep a keen focus on 2, 3, and 5, though the same thing is going to be set for the Originals, which is going to throw an interesting wrench into the entirety of this map set. You have to feel that whoever comes out and wins a hardpoint between these two teams, going into what we saw from the Originals, even versus Rocker Academy on the Search and Destroy, and what they even offered on the Control, could keep things competitive. But whoever comes out of the gates swinging for this hardpoint is definitely going to have a momentous favor as far as this best of 5 series is concerned, Brody.
Yeah, indeed they will. This is a very important map in the series. Both teams haven't really been the best on hardpoint so far in season number 1. The Originals 5-9, Sukari's Bakery 4-9. So This is going to be really important, as you say. We're jumping straight towards Tuscan, of course, and we're going to be on board with Eric Boom, an SMG player. This should really be his wheelhouse as far as this map is concerned.
It really should be, which is always very surprising when it comes down to how much Sukri's Bakery have avoided this map mode combo. They've only played it once, and they lost it to Revenge Shore 250 to 213. On the other side, for the Originals, well, this is their comfort zone, if you will. 1-4, yes, they have lost more than they have won here, but even still, when it comes down to Hardpoint, they have to go with what they are definitely comfortable with, and allowing this to come through Sukri's Bakery, they must know something that the Originals absolutely don't. This opening tussle will finally have all the dust settle. Sukri's Bakery able to get the back few 5 seconds, and that's going to be the go button for Super to try to push forward.
And nicely done, I think, here from the Originals to make sure they get control of the spawns for this next hardpoint. Of course, now it's about holding on to them, as you can see Sukri's Bakery really starting to push through that church side. Jacko all the way up in sandbags already is actually going to get some real estate versus Furious. And, well, just like that, Furious runs headfirst there into a gunfight against both Eric Boom and Jacko. That will not work out in your favor, or even worse, his grad will fall over towards map. So full Sukri's Bakery roster, they're trying to make their way through. Nice two-piece coming through from Raffi, though. The Originals will hold for now, but you got to imagine Raffi all in his lonesome here, and while the Originals will continue to spawn in the backline, Sukri's Bakery should be able to get control of it.
Sukri's Bakery will end up getting in the backside of the column, and also will get a broken nose on the backside of it for the Originals. Poor guy, but even still, this is a very scrappy P2, very unconventional as it may be, but you can let this end up going down and being quite contested when it's all said and done if you are the Originals, because you were able to get yourself a sufficient amount of time as far as initial is concerned. Furious is now on 4 in a row. One more kill will actually get themselves the glide bomb. We'll have a look at it inside. Yakko will put it to rest. But when we're thinking about the rotation going over from 2 to 3, this is where things are going to be very crucial. 30 seconds down, yes. Sukri's Bakery, they're in for one of the most difficult hard points to break here on Vanguard. Sure, I think I lost Brody there for a second, but I'll continue on as if he is still here in spirit. Furious will at least end up finding some initial kills, and as soon as I hear Brody start to chuckle, I'm sure that that's probably at the sheer fact that Sukri's Bakery are just holding strong. Although being contested, Super will find 3 within the feed, able to at least concede the scrap time. The Originals have to go ahead and chalk it, take a better look at 4.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice play, I think, coming in from the Originals overall to at least split the spawn so that Sukri's Bakery were left up in a 2 versus 4. But, you know, somehow they hold on to it. That is, yeah, absolutely why I was chuckling there. As Sukri's Bakery, off the back of that, will get the lead here in this hard point. But we turn our attention over towards the Church Hill. It is going to be the Originals there for now. Raffi, the closest player to deal with these players flooding through maps, going to back away and have the help here of his teammate. But I don't think he really needs it at the moment. Raffi going to win both of those engagements. The pressure for the Originals too hot here against this Sukri's Bakery roster, who are now going to have to reposition towards the other side. But I'll tell you what, the pace at which this roster is able to set here, Andy, they are quickly right back into this action. They want to take this from behind. Grad wants to get right into the action there as well, and he is quickly removed from the play.
Got to keep your head on a swivel when it comes down to 4. A lot of different doorways and entry points for the Originals to look at, and well, when it all comes through Sukri's Bakery, they put 3 players over towards the ruin side. They will break in relatively clean-like, but still a lot of time to be battling over when it comes down to Tuscan, especially for these last few hard points. Battling for the scrap time would mean everything. Furious will find 3 yet again. It's cleanup duty for the janitor of Raffi, who ends up getting killed number 5 in a row. They have a glide bomb going in towards 5. And as far as the rotation is concerned, got a lot of players in here, at least initially you would think for the Originals, but 2 players strong or will come up from the landing here in the staircase. Now it's Sukri 1v1 for the initial time versus Furious.
Big 1v1. Sukri's going to come out on top then, so Furious will end up falling, but nobody in the hill for now. You can see those streaks on board. Raffi still has earned his, but here we go. Raffi now continuing on this spree. Does get that strafing run before and then falling. Of course, that will be big, of course, as we move our way through the rotations today. When we go towards P1, maybe he'll decide to use it then. But for now, Sukri's Bakery in control. All the kills are theirs, and the Original's going to have to hit this maybe one more time. They don't really want to give up this hardpoint rotation as well. There's Raffi. Well, he's going to take out his teammate. That's probably not going to help the situation. He will get 1 kill before falling, though. Ultimately, the Originals need to find their way on through. Nile with a 2-piece. That's going to be a good start to doing it.
Yeah, I was going to say, this scrap time you absolutely need to fight for. I mean, if you're not trying to play for 2 hills in the future, you at least have to battle for the scrap time. This is a very close hard point, albeit just about 20 seconds in between these two teams. When it comes down to 5, scrap time into the initial of 1, we've seen so many teams all the way up to the CDL being able to find themselves a lot of success in being able to walk away with sufficient amount of time, as Rafi, again, has both streaks in their back pocket to play with. They will influence the middle of the map, and the rotation will be there for the Originals to get the initial time on 1.
Rafi having a hell of a game here, wants to continue that. Unfortunately, will mantle backwards here in the middle of the gunfight versus Yakko. Or can you even really call it a gunfight? None of the shots did connect. Yakko going to take him out of the play. And now Sukri's Bakery in a really great position here with 35 seconds left on this hill. They're on the better side of the map for the inevitable rotation. They're forcing the Originals back, and that's why we see a streak being utilized by Rafi there. Wants to make sure they break through. Unfortunately, Super will come out with some serious resistance, taking out 2 players, and even now, the Originals haven't got control.
Oh, Rafi! Another 3, 20 and 7 for the kid. Gonna be able to lock down P1, and I was questioning the streak usage, but you continuously keep Sukri's Bakery on their back foot, but now you almost have to assume that gunfights have to come in really clean and very fast if you are the Originals to be able to string together P1 into the backside of P2. You do have Sukri's Bakery in for the initial time. You have player number 5 of Sukri. They're on the Godheady, locking down the spawns, but the rest of the hit from the Originals has come through from the front.
It is. Players have already filtered them through. Yakko, unfortunately, will let them through, but he falls. It doesn't matter too much, I think, for Sukri's Bakery, who have a response in the form of Eric Boom and Sukri. And now for Rafi, going to invest that secondary streak here, at least wants to remove Sukri's Bakery from the hard point. Here it comes on down, and Rafi's fighter pilot will be taking down Eric Boom in that strafing run. A second kill as well coming in from the Originals here. At the very least, they want to make sure that Sukri's Bakery are not the team getting time. Again, streak has been utilized, but I think all you ended up doing there was just removing Sukri's Bakery from the play for a little bit longer. Yeah,
P2, even in the first set of hills, you remember, Brody, was very, very contested, but still Sukri's Bakery able to hold even the slightest bit of lead. But where the first set of rotations really started to escape the Originals was on this rotation from 2 to 3. But the Sukri's Bakery, because they're battling for the scrap time, they're actually still holding on towards these back church spawns. So the Originals will be in for the initial time so far. We still have players for Sukri's Bakery trying to set up the double pinch that you need to be able to break inside 3.
So far for the Originals, they're going to win not only the rotational battles, but they're going to win the first wave of kills as well. They did lose one crucial one over towards rooftops, though. And I think the Originals will want to make sure they get control of that once again. And that's why you see Niall kind of push all the way up there to try and pick up these gunfights. Furious up top here in the window, looking for some more kills. Unfortunately, will not end up finding them. Rafi gets traded on out, but ultimately, it is going to be Sukri's Bakery in control of that frontward-facing positioning. You've got Sukri now on a 6 spree. He will now have streaks in the back pocket ready to go. And while Sukri's Bakery haven't got control just yet, they'll be feeling pretty happy with the pressure. This is actually a bold move overall. They push in for 15 seconds of scrap time and end up flipping out the spawns.
No, this is actually really, really good, because you remember what ended up happening last time around, that yes, they gave up the initial time over towards 4, but if Super so long is able to just finesse their life, continuously go 1 for 1, you see what it's actually influencing on the mini-map. Sukri will soak up the last bit of scrap time. The squad spawn will be over there, but the issue is that you allowed Eric Boom as well as Yakko to get in from the back.
Yeah, these players can do so much damage. They have zero idea that they are here right now, and here it comes, the explosion from Sukri's Bakery. Eric Boom, Super, combining for 2. What does Niall have to say about it? Has to kind of wait for Furious to come in for the play as well. Those players that have just spawned up over towards P1. So these players trying to find their way on through. Niall with a crucial gunfight now. Sukri is still on a spree, by the way. That's 11 in a row for this man. Sukri's Bakery here, the namesake of the roster, doing everything he possibly can. What? That's 12 to Sukri now. And normally at this point in the game, any player would want to kind of fall to try and lap those streaks up. He would have done by now as well. But Sukri's Bakery running off the back of that finally. Somebody going to shut this man down. 12 in a row, though, by the way. He went from, what, 12 and 14 to 24 and 14 in one single sweep.
He's the manager, he is the opener, he is the closer, he is the baker himself. 24 and 14 for Sukri. Quite influential. Just 11 seconds required for Sukri's Bakery to close out this map number 1. You gotta be able to break your way inside P5. They have some numbers to be able to do it, but Rafi is trying to make an argument that they want to be able to get a solid 45 plus off this hill. Some more trades coming all the way through, and you gotta get Eric Boom off.
Indeed you do. What, 6 seconds away from victory here are this Sukri's Bakery roster, and there you go, that's going to help. Furious and Niall combined for 3. They're okay now. Furious continuing on this little mini spree, but again, you got to imagine they probably know at this point that Sukri does have those streaks ready to go, but the kill feed actually entirely the originals at the moment. Furious going to be stopped short with streaks of his own, and now you can really start to feel the pressure here. If you're the originals, you can't afford to give a shred of this time away. On the other hand as well, you got to make sure you get control of this rotation. Yakko going to play this one a little bit more passively. Raffi looking to try and take him down, and he will at least force the issue here. We will be seeing that next rotation, but it is going to be the original Sukri's Bakery there first.
Big moment coming through from Glad that we got to see their perspective, because now they have to influence themselves coming in towards this side of the map. But as you said, Sukri does have those streaks. It will be called in. Can anybody get here in time? The push comes through from you. Raffi does go 1 for 1, and now picks up another one on the opposite side. 1 more second. Sukri's Bakery just require 1 break for that 1 last second, Brody.
That is huge. They weather the storm, and now, of course, there is a second streak potentially still to come from Sukri. He's going to utilize it, but, of course, can they survive this one? The originals for Sukri's Bakery, they can't really afford to wait. That strafing run takes a while to come on through. Sukri gets the first kill off the back of it. Niall with one of his own. It's trades galore, but it is the originals who are looking to have the final say. This all is on Eric Boom to try and put a stop to this. There are still players that can get through the mid-map. Not anymore. 250 to 249. The final scoreline. The originals. How about that one? Storm chasers and a half. They don't care about any streaks.
Riders of the Storm for sure. That is... wow. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Look, if Raffi ended up losing that hard point, dropping, what was it, like somewhere near like 35 and 18, 29 non-traded kills, I would have been furious. No pun intended to their teammate's name. But honestly speaking, like, that is just the definition of what I brought up in the first set of hard points. 5-1. How many times are we going to see teams be able to string together, battling for the scrap time onto 5, in the very last moment being able to get a player out of vines or inside of view to be able to influence themselves to break inside that hard point? You have to keep your head on a swivel if you are the team there for the initial time. The hit can come through from so many different sides. It's just a 50-50 gut check call when it comes down to Sukri's Bakery. They even got the information from the glide bomb itself, Brody. But because the glide bomb does take a sufficient amount of time to end up coming all the way through, and you can only really commit it towards that one player that was on the fire side of you, the rest of the players for the originals were able to then influence themselves in from the back through you. They were able to isolate the gunfights, get themselves inside the hardpoint boat. Even more than that, they had players ready to get their hands dirty in the middle of the map, specifically Furious, zoning away the players outside of church, not allowing any entry for free out of you.
I can't believe it. What a clutch from the originals. They're going to be extremely happy with that. I mean, like, there are a very specific set of things that you have to do to win those final moments, right? And, you know, the decisions made by Sukri's Bakery, they were absolutely the right ones. It was just super unfortunate, again, no pun intended, that they were able to, not able to get in through those final moments. Just incredible play from the originals. I actually really love to see that again, if we can, in the replay package. Just those final moments. I don't care about anything else in that hardpoint. Just literally those final moments of play. That's not to say the rest wasn't important, because I think for Sukri's Bakery, they really took charge when Sukri did end up going on that spree. What was it? 12 in a row. Basically guaranteed that the hard point on their church was theirs.
Yeah, but I mean, you go back and you look at the streak usage itself. You know, you call in the glide bomb there inside of 1. Maybe you end up finding damage. You end up blocking that kill. And everything was just a blur for me at that moment in time, as I'm sure it was for all 8 players inside the lobby. But if you call in the strafing run, you had the call of the life right there, Brody, is that both streaks, both the glide bomb and the strafing run. Look, it's World War II. You got to give these guys some time to be able to get these bombs and these planes into play, man. But if we take a look at a lot of these replays coming back all the way through, it's going to be quite telling. One of which is that just Raffi was just going AWOL. A guy that overall is at a 1-0 KD flat, came in towards this day at a 0.96 hardpoint KD, is playing with a certain amount of vigor that we knew that the originals always had in their back pocket. And that is extensive SMG and flex potential to be able to influence themselves to break for scrap time, to get in for the initial, and to be able to influence crucial rotations when it's absolutely necessary.
And here are those final moments, that one final push to come through. Sukri gets 1 kill with the streak, and then, of course, trading on through are the originals. It's so tough. If you're Eric Boom in that position, by the way, as well, you can't even afford to just wait, right? It's just... It's a monumental moment, I think, from the originals, and they'll be absolutely celebrating in their little comms, like, oh my god, guys, what an ending there to that hard point. Let's take a look at the stat lines then. I think the thing we need to talk about here is Raffi. 35 and 18. This guy went huge.
Huge is an understatement. Got 29 out of his 35 real eliminations, by the way. We're not traded. you can even see, like, on the opposite side, like, Grad was double negative. It was doing everything they possibly could to just exist inside the hardpoint. But even more than that, whether it's a true stat line or not, you really felt like that Raffi, when he was inside the hardpoint with 1:30 with hill time, had definitely double digits. 15 objective kills is what it lists there. And just nobody from Sukri's Bakery was able to really meet that. I mean, yeah, we had the massive 12 streak coming away from Sukri. Super also had a great matchup themselves, is what we expect out of the #1 statistically best player in Europe right now at 30 kills themselves. But when it comes down to overall cohesion, when it comes down to playing the better hardpoint, the Originals were able to exemplify one thing and one thing only that really sticks out to me, Brody, is that every single kill throughout the end of those last few hardpoints meant further map position to be able to be denied. The Originals were just really, really vital to make sure that they always had players rotating and cycling in the middle of the map out of bunks, to make sure that there was always a player to cut down rotational players from Sukri's Bakery to try to influence themselves going in towards the upcoming hills.
Yeah, well, that's one of those maps that we were talking about, right? Hardpoint crucial, because both of the teams haven't had the best go at things, I think, overall in Hardpoint so far this season. I think, going into that, the Originals, they were 5-9. Sukri's Bakery were 4-9. So, Hardpoints, very important overall in our series layout. Of course, next up, though, on the docket is going to be Berlin, Search, and Destroy. Look, I mean, this, technically speaking, I think Sukri's Bakery would be very happy the fact that it's actually still got through, as we're about to jump straight into it, because, you know what, they won it 6-2 last time around.
You have to win the Search and Destroy, you would feel, if you are Sukri's Bakery. If you don't end up winning the Search and Destroy, you almost have to really rely on the reverse sweep. But offense, first and foremost, here for Sukri's Bakery. Gonna put all their marbles in towards this A push, and Raffi has to get the hell out of dodge and try to react towards this play.
Indeed he does. Raffi kind of a lone man at the moment. Elsewhere, though, Niall's going to strike that first blood versus Sukri. That's not exactly going to help this bomb from going down, but I think what will help is the fact you've got players now on the flank as well. Grad going to annihilate Yakko, and it is just Eric Boom left up 1 versus 3. He's got to stop a defuse from coming on through. He's got problems to deal with on all sides, and well, if it wasn't going to be Furious and Grad inside the site, it would be Niall coming from behind.
Yeah, I mean, the stun check just confirmed it as well, and you got to really just tip your hat to Raffi right now. He's just playing out of his mind. That push came through very, very fast. There is a minimalistic sound cue that you're able to play off of when you are that lone defender over by the A site, to be able to hear those doors crack open inside of the concourse, to then back yourself up inside of the upper courtyard. Was at least able to go 1 for 1 in that exact moment of time for reinforcements to work their way back around. Sukri's Bakery just could not win the individual gunfights. The Originals now on their offense, playing a much more reserved Search and Destroy, especially what we saw in that round 11 versus Rocker Academy. Going to be trying to play for this B push first and foremost, but you got to deal with player number 4 as well. Will be Eric Boom, and all the kills are coming through from the Originals. What a clean round.
Yeah, this is a round, isn't it?
Super.
Super's left up in a 1 versus 4. Now, Super has done some incredible things over the course of Vanguard for the Sukri's Bakery roster. He now needs to pull off a 1 versus 4 with Kar98k. He's going to get the first kill. Hey, look, that's something. Takes 9 out of the round. But yeah, he was dead to rights from the moment he was left up in that 1v4.
They're so decisive. I mean, the Originals off the rip. I mean, they immediately try to work their way over towards speed. Didn't even wait for many different stun checks. They just knew. They just knew. What a gut check call to be able to clear out the backside of the hut over by the docks. Clear out Eric, who is playing very close to one of the better head glitches that we have here on Berlin, close towards that tank. They just all topple over like dominoes, just 1 by 1 within the feed. A 2-0 lead now for the Originals, heading in towards an offensive round for Sukri's Bakery. They're looking for mid-map coverage to be able to rotate towards the bomb if they can find a pick or any information.
Well, Super looking for that first blood. Will at least put the shots into Furious. If anything, though, he hasn't really gained anything. He's given away the information as to where he is currently located. And Niall, you can kind of see him on the minimap surveying his third story for any particular movement. He's now thinking, oh, that player's probably walked away. Still, both of these teams at the moment looking for anything they could possibly find in this round. And I think the Originals might end up finding this. Sukri's Bakery making the slow but steady movement over towards A. Now Eric Boom finds himself in a sticky situation, kind of has to play his life and actually will get out. The problem is they have no idea where Grad is, and I'll tell you what, it was a problem. They didn't know where he was, now they do.
Bomb's going to go down as well. There's a lot of stock being invested. Look at Furious on the minimap. It's all the way on the backs of the warehouse. It has to come down to Super to be able to watch this, and Eric Boom on the opposite side is going to be that return to sender player. They know that Eric is over here somewhere. The two players, both in Raffi and Nile, as they try to complete towards this pinch for the retake, need to be able to deal with Eric Boom in this ratty corner.
Problem is, you don't really have the time to go and deal with him. Furious is going to win that first blood elsewhere, and actually, as I say that, Nile comes through to pick up Eric Boom. Now Sukri left up in a 1 versus... No! Oh, Sukri! You can't be doing that, buddy! Now it's a 1v1 between him and Raffi, and fortunately for the originals, Raffi will come out on top of that, but Sukri didn't even have a weapon in his hand.
No.
He shouldn't win those ones. You shouldn't let Sukri win that battle. Never.
You almost feel like that if Sukri was in a boxing match, that just played out. His head movement was just too strong. He couldn't land a blow, you know? Oh, man. But the originals, as far as the retake is concerned, again, when we were talking about it, you know, dealing with Eric inside that ratty corner spot was going to be the immediate player that could have blown up the retake, especially for the last two players that were coming through from fire. And being able to at least put one player towards the courtyard side, Eric, I believe, was more looking at the staircase, expecting the push to come from the upper courtyard. They get dealt with in the angle that they were not holding. Minor bit of heroics. The original is just too clean right now when it comes to the search and destroy. Raffi just having a pixel to look at for Sukri will at least get the opening bullet, and that's going to allow Furious to get the space provided for them to push forward.
Now, this is a pretty nice round, I think, overall from Sukri's Bakery thus far. Eric Boom and Yako going to draw those first bloods. Now Furious and Nile left up here. Well, Nile's going to take down Yako. I think there was a miscommunication there as they both went down for the same player. And Furious gets annihilated by the rat. Nile now looking for an ace here in this round. I think the bigger problem here for Nile is that bomb is in no man's land as far as he is concerned. Sukri's Bakery more than happy to kind of just play this round out a little bit more passively. And, well, even better, Nile walks right into the hands of one remaining Sukri's Bakery player. And, well, Sukri's Bakery, they're on the board.
That's the Eric Boom that you and I have both casted over for many different years, Brody. Specifically, we saw that really come to light in Cold War, where they were not necessarily afraid to get their hands dirty, especially defensively, to make those solo-esque plays. They make it happen there with coming down from the back staircase, being able to influence their way. And to be quite candid here, the originals only really had information on one player. They only saw Sukri over towards the bomb site, so they had no idea that it was a two-player stack over by the office bomb site. Finally getting themselves on the board are Sukri's Bakery, who are going back towards their methodical ways, trying to bait out an unforced error. Sukri will throw some shots. I believe that was over towards Nile, so at least information on one of these original players.
Will information be enough? That's the question. Well, there it is from Super. Going to take down Grad. Elsewhere, Sukri gets the snipe off onto Raffi, and Yako takes down Furious. All of these ones are going in favor of Sukri's Bakery. It's just Nile left up in a 1 versus 4. Look, he's done step 1. He's got that first blood through. He does actually have quite a bit of time to work with. I think the bigger issue here is that one player from Sukri's Bakery is just going to zone him off. He knows he's in a bit of spot bother there. Is his position he's in, so he's just going to give that round away.
Just didn't bring his floaties to play that round. Unfortunate. Didn't end up dealing with Yako at the very least, but I would say not the immediate player that you have to be aware of, as it's Eric who is on that 3. 2 eliminations away from getting themselves the glide. And I mean, that was just such a methodical round coming through. Again, when you're an offensive team and you're trying to get a player up inside top 3rd, get a lot of information from that little window to be able to look at both sites. Nile will have to backtrack to pick up that bomb. Would have been a 3-player rush over towards A, and that's actually going to give Sukri's Bakery a lot of time to get mid-map coverage.
Yeah, they've kind of like zone each other out here, both of these two teams at the moment. 3 players over towards B for Sukri's Bakery, 3 players over towards A for the originals. It will give the originals free real estate on A. And now, how does Sukri's Bakery react to this? Sukri thinks that he's okay at the moment. I think he's got a tingle that somebody might be up here in top 3rd. Super, he was right. Furious takes him down, and now this is just really a distraction. I don't think that Sukri's Bakery really needed here in this retake play, and Furious goes huge, picks up both of those gunfights. Now really the attention has to be down to Yako and Eric Boom inside the site itself. The former will fall now, just the latter left up in a 1 versus 3. He gets the first kill. That is all he's going to get.
No, Eric Boom actually found 2 there, Brody. So Eric actually just got themselves a glide bomb. 5 in a row for Eric for multiple rounds. Even with the rat pistol, albeit in a round loss, that is a resource in the back pocket that Sukri's Bakery can end up using going forward for themselves to be able to get themselves maybe even around here. Still 2 back. Again, when it comes down to the originals, you and I witnessed this in an 8K earlier versus Rocker Academy. The originals are playing a very reserved search and destroy, and Nile is having a game of their life right now, being able to collect off of these unforced errors from Sukri's Sucre's Bakery. Nate's been mapped. It's going to try to bait out engagements for Sucre's Bakery to potentially find an opportunity to work their way over towards the B hut.
You got to imagine that Eric Boom will have seen Furious make this cross, right? Because obviously he was in the window. Unless there was some unfortunate timing, they probably know that Furious is here. That's why Yakko is making this one to EKs. They don't actually know specifically where Furious is located within the bomb site, just that he is here. And I think now they may have just spotted each other out. Furious inside this site is the biggest problem, I think, for Sucre's Bakery at the moment. Here comes the shots for Yakko. Just annihilates those doors. And even now, that doesn't remove Furious from the play. And Furious is just wasting time here. He's like, yeah, right. You guys can keep on dancing around the issue. I'm a big problem for you guys. And finally, he will walk away. Even better now for Sucre's Bakery. Not only do they finally get control of the site, they draw that first blood, but it has been evened out with Rafi.
Just the timing of being able to find this last player. Furious finally pounces. We'll end up taking down Super, but you saw the bomb carrier of Yakko existing. 25 seconds, need to plant this bomb to extend the round.
Did you do Eric Boom in for the help as well? We'll pick up that first blood. Can he turn around for the second as well? No is the answer. So 1 versus 2 for Yakko. Really going to have to outplay these players in terms of positioning, and he will actually do so. Did they see him? They didn't initially. Now they most certainly have, though. And for Yakko, just has to outplay these players. Can he get the kill under Rafi? No, he can't. Rafi outplays him just in the 1 versus 1 over there, and this defuse will come through.
Had a stun, too, to just try to extend an engagement, if not being able to find themselves in a favorable. I mean, the Sun does do a certain amount of damage, but even still, very frustrating. I'm sure if you are Sucre's Bakery, put themselves in a real good opportunity to be able to get themselves inside that B site, but just the timing and everything else in between. The legitimate last bullet there from the automaton just kind of hooks right over the tank. Be able to lock down that headshot. Now up on map point for the Originals to go up 2-0 against Sucre's Bakery. Even though we know that the Originals historically, when it comes down to search, are the better team, Sucre's Bakery are coming in with the better overall when it comes down to this mode. What a day it would be for the Originals to be able to go up 2-0 versus Sucre's Bakery ahead of that control. They're going for that mid-map coverage again. All of the information of what Rafi can find up here in top third.
Everything's looking up for the Originals. Maybe not so rosy here in this round, though. Eric Boom going to draw that first blood, but I love the proactiveness from Furious. He's like, right, well, look, we've lost that first blood. Might as well go trade that out. Takes down Eric Boom, and, well, now for the Originals here. They are going to grab that bomb. Even on number 6, that's grabbed in from behind, and that's going to just turn the heads of Sucre's Bakery. It's going to make them really hyper-aware of basically everything around them. They're going to have to move Yakko and Super, and they actually will. Got their moving trucks with them. Everything's come out unscathed. Now a 2 versus 2 here. Bomb now down at B. For Grad, just trying to cause some problems as these players rotate from behind. Gets the first blood against Yakko. That's huge. Now to Super. He doesn't actually get the first kill, and the player gets away here. This is about as bad as it can possibly get for Super. He's going to run right into both of these players. Grad, by the way, he's got his skates on there. The Originals take it 6-2, and this is a complete opposite of what happened in that last series, the last time that these two teams faced off.
Quite literally the opposite. It was 6-2 the last time that these two teams faced, but Sucre's Bakery took it. The Originals, again, in between that first week of Vanguard for Elite Season 1, we were seeing an over-aggressive Originals team when it came down to Search and Destroy. Maybe not necessarily disrespecting, but overconfident, I would say. Now they're playing this nice, reserved Search and Destroy where Furious is really just respecting and, quite honestly, responsibly holding their life. That one last round as well, when you saw Furious finally just get aggressive and just push out Eric inside top fire, that's the instigator role that we know that Furious is going to be able to play. But instead of just quite literally sprinting there off the rip, they waited for the information. And this is where the Originals can get really, really dangerous when it comes down to Search and Destroy going forward. And you got to see it happen there in that 6-2 win versus Sucre's Bakery on Berlin, is the simple fact that they know what it means to play that slow, methodical Search and Destroy, to put themselves in a position to be able to get information, to be able to then be able to bait out unforced errors versus the Sucre's Bakery team, who historically, let's be honest here, would much rather be the aggressors. And because of all of that, the Originals collect, and they get themselves a 2-0 lead in the series.
It does just feel like exactly what we said at the end of their matchup, or in Search and Destroy versus Rocker Academy, right?
Yeah.
It does feel like, even though they ultimately lost that one, they have put in a ton of effort between weeks number 2 and 3, of course, that last week being the last week of round robin. to improve their search and destroy. And the results are here. They're showing us right now. I mean, they forced Rocker Academy to round number 11. Now they've won 6-2 versus Sukri's Bakery on a map, which, by the way, they themselves lost 6-2 last time around. And it's kind of funny because you and I, we were looking at the veto process for these two teams at the moment. We were kind of like, well, why would you allow this through again if you're the originals, right? Because you lost it 6-2 last time around. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense, but now I think it does. Now everything makes a lot more sense as we look over towards our scoreboard at the end of the map. A real team effort, I think, from the originals overall. Rafi, again, the highest performing player at 8-4. He is stepping up this series, Andy.
I mean, that's an understatement. I get what you're saying, and I'm just going to extend it that much further. I mean, Rafi is just playing with a certain amount of a gusto that we always knew that they had. And I know that I'm going to sound like a broken record because I said the same thing essentially at the end of that Tuscan Hardpoint where they almost drop a 40 bomb in that 1-point victory over Sukri's Bakery. But double positive here in the Search and Destroy into the role that they honestly play is that flex role, right? Averaging about 130 damage per round, a total of about 1,100 damage themselves. I think that you have to be able to look at that this team, albeit backs against the wall, they know exactly what it takes. They are still playing core and fundamental Call of Duty at the end of the day. They know what it takes to be able to win, and I think on the opposite side for Sukri's Bakery, you're seeing a lot of frustration come all the way through. Not necessarily waiting, not necessarily playing with as much information as they possibly could have to be able to get themselves favorable gunfights, but things might take a turn here for Sukri's Bakery. I mean, again, they are undefeated when it comes down to Control, Brody, and honestly, it would be a statement and a half to see the originals win here on the Tuscan Control and definitively put themselves over Sukri's Bakery 3-0, but I think that this is probably guaranteeing ourselves a map 4.
Yeah, I think it is 100%. Sukri's Bakery, I think, coming into today, they'd only lost 5 rounds on Tuscan overall, which is just crazy to me. I think with the amount they were able to win, it really is, I think, an attribution to just how many offensive rounds they've been able to win here on this series. They are, as you say, 8-0 currently. This is the only map they were able to win versus Revenge Tour in that upper bracket round number 1 matchup. So you've got to imagine that they're probably going to be feeling pretty comfortable on it here. That being said, I think I would feel pretty happy, I think, if I'm the originals, that this map is Tuscan, right? Because that is unarguably the better map, I think, for them on Control.
Sukri's Bakery, again, they are a total of 8-0 on Control. But when it comes down to Tuscan, this is their more well-versed map mode. They have a differential of really only allowing maybe about a round and a half. They have 3 O's and 3-1 wins against everybody that is not Rocker Academy, and funny enough, the originals. And the originals coming away from that previous matchup that we did see versus Rocker Academy, even on Gavutu, but before that, for the round robin play, Brody, when they ended up closing it out here, again, collecting off of unforced errors, Sukri's Bakery cannot afford to get over aggressive. They cannot take these egregious challenges. They need to be able to stand tall, and as soon as we hop in, the action is already unfolding, with the originals really getting their way going as far as this B zone is early, almost getting themselves that second tick of progress.
No, it's something we don't often see, right? Teams just kind of running straight towards B, but we are going to see that right out the gate here for this originals roster, and they're already causing some problems here as Grad gets a crucial 2-piece. That is going to turn the attention of Sukri's Bakery away from defending A momentarily. I think actually Grad wants a slice of the action over towards A himself. I think off the back of that, off the back of him kind of hanging around on B, Sukri's Bakery going to turn their heads away from A. This should give the originals an opportunity here to capture this point. Nicely done by Niall to recognize that Yakko is probably going to push through mid and go for a flank in from behind. The kill against Eric Boone now as well will find it. This is a nice set of kills coming in from the originals, and I think now as that set does come through, Sukri's Bakery probably thinking, yep, no more lives need to be invested into that.
Yeah, get a player inside of turrets, it's going to be super. At least try to get a player inside of bunks and to deny maybe the pop-up that could end up coming through. Super, even with an MP4, you will be able to lock down. One will drop down. Niall's going to get the better of him, so it's going to actually open up the backside for the originals so far, but you would have to assume that when the spawns do come up, there's going to be a multitude of players looking at you from this head glitch angle.
Sukri lets Niall get away unscathed there. Drad will end up falling, however, and now Niall going to come up for round number 2. Sukri, he's ready for it, though. He's like, yeah, Niall, come on, buddy. You come to me. I'll have you. Sukri going to take him down here for his 4th kill straight now, looking for number 5. Will get shut down here by Rafi. The pressure for Sukri's Bakery starting to mount here. Furious wants to find his way out of the maps. He will not be able to, and I like the proactiveness coming through from Eric Boone. Now there's 2 huge gunfights. Again, we talk about spawn manipulation. We talk about, you know, getting players over towards that rooftops area, and that's extremely important.
It absolutely is. Now, Eric, again, is just waiting to be able to pounce. If they end up getting at least one kill, they might try to fly all the way through off screen. And that engagement might end up unfolding as Yakko is able to find themselves too. And Grad's actually going to sniff out Eric Boom. So this is actually going to open up the patio side for the Originals to try to work their way through patio. But it has to be a double-edged sword. Nice nade from Furious will clear out the top side of Church. And that means that Furious and Nile can start pushing their way towards the back and try to incorporate this pinch.
Step number 1 is done. Now step number 2, get the rest of the players on the point. And here we go from the Originals. Can they do exactly that? Well, the answer's no. Furious is now the last player left alive here in this play. Sukri flies around the corner and eliminates him from it. Just 25 seconds remain here for the Originals. That's one more hit if they do want to go for it. As soon as they lose the first couple of gunfights, you might figure they might give up. But Raffi is their secret weapon here. In from behind. If he can time this correctly, cause some problems, would be huge, but it is going to be Sukri looking his way, and that's a big one. There we go from Raffi. This should turn the attention of Sukri's Bakery momentarily. Nile wins one of the fights. Nile wins 2 of the fights. It is just one player left alive, Super, to try and put a stop to this. Now, Raffi in the back line on this godlike heady, looking for some more. Will get taken down by Yakko. It is just Nile now left on the point. What can he do? Needs to jump on the point. You can't really afford to not, and it doesn't matter anyway. Sukri's Bakery, they weather the storm. They survive.
Weather the storm, but I mean, that gave themselves a real good look. That was awesome. Look, if you're as big as a nerd when it comes down to Control and Call of Duty as a whole, go back and watch immediately what happened once Raffi did end up finding that one elimination onto Sukri all the way in the back. The 3 players for the Originals, like little red fire ants, came flooding out from green, and they just tried to assault over towards the B zone, but didn't clear away from top bunks where Super was at least able to go 1-for-1. Finding those 2 kills really put a big stuff towards that play. Is able to go in towards the defense side, but Sukri's Bakery gonna try to showcase their strengths. They, comparatively to every other team in the Elite, both North America and Europe, have accrued more offensive rounds on this map mode combo than any other one in between. But as far as this opening rip is concerned, again, this is a very reserved Originals roster. They wait for the information, and they pounce. Nile for 2 to start things off.
How about the start from Nile, generally speaking? You were talking about this earlier on in their earlier match, right? He needs to step up to the plate. He most certainly has done at the moment. 12 and 7 for this man, but that 7th death is not going to be a great one, as Sukri's Bakery going to combine for 3 here. Now starting to capture a zone number 8. The Originals will want to give this one more go before they give it up. And that's exactly why. Look at the kill feed. It's the Originals coming on through, picking up every single gunfight. This is going to send Sukri's Bakery back to square number 1. The Originals feeling pretty hot at the moment. Sukri's Bakery have to find their way through, and they do, but they haven't quite accounted for Nile, who is going to be in from behind to take down 2. His teammate going to help as well, and the Originals at the moment, they are dealing with Sukri's Bakery at every turn.
4 life lead for the defensive team of the Originals, and now it's desperation mode if you are Sukri's Bakery, and off of that desperation, they actually send 4 players, excuse me, to try to get their way over towards the B zone. And well, this is actually a really good setup. You got Super over towards the head glitch on that tank, going to be watching a lot of players try to work their way from the back. This is actually going to force all of the defensive players of the Originals to funnel down from bunks and right into Yakko's hands.
Indeed it will. Yakko, unfortunately, his hands will be on the floor, though, as he will end up falling now. Just Sukri left to deal with these players. Of course, you've got players on the point as well, but look at this from the Originals. They're winning every single gunfight here. The Originals going to remove those players from the point. Now Sukri's Bakery back to the respawn point this go. This is has to be a hit from them. And once again, it's like poetry. There's always a player on the flank here. This time around, it's Furious. How much damage can he do? There's kill number 1. Eric Boom and Yakko have looked his way. Furious will actually lose that one versus Eric Boom. And I think now as the tick comes through, we will see an extra 60 seconds on the clock.
That's going to force Raffi to back all the way up and make sure that there's no radio push to come all the way through. Nile is also conceding the space inside of Church, has some great opening shots versus Yakko, but they're going to be cut down from Sukri inside of bunks. Even finding these trades, these are going to be big. You still have a life lead if you are the defensive team for the Originals, so you cannot afford yourself to overextend and give away this life lead for the rest of the round. But Sukri's Bakery, they're stacking numbers over by the patio, and the depth collectors of the Originals will come through and collect as Furious finds 3.
Yeah, the Originals at the moment striking hard versus this Sukri's Bakery roster. Look at this advanced positioning coming from not 1 but 2 players on the Originals roster. Furious has actually been spotted out. Eric Boom going to win that with a nice lay down, but Nile in from behind, and he actually does get dealt with. So hey, a moment of reprieve here for this Sukri's Bakery roster. They're enabled free passage through maps. They won't get any further before facing some resistance, though. It's the Originals back at it once again. Eric Boom, how much damage can he do? Only able to get 1 kill before falling, but there are still Sucre's Bakery players in the vicinity. Now just Jacko left up. Grad deals with them both, and it is now Sucre left up 1 versus 8. He is taken down. Big defensive round from the Originals. Yes, we expect them to win those ones, but they do it with an 8 life advantage.
Yeah, and that 8 life advantage, again, if you're unfamiliar the way that round 5 does get decided for a defensive team, it's not tick progression like it was in Cold War. It comes down to overall eliminations first and foremost, which at this current juncture of time, the Originals are in the lead. Again, Rafi is playing out of their minds this series. 12-8 for them, 17-12 for Nile. Again, really stepping up to the plate. On the other side, you really need a little bit more influence from Super. Again, when it comes down to overall KD, that is the one guy for Sucre's Bakery that has constantly been thwarting a lot of players in all 3 game modes. This opening rip is quite telling. Again, a lot of mid-map coverage is being considered here for the Originals rather than trying to stack the A-zone early, and that's forcing Sucre's Bakery to really keep their heads on the swivel. They don't really know where the rest of these players are located at, really.
Yeah, they're a little bit concerned, but I don't too concerned about it, if only because of the fact that when it came down to it, it was a 4 versus 2 on the point, and the numbers went out there for Sucre's Bakery. And I really like this play, actually. Keep on piling on the pressure if you're Sucre's Bakery. Eric Boom pushing all the way up here, making sure that the Originals spawn all the way at the back. Got a long way to go before they get anywhere near the point, and as every kill does actually come Sucre's Bakery way, they're more than happy, but they haven't accounted for 1 player. If they're counting heads, they should quickly realize here that Nile hasn't been found. And that's why Nile really needs to hurry up this play. And there you go. You see him getting that first kill off. There's a second versus Eric Boom. And Nile, his rat, super powerful. He's still got a little bit more to do here. But Nile absolutely on 1 at the moment. Will finally get taken down. But that will give some space to the Originals.
Yeah, again, it's just clinical control, right? Didn't end up finding value off the rip over towards A. Let's go cause a ruckus and a half over by the B zone. So that way we can end up getting our numbers over towards the A, forcing the defensive team of Sucre's Bakery to work their way back over towards B just to defend. Nice little rack corner coming through from Grad. We'll put down Super from the top side of Church. And again, just collecting off the information are the Originals. Not a life lead to really speak of, but at least they get that extra 60 seconds.
Jacko taking some pressure from the back line here. Does have to help Super, who is currently situated inside Church, but now has been spotted out, of course. The good news, I think, for Sucre's Bakery, particularly in this play, is that they will continue to regenerate towards that back line. The Originals can put all the pressure they like here, and they will continue to have to take these players down 1 by 1. But Nile and Rafi going to win a couple of engagements. Once again, it is Nile now, the Pathfinder for this Originals roster. Unfortunately, will get taken down. And now for Rafi, how much damage can you do before you end up falling? At the moment, I will say, the Originals, while they are currently ahead in lives, with 1 minute 10 left on the clock, they are going in individually. They're relying on these kind of individual plays. And now they need to do it again. Grad has the support of his teammates. This is a team push coming through from the Originals. Can they make it work? Furious will end up falling. Now going to wait, I think, the Originals.
You have to wait if you're the Originals. You have to wait for the reinforcements. It's been rather squirrely. Again, losing numbers, trying to work their way inside the B zone. Not a real big coordinated push to really speak of so far. This is probably going to be the best look as Furious is slowly wrapping their way around the back. Might be able to find a free kill off screen. They sure do. But that is again, trust that needs to be successful on the opposite side, which Sucre's Bakery will cut down a multitude of players, just Nile in the back, which they will answer to in kind. 2 life lead in favor for the defense. The Originals only have 30 seconds remaining to try to assault this B zone.
And you give this 1 more push, by the way. Yes, that's probably all you have time for, but don't put any more into this if you do lose the lives. Nicely done nade, though, from Nile. That's a set nade and a half for the approach. Nice and steady. 20 seconds on the clock. Jacko in the position down low on the stairs is actually spotted out here. So for the Originals, they're feeling pretty confident about this one. Nile will joining on the play. He wants to get aggressive. Wins that first blood against Eric Boom. Gets away. Progress now being made. And now Nile waits for the player to push through on Church. It is just Sucre left up. Those players will be spawning up, but surely this is going to be the stack pressure that you want to see from the Originals. The players looking to capture this point. Eric Boom comes through. Is taken down by Rafi. He is dealt with. And 5v5 we go with 15 seconds left. The point assault fails, and with 13 seconds, can they even touch the point?
Probably not. Furthest player that might be able to do it would end up being Nile. They actually take this time to be able to clear away the backside of Church. 2 seconds remaining. You might just be able to isolate a handful of more kills. Nile hits the route, is able to get themselves in from behind. You got to deal with this player if you are Sucre's Bakery, which they finally do. Oh, it got real scary there, Brody. I know that I could hear the smile on your face. Look, the players finally stacking the zone to be able to maybe give themselves a real big argument. They got themselves halfway through that 3rd tick of progress, but without a certain amount of resistance soon to follow. Very, very close round for both of these teams. no real breadwinner when it comes down to a life advantage as it does currently stand. It would still favor the Originals off of that 8-life lead that they did have 2 rounds ago. But all can be thwarted depending on what Sukari's Bakery do here. Again, they are able to convert a lot of offensive rounds so long as they do play nice and reserved and reactionary control, all off the information. But the opening rips from the Originals just way too strong. They read Sukari's Bakery like a book. It's going to force Eric Boom just to play their life in the back, but won't be able to stay alive for much longer.
Eric Boom is dealt with, but he does afford Sukari's Bakery quite a lot of space. Nicely done from Super to take out both Nile and Grad there. If Sukari's Bakery can get this point, like, super quick, right? I mean, they should be feeling pretty comfortable going forward here in this control. Super continues to really drive the nail home, and I actually really like this adaptation coming out from Sukari's Bakery overall here, Andy, right? They're recognizing that the Originals are sending players on the flank. They're dealing with them before they can do any damage.
Yeah, and it's that exact adaptation. They need to come all the way through. You find a lot of pressure in the middle of the map. You can end up really kind of looking at that long flank over towards maps unless you have a player over by rooftops is never the play. So to at least get yourself over by the A zone, you just have to worry about the flank going forward. 60 seconds added on towards the board. 1 life lead in favor of the defense. Not much to really speak of. Nile trying to strong side their head away to make sure they don't end up getting dealt with. But even still, it's going to concede a lot of space in the middle of the map, which the Originals are going to be completely okay with. The biggest problem is that Yako's been able to slip into the back. Nile's been able to reach though.
Nicely done from Nile to take this player down. That's 5 in a row, by the way, for Nile, who now on a spree will end up getting the glide bomb. Strafing run would be nice to have as well, but at this point, you even need it. 90 seconds on the clock. Sukari's Bakery, they've got quite a lot of time to work with. Quite a few pushes before they're going to end up giving up and really start to focus on lives here for a fight for round number 5 defense. First blood, second blood as well goes Rafi's way. Look at just the aggression, the vigor of which Rafi takes on those gunfights. It's confidence and a half. That's what, a second wave of kills now going flawlessly the way of the Originals. They are feeling pretty confident here in this round.
8 life lead. Rafi's spree will end up being cut down. So not a second glide bomb. Nile's also keeping their life responsibly, maybe able to get themselves a strafing run. But Eric Boom now trying to enforce their hand inside of bunks. Ends up finding at least one more player up in top of Church. Take a look at the streak so far, what has been accrued. Just 1 glide bomb to speak of. That's going to be in Nile's back pocket. Eric putting themselves in a position to maybe try to work their way towards streaks. Just on 2 right now, but their job is basically just to cause a lot of ruckus. Does end up getting at least info on Rafi. Won't be able to take them down, but again, the push from Sukari's Bakery needs to be successful on 2 different fronts, and now they're down to their last possible push, Brody.
Yeah, this needs to be flawless now from Sukari's Bakery, and you just can't do it, not when Rafi is the player that's holding you at bay. There's also Nile there as well, who has just been electric so far in this game, 36 and 20. The Originals feeling pretty confident as, well, Sukari's Bakery go down to their last 2 lives. Look at Furious, man. He is just bunny hopping all over the place. These players don't stand a chance. It is just Yako and Super. They're holding back here, hoping that their earlier efforts were enough to force a defense in round number 5. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it probably wasn't.
You know, as a man that was sitting here doing the math the entire time, Brody, I'm just going to go ahead and say that you're right. I'm proud of you.
Oh,
Look at you go, doing caster math like that. Real quick maths coming through from Brody Infinity. It's my guy. But even still, yeah, you have to assume going forward that Sukari's Bakery, as far as an offensive push is concerned, when they do end up getting that extra 60 seconds on the board, there's never really a big opportunity. They've been getting players in towards the back. They're getting players inside of bunks to be able to zone away players. It just has to be that second push that ends up coming all the way through inside of maps. Let's see if they can do it in this very necessary round number 5 to stay alive here in the playoffs.
Let's see, Sukari's Bakery. They're going to capture A right out of the gates. They couldn't do it last time. They had to take a little bit longer to get it done. And now, actually, they're probably going to do this one. The Originals not putting much pressure in. You do have Nile coming on the flank here. Sukari, though, again. Look, mate, he's learned that move now. You can't do it again, but Furious will follow up. I think, look, that's a move maybe they hadn't learned. Look, there's 1, here's 2. It's called you 1-2 punch on the flank, and, well, off the back of that, Originals, they have lost A, but the pressure will not be alleviated.
You also have 2 players inside of maps as well, and now is Yako going to be able to deal with this? They only go 1 for 1, so the push will be dealt with for the time being, but Super's also able to work their way in from the back. They have Rafi that's also playing down by that truck side, and now you're causing a lot of bit of a ruckus. Sukari does find 2 within the feet. That's going to open up inside of the patio, but you got to regrad inside the staircase. This needs to be traded if you are Sukari. Eric will collect on it. Now you got 3 players with an opportunity to be able to get themselves on the B zone.
Well, how about this from Sukri's Bakery? Where on earth has this aggression come from? They are going flying forward here, and this is where you're kind of a bit scared if you're the Originals. That's why Niall is bringing this streak down and make sure that they do get control. Nice two-piece from Niall. Places that perfectly slap bang in the middle of Yakko and Eric Boom. That man has done his mathematics. He knows where to place that glide bomb as that first tick of aggression won't even come through. But that, I think, was a super worrying moment overall.
It really was. That was probably the best chance that we had for Sukri's Bakery to be able to fly relentlessly, being able to get themselves over towards the B zone. And Yakko's not done. Trying to completely put on the pressure. Big 1v1. Grad's going to be able to take down Boom on top of that patio side. But when it's all said and done, the reinforcements from the defensive team of the Originals are just doing a bang-up job of just making sure that the Sukri's Bakery never have sufficient numbers to be able to get themselves on towards the B zone.
What are we watching right now? It's like Sukri's Bakery have kind of flicked the switch and they're like, right, we're hyper-aggressive now. Going to cause so many problems here for the Originals. They're putting themselves in so many uncomfortable situations time and time again. But again, the problem is the Originals, they are on the defense here. They are in a much stronger position just natively. So Sukri's Bakery, not only do they need to make their opposition uncomfortable, they need to do something off the back of that. And with 60 seconds left on the clock here, Andy, that is going to be a tough proposition for anybody. Got now Sukri's Bakery roster trying to make their way through maps. First blood towards Grad here. Now down for the numbers. I think they're really waiting for Yakko to do something over towards Churchside. That hasn't happened here. Sukri's Bakery down to just 3 players out front of maps. Furious lining them up. Now the information has been gained for the Originals.
Grad inside of maps, or inside of radio, excuse me, will be dealt with. But again, to your point there, natively, defense will especially have the advantage because they could just reinforce and they can continue to play the trade game as Rafi does find 2 on the back end. Grad's still inside of Funks, enforcing themselves. Now down to 20 seconds, 10v10. This has to be the last possible attempt for Sukri's Bakery to stop that clock and get the members over here.
Indeed it does. You got to go now. And we need to see something special out of Yakko. He effectively, with 15 seconds left, needs to waste some time for his teammate. Here's a problem and a half. 10 seconds remaining on the clock for Sukri's Bakery to survive. The namesake for the roster. What can he do? He's going to pick up 2 kills. Now looking for number 3. He will be denied it, but actually doesn't matter. Super. Now going to save up some time here. Eric Boom also on at this point. The Originals just need 1 wave of kills, but it is technically a 6 versus 5. Now make it a 6 versus 3. Just Sukri left up on the point. What does he have for us? He does have 2 kills, but that is all that he has. The Originals will win 3-2, perfectly forcing the defense in round number 5. A 3-0 in the series, and better yet, the cherry on top of that cake, they give Sukri's Bakery their first control loss of the season, and what a time to do it.
What a time indeed, Brody. That when we were up in this match, we were like, even they lost to Revenge Tour 3-1, they still took the control. 8-0 on control to the last possible match that they played in Season 1, in playoffs no less, that they finally lose the control on Tuscan. I mean, it's the control special, right? You know, when it comes down to the Originals, we talked about this when they were facing off against Rocker Academy in a very, very close 3 maps that they lost, that we are messing with the Originals roster of something that we have not seen from them all year long. They are playing so well together, reserved and reactionary Call of Duty off of one another, from the information, being able to play the trade game wonderfully, being able to be aggressive when it's necessary, being able to get themselves those lives advantage continuously on offense and defense alike, to know that they could extend it towards that round number 5. We'll take a look at some of the replays. This one was back and forth, to say the least, but the Originals, again, 2 players that we were talking about need to have themselves a day and a half. Absolutely step up. Niall and Rafi have themselves a whale of a series where Furious has been the overall hard worker for this team, leading in every single game mode, and overall, Niall and Rafi finally come through and make themselves in a strong argument. Niall somewhere near about the 40 kill margin. Rafi was piecing together kills like this. It's just so hard to deal with the Originals members when they are just playing so seamless together as a team.
Indeed. You know what? Look, if there was an Olympic medal, an Olympic game here for a synchronized team taken down, I think we'd be sending the Originals to Beijing at the moment. They're feeling pretty hot at the moment. They're looking so good. And it's just the way at which, you know, in these games, they're able to get 4 down all at the same time. They win their ones. They've got a lot of trust in one another. And that's always, I think, been the Originals' native strength, is just the fact that, you know, we have this core 3 of Rafi, Grad, and Furious, all of which have built up so much trust with one another over the last couple of years. And right now, we are just seeing what's coming off the back of that in spades, especially now with Niall. 42 and bloody 29, mate.
Dude.
What is that? Like,
31
oh my
untraded
goodness.
kills, 5k damage. Like, what? Again, like, when it comes down to it, when you go back to even the originals versus TMT, the originals versus Money Form, the player that really stepped up for me during all of that was Niall. That was the turning page for Niall. And we did have a little bit of an exchange on Twitter as well, talking about how crucial, even on that Berlin Hardpoint, to qualify for the playoffs, how big of a moment it was. Because Niall was even aware at this moment of time, Brody, was not having a great Season 1 here at the Elite.
Yeah.
It was legitimately the worst KD ratio heading in towards playoffs out of all teams that were playing out in Season 1 at a .80. You're able to then showcase that. That is the Niall that you and I have come to expect, that we watched all year throughout the Cold War season, being able to influence their way, being able to dictate the pace with an SMG, being able to react depending on the weapon that they end up finding for themselves. Brody, that was a hell of a showcasing, both for them and Rafi, who also just came out like a bat out of hell in that opening hardpoint, and the pressure just never stopped leading into that final round there on Control.
Yeah, look, I will say one thing. Niall, he gets the medal for most improved player, 100%, without a question. The way he's playing at the moment, has been playing like that all series long. Rafi as well. You're absolutely right to call him out because he's just been having a hell of a game. I think that's one of the key points actually. Is we've been talking about this team a lot recently and saying Furious is the player to watch, right? That's I think been the bottom line for us every single time we've got a chance to cast over the originals roster. It's been Furious is the player that we need to watch out for. I don't think that's true anymore, and I don't think it's been true since week number 2, that last day, where I said all of the players had stepped up. They were playing as a team much better, and honestly, just seeing how the originals are playing at the moment, it is actually a scary sight, I think, for Rocker Academy and for Revenge Tour. Albeit, yes, the originals, they are currently sitting in the lower bracket, but, I mean, like we said, their match versus Rocker Academy, that could have been a 3-0 to them. A few very, very specific situations going the originals' way, and they would be the ones sitting in the upper bracket final right now versus Revenge Tour. They are still a threat, folks. Do not underestimate them. They have made it through to Championship Wednesday here in Challengers Elite Season number 1. And they made it through to tomorrow. Of course, though, our day is not done. Rocker Academy take on Revenge Tour next up, and that's going to be our upper bracket final, Andy. Before we go to a break, thoughts?
I just want to see this match, because, again, we talked about when we were framing up, even when we were waiting for the outcome of Revenge Tour versus Sucre's Bakery. This will now be the 3rd time in a month span that Rocker Academy will go up against Revenge Tour. Revenge Tour had got the best of Rocker Academy going back to a cup not too long ago. Rocker Academy in the round robin reverse swept Revenge Tour. This matchup has narratives written all over it, Brody. And honestly speaking, there's no way that you can end up calling which way it's going to end up going. Just now that we're whittling down to be top 3 here for playoffs for Season 1 of the Elite, anything goes. Anything goes.
Anything goes. I'm smiling like a kid on Christmas, mate. Honestly, it's crazy. I'm opening up my presents. I'm getting everything I could possibly have wanted right now. The originals, they come out and upset Sucre's Bakery. Looking now at what our upper bracket final is going to be. I mean, you talk about it, right? This is the rematch to end all rematches. I think maybe we already got that, technically speaking. I think maybe I just spoke an untruth, if you will, because obviously we did have already what was the match I really wanted to see most, Revenge Tour versus Money Form, just because of those storylines. But this match alone, I just think it has so many storylines for both of these two teams, right? For Rocker Academy, they are the number 1 team coming into season number 1. You know, they won 4 out of the 5 Challengers Cups for the season, and that means any team that takes them on are the underdogs in the situation. I think for Revenge Tour, yes, they've already exacted revenge versus Money Form. Yes, Denza has already got that, but, you know, I spoke to Watson, he came on a podcast with me, and he said that this team, they have so much to prove. They have so many naysayers to put down. And so far, they've done a spectacular job of that. They've beaten out Sucre's Bakery in that round number 1 matchup. Next, though, they have Rocker Academy. Man, this is just going to be incredible. They got a reverse swept against versus this Rocker Academy roster last time they faced off, but they did end up winning Challengers Cup number 4 Grand Finals versus this team. That was their debut, by the way. It's an exciting matchup coming up. I'm smiling so much, man. I'm so excited for this. Come back after the break for that matchup. Welcome back, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Here, it's time for our winners bracket final. It's come down to these two teams, Rocker Academy going head-to-head here with Revenge Tour. And honestly, Andy, you could argue that these two teams, it has been the best two teams so far this season.
Unarguably. I mean, when it comes down to the overall out of round robin, it is these two teams. I understand Sucre's Bakery definitely came in as the number 2 seed overall, especially when it came down to series win-loss record, but look, Revenge Tour, with the amount of veracity that they've been playing, ever since picking up Denza Infinity, you're going to agree with me, they have been looking a little diffy on the map.
Yeah, they have indeed. And, you know, I think it is incredible how everything has kind of fallen into place for this Revenge Tour roster. You've got to remember that Denza only joined the team down to the fact that this team, but Denza got dropped by Moneyform, right? And that's the thing that I think for Moneyform, whether or not they regret it, I don't think that roster will at the end of the day. I don't think that's the kind of players that they are. They'll just move forward with their chins up and prove going into stage number 2. I think it most certainly did help both Denza and Revenge Tour out, because now Denza has impressed. He's, to me at least, you know, I think you can maybe make an argument for Watson, but to me at least, he is probably the best player on this team. He has shined in the past couple of weeks. And now, of course, he has an opportunity to get a Stage 1 championship under his belt. But to do it, Andy, they've got to go through the Rocker Academy.
Yeah, in this Rocker Academy roster, again, formerly Young Galactics gets picked up by the Minnesota Rocker as their Academy team, heading in towards Stage 1 playoffs here for European Challengers. I mean, unarguably, the best team that we have right now. Say what you will about the overall head-to-head versus these two teams. They are 1-1 as far as series score is concerned. But walking away from that reverse sweep that we saw in the round-robin play between the two, Brody, this was where it truly did start. At least for me, I always started to believe. I'm a big fan of the roster as it may be, but they are just playing such good Call of Duty off of one another. It's almost what you would expect when you're looking at the likes of Journey, Lucky, and Metals, the way that they do bounce off of each other. But when Real gets added into the mix, this team is deadly.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, we did already reference the fact that both of these two teams, they faced off against each other twice before. The first time was going to be a victory to Revenge Tour. That is when they took cup number 4 away from Rocker Academy, effectively ruining what could have been a perfect sweep between the first 5 Challengers Cups of the season. The second was during the round robin. You already referenced that reverse sweep. We're jumping straight into the swing of things here. We are going to give a quick shout out to Waldo and Patrick, our observers, as they are going to be the ones behind this matchup and all of our beautiful observing that we're going to be seeing. But straight on board Revenge Tour we go to kick things off, and well, it's going to be Mythic's inside, the new boy on the block here for this season. Unfortunately, will end up falling, but good news for him, the rest of his team are there to pick up the slack.
I talked about this when you and I were actually covering this matchup last time around. I mean, how cool is it just to look at Mythics on one side and Real on the other? It's just so awesome to be able to see these new individuals making a namesake for themselves when it comes down to Call of Duty Challengers as a whole. What a fantastic start for Revenge Tour, should I say. Fantastic start out of Watson and Denza, combining for a 7-3 KD to start things off for the side of Revenge Tour. They're able to get themselves in for the scrap time. Looking like Journey wants to battle for this, while the rest of the team is trying to lock down the rotation over towards New.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, to be fair, as you say? That rotation has already been locked down here by Rocker Academy. Now it's a kind of matter of holding it down. Both Keza and Watson trying to find their way through. Denza will end up falling, sorry, and now it's actually going to be Watson coming in through that backline. Real on the steps. He expects a player to pop up the other side, and unfortunately that is not the case whatsoever. Journey now needs to fight for this all on his lonesome, and he has done exactly that, to be fair. Takes down Watson around the backline. Now it is Denza left to deal with, and as far as Journey is concerned, as long as he's making sure these players aren't in the hill, he's happy.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a really smart play from Journey. Instead of getting wildly and aggressive, trying to just bully their way back in towards a hard point, they actually waited for all the reinforcements to come away from the backside of the warehouse as Journey hits towards the B lane. It's the reason why you gotta always talk about Journey now on a 4 spree, is able to influence themselves across the docks, looking for even more. There's a pixel to speak of for Watson. We'll find kill number 5. We'll get the glide bomb, while the rest of the team of Rocker Academy soak up the scrap time and start to influence the rotation.
And they do. Now Journey looking for some more kills. He's gonna find that strafing run. Journey, this is a problem. You don't want to let him go off. He has been an explosive player. Doesn't matter whether he's playing Black Ops Cold War or Vanguard. He has been just an incredible player for this team and will continue as well. That's 7 in a row for this man. Revenge Tour not even getting past the starting line as far as getting control of this hill is concerned. Denza will finally break the chain of Rocker Academy kills in quick succession, but it will only be 1 kill before Rocker Academy are right back at it once again. 35 seconds left in this hard point, and there's still a ton of time here for Rocker Academy to get, but Revenge Tour, I mean, every time we see them get a bit of resistance, it's always Rocker Academy firing right back.
And they're going to have those close spawns as well. Journey Spree will finally be put towards a rest, but you can continuously play the trade game, and even if you do get contested for those past 15 seconds, well, you're quite content with that for Rocker Academy, because now you can influence your way through the concourse, through the upper courtyard. That's exactly what does happen, as Real will take down Keza, and Journey is back to doing Journey things across the B lane. Denza needs to win this gunfight, has some help from the backside of the train car. You do not want to allow Journey to get inside the back and influence those warehouse spawns. Well, at least deal with it for the time being, as Revenge Shore set themselves up for 4.
Denza, he's kind of picking the choice here of what he wants to do. Does he want to try and take down Lucky, or does he want to try and take down Journey? Well, he chooses the former and does end up falling off the back of it, but nonetheless, it is Revenge Tour in this hardpoint time for now. Can Lucky do anything about it? Able to take down Watson up from that signaling room. Looking for some more, as Metals will take down another one. And if anything, Lucky's just his whole presence over here is a problem for Revenge Tour. They are going to continue to look for him. And Lucky, well, he doesn't give a damn. He's going to find all of these gunfights. He doesn't single-handedly get the hardpoint control, but most certainly a big hand in it.
Lucky looking at Journey was like, hey, that was pretty cool what you did over there by the docks, influence 3. Allow me to do it on the backside of the warehouse, as Rocker Academy will break in for the scrap time. And that's more of a nuisance than it is for anything for Revenge Tour. Now, keep in mind, you off of that to open things up. You heard it just kind of whistling in the background. That Journey did open things up with the glide bomb. That allowed the rest of the players for Rocker Academy to encroach on forward. Now we set ourselves up for the very mixy hardpoint that is 5. Denza clean shots coming through from their MP40. We'll find kill number 13 for them. And it's going to set themselves up in the middle of the map. But again, you always have to worry about the flank. If it's not Journey, it's going to be Real to take down Mythics in the back. But by way of dealing with Real, they couldn't get a place to be able to deal with Denza up in top 3rd, where they're able to get a glide bomb of their own.
Are we really surprised that the play going off at the moment is
No.
Denza? He's looking for kill number 6. There it is. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Denza's going to find it, and that's a strafing run and a glide bomb here for Denza. And yeah, we're just not surprised at this point. If anybody's going to go off, it's probably going to be Denza. He is out for blood. Doesn't even matter that the team he wanted that blood of is already out of the competition. He wants to prove that he is worthy of a championship here in Challengers Elite. And, well, the rest of the squad, I think, also looking for that kind of same consistency. Watson now on a 4 spree of his own. Denza will fall 7, but he doesn't mind. He's already got those streaks in hand. And Revenge Tour, and they got a ton of time off the back of that hardpoint, more than we usually see.
Yeah, they did. And what was the reasoning is because Denza was just finessing their life for so long up inside top 3rd. You just simply cannot allow a player to set up shop inside of a broken top 3rd mailroom. As now we shift our focus back over towards P1 for the second set of rotation. Rocker Academy bouncing off of this 30-point lead and climbing up. Now they're reading that all of Revenge Tour are in towards the back. And Mythics and Watson deal with the potential flank that could end up coming through inside of Fire quite wonderfully. Now Lucky is behind the play as a whole, as all of Revenge Tour will finally bully their way through the upper courtyard side to battle for the last 30 seconds here on 1.
Indeed they do. Rocker Academy, you know, they don't really want to give up this time, but even if they have to, it's not the worst thing in the world. They do technically have control of the rotation for now, and as I say, you see the fight coming through now for Real, who was able to pick up 1 kill, looking for some more pressure as Journey inside as well. Keza still wants to go for this time. He wants it, and he will get it as well. That kill against Journey will be huge, but again, as we were saying, for Rocker Academy, it was more of a, well, if we can get the scrap time, we'll be more than happy to take it, because we do have the rotation in hand. So Lucky on this power position, watching up towards that street. Fortunately for him, that's not where the pressure is going to be coming from, though. Of course, Revenge Tour swinging over from that scrap time. We'll be looking for control of the hardpoint from this side. Watson already in, trying to cause some problems. He won't be able to, though.
Getting twisted inside the mailroom is Real, at least for the initial time. Does have some reinforcements, but as soon as Mythics is going to try to hit a little bit of a route, as a clean purple-looking feed there coming through for Rocker Academy, able to get themselves 4 in a row. That's going to force Revenge Tour to play off their back foot. Real is still on the streak, by the way, is able to find kill number 5. Another glide bomb has been accrued for one of these 8 players inside the lobby. Lucky was on 4. They will be cut down by Watson. And by way of all of the scrap time being looked at for Revenge Tour, they're going to concede it, because what really snowballed the first set of rotations out of control in favor for Rocker Academy was the simple fact that Journey was able to put themselves on the docks to then get themselves those favorite spawns. Revenge Tour setting themselves up to not allow that to happen.
Yeah, that was a huge hardpoint, by the way, overall. I think Rocker Academy got it every single second. Now they have a huge lead here in this game. Revenge Tour, they want to make sure they hold control of this hardpoint, and they're going to utilize one of their streaks to get it done. Denza, of course, this glide bomb will come down. It will deal with one over towards the dock side, but that pressure now starting to come through the front. Can he deal with the pressure with his MP40? The answer is no. It's Rocker Academy. They've got every single kill in their favor, and now going to start to really force the issue. Revenge Tour will continue to spawn in this back line. Rocker Academy, can they deal with the pressure? At least the answer immediate seems to be no. They get that wave of kills in, and what a sigh of relief that is for any Revenge Tour fans out there as they get control.
Yeah, still have those back dock spawns as well, right? So you're going to be able to reinforce this going forward. I think when you're looking at this about a whole hardpoint advantage that Rocker Academy do hold over Revenge Tour's head, is you basically just want to make them feel claustrophobic, make them feel trapped inside the lobby with these back dock spawns. But as the gunfight will finally go in the way for Revenge Tour, we shift our focus over towards 4. This is where you can really utilize those strafing runs. Not a whole lot of cover to speak of. And it could honestly open up the floodgates for Revenge Tour to be able to work their way forward if Denza gets in a position to even utilize it. Journey's going to cut them down on the rotation as well, and Real will deal with Mythic. So no flank play to come all the way through as Rocker when a multitude of gunfights on all different fronts.
This is the problem. This hardpoint is very easy to hold, and Denza will finally find at least an angle to get that strafing run down on the hardpoint. Metals is just going to run away. He doesn't really care too much because the rest of his squad are going to regenerate close by, and they'll be able to jump on the hardpoint again before you can say, well, where's the strafing run? Is Rocker Academy in for this time? Revenge Tour can't really afford to give this one up. Metals continuing on a spree of his own. Looking for number 3, will find it. Rocker Academy here really pressuring Revenge Tour. Is now lucky he was sat up in that signaling room for the longest time, has earned a glide bomb of his own, and this is not a great position I think for Revenge Tour to be in, because all of this effort they put in, it's just resulted in Rocker Academy getting stronger. Yeah,
even more streaks right now. Lucky fully streaked out of their mind. That one kill onto Metals over towards the hardpoint, and that final one on the Lucky will guarantee the next rotation over towards 5, which this is where Denza did go on that massive, what was it, about a 7 if not an 8 spree to be able to get all of their streaks as well. And they're looking to have a similar setup as well. You got players inside the concourse, you also have players trying to climb up inside top 3rd. Lucky's fully aware that that's where Denza's going to be trying to isolate themselves at, but so long as Revenge Tour can win these one-on-one gunfights and keep Rocker Academy at bay, they might be able to set themselves up going in towards another rotation.
Well, nicely done by the Nuka on the block. Mythics will pick up 3. That's 3 huge gunfights, but you got to remember Rocker Academy 13 points shy of victory here. Watson needs to go huge. He's only able to get 1 kill now. Rocker Academy, they're on the better side of the map. They can really give this one more hit before leaving it and making their way over towards the rotation. And I think they're actually just going to do the former here. They want to hit this. Keza inside. What can he do? He's only able to get 1 before falling. Now it's going to be on Denza. The man, the myth, the legend can only pick up 1 kill here before falling out of the play. Revenge Tour, can you find your way on through? Just 1 player to do anything about this. It's Watson in from behind. He can't touch the point, and Rocker Academy walk away with map number 1.
Just so many crucial spree after spree. I mean, that out of everything that we've casted so far when it comes down to European challengers, especially on this map mode combo, Brody, I don't think that I've actually ever witnessed so many different streaks come through. I mean, you can see just how many were accrued. 3 in total there for Rocker Academy. Denza's 8th spree there on 5. Of all hardpoints was their most influential hardpoint, -3 in the second set of rotations. But the one thing will forever still remain is that when Rocker Academy got themselves favorite spawns, when they got themselves inside the hardpoints, it happened there at 2. It happened after Journey went on a mammoth spree on the backside of 3. When they're entrenched inside those hardpoints, they guaranteed themselves not just the initial 20, they were in there for a solid 40, if not 45. That, albeit minor heroics there at the end of 4 in the final set of rotations, if you did not deal with Metals right there, we would have not even seen 5 come around in the second set of hardpoints, because the setup was so definitive from Rocker Academy. That's what makes them so dangerous as a hardpoint team, and why we have always highly regarded them as one of the best, if not the best, hardpoint team here in Europe.
Yeah, indeed. And that does answer the question as well, by the way, because coming into that match, Revenge Tour, technically speaking, had a better map mode record overall in Hardpoint. They'd only lost 1 map, and surprise, surprise, the map they lost was to Rocker Academy in that first face-off in the round robin stage. But taking a look at our replay package here for this series, I think, you know, for all Revenge Tour, they did come out swinging, by the way, right? It was a great start on this P1. But at Rocker Academy, they just started to slip away. I think the point to me where everything really started to get away from Revenge Tour was legitimately following what was a great P5 hold, by the way, which we never see. Rocker Academy came out and followed up with a full 60 on P2 on that second set. So looking pretty good, but I really do think we can come down to Rocker Academy just outslayed Revenge Tour there in that hardpoint.
Oh, totally. And even off of all of these different slays that we keep talking about, very influential kill feeds coming through. Here's Real's spree, where they ended up getting themselves a glide bomb as well. Just really crazy gunfights, hitting Mixie inside of Mail. This kill right here on the Metals, if you didn't end up finding this, they would have been able to close it out here on 4 itself. But even still, I think that what you're mostly looking at is it was just more clinical hardpoint coming through for Rocker Academy. They were finding the better timings, Brody. They were finding themselves ample opportunities to be able to find value on the flanks, and it's not for a lack of trying. Look, we know that Keza and Mythics can also fulfill that role when they're trying to find routes and avenues in towards the back, but when they found themselves in those isolated gunfights, when they were trying to win 1v1s versus Real, Journey, or even Metals, hell, even Lucky was in the mix as well at 26 and 16, they just were not able to find it, thus always having to, almost in a linear-esque fashion, try to break from the front of every single hardpoint.
Just incredible play. I think overall, we can look at the stat lines at the end of that game. Rocker Academy, you've got Journey and Real. 30 kills apiece. How about that for an SMG duo on that Rocker squad? Lucky not far behind at 26 and 16. And Metal's the only player negative, but only by a hair or two. Just incredible play, I think, overall from Rocker Academy. Revenge Tour, look, they're going to have to put that map to the back of their minds. Look, they know they can win maps against these guys, but I think the crucial difference is the last time that we did see Revenge Tour go head-to-head versus Rocker Academy, the map number 1 victory was theirs, and they got reverse swept at the end of the day. So, not the best start. I don't think the start they most certainly wanted, but as we move over towards our map set here, we look at Berlin, Search, and Destroy. This was another one of those maps that was played in the last time these two teams faced off there. It was a 6-4 to the Rocker.
Maps 1 and 2 this time around were maps 4 and 5 when these two teams faced in the round-robin play, Brody, of which, much to our points of what we're bringing up, was the reverse sweep in favor of Rocker Academy. Now they are 2-0 up as far as Season 1 Elite is concerned versus this Revenge Tour roster on Berlin Hardpoint, potentially looking to do it again on the Berlin Search and Destroy. They got pushed to the brink, keep in mind you, when they ended up facing up against the Originals early on. It went to a round 11 where Lucky really got put against a wall where they could not find value with the Car 98K comparatively to where they were in previous. Though, when you go towards this map mode combo, when you're looking at it from Revenge Tour's perspective, Search and Destroy needs to be their namesake. We know what Denza can do. We know what Watson can also complement. And the overall pickup for Denza on this Revenge Tour roster has only made their Search and Destroy so much more deadly. They're 7-3 overall going in towards this Berlin Search and Destroy versus Rocker Academy. They really need to influence themselves ahead of this control.
And how close. Rocker Academy, though, 8-3. Just say, this is this is tough, I think, for Revenge Tour coming into this one. Can they end up even in the odds, though? That's the question. And right out the gate here, we're seeing something a bit unusual. Revenge Tour starting off by getting the bomb down onto B, and nobody from Rocker Academy has made their way up. The only real opposition that Rocker Academy have put together here is the fact that Real has found himself in a bit of an unusual position himself. Might be able to take the players down, but runs right out into the open, spends a little bit too long thinking about the play. Now leaves just Metals and Lucky left up in a 2 versus 4. Only the former left up, and that's a clean start from Revenge Tour.
Yeah, it was a clean and aggressive push over towards the B zone again, or the B side, excuse me. It's one of those things that, you know, when you're playing against the timing and all of the odds that you have for a defensive player to be able to cut you down, you have that one player up top fire, potential for Lucky to be on that B lane with the Car 98K. Don't believe that they brought it out this time around. If they did, certainly did not find any value with it at all, as Rocker Academy did not find a single elimination. Needs to be looked at in the upcoming rounds. But as far as an offense is concerned, we know Revenge Tour love to play very reserved, all off the information. Here comes that 2-2 split that we've seen time and time again.
Indeed it will. Sniper rifle in the hands of Denza. Make no mistake, Lucky will have it for Rocker Academy. But we'll just be watching the cross at the moment. So if Denza does get overzealous towards that mid area, Lucky should have his head. Believe me, we've seen Lucky with the sniper rifle time and time again. It's not something that you want to take on. For now, though, for Rocker Academy, slow as you like. Got to try and find an advantage somewhere, and I think Real might have just found it. They're not watching the back here. If Real can come through, take down Keza out of the play, it would be huge. They have no idea. The longer Real takes to do this, though, the longer they might think, hey, somebody might be on the flank.
Just be. All this time being exhausted, though, is going to make the play more... Well, I honestly thought that Denza was going to get the turnaround onto Real, but definitely taking the MP40 towards the rat fight. Will end up going in the favor of the MP40. 28 seconds remaining. Numbers advantage for Rocker Academy. They need to lay down this bomb, and Mythics will try to stuff this push a little bit more, but Journey's going to be able to get the trade. We'll extend that clock to 45 seconds as they plan it.
Well, Rocker, they found their lane, didn't they? In this Search and Destroy, Lucky takes down Keza, now just going to be Watson left up in a 1 versus 3. Would be nice if he could get it done, but there's not really a lot of time. I think at this point you're just trying to look to do damage. He is zoning for these players, and he has just been caught out by Lucky here. His shots going into the air. They're not going to bend, buddy. As that kill will go Lucky's way.
I could have sworn that statue also had an automaton there, too. I would have shot it, for sure. Tough gunfights. I mean, that was also just real clinical when it comes down to what you just witnessed from Real. Again, when we talk about mid-map coverage, it can mean a multitude of things for an offensive team. That time around for Rocker Academy, getting what little information that they possibly found off of Revenge Tour's setup was that there was nobody inside top fire to immediately try to stuff Real from cutting mid-map and getting in the backside. All was going to be for naught if Denza was going to be able to shut down that flank play. But once you essentially flip out the map, it's going to be really tough to be able to retake it. Smoke play out. Going to end up covering out that B side. Could end up being a little bit of a fake play, but 3 players still over here defensively as Real will at least see 1, if not 2 players try to work their way towards the safe lane.
If it's going to weather a couple of nades, it will survive. It's a bomb down for Rocker Academy. They haven't got anything off the back of that initial push in. Fix just going to wait round this door for somebody to push him. That might not happen, by the way, as Real ends up pushing towards the front of this bomb site. There's not really a lot of time left for this to go, and Real, I mean, he's been denied every single fight. Knows where these players are at the very least. Watson has been called out. Lucky will go to deal with him. Real trying to get the jump shot onto Keza, and there you go. Metals will now deal with him. It is just Denza left up in a 1 versus 3. They know where he is. Can he stop the defuse, though? He slides around the corner. Metals with the body cover. Plays a meat shield roll. And, well, that almost certainly helped get the defuse. What a retake from Rocker Academy.
That was just beautiful. Chef's kiss. Coming through, just making sure that they cleared every single corner inside of the concourse in train office. And again, fully realizing that the last player was going to potentially come from behind. They were right. But even still, I think what we're fully realizing from Rocker, especially coming through from that opening offense of Revenge Tour, where they very aggressively work their way towards the B site, is that Rocker Academy are wise enough to understand, and they are quite definitive as far as an execute is concerned, both in retakes and offensive pushes. For another offense, they are putting a lot of numbers in favor for this mailroom. The biggest player to watch out for is that Metals is inside of that boathouse, so we'll have a very cheeky angle to watch that very long B lane.
Oh, nice kill from Denza to take down Journey. Spots him out, doesn't give him an opportunity to get away, and crucially, of course, hasn't been traded out himself here, despite the fact that Rail does have control of top third. Denza, well, his automaton is just a little bit better. And now, for Revenge Tour, they most certainly do have control of this round. Lucky and Metals need to find an advantage somewhere. They do have the bomb. Need to be careful, though, as Mythix is sat inside. There you go. Mythix to take down Lucky. Metals hit. Good luck, have fun. 1v4, and he is going to get that first kill, but with 40 seconds left here, not really a lot of time to get the defuse. Okay, you shouldn't be allowed to get that second kill there against Keza. That shouldn't happen, but it's okay. They end up winning the round anyway.
Yeah, Keza just bunny hopping, just saying like, oh, I'm coming for you, buddy. And Watson at least there for the trade. Almost have to assume that if he had more HP, would have potentially had the whereabouts to maybe get away, but it's all speculation. That's a little retake coming through there for Revenge Tour. Not even a retake, really. They just denied Rocker Academy so much space to be able to get their way towards the docks, to be able to get inside that B hut. Most importantly, Journey trying to play that instigator role. Came up absolutely flat. It's Revenge Tour's offensive turn, and they're all 4 players stacking over towards his offense. And you can see that what that means for Real. Gets a lot of information, gets the hell out of Dodge.
Lucky has drawn first blood against Watson, so they will be down a man in this push. The bomb doesn't even go down there. It was a sliver away, but Denza falls anyway. Now that's going to make the situation impossibly tough for Keza and Mythix. They have to get the bomb down. The information will be given away to Rocker Academy, and as soon as they go for it, you're facing down against both Metals and Real. Now, Mythix does have the crossfire, so he could be able to get Metals here, and he does, but it is a little bit too late. Flies out to pick up Real. It's not to be. Rocker Academy, the defense is too strong, and the numbers in their favor.
Like, it's that A defense. You can do it as a solo player. You can get some immediate help to come back all the way through, but what immediately would have been the turnaround, even if the bomb did go down, is that Lucky had a flank opportunity as, again, they pushed very aggressively up through that B lane, did find that one lurking player for Revenge Tour in the middle of the map, could have opened up the floodgates for a flank play. It wasn't even necessary, though. Real was the player of the round, especially whether it was a sound cue or not, being able to have those doors open, to be able to have a sight line on towards the bomb plant, and being able to lob a nade in there just to stop it all was so influential. Real now being the instigator up inside top office is going to be Keza, who does put themselves in that very close corner, just in case any player from Rocker Academy tries to get aggressive through the middle.
Yeah, it is actually a good position, I think. A good adaptation coming through from Revenge Tour to make sure that nobody from Rocker is able to implement a flank. Nonetheless, though, Rocker haven't really found anything so far in this round. Nicely done from Keza, and that's a good read, I think. We were talking about it. Keza positioning ends up getting the kill versus Metals. Now what was a 2 versus 4. Real getting that kill on the Watson has made it a little bit more even, but Keza has just got some nice timing on a journey as he flies through. It is just Real left up here. 1 versus 4. He's looking for an ace here in this round.
Going to be required. Keza knows where they're located at as well. Just concedes the space. Knowing that it's Real that has to make the play. The bomb patty caked right on top of the bomb. What movement from Real. I don't even know if anybody from Revenge Tour ended up seeing him, but he's on a 3. Would have loved to be able to keep their life, but the problem in a 1v3 in the 1v odd any situation, right? That flank is more than exposed on Berlin, and it's going to get exploited by Mythics. And again, I cannot speak highly enough. Keza's discipline to not hit through that front door of Train, to then almost potentially try to blow up the play from the concourse, instead just held the space and just waited for players to surface themselves from top mail, and then being able to work their way up through the upper courtyard stairs was the end-all be-all for that round, as Keza will find 2 to walk away with, as we have another aggressive push coming through from Revenge Tour to try to take this A site once more.
Indeed. And once again, for Revenge Tour, like poetry, Keza will end up falling here in this round. The first blood does go the way of Rocker Academy, and just like their prior offensive attempt today, things are going to be even tougher now. And I actually really like this adaptation. Last time around, they kind of brute forced it and ended up falling. This time around, they're moving their way over towards B, and it's a fast rotation as well. They haven't quite accounted for the fact that Journey has slipped the net. Journey's still a while away from the play. Anyway, nicely done for Idenza to get that first kill onto Lucky. Now looking to get this bomb down, but again, you have to imagine Journey's the problem here.
Journey will, in fact, be the problem, and you think that Watson is actually able to fully read this, but they completely elude each other. Watson not being able to find Journey, and Journey finally getting the better of him. Will now be the flank exposed. No clutch positioning so far. They know that Denzo's inside this hut. As Journey gets stunned up, Denzo's going to clean him up.
Oh, Denzo! If he gets that kill onto Real, it's huge. Now Mythics 1 versus 2. The new kid on the block. Can he get this done? Hasn't actually been spotted out here. Gets the first blood. Now looking for the second. He checks the bomb, and oh, it's unfortunate. He reads that someone's going to be on that bomb, and it just isn't the truth.
That's what's so frustrating, right? It really comes down to Journey being able to take down Watson, who's going to put themselves on that back fence line, Brody, if not inside top warehouse. We know how influential that one position can be to be able to deny any sort of plant or defuse, to come through for Rocker Academy. But with Journey, again, not afraid to get their hands dirty. The moment that they got the immediate information that players were inside of mail, that they were bull rushing their way over towards B, they all end up just completely taking the space back away, especially from Journey, getting themselves in the back of the warehouse, never allowing a player, an AR, to get themselves in that contest spot. Getting themselves nice and limbered up before this round. It's going to be a very aggressive hit. This time around for Rocker Academy, they're going to meet a lot of resistance, so a lot of utility being thrown from both teams inside of this Train office.
Yeah, that utility, of course, will indicate the fact that Revenge Tour are very far pushed up. Rocker Academy, well aware of the fact, I think, just being cautious here. They don't want to give anything away. Keza, I think, might be able to pounce onto Real. Real going to come out through the window. Lucky draws that first blood. That was a sniper to Mythics, who was well far away here in this play. Keza is now finally going to execute onto this play, but it's too little too late. None of those shots going to connect just yet. He needs to get this kill. Has stunned up Journey towards the back line as Real going to take him down. And now 4 versus 2. This has fallen apart for Revenge Tour.
It's absolutely fallen apart, especially for Keza. I mean, how frustrating is that? I mean, you knew that there was at least one player down there, and then Journey just tries to finesse it along with his teammate. Lucky's going to throw a little bit of a warning shot, but Watson does even up the odds ever so slightly. This rotation's starting to come through for Rocker Academy. They need to plant down this bomb. Even in a 2v3, you cannot allow yourself to play even for the kills itself. But be careful. Denza slipped the net to get into the back.
Denza looking for the shots. We'll find the first ones here against Journey. But at the end of the day, they're nothing more than warning shots. Watson has to do something. We'll actually get that first kill against Lucky. Of course, the big problem is that Real is very far away. Journey, he's just waiting at the moment. He's playing this so patiently. Watson just going to jump on top of him and stick his feet up. And Real wins that first gunfight now, 1v1. Denza versus Journey. SMG versus SMG. Who is better? It's going to be Denza! Wins the fight, has time for the defuse.
And that's just so I mean, it was almost a clown fiesta that I'm having come through there. I mean, if you're... That was weird. Saying he's walking on water. Wait, Denza's a magician. Anyway, I think what's even scarier is that Journey gave themselves a really good look at it to be able to clutch up this round. They were on their belly outside of that dock window and actually had an opportunity, but the timing was not on their favor. Well, it was. They just ended up actually seeing the angle come through as they got hurdled over top of by Watson. Trades ended up coming through, and then once you end up putting yourself inside that corner, there was just no way that Journey was going to be able to find the timing to be able to get the heck out of dodge, to be able to play against the timing of the clock itself. Just had to be able to win the upfront gunfight, all tied up, going in towards round number 9. Middle map coverage, going to be the immediate go-to for Revenge Tour, as they're trying to find information, but again, it's Metals up on top fire that will find first blood again defensively on Akeza.
It feels like history is repeating itself time and time again, every single time. It is Rocker Academy drawing first blood here on the defense. At the very least, Revenge Tour going to get this bomb down now, and look at Watson. He is going to cause so many problems here. He just needs to find somebody. He needs to catch somebody off guard, and also a bit of trigger discipline would be nice. Gets that first blood, gets away unscathed. Elsewhere, Mythix is going to take down Royale, and look at this. It's all fallen apart for Rocker Academy. Revenge Tour, how about that for an execution of a play?
Gotta watch your flanks. You have to keep mid-map in your consideration if you're Rocker Academy, even when you are allowing that plant to come through. If you're conceding the space over towards A, you'd have to assume you don't have, obviously, the opportunity to be able to count names, look at the nameplates, and just be like, well, we haven't seen this player. It will be exploited by either of these two teams. If it's not going to be Watson, it could be Keza, it could be Denza, hell, it could even be Mythix, and it's been replicated time and time again by Rocker Academy on a lot of these different rounds. Must-needed round here for Rocker Academy if they want to close out the search and destroy, if not force out a round 11. That is good information. If you are lucky, will be conveyed over to Metals, who will find first blood yet again.
More as well as Lucky throws that stun out. Things have been traded. Mythix has taken out Metals from the play. Yet still, Rocker haven't got this bomb down just yet. Keza's getting aggressive, and he has done so completely unnoticed. So how much damage can Keza do here? Mythix has fallen in the mid-map, so I think even more so now. Keza has to be the playmaker here in this situation. They're out. Throw that nade out. He's looking for something. Does he check this corner? That's going to be the question. I don't think he's going to. He's going to come through the window, and he actually does check it. Keza wins the fight. Now, how much more damage can Keza do? He can't. Doesn't get away. Watson now 1 versus 2, make it a 1v1, and he gets away! Watson is going to escape!
Resurface himself, but he doesn't see Journey. Journey's planting the bomb on towards A. Watson's going to try to resurface himself on the backside of the staircase. Journey has to play this perfectly. He goes back to the same corner that Kez was at. And Watson doesn't check it. Journey. Oh, boy, I tell you. I think that my heart actually just stopped beating there. I don't even know if there was a breath of oxygen at all. Watson finding that first kill and getting away with their life, I thought, honestly, was just going to hold the angle through the upper concourse to watch Journey try to leave if the bomb plant came all the way through. Of course, there was no stun check that could possibly have come through to at least get the confirmation that Journey was, in fact, over there. You have to go at least check on the backside of the flank, maybe even try to play for the retake over towards B if Journey was going to find the godlike time to be able to rotate back over towards B. Round 11, Brody. It seems that Rocker Academy are playing around with an idea that they wanted to go over towards Mail. The Journey with the bomb actually completely falls back. This is a round 1 offense that we saw from Rocker Academy trying to bully their way into A.
Keza has been stunned up. This should be a kill coming through from Rocker Academy, and it will be. Not before Keza puts some bullets into Journey, but there isn't anybody on Revenge Tour to act on it. So Rocker Academy, they have the advantage in terms of numbers. We need to see something explosive coming out from these Revenge Tour players to stop the bomb from going down. Watson is very far pushed up. They don't know where he is. Bomb. Going to be planted, though. There it is. Now, Watson, look at this. Execution coming out from Watson straight away. The aggression, they don't know about it. Watson gets 2 kills here. Hugely done. Looking for number 3. Thinks that he's a little bit further out. Is not. So now a 1v1. Mythix versus Lucky. Mythix going to fall, and Lucky clutches up.
2 rounds on the bounce there at the end. Lucky. Ice deep in his veins. Look, there's a reason why we continuously talk about Lucky when it comes down to what they bring to the table for this team of Rocker Academy is statistically just been playing out of their minds when it comes to search and destroy as a whole. Their first blood percentage aside, their overall KD well around 1.86. Walking into this matchup, Brody. Insanity. You can never count Lucky out. As a main AR, by the way, to be able to do the same things of what we just saw from Watson, the Augusto, the speed, the violence, the momentum, other words coming through for Watson to be able to find the timing after the bomb did get planted, to find those two players over by the staircase just inside the concourse. I honestly thought that was about to be the round, that if he ended up at least having the whereabouts to be able to see that last player over inside the staircase, would have potentially been able to close out the round single-handedly. But forcing out the 1v1 like that, we know that Lucky will always resurface themselves. Had to check the bomb. Last player alive for Revenge Shore. Had no choice but to try to push it through and try to put themselves in a position to be able to try to maybe at least find that trade. But, man, you got to be frustrated if you are Revenge Shore hopping into a search and destroy. Again, it's really tough when you're kind of looking at the tail of the tape, right? I mean, for Revenge Shore was 7-3 in search and destroy going in towards this. Rocker Academy were 8-3. The Berlin search and destroy last time that these two teams played did go in Rocker's favor, and it was the final map in the reverse sweep. It was a lot closer this time around for Revenge Shore, but Rocker Academy heading in towards the control had that 2-0 lead.
I can't quite believe it. And honestly, for me, it came down to what was basically the last 3 to 4 round. I mean, that round we just saw, it was a clutch coming through from Revenge Shore, 2 versus 3. Denter coming out on top. Then the round that followed that, we had a crazy flank from Watson. Then round number 10, we had that 1v1 where Journey decided to use the same corner that Keza did only moments prior. And then the round 11. Oh, my goodness me. What a series we have on our hands thus far. Rocker Academy, they looked much stronger in the hardpoint, but the Search and Destroy, Revenge Shore brought their A game, and, well, Rocker, they brought their S+ game as we take a look over towards the scoreboard. At the end, Metals will be the highest performing player on the Rocker Academy roster at 10-9. But before we talk about Rocker, I got to talk about Revenge Shore. That's a feels bad man moment for Adenza and for Mythics. 11-6 for Adenza, man. He played his heart out.
He really did, yeah. I mean, even Watson did at the same point in time. They all did such a great job of just reading the adaptations and tendencies that Rocker Academy were throwing at them. It all really started with Keza putting themselves in that lurking position towards the middle of the map, just outside of the courtyard, being able to find those 2 kills at least in the round, but the consistency factor just simply was not there for Keza as far as retakes, or as far as influential gunfights. I mean, I want to say maybe 4 out of their 9 deaths, probably more than that, was cut down from Metals, being first-blooded by Metals towards the middle of the map, whether it was defensively with Metals up on side top fire, or he was up in top third, middle of the map, inside a mill. Regardless of the matter, Keza was getting first-blooded way too much. There comes a certain point in time where the definition of insanity is almost a stark look of what Keza was trying to do there as far as an opening rip. Just trying to, quite frankly, aggressively take the middle of the map away from this Rocker Academy roster. We know that they play that very slow and yet reactionary, methodical search and destroy, and trying to aggressively force your hand in the middle of the map like that will never work out in your favor.
Well, 2-0 up are the Rocker Academy. Let's take a look at how this affects our map set going forward as well, because we got Control coming up. And Annie, a bit of a weird one, I think, for both of these two teams, despite both of them being stronger on Tuscan. We're going to Gavutu.
I love this. I mean, you and I talked about this even when we went back and we were talking about Rocker Academy versus the originals, that if Tuscan Control would be the obvious choice, right? I mean, Tuscan Control, to be honest, was where the reverse sweep did start for Rocker Academy versus Revenge Shore in that round-robin matchup. But the Gavutu Control pick out from Rocker Academy, I think, still has a lot of question marks. It was close versus the originals. A lot closer than what it was in that first matchup that they had in round robin versus Buddy Form where they lost 1-3. It obviously must be rehearsed. It has to be well practiced, as this is the 3rd time that we're actually seeing Rocker Academy play on this map mode combo all season 1 long. And if you're on the side of Revenge Shore, you're going to be feeling pretty darn nervous. 5-3 overall for Control is their weakest map mode combo to speak of here in season 1 of the Elite for Europe. They have not played a single Gavutu Control.
Yeah, well, there's the kicker, I think. You know, looking at Revenge Tour, we haven't seen them on Gavutu Control. Look, that might be a good thing, because honestly, we don't know what Revenge Tour are capable of on this map. Hey, they might well be practicing this, and they might well have held it back for playoffs. Who knows? We're going to get into the map, though, right away. It's going to be Rocker Academy winning the first wave of gunfights. Watson trying to play his life. He will be unable to do so. So Revenge Tour sent back towards the respawn point, but it won't be long before they're right back into the mixer.
Going in towards Control, again, your biggest adversary, you have to be looking at Journey. Has a 1.17 KD. 70% of their kills are non-traded. The thing that Journey brings to the table is that they are flexible beyond belief. Can do it with the MP40, can also do it with the Automaton, which needs to be the immediate focus. Metals will end up seeing Mythics try to get a little bit too close towards the customs building. Now, all players defensively for Rocker are here, but it's Metals up the gut, who is up on 7 kills in a row, has not died, by the way, and they have some help from behind. Watson with a 2-piece will put them to rest, but early streaks in the back pocket for Rocker Academy.
Yeah, that's something you didn't really want, is it, for a Revenge Tour? I mean, those streaks can be so useful later on down the line. And now look at Real. That's a flank for the Sentry. He will be found out, though. Geza looks over and says, hey, buddy, what are you doing? Don't be trying that. That's not very nice, is it? As now A Control starting to fall in favor for Revenge Tour, as are the lives. Really feels like Metal's the only one playing the game at the moment for Rocker Academy. Yes, he has streaks, but look at this aggression coming through for Revenge Tour.
And this is exactly what we started to see when Rocker Academy were facing the originals. They're not afraid to throw lives at a multitude of different instances, but you got to be able to at least go 1-for-1 and find yourself some trades. Another 2-for-1 coming through. In towards the back. Denza is here at a good look to take down Real, but we'll at least get the space going for now. That first tick of progress did come through there on B for Revenge Tour, and they still have a 6-life lead with a minute 20 on the board.
And that 6-life differential will be huge, of course, for any potential round number 5. So Revenge Tour doing a stellar job at the moment of maintaining that. Mythic's going to spot a player out, and that's going to be Real. Isn't even going to end up winning the gunfight. That's a turn on, by the way. Nicely done from the youthful player in Real. And now we're going to see Watson bringing out a streak of his own. Yes, we know Metals has some, but I think this is a really proactive play coming through. That streak will enable now Denza to be on the point, but Metals going to fire back with a streak of his own, and at the very least here for Revenge Tour, they're drawing out those streaks early on.
13v6 though, 2 more respawns remaining for Rocker Academy, now down to their very last one. You have to be able to win every single gunfight you would feel if you are Rocker Academy, and they can't even find the furthest journey up through the staircase of the LSC ship. Now they have to hold all the space for now. That 6-life lead, you have to play flawless, as there's still 30 seconds on the board for Revenge Tour to take the offensive round.
Flawless is what we need from Rocker Academy. Can they get it done? They've played like this in the past, but not quite in this position. Real might well be the playmaker. He's sat here patiently, waiting for Mythics to push him. That's exactly what happens. Unfortunately, there's not really any help from his teammates. Denza will therefore be able to trade that one out. Watson takes down Lucky. It's just down to Journey and Metals here in this round. 2 versus 8. But 10 seconds on the clock. Well, I was going to say we could see something special. Metals could still produce that, but as he falls, Revenge Tour. How about that for an opener? They take the first offensive round.
Yeah, with a hefty life lead to be able to speak of going forward for that round number 5, if it's even required, because now if you're the side of Rocker Academy, you have to win an offensive round, you would feel, just to be able to force out that round number 5, if not being able to take this control outright. But yeah, I mean, in that final moment, in a 2v-odd situation, there was only really one way that Rocker Academy were looking at. They were trying to at least keep that boat clear of any Revenge Tour players. Did not expect Keza to flank through, who's going towards this round on a 3 spree. Potential for them to be able to get themselves some streaks as they go up on top. LSC will be met by the MP40 barrel of Real, but a great start nevertheless defensively coming out from Revenge Tour, being able to find these trades and keep Rocker Academy off the A zone early. Lost Brody to the Shadow Realm again, but even saw as those trades continue to come all the way through, Rocker Academy able to resurface themselves back over towards the boat. They will turn and find themselves some influential gunfights as Metals is going to finally be able to resurface themselves. 13-7 for them, had a great round number 1. They are starting to really put themselves on this A zone, stopping that clock at 50 seconds, a 3-life lead to speak of. That second tick of progress right around the corner.
Beds are now looking to come on through. Looking for 1 kill. Looking for the second as well. Nicely done with the rat. Still one more player to deal with, though. It's going to be Lucky inside. Now, Lucky will survive for now. That's down to Metals picking up that first blood. But the big problem, I think, for Rocker Academy here is the Revenge Tour roster really starting to drive these nails home at the moment. Metals will deal with Watson before he can cause some problems in the spawn. But it's even just his presence here, while the rest of the Rocker Academy roster are continuing to cause problems for Revenge Tour over by the point. Rocker Academy, nicely done for them, as they will now capture Zone A.
And they have a whole set of respawns over the heads of the defensive team for Revenge Tour, so you can really play a methodical game, trying to work your way forward. The biggest discrepancy right now is that you still have Real and Metals up by the AA gun. Kez is trying to mitigate that damage. As Real find the trade, Keza almost actually gave him a good look to be able to turn and burn on Real, but you also have player number 8, that's Journey in the back, being able to influence themselves on the side of the beach will actually pull a lot of players defensively away from Real, and that's going to give them an opportunity to try to work their way forward over towards the B zone. Trades are going to be good if you are Revenge Tour defensively, just again trying to get themselves in a favorable position to keep Rocker Academy at bay.
Nicely done from Journey to get that 1 kill, but the big problem is, of course, the fact that Revenge Tour are right back at him. As you say, keeping them at bay. Nade from Keza will get lucky weak. He's just trying to play behind this post at the moment. The rest of his teammates falling around him with 45 seconds left here, Andy. Revenge Tour doing a really good job of keeping Rocker Academy in their spawn. Denza on top of the LST does get taken down by Lucky. Nice shots from Kim. Now pre-firing for the second kill. Keza will end up falling. There's one more player to deal with, and it's Mythix. How about this for a run for Rocker Academy? They have, what, got a 5 versus 1 in terms of lives. Make that a 6 versus 1. This is incredible. Now, 11 versus 5 overall in terms of lives. Now they're on the point.
Yeah, they're stopping the clock, and that's actually going to force all of Revenge Tour to try to work their way back through the beachfront. But this is a great call. 3 players from Revenge Tour trying to work their way in from the back.
There they go. Keza, he will end up falling, but Mythic's still there. Still a problem. It is now Lucky. Left up. 8 versus 3. Time really not on the side of the Rocker Academy roster. You could still win this if you're Revenge Tour, despite being in a 3 versus 4, not once, but twice. These players for Rocker Academy, you need to go now. Can't really afford to wait any longer. There's the first kill. Metals will end up falling. Now 3 versus 3 we go. Denza are going to hold strong. It is just Real left up, and it's going to be a Revenge Tour victory. 3 versus 8 on the point, but Rocker Academy, they spend a little bit too long thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the biggest difference, isn't it, Brody, in between Revenge Tour once they recognized that they had the numbers advantage. I mean, barring maybe about, like, 5, maybe 8 seconds, the difference once those last few respawns were coming through offensive round comparatively. Revenge Tour just not afraid to fly all the way forward. Rocker Academy just kind of hesitating just a wee bit to be able to really brute force their way through. I mean, worst comes to worst, you end up finding at least a trade, but they only had 2 lives to really speak of. At that point in time, you have to fly. You needed that offensive round because now Revenge Tour 1 round away from closing out this control in a 3-0 sweep and starting maybe the likes of their own reverse sweep.
It would be quite poetic, wouldn't it, if a reverse sweep was to happen here. From this Revenge Tour side, this would be the map they need to start it off. And Denza having a good start here. It's round number 3 overall. What, a glide bomb already in his hand. He's 1 kill away from a strafing run. That will most certainly put a nail in this particular coffin. What's a note? Towards B. That's the assistance of Mythix. Looking to cause some problems for Rocker Academy. And how about this for a problem? They're on A now. Revenge Tour looking to get control of B. Also, Denza has earned this strafing run. If we can get this 1 versus Real, it would be nice. But he will be denied, and Revenge Tour, well, they're sent back to try and capture A.
About to say, Keza, finish your food there. Get through the first couple bullets in a journey and then finish it off with a headshot. Also cut down Lucky as they're trying to rotate back in towards the defend this A zone. But you have to be careful again. This is where things spiraled out of control. Rocker Academy are relentless on trying to throw lives to get this A zone back to their favor. But in way of doing so, they are giving ample opportunity for Revenge Tour to build this life lead 25v18, and Keza is finessing inside of the customs building.
Well, an extra minute now on the Keza, mate, this is disgusting. Denza's already got streaks, by the way, so if Keza gets this strafing run, might well just say goodnight to Rocker Academy here in this round if they choose to utilize them. But I say that as Rocker Academy here going to come out and get a wave of kills in their favor. Revenge Tour push back to the spawn point, but they haven't at least dealt with Real. Now Lucky as well. So the path to the anti-air gun has been cleared. Keza now going to bring those streaks down, and this is what we were talking about, right? You know, if Keza and Denza get these streaks, it's huge. Revenge Tour can utilize them all they want to try and make their way over towards B. But again, it's this constant resistance from Rocker Academy. You know, they will be beaten down, but they won't be beaten on the whole. As Keza and Mythix combine for 3, maybe that will no longer be the case. Journey dies on the point. Now Revenge Tour, they have an opportunity here.
There comes another streak from Denza. They want to close it out here. They have a 7-life lead. Clearing off the backside of the beach, they will find metals. That opens up the North Beach side for Revenge Tour to be able to work their way forward. But the biggest issue is that they have to find rotational gunfights, of which Denza and Mythix, they do seamlessly. Now calling in the strafing run. Will keep all of Rocker at bay, and they gotta go. They only have 2 respawns to try to stop this B zone from being secured.
Oh, nice nade from Journey at the very least, but it is a 6 versus 15 overall. Keza causing some problems over towards the boathouse, looking for some more kills as Mythix picks up another one. It is now a 4 versus 14. Watson on the point makes it a 3 versus 14, and just continuing to pile on the pressure here. That car will explode. It is just down to Metals and Lucky in a 2 versus 12. Now make it a 0 versus 12. Revenge Tour 3-0 on Gavutu Control. They looked so hot. And if their master plan, Andy, was to cover up their Gavutu strats going in to playoffs, wonderful. Just wonderful.
It's like a master evil plan, right? I just pictured all 4 of this Revenge Tour team just like slowly turning around in their chairs with a beautiful kitten in their hands, just being like, yes, bring us to Gavutu Control, please, we beg. No. That's insane. Yeah, I mean, maybe it was the ace up their sleeve the entire time just to finally say, look, yeah, we haven't played Gavutu Control throughout the entirety. They had the option to obviously ban away Tuscan Control, but maybe that was the scheme all along. To know that Tuscan Control leading into the Season 1 of Elite was their weaker of the 2 game modes. I don't know. I need to reach out to one of them to be able to figure it out, because they literally, out of the 8 times that they played Control throughout Season 1, they never played a single Gavutu. And even going back and forth 3-0s, 3-1s on Tuscan, I was not expecting this. But what I can say for a fact is that Denza, as a flex player, is something that will cause a lot of players some nightmares going forward. Even with the pistol, the automaton, and the MP40. What it ended up doing is that it was opening up so many different opportunities for Watson to pinch it on the opposite side. Most importantly, the catalyst to enable Keza to go on that fantastic spree of 5 in the back of Customs building while the A-Zone was being captured. 21-16 for Keza, 25-16 for Denza. But I think most importantly, the same problem still exists for Rocker Academy. Comparatively to Tuscan Control, they just throw way too many lives into certain avenues there on Gavutu Control. And the same thing was there versus the originals on this map mode combo, where they just were not necessarily aware or even, I want to say, concerned with the potential for angles to be on top LSD, top AA gun, and everything else in between. They threw so many lives defensively just to be able to stop the A-Zone from coming all the way through. But by the time the 60 seconds was added on the board, through both offensive rounds for Revenge Tour, they had what about like an 8-life lead on both rounds.
Just crazy. I think, for Revenge Tour, how about that? That's the most dominant victory we've seen thus far. Just incredible the way they were able to play the map. Rocker Academy, they looked completely out their depth, to be frank. And, it is a weird flip, isn't it, of what happened in map number 1, albeit that was a hard point, where Rocker Academy, they looked like they were confidently the better team there. This time around, Revenge Tour, they are not playing around anymore. They want to force a map number 4 in the series. They have done exactly that. Next up, we're going to Gavutu once again. It's going to be Hardpoint this time around. And, difference between these 2 teams now, there isn't one. Both 1-0 on this map mode combination coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I guess if you wanted to put any sort of stock into the 1-0, is that this was actually one of the maps that Minnesota Rocker Academy were able to take off of Moneyform in their first matchup of Season 1 of the Elite. They won 250-134. On the opposite side, for Revenge Tour, their first time playing this map mode combination all Season 1 of European Challengers Elite was about an hour and a half, maybe hour 45 minutes ago versus Sukari's Bakery. They won decisively 250-167. Now, I will say this much, that Sukari's Bakery, comparatively to Rocker Academy, you can't necessarily compare the hard points in between the 2. We know what Rocker Academy, even in this best of 5 so far, Brody, have looked like on a map like Gavutu when it comes to hard points. They are decisive, but I think what you have to mostly be looking at is you cannot allow Denza to spiral out of control. You cannot allow so much map positioning to be given up, because if Keza does find those flanks and those avenues yet again, think about the rotations and how influential Keza can honestly really find themselves, even with an MP40 on Gavutu, to be able to break inside hardpoints and favor positional advantage for Revenge Tour to be able to get closer spawns for Money Hills like 3 and 4.
Yeah, for sure. You kind of hit the nail on the head there in terms of Revenge Tour, what we kind of expect from them. I think from Rocker Academy, though, for this team, Gavutu is somewhat of a favorable map, I think, for this roster. You talk about the sort of the automaton pressure from this team. We talk about the fact that Lucky, of course, is arguably one of the best players. He's maybe the best player in Europe. I think that argument is there versus Super, who is now currently out, obviously, with Sucre's Bakery being in 4th place. Nonetheless, of course, you've got Metals and Journey, who can also both pick up the automaton for a map such as Gavutu. Hell, the whole roster is probably going to pull one out, to be honest with you. And that is a scary threat, I think, coming into this one for Revenge Tour. However, Andy, you know, they've just won this map on Control. They looked pretty confident. Yes, this is a hard point, but, you know, at the end of the day, I think we're probably going to see some momentum transfer over from that game number 3. A reminder for you folks at home, again, these two teams, they are the best 2 teams in Hardpoint, bar none. That's it. That's the bottom line for me.
11-2 for Rocker Academy off that Berlin Hardpoint win. 10-2 for Revenge Tour. To statistically back up Brody's claim that, yes, you are witnessing the 2 best hardpoint teams that we have in the Season 1 of European Challengers Elite. So let's get things started on the favorite side of the map. Really hard to be able to gauge what that might honestly even mean. No player actually running towards that top side of LST. Will be a 50-50 scramble across this opening hardpoint here on 1. Well, Revenge Tour are doing a great job, specifically Denza, to be able to exist inside of Ring for now, but Journey will get the final lap for the time being as reinforcements come from behind.
Now, it's going to be Rocker Academy coming out finally. It was a bit of a scrappy start to this hardpoint, as is always the case with P1s, but even more so for a hardpoint such as the anti-air gun. But Denza now trying to find his way on through. He's able to get the first blood, and his metal's still to be dealt with as well. And Denza, I think, just going to sit here and really wait at the moment. Of Metals needs to be the player to push, given the fact that he is currently hoovering up all this time for Revenge Tour. Now going to face some pressure here. It's 3 players from Rocker Academy around him. And, well, one of them will end up falling before 2 of the other 2 come to take him down. Nonetheless, though, Andy, it is going to be Revenge Tour in control of the rotation.
Yeah, I was going to say, Denza, job well done. Yeah, you finessed 3 total players over inside of the anti-air gun for, what, scrap time? While Revenge Tour, they got a player up on top LST. You also have Watson, who is right beside them, and you have a player inside the hardpoint as well. That's going to allow Denza off the respawn to start zoning away this jungle walk, and is going to whittle away the numbers for Rocker Academy to try to break inside the hardpoint. Watson is just going to rip the head clean off of Real. Back to the drawing board, 30 seconds remaining inside of 2 before Rocker Academy just have to think about the rotation.
20 seconds left here, as you say. Denza, what can he do in the mid-map? Will end up falling. This is a nice wave of kills coming through from Rocker Academy. He'll be quite comfortable here, but Watson going to end up falling. I think the big problem for Rocker Academy here, as you say, though, Andy, is the fact that Revenge Tour, they do have the spawns for this next hill, and this is a really tough hill to break without streaks. See whether or not they can get it done. Denza looking to push up towards the anti-air gun, and this is the other thing as well. If Revenge Tour do get control of the anti-air gun, it's going to be an even bigger problem for Rocker Academy. The first wave of kills do come through, and it is going to be that Revenge Tour roster on top.
Oh, Denza gave himself a real good look. Good kill from Real, nevertheless, but you're right to assume. Right as well, Brody, to be able to break inside this hardpoint without any streaks is going to be an uphill battle, to say the least. Real, love this kill on the Mythics, will lock it down. And this is while they also found the kill on Watson inside of the hardpoint itself. Doesn't mean that you can get in there scot-free, Rocker Academy. You got to be able to at least clear away from some of these different avenues inside the rocks. Lucky finally able to slip inside the tank, but doesn't necessarily mean that it is anything besides paper mache, as you can absolutely shoot through that bad boy. And Journey gonna have their work cut out for them going forward off this. Luckily enough, Lucky will deal with Watson, who was trying to be that route man, but this has been a seamless opening few hills for Revenge Tour, who have a 40-point lead heading into fourth quarter.
Yeah, and you don't really want to let them get any more points. So while they do get the scrap time here, this is going to be a really important rotation, I think, for Rocker Academy in terms of making sure they control it. And if they can get some streaks off the back of it as well, that would be nice. Those are pretty common off the back of this hard point, just given how hard it is to break. That being said, Revenge Tour going to give it their best. Watson gets that open in blood, throwing a stun out towards this backline player. That's going to be Metals to try and take down. They are doing this slowly. They have a bit of breathing room, but nice kills coming through from Rocker Academy. They deal with the first wave, but Revenge Tour should be spawning close now.
Should be spawning in, but the biggest issue right now is you have Journey, who is up by the anti-air gun. They are on 3 in a row. Will be looking to be cut down from behind. Actually got a good look on the takedown Denza, but will get the better of Journey. So looking to potentially not break from the front, but going forward, if you are Revenge Tour ahead of 5, with these 2 players that are up towards the jungle walk, you can keep Rocker Academy trapped on this side of the beach.
DGK can. It is now just Denza who is trying to stop this control for Rocker Academy. At this point, it feels a little bit futile, right? Because they've got basically every single second off it, and that's the bottom line here. Rocker Academy take the lead here in this game, but they do not have control of the rotation. You've got Keza and Denza, who will be the frontline players, while Mythic's going to soak up all of the time inside this hard point. And, well, here's the problem for Rocker Academy. Those players pushed far up, actually going to deal a bit of a threat here to Rocker Academy. But in doing so, they give Rocker Academy this close spawns around the back line. Mythix falls inside, and they have actually inadvertently given Rocker Academy control of the hard point.
Oh, Denza, you're going to make me puke with some of these pistol shots, man. You got to relax. That is some crisp shots. Will also go towards the explosive barrel. That fire will be there for quite some time. Mythix will be there to clean things up. Ahead of 5, though, no team really getting any massive time off of it, but off of 4, the way that Rocker Academy were able to play it and able to zone away the backside of the custom building for the time being, they're keeping this relatively close. Just about a dead even game going in towards the second set. 10 seconds remaining before we have to shift our focus back over towards 1. As Keza gets the last laugh on the journey, we'll soak up the last few seconds, as it will be just a small lead, just about 11 seconds or so going in towards P1 in favor of Revenge Tour.
And one of those streaks has been utilized here from Denza. Nicely done to try and get in control of Rocker Academy. Unfortunately, it won't really amount to much, as that roster still has control of this hardpoint. Journey wants to cause some issues by roaming around the mid-map. They don't know where he is right now. Might have an inkling that somebody will come on the flank, though. Journey's going to continue to watch that mid-map while the rest of the team takes the fights towards the front of the hill. Lucky, what can he do? Able to get one, looking for the second against Keza. At the very least, just going to play his life. Swings wide with a pistol, and, well, it's a pretty good pistol, even better in the hands of a player like Lucky. He was now 1 kill away here from a glide bomb. Mythix trying to land some stuns and nades on him. He is desperately looking for this. It would be valuable, but does get shut down.
No getting shut down indeed. Now we have to take a look at the rotation. Big gunfight coming through from Metals. Again, what was the big dagger in the side of Rocker Academy in the first set of hardpoints was the simple fact that Reventor were able to get numbers over towards LSC, as Metals is showcasing their nerdiness. What are these angles, Metals? Excuse me, how much time have you spent to be able to find these? Also sees Watson just a mere pixel through the staircase itself will influence the rotation for Rocker Academy to have numbers early on too.
That was a real problem for Revenge Tour at the moment. Denza will finally take him down. Now for Rocker Academy, can they hold on to this? That's the question. Mythix trying to find his way on in. It comes down to Journey. Q is inside, and now Keza, well, the last player left standing for this Revenge Tour roster. 35 seconds left. They face a choice. How much do you really want to put in this to make sure you hold on to the next spawns as well? Well, they are going to go for it. Metals, though, draws those first 2 kills. Keza backs away momentarily, but it is only for a moment. Rocker Academy here feeling pretty confident. They're looking for the last 20 seconds of scrap time. They should get it. And now for Revenge Tour, it's all about that rotation. Last time around, Rocker Academy, they were able to break in.
This is a massive bounce back off of the first set for Rocker Academy. They're doing a fantastic job of just making sure that crosses are being looked at, and they're not allowing Revenge Tour to get the better of them when it comes down to those isolated gunfights. Most importantly, they're not allowing Keza to be able to find these flanks. They're not allowing Denza to be able to find way too much pressure. Keep in mind, Denza is still 23-17. The leader as far as KD is inside the lobby. As you said, Revenge Tour, they still have these close spawns, but nobody read the flank. Lucky's already in the back.
Lucky in the back line. How much damage can he do here? Watson and Denza are going to be unaware of his presence, and there we go. Lucky gets the first kill, looking for the second against Mythix, will be denied. So Revenge Tour hold on for now. Metals now next up to bat to try and get control of this hard point, and trying to take a player off that head glitch is it's tough. We'll say that much, as Denza will survive momentarily, long enough at the very least for Revenge Tour to maintain a grip over this hard point. And with 15 seconds left, Rocker Academy, they're not silly enough to push this too far. They will now rotate towards the next hill. But bottom line, over the last 2 hard points, it's been a full 60 for both of these teams.
It really has been. Revenge Tour needed this full 60 to not allow Rocker Academy to confidently break back inside. We'll keep this just about dead even. 7 seconds for the lead. Rocker Academy going back towards E4 in the first set. Got themselves an abundance of time. It was really Denza that broke things up over by the jungle walk, excuse me. And Journey's going to end up at least seeing them coming down by the arch rock, but won't be able to hold it for too much longer as the rest of the hit from Revenge Tour is coming through the front.
It is, and the back line as well. You got to imagine those players are still there. Unfortunately for Mythix, he will end up falling. Denza from the front line going to fall as well. It's all on Watson. He's the closest player left up. Players will spawn up close by as well. But you still don't want to give away this time. The automaton shots from Rocker Academy feeling pretty crispy at the moment. Lucky is just L-triggering down the lane. He is 1 kill away from a glide bomb now as well. Journey, how much damage can he do? He does end up falling. Lucky did get that 5th kill, by the way, though. Looking for number 6. Will find it. Number 7, not going to get that, but it's okay. A teammate will clean up house. Now, Revenge Tour. And last time around, they gave this hill up in terms of those spawns. They're not going to make that same mistake.
No, you can even look at the minimap. Keza, like a hawk, is just trying to clear out the backline because you never know who's going to be back here. This is a very early glide bomb being called in by Lucky, and this is a great usage of it to be able to clear away Denza over by the anti-air gun, and now Metals gets the squad spawn to be able to push through the beach side with their teammates.
Yeah, you can see Rocker Academy here. They've done step 1. They've got rid of that player towards the anti-air gun, and now they can really start to encroach into the hardpoint journey. Able to get 2 kills. That's deadly. Metals with another one as well. It all falls on the shoulder of Watson inside. And how about that for a surgical strike for Rocker Academy? 10 points away from victory here. Real going to take out his teammate, but it doesn't really matter too much. He is zoning off the mid-map at the moment. Can anybody touch? The answer: absolutely not. Somebody's actually going to fall out the hard point here, so just 1 point is all that Rocker Academy need. They're being denied it at the moment. Somehow, Revenge Tour found a way back in.
Wait a second. Mythics will actually swap to the pistol, actually gets themselves a clean feed itself. YY's the reload's going to be able to take down Metals, but the reintroduction almost came through. Denza finessing their life. Real will get the last laugh with the pistol, and Rocker Academy, well, it shouldn't have been that close there on P5, but we'll inevitably get the closing of the Gavutu Hardpoint, 250 to 204. Things got shaky throughout the opening set of the hardpoints here on Gavutu. For Rocker Academy, Revenge Tour were really influencing their weight when it came down to what Denza and Mythics were able to do across that opening set. But when it came down to it, Rocker Academy, they fell back towards those fundamentals, Brody. They fell back what makes them such a strong hardpoint team. And it's, again, just recognizing, 1, playing for the spawns. 2, making sure that the crosses were, in fact, intact for Rocker Academy. And most importantly, making sure that the flanks never continue to come through for the likes of Keza and Denza to be able to really influence spawn flips and to be broken up for some very crucial hardpoint time.
Wow, what an incredible hardpoint between these two teams. Well, that was just something incredible, wasn't it? And looking over to this, right, it was pretty close. I think basically all the way throughout. It was, It was an LST hill that Rocker Academy basically got a full 60 on, followed up by a full 60 from Revenge Tour over towards the boat on the beach. And, both teams, they went at it pretty hard, but I think it was this rotation, right, where Revenge Tour, they got a full 60, and then Rocker Academy basically got a full 60 on the following hill. And as soon as Rocker Academy came back, were able to get that kill on towards the anti-air gun on the rotation. Surgical break on through, and Revenge Tour, they held pretty well towards the end to stop Rocker Academy from getting this last point. It was Mythics to get 3, and then Denza tried to get 3 of his own, but there's only so much you can do there, to be honest, if you're Denza.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just about another 10 HP and maybe just a little bit closer to centering. He finds that kill. We get a rotation going over towards P1 again. It's all speculation aside. Rocker Academy, undeniably the better hardpoint team as it currently stands. We had our speculations and considerations coming through. These two teams, as close as they were on map win-loss ratios on hardpoint itself, Rocker Academy winning both the hardpoints today. The stat line's definitely making a strong argument for it. Denza certainly tried their best. 20 non-traded kills out of the 31 that they found, but everything was all shared in kind for Rocker Academy, solidifying themselves as a well-oiled machine.
And well, that well-oiled machine is going to find their way into the grand final. They will face the winner of a lower bracket final between Revenge Tour and the Originals. And Rocker Academy, well deserved to be in this position. For Revenge Tour and the Originals, you know, despite Revenge Tour coming down from that upper bracket final, the way that the Originals are playing at the moment, I honestly don't know who wins that matchup. Because like we talk about the Originals, right, it's a roster that have improved greatly coming into today.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we're going to find out first and foremost tomorrow, as that will be the first matchup. Obviously, we need to be able to figure out who's going to be able to make their way inside the grand finals. Revenge Tour versus the Originals. Look, the Originals, off that 3-0 win versus Sukari's Bakery, off of a very close, albeit losing 3-0 to Rocker Academy to start off our broadcast today, Brody. I don't know. They're playing with a certain amount of heat, and I don't know. All my notes are out the window going forward for the rest of tomorrow. Just make sure that you're here watching the matchups, because it is going to be a banger of an evening.
Yeah, I feel that's not the first time you and I have said that. I think overall, right, Andy, is... well, our notes have well and truly gone out the window today. We'll be writing up some new ones for tomorrow morning for Europe. But that's you and I done, basically. You and I, we're out of here. We're going to be bringing Alan and Austin in for some Call of Duty, for some North America action before we send it towards NA. Thoughts on that North American region? Because I'm hyped as hell to see what the hell's going on over there.
Dude, you got UIU versus 18 and Crack, and Texas Nation versus whatever it takes. You got 4 teams that, honestly, when you're considering the odds, UIU were the only guaranteed qualified team going in towards the playoff bracket. But with the loss, the decisive loss versus Texas Nation, that team is looking in top form. There's really no telling which way it's going to go. If Europe was close and competitive, North America is that much more questionable about how competitive it is. Whatever it takes, Undefining is probably one of the most upsetting teams when it comes to taking a lot of our notable higher seeded teams throughout the qualifier and at least through the round robin stage to the absolute brink. They're going to have to really come out with grit and tenacity to be able to beat Texas Nation tonight. But I got my eyes on that UIU versus 18 and Crack matchup, man. That one's going to be nuts.
Indeed it will. Well, North America is going to come up very, very soon. Europe, though, for today is done. We have 3 teams remaining. I am so excited for tomorrow. Of course, it all kicks off with that Revenge Tour versus the Originals maps. That's going to be first thing tomorrow morning. But for Europe, today is done and dusted. Let's switch our attention to North America.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to Sun. Oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy.
Well, everybody, welcome back to the first day of the Challengers Elite Stage 1 playoffs. Europe looked mighty fine. I'll tell you what, we've got 3 matches to get through here in North America before we continue and finish off the playoffs tomorrow. I might hold shift, but of course, with me, I've got my Canadian brother from another mother, my Canadian criminal friend. I don't even know where I'm going with this. You're not a criminal. He's completely clean, I'll tell you that much. It's Austin Vision's deal. You're looking fresh with the new camera. My goodness, I feel like I could reach out and grab you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling good too. I mean, I think that song I was playing during the break was like energy, energy, energy. There's lots of that going around right now. The players are amped up. You're dancing, so I know it's going to be a great time.
It's going to be an unbelievable time. We're starting off in winners round 1. That's where we really need to kick things off. We've got 4 teams that have survived from the group stage. 8 teams in total started off this first stage. But we had a 3-way tie up top. And the most surprising thing about the final 4 squads was going into the final days, Whatever It Takes, that finished in 4th, actually had the best head-to-head record versus the other 3 teams, but then lost to Pat the Pro and Bear Claw Esports. So they barely hung on to the 4th place position, and that gives us the rounded out final 4. It's hard to really kind of find a negative thing to talk about with any of these 4 teams here, Austin, so I won't make you do that. What are some of the best things that you've seen maybe out of some of these squads we've got in front of us today?
Yeah, I think it's like really interesting dynamic that we have here with the 4 teams, because it feels like at least every single team that we do have, you know, is really good in one game mode in particular. Like you look at UIU, right? Fantastic when it comes to the search and destroys. You look at Texas Nation, one of the best hardpoint teams that we have here. And then you have a lot of consistency for 18 and Cracked. Then Whatever It Takes really pride themselves on the control. So there's a lot of strengths I feel like that are spread out across the 4 teams that we do have here for playoffs. And the biggest thing, as we always say when it comes to challengers, is that it's really difficult to make predictions because you never know who's going to show up on the day, especially when it comes time for playoffs.
100% that. And again, that kind of makes the playoffs itself very difficult to predict. So with that in mind, start taking a look at how these matchups have gone. As you would figure, the first seed will play the 4th, the second will play the 3rd. We'll be focused on what's going on in the top side semifinal. 18 and Cracked going up against UIU. That is the number 2 and the number 3 seed playing up against each other. Over on the Clutch stream, or the second stream, Texas Nation will start off versus Whatever It Takes. And if we get to a point where we finish ours before they finish theirs, we'll finish off the rest of that. And then from there, lower round 1 will be broadcasted immediately afterwards. And then we'll finish off the evening with the winners finals, where we'll then come back tomorrow for the losers finals, and then of course potentially 2 best of 5s in the grand finals if there is a reset. Really, I think just how these matchups fared, very, very tight. Both actually during the regular group stage finish in a map 5 between each of those individual head-to-heads. So it's going to be, I think, just another affair here where you've had your chance. You've learned about not just your teams but also yourselves. Show us the improvements now if you want to find an advantage in this opening semifinal.
Exactly. You have to come out here, you know, try to get yourself a dub here very early on, especially for UIU. If you can really start off on the right foot, I feel like that would be, you know, pivotal to being able to take down this squad here in the series. And I mean, I got a chance to be able to top with Scrap a little bit, you know, over the last little bit as we take a look at the overall team card here for the squad. And he was very big on the fact that, listen, at the start, this was not easy for us when we were trying to get things going here for the overall UIU team. But Phantoms being the glue with alongside, you know, having someone in here like Johnny, who's just been absolutely taking over here, Alan. I mean, these guys have really been able to put it together in a short amount of time. They've only been teaming together for about a month.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at this team in more particular kind of specificity. Difficult word to say. I don't know why, but it is. Rex, Johnny, Phantom, Scrap, you already hit on pretty much all of them already, but they kind of finished off in that 3rd place position. Again, the tiebreaker had him at 5 and 2, but I'm so glad you brought up Johnny. He has been an unbelievably incredible, unexpected, and pleasant surprise to what we've seen in North America. As we've kind of seen him in the past, he's kind of ran through the North American search and destroy community, but in his first competitive year, he has been a shining star, not just on this UIU team, but in North America particularly. However, and as we mentioned, and as you had mentioned, where there are strengths for some teams, there are also significant weak points. UIU, not great in hardpoint, 4-8 overall, but 0-5 in hardpoint maps against the 3 other teams that find themselves in playoffs. That is not good news for UIU.
No, it's not, because there's 2 of them in the best of 5, Alan. So it means that you're going to have to be a really good 2-3-5 team, or you are going to have to find a way to take down one of the hard points here in the best of 5. So not an easy task, but definitely doable with a lot of the talent that you have on this lineup, and they've been putting in the work. So we'll see if they can in fact do it. But on the other side, certainly some names that you guys are going to know for 18 and Cracked. We take a look at their team profile, and overall 5 and 2, finishing out at second, 18 and 9 map count. This of course, is Assault, Classic, Exceed, and Shawnee, one of the most experienced teams that we do have right now in the playoffs.
Assault was unbelievable in the final moments of their matches at the end of last week. That is something that I'm really interested to see if it'll carry on into this upcoming first matchup. The other kind of thing in talking over advantages, it's not just respawn advantage here for 18 and Cracked. In the second week of group play, they dropped no control maps. They have really cleaned it up. Yeah, there were a couple of round 5s, but their offensive looks on control have been unbelievable. So that's where I think we go and talk about the 2-3-5, as you mentioned, kind of Nesloing the series. If you're UIU, your search and destroy has to come out hotter than you did the first time versus 18 and Cracked, but you have to be especially clean in this control because 18 and Cracked is looking like one of the strongest teams right now in the region on this mode.
They really are. I mean, this team coming in was a little bit interesting, right? You have a lot of big names on this squad that, you know, probably deserved to be in the league, but didn't get the chance. And that was the whole idea around the team name. You know, talking with Exceed last night, Alan, right? He's like 18 and Cracked. You know, we're not 18 years old. And that's what, you know, the majority of the organizations are looking at. They're looking for that next superstar. Who can they bring in and, you know, try to mentor and turn him into an elite level player when you already have a lot of elite level players in challengers, you know, that you could be looking at here. So I think that was really the big idea with this squad. It's just because you have one bad year doesn't mean that you can't just bring it in the next year. So I'm very excited to see what this team's going to be able to do. It feels like they've been very amped up. They also didn't take any breaks through Super Bowl Sunday and did not take any breaks through yesterday. And Exceed's like, make sure the observers, you know, put the camera on me because I'm going to come out here and be frying. So that's his words, and we'll see if it comes true.
If you know Exceed, the last thing that you'll be aware of is that he does not lack confidence. That much is for sure. But we take a look over the course of the series layout. Not a lot of diversity here. Triple stack of Tuscan up front, 2 Berlins to finish. And the interesting thing about this for UIU is they actually don't veto out the Tuscan. That's by far 18 and Crack's best respawn, especially for the hard point. So not good news as far as UIU possibly needed to come out and steal a hard point, at least for this first map.
Yeah, that's not what you'd like to see, I think, coming in for the Tuscan. We really wanted to see them, you know, veto that out. I think they're 1-3, and this is obviously one of the best maps that you currently have here for 18 and Cracked. So maybe they got something planned. I will say that they did put a lot of work into their hardpoint, watching a lot of VODs, trying to figure out, you know, how are we going to approach this? And you know, the big thing that we did end up taking away was the fact that, listen, if we can take down a hard point, we're not even worried about winning the S&D. So if they could maybe come out here strong, set the tempo, and see if they can maybe get a little bit of that slaying going when we talk about people like Johnny, we talk about people like Phantoms with that AR. Maybe it's going to be a possibility here for them. But, you know, going on through the S&D on Tuscan, this is one that I think that hasn't been one of their go-tos necessarily. But we'll see exactly how that one also pans out here as, you know, we're expecting UIU to be the squad that's coming in here setting the tone in the S&Ds.
100%. And the thing about it was for 18 and Cracked, we were really looking into could they get Desert Siege into the mix. That has been by far their best. The unfortunate thing is UIU has pretty much hard vetoed Desert Siege throughout the group stage, so it looks like that would probably continue to be the case here in this opening playoff. Waldo and Patrick will be giving us the bird's eye and, well, interior views here for all these plays that are going to be about to witness on screen. Hot Hands Lounge, represent. Loving it. And then now the thing is, for the Tuscan Hardpoint, again, I will just go out and say it. I think this is a mistake that UIU did not take this out of the rotation. Because the last time that they played, it was a Bacage and a Tuscan, and both maps were like nearly, if not above, 100-point differential in favor of 18 and Cracked. And the other thing on top of that is not only was it that particular instance where UIU has suffered in Tuscan, they also got smoked by Team War on that map immediately following in their next matchup. So a lot of things need to be corrected just going off of the results that we were able to look at through the group stage.
I agree with you. It's one of those things where it's like, is there maybe just a map that they're performing so bad on in scrims? Or like, listen, we just have to take this one out because it's worse than the Tuscan. So we're just going to throw Tuscan in there to see if we can get away with it. You have to imagine that's where their headspace is at, right? If they're at least letting it go through because, you know, this is one of the go-to maps. So I think it is a little bit interesting, but, you know, just coming back to that same note, it feels like these guys have been improving, at least, you know, through scrims. But the big difference is always, can you actually bring that translation from scrims over to your stage matches, right? It's definitely something that is not always easy to do, but something that we always talk about. So it's a matter of, you know, everything that they've learned and studied over the last week or so, all of the VOD that they've been able to go over, you know, maybe they just have a clearer idea on how they should be playing the map through. And I mean, Tuscan is one of those maps where it really does feel like the team that is basically, you know, winning the rotation is typically going to be able to lock in the spawns. Yeah. And if you lock in the spawns, you're going to be able to flood more members into the point. So a lot of this does come down to how you're actually moving with one another on the map, getting into the back, seeing if you can anchor hunker things down so that you can flood your numbers in. But looks like we're getting ready to load in again here, Alan. Again, the Tuscan Hardpoint. We're talking up 18 and cracked here. These guys have been putting in the time. We'll see if they can deliver on one of their best map mode combos.
Yeah, it's I think just a statement map here for 18 and cracked that we're looking for, and a notion of improvement that we need to see from UIU. I think it's kind of what we're getting at for this one. So 18 and cracked coming out, actually spawning on the favorite side here. So I'm wondering, actually, was this UIU's map selection? That would be even more puzzling, and I'm sure 18 and cracked, if that was the case, if you look at their list saying thank you very much, and you could see exactly why. 4 for 1, the opening engagement. Exceed already putting pressure over to the backside of Church, and already about 20 seconds tallied up on this opening hill.
Scrap did take a route here right through mid. He's able to find one, but now it's Exceed, who did say, listen, put the camera on me. And now he's already off to a 3-0 start. So starting to just schmoove through the map like this. Will be a quick trade there from Classic, who can't find the second. So they're at least able to do a little bit of damage control in the back. They won't lose control of the spawns, but this is a lot of time that 18 and cracked have been able to accumulate here off B1.
Yeah, it's been clean, too. That's the thing about it. It's you're not just getting good time, which obviously we're seeing that with 47 seconds tallied on the first hard point, but look how much pressure they're already starting to establish in towards the back. It's just 18 and cracked are doing everything you want to see when it comes to fundamental perfect hard point on Tuscan so far. Now for UIU, have to respond to this. A couple of even exchanges will come through, but Dylan actually going to get pushed back by Shawnee off the heady. Has to take a different angle, and as he does, he's able to at least collect the kill, and with that, UIU will hold for now.
Oh, Rex gets some bad timing, but almost there to turn on Classic in the back. 30 seconds left on this point. Scrap is trying to soak it up, but will get naded off the point here for now. So in the back, Rex is going to be able to get a spawn where he can kind of reflank the flank, and he comes in from behind. Shawnee will get the trade. 20 seconds now to play for. Spawns look like they are still here for UIU, but there's some good pressure, at least from 18 and crack, just trying to force back some of these spawns and contest anytime they can.
Yeah, everything happens on this rotation. The finesse time for Scrap really is negligible at most when you come down to 18 and cracked. Yeah, you got a couple of seconds, but more importantly, you stopped UIU from finding full time, and now you've completely dominated this rotation over to the third. So as the Fountain Hardpoint will open, it's on to UIU to try to put together some sort of a hit. And Phantoms over the middle, nothing there. And how about Shawnee down low? He's able to help out Classic for 3 off the rooftops, and it's a full 4-man feed, a full team wipe, and this is why you do not play 18 and cracked on this map.
Yeah, we're starting to learn why, and there was also some great zoning, but there is still at least an opportunity for UIU to try to break in. Johnny is the one that finds a couple of kills together in the feed, and does be at least able to get there for a second, but Shawnee with the sub, comes from behind, able to take down one inside the point. Phantoms has to wait for the regen. He's got his teammates with him, so they'll make the team hit come through. But a lot of trades back and forth here. One last 1v2 on the point. Assault almost there for both of them, but Phantoms, nice little jump peek. We'll be able to at least get on here. Contest maybe the last, 10, 15 seconds of that, but still going to be a pretty close game nonetheless. We'll see if UIU can try to keep this up and hold on to this Church rotation now that they have it.
Speaking of the rotation, interesting methodical play here from 18 and cracked, where they're not actually going to be hitting from the north side, which is the more traditional route. They're trying to make their way through the bottom side of column by P2, which is very bizarre, and you kind of see why. It's just a lot of tight alleyways that an SMG can just hold down the trigger and collat you, and that's exactly what we saw in the kill feed from Scrap. So a good rotation hold here for UIU. Need to see the same start to occur from inside the hard point itself as Exceed tries to work from the top. Nothing there. Shawnee from the side door also comes up empty, and it falls onto the shoulders of Classic to try to break, and well, he may. There's 2 kills coming through. Assault from the back, able to find the third, and the last player left alive is Johnny, as he's just doing what he can to try to keep his life. His teammates spawning away, and he's done well. Johnny for a double, an opportunity for UIU to clean up the kills from the front of the perimeter of the hard point. That's going to be good for a re-break for Scrap.
And look at Phantoms. He's already at the new hill, and Johnny's about to reinforce this as well. We'll see if Phantoms can try to collect more than one. The stun's going to lock him down, so nice utility here. Able to work him out of one of the power positions. However, you still got to get through Johnny and Rex. They've been able to come off that last point with just about a good 40 seconds. Now a chance maybe to take the lead as Rex able to find another one. 4 in a row for Dylan, Rex, and Johnny with a nice little bait and switch. Says, listen, you're regenning. I'll push up. Wow. And Rex will take some long-range shots. UIU take control, and they have full control around the point as well.
Definitely feeling confident, but there is a player on the back that has snuck through the bottom floor. That's Exceed. The rest of his teammates starting to go over from the rooftops as UIU will try to reinforce from the backside of the second hard point. Here comes the next fight. 30 seconds on the clock for this hill. Exceed sliding forward, able to collect a couple, and the nades will finish the job. Well placed nades by 18 and cracked, finishing the final 2 kills. And with that, UIU's lead likely to be overtaken, as you already see the red arrows making a rotation over towards P1.
So just battling for a bit of this scrap time. And we'll be able to get information. They're going to double hit it out, and team kill does come through. Rex will flood in. So actually a nice little 2v3 exchange ends up going the way of UIU, and this will delay the rotation massively for 18 and Cracked. You can see on the minimap, they're still spawning on the left side here. They have no control over A-Long, and getting into the hardpoint first, of course, will be UIU while you have the middle of the map covered. So this is going to be a big spot here for 18 and Cracked to try to break through, and Classic able to find 2 in the feed.
UIU need these ARs to really light things up here, but unfortunately only Phantoms will find a kill. So as Johnny was trying to get here to help, now he's kind of forced to once again play his life, and how good is he at doing just that? A double comes through, Rex able to confirm the third with the glide bomb, and Scrap is able to lock down middle of the map. UIU will be able to reinforce and retake this middle portion of the first hard point, but 18 and Crack still spawning from these favored side, looking to try to break back in and make sure this scrap time is at least contested at worst. Phantoms from this backside pillar, good for at least one elimination, but he's got 2 more members in front of him, and well, at this point with 15 seconds left, it's just maybe we can find a couple of kills, zone off the rotations, make life a little bit more difficult here for 18 and Cracked, but largely speaking, not a lot of difficulty put into the midst of 18 and Cracked as they move on to rotation to 2.
Let's see how well they control the back here as well. Classic finds that first one inside of Church, and now it's going to loosen up the defenses just a tad bit. 2 players going to work towards the back right now, while Classic tries to make something happen from the side of Church. Will now back down with his teammates. They're all finding kills, and they get control in the back. Classic comes back up, pops in for number 4, has a read on the spawns, but can't collect the glide bomb. However, through the back, somehow 18 and Cracked win all of the gunfights right away and get themselves inside the point.
Man, if Classic keeps shooting like this, we're in for an interesting series. He's currently the kill leader in the lobby at 24 and 18, and a lot of the reason why 18 and Cracked have been so successful on rotation. But Exceed, next one forward. Stun goes down. He has a 1v2 in front of him and not a lot of help. In fact, he's got no help, as Classic is the one to actually take him out. So scrap time looking good again for UIU, finding marginal victories here or there. But with this last kind of re-hit for the scrap time, they once again will be late to P3. They did break this hard point for the better part of about 10 to 15 seconds last time around, but 18 and Cracked, I think you take those exchanges more often than not, especially considering you're just down 17 points.
Oh, this is really interesting. So they're trying to send all 4 players to the rooftop to get control of the spawns, but Exceed is here, and look at the bait and switch there, holding on to your life. Massive moment, and now Scrap gets the press forward. Phantoms comes through A-Long, and would you believe it? One of the best hardpoint teams struggling to hold on to the spawns in the back. UIU, they get the break. Now they just need to find a clean feed of kills to get control around the point. Exceed finds one with the stun, but Classic is still inside the point, soaking up time.
Yeah, this is fine right now as far as recovery is concerned for 18 and Cracked. Classic is completely concealed by whatever remains of this fountain, and then you had to Exceed the entire way, was just kind of watching through vines in that back archway, making sure nobody could cross through the rooftops for free. It kept Classic on the hard point for, I think, a lot longer than UIU were comfortable with, but regardless, they do break, and they come away with about a 50-50 split on the third hill. So now the most important hard point yet of the game, you would argue, comes down to this hit over towards 4, and Phantoms nearly takes down 3 in the back in a solo effort to lock down spawns, but as he falls, it'll be 18 and Cracked who spawn in place, just needing to find Scrap, but I don't know, maybe easier said than done as Scrap goes on a bit of a spree, and at least leads to an opportunity for UIU to stack up for another break.
Lead change again, 18 and Cracked, closing in on 200 points, still 40 seconds to fight for on the Churchill Classic, on another spree, 31 and 23 right now. Can he keep this going? Phantoms and Rex winning a couple of key 1v1s, so UIU, they get control of the point, but it's only for a quick moment. But now Scrap finding 2 as well. It's back and forth as we look at UIU break in, get control, hold on to this lead, and if they get these 20 seconds remaining on Church, they put themselves in a great spot to potentially close out in the next hill.
The SMGs for UIU are doing an unbelievably miraculous job at making sure 18 and Cracked do not get their AR set up. Like, Classic is the only reason that 18 and Cracked are still finding success at the moment. He's had a couple of huge breaks and a couple of huge holds over the last 2 hard points, keeping this within just 8 points. So now it's down to, can you get these ARs set up into place as we get over to P5 for 18 and Cracked? Get them involved, because 17 and 24 from Shawnee is a very uncharacteristic performance from him. And as UIU starts to set up a break, here comes a long flank from Assault. As Exceed can hold his life, this could possibly lead to another special Adam Assault moment here on P5.
UIU, they're playing some damn good hardpoint right now, and the pressure's on 18 and Cracked to get in here for the time, because the game it can end on P5. This hit has to matter, and Johnny can't find one. It's Johnny for two. Rex reinforcing with the nades from the side. He is going to lose one of his teammates, but they still have control. 10 seconds to try to close this one out. Rex is going to lay down prone, waiting for the push. Shots are fired, but it's Assault that breaks on through, trying to keep things going. And now 18 and Cracked, they'll gain control, but it's all about the rotation.
No one's
but
here.
Maybe not.
No one's
Johnny
here.
is here. He's gotten 3. Alan Johnny has just 1v3 the point, and UIU steal the map on P5.
Oh my goodness, we need that on replay because Johnny just makes an unbelievably calculated play, and we're actually going to get it right here. There's 1, 2, and then a 1v1 for the final play to get the final 5 seconds. Everyone from 18 and Cracked was focused on what was coming upstairs. They thought that the spawns were for UIU going to be on the very far side towards the second hard point. They thought, no way anybody hits through courtyard. No one watches the backside stairs. Johnny, as you watch, just kind of walked up, knocked on the door, and took 3 kills with them. That last 1v1 for the game was everything. And the trust, I keep mentioning, this is why you know this Johnny kid's going to be a future CDL star. The trust that UIU puts in him to say, go ahead, make one solo play. If you win it, you win the game. If not, we can just 3-man rotate over to new and try to do it there. Unbelievable that they put the trust on the kid to do it, and he provides unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable.
Johnny is such a playmaker, and it's always the convo about, you know, are they going to be able to do it in a respawn? These S&D kids that are coming up, we have so many of them that are in the league now that are some of the best currently at the moment. When you look at your Simps, your Avizies, your Illies, your Dashies, and, you know, just another player that can come in here, make the big play, and have a moment like that where he can just steal the game away. And to be fair, we said, listen, they had to steal one of the hard points here, Alan, and they're able to do it on one of the best maps here for 18 and Cracked in Hardpoint. I mean, what a way to come out here, set the tone, and grab yourself a hardpoint early.
Unbelievable stuff. I've said that like 18 times. It's going to be memed like mind blown from Nameless, but there really aren't words to express how good that is from Johnny to come through and not just find a couple of kills, but again, I talk about the trust that you put into him, saying, go ahead, hit that old time, finesse it, see what you can do. The rest of us are going to rotate. It's just incredible stuff. And the SMG line for UIU, I mentioned it kind of as we were through church, but the combination of Johnny getting into the mix, but also alongside, you know, Scrap able to get into a position to make sure that none of the ARs could ever really fully get set up for 18 and Cracked is a lot of the reason why not only did they find significant hardpoint time, but that's also why they are able to break that third hardpoint not once, but obviously it's more significantly twice. There was never really a moment where you saw Phantoms or Rex kind of really being tested by a long-range AR. They were able to get on and get into the point, never really having to deal with Shawnee in the backline or Assault. So it's great stuff. Here's that finishing moment once again. Look where the spawns are right now for UIU. They're on the right-hand side, and as soon as 18 and Cracked come through and they break this, their whole focus will be on this doorway, but it's number 7 in red that comes up the back. There's 1 and 2, and then Exceed for the 1v1, can't get the shots in line. Unreal stuff from Johnny. It just comes to the fact that he hits a route, and off the respawn, everyone else from UIU is already on rotation to next. So it's really, really heads up plays from Johnny, just hitting kind of an off route there in a moment where you just figured everyone's going to flood from one direction.
Yeah, you figure that's going to be the call, and even with Phantoms dying, he gets all that info, you know, for Johnny as well as he comes up for the pinch, and he's just got a couple of freebies and then the 1v1, as you say. Like, I mean, it could not have been better here for this UIU team to come out and win 250 to 213 against the 18 and Cracked roster. And now, Alan, we're going into one of their best game modes. Like, this is where they thrive when we talk about UIU and Search and Destroy. They're the best Search and Destroy squad coming out of the regular season. They have been so strong, so dominant. I believe they're 3-1 versus all the playoff teams when we were looking over it a little bit earlier. And they are just, you know, this is what they're known for when you talk about the fact that Scrap and Johnny playing together for years and years with a circle together in S&D. They do a lot of the big shot calling here for the squad, and you have the likes of Rex and Phantoms who are also extremely solid when it comes into it. But it will be a Tuscan, so we'll see if there will, in fact, will be a bounce back for 18 and Cracked, or if UIU can kind of keep this rolling here in the series.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The last time these two teams played, they did play this map, and it was a 6-3 affair. But the interesting thing about that last series that we kind of talked about when these two teams had played once before, you know, UIU did steal a hard point, and it went all the way to a map 5. So now all of a sudden for 18 and Cracked, you kind of have to look back towards what you did last time around and say, okay, can we potentially get into the mix here and take the 2, 3, and 4? Because one of the big keys that we had was if you're 18 and cracked, you don't want to see 2 search and destroy maps versus UIU team. So get this thing done in 4. The path has just become much more arduous because of the fact that you just lost your best hardpoint mode, but I think still you have to use that as your win condition. You've got to take, I think, this search and destroy, which is, again, not an easy tactic against a UIU team that's perfect on this map so far through the group stage. But then you also got to go to a Tuscan Control, which, as much as we say 18 and cracked have been good on Control, they have played much more Gavutu than Tuscan on the Control mode. So there, the path has become much more difficult, I would say, for 18 and cracked. That's a huge map 1 win for UIU.
It sure is. And coming into the S&Ds, all 4 of these players here for UIU, over 50% first blood percentage. They are good at finding first bloods, and a lot of the times they get out with their life. So I think the big thing here for 18 and cracked is they got to find trades here for us, Alan. Whenever they're making plays on the map, they have to do it together because there's so many playmakers. You can let Johnny go rogue, especially on a map like Tuscan, where there's a lot of ways to be able to get behind the enemy spawn. Oh, yeah. Specifically, when they're really good at, going through with their offenses, watching over a lot of their attacks when they're making plays. They do it very fast. It's very efficient, and if you don't shut it down with nades and stuns right away, you put yourself in a spot where once you lose numbers, you have to be worried about those flanks coming from behind. You just have to be worried about the way that they set up after they get the post-plant setup in. So, I mean, like you said, this is basically one of those maps that you feel like 18 and cracked are going to have to try to find a way to win, because going down 2-0 against a team that is also very momentum heavy, there's a lot of hype on this squad as well when they get going and they get fired up, especially knowing that they just took the hard point down. So I'm looking at 18 and cracked, like you mentioned, to come in here, see if they can get a dub and maybe upset the squad here in S&D, which would also set us up for a really nice series if they're both able to take away one of their best game modes from each other.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head when it comes to Johnny, but we can't forget about what Assault has done in the Search and Destroy through the group stage. He holds the number 2 overall Search and Destroy KD at a 1.46. The only player better than him, I think, is Brack at a 1.5. Those are unreal numbers across what has been a very contested group stage between all 8 teams. That's been the one mode where every single team has been able to show up and at least be able to provide some prowess when it comes down to, being able to get involved. Villains, obviously not a great series throughout their group stage. Same with Bear Claw, but both did very well in the Search and Destroy. So the fact that you carry a 1.46, that has to show up, I think, in some forms now. If you're 18 and cracked, because you're right, this is absolutely a map that you have to be able to take, I think, if you want to see this series come to your light, because I just don't see a world where 18 and cracked can get the full reverse sweep off on this UIU team, especially if they're playing that well in Respawn, and we expect them to still be very good in the Search. It's a very difficult ask, I would say, to go and take the 3-4-5 against this UIU team.
I also think it just comes with a different type of confidence on the day as well, where just hearing just how everything's been functioning behind the scenes for this UIU roster, it does really feel like these guys are very much on the same page and how they want to play the game. This is one of the best teams that Scrap has ever been a part of, because everyone is so willing to take criticism. And when you're in a position where you can take the criticism and you can continue to move on, work out the problems on the fly without having any pent-up anger about this play or that or what happened yesterday. It's just all about the focus about going forward here. And it really feels like these guys are coming out. They want it. They want to prove it against some of the best players that we currently have in challengers at the moment. All of this experienced roster here on 18 and cracked. I mean, they have to put a lot of their experience to use, see if they can pick apart this UIU roster, see if you can catch them slipping, get a little too aggressive at times where they're looking for these first bloods. That's what we're going to have to see, but I think we are still waiting to get into the game here, Alan. We're just teasing the viewers. They're not ready for it yet. They're not ready to see 18 and cracked also pull off the upset coming into game number 2 here in S&D.
Yeah, no, never really loved that. But again, just kind of hitting, there is another match going on right now. Whatever It Takes has taken map number 1 versus Texas Nation by the look of it, just on the report, 250 to 226. So that's another one where, as much as you look at that as the number 1 seed versus the number 4, all 4 of these teams were super competitive with one another. It really was just the fact that Whatever It Takes missed out on not just a tiebreaker, but potentially just cruising their way to a number 1 seed because they lost their final 2 matches to Path to Pro and what am I thinking? Why can't I think of it? Bear Claw Esports, Map 5. That was like a huge surprise. Both teams that are not a part of the playoffs. So I'm very excited to see how that one turns out as they continue to battle through on the Clutch stream. So a full night worth of North American action. And look, I think Europe really kind of set the tone, right? Sucre's Bakery comes out, gets DFR'd. They lose their opening on both the winners and loser side of the bracket. No one, I think, expected to see that. And I think that just kind of goes to show that these Challengers Elite teams are very much so evenly matched once we get to the playoffs, if not even maybe before that throughout the group stage.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, just Sucre's Bakery dropping out. Like, I think we were both like sitting on call. We were so mind blown the fact that, listen, like, these guys were so dominant. They were so good. And, you know, that just kind of just gives you a taste of what we could potentially get here in North America as well, where you have, you know, some of these favorites, where you have these household names that have been around for a very long time. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're guaranteed day number 2. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to make it through, right? One of them is certainly going to be dropping out on the day. So it's just a matter of who's going to be able to do it, who's going to step up, who's going to go big, who are those individuals that we're going to be looking out for on the day, and who's going to be able to collectively put it together, you know, as a team. That's what all this prep, all of this VOD reviewing has all come to. It's just a matter of actually now executing on the game plan. Now we got to execute on the map load-in. That's what's up next. We'll see if we can get ourselves in here to the Search and Destroy Tuscan that we've been talking up. If you are just tuning in, 1-0 up right now is UIU. Yes, you heard that correctly. They took a hard point off of 18 and Crack in one of their best map mode combinations, but now it's time for UIU to play one of their best map mode combinations for a shot to go 2-0 up here in the best of 5.
And for this Tuscan Search and Destroy, as much as I think we've kind of been seeing a lot of designated just hard A hits, things have changed quite a bit over the course of the last 2 weeks as Classic tries to stretch through the middle of the map, hoping that Assault could be there to help out, but unfortunately falls, and now Exceed has to make his way forward to clear some space, and wow, he's just completely walked forward and done just that. However, he loses Scrap on this mix. Does he know that Scrap is nearby? Oh, apparently, Scrap gets caught off, doesn't even fire back, and Exceed gets 2 eliminations, possibly getting enough vacancy to get this bomb planted, and that's indeed the case.
Yeah, it should be the call here. Get it down. Will be planted. 3v2 now in favor of 18 and Crack. Just have to play the numbers. Rex needs to make a play along the back, and he is able to find Assault. So that does even us up in the 2 versus 2. Rex needs to find one more up close, and Exceed says no. 3 in the round for Exceed. 2v1 now, 25 seconds left.
1v1 Johnny. The pistol comes out, but Johnny was tagged down low. Both players had the same idea in mind. Let's just rush to see if I can catch him off guard. And Johnny gets caught at the very last second, swapping over to the pistol. So Exceed gets the ace in the round for a round 1 victory, in where your bomb carrier is dead in the first 10 seconds of the map. And that's just an unbelievably quick adjustment from Exceed to say, okay, well, I'm just going to have to go collect this and do a little bit more behind that. And boy, did he.
One of the things I will say about Exceed is this is one of the first teams where he doesn't have to be one of the big vocal leaders, and he gets to kind of just find those moments where he can find a rhythm like this. And it has been a lot less pressuring rather for him, but those are some good set nades that come out. Good first blood for Dylan Rex, and now that's going to put UIU in a great position to try to drop this bomb. Phantoms wins that battle versus Assault. Now Shawnee, he's got nowhere to go. I think that was a sniper rifle in the end that finds the kill. Flawless offense here for UIU.
And just the small hesitation for UIU that round to not have to push all the way forward and through, I think is the biggest kind of key. You kind of wait to see what's going to be tossed through the middle of the map. Don't hit the bomb immediately. Wait to see what this kind of early 30-second nade period is going to look like for you, and then make your call as far as, do we commit to the plant or do we wait to maybe find eliminations? It also, of course, helps when you get a set nade kill of your own, but good patience from UIU. Ties us back up at 1, and Classic is going to take the exact same, well, not the exact same route. He takes a little bit of a longer route around, and as nades do go pop off in the front side of Church, he was looking maybe to try to push forward for a kill if he got any connections. Not the case, so Classic will plant and then walk out in the middle of nowhere for Rex to find the easy kill.
Yeah, it's an easy pickup there. Classic maybe thinking that he had the information to get himself into a corner, but now you've lost Shawnee. Scrap is on the bomb, so there is very little information. Exceed's going to have to watch over it. And Rex will work to the back here. Still a 4v2. 25 seconds left. Exceed needs to win this battle. And he gets bad timing. And now Assault caught in the back. Stunned up. Locked down. Bombs being defused. He's got nothing to do.
Yeah, and again, I think that whole play and that whole route in the first place for Classic is, you could kind of see it. 18 and Cracked are throwing a lot of nades to that lower level front door of Church. And if you get any hit markers or tags, then Classic maybe makes the call of, I'm going to follow up and get the easier kill, whether because they're stunned or they're, damaged by the frag grenades that have been pushed through. But to come off the plant and then hit that same thing where there are no nades to support you is very strange. Not really sure what that play call was supposed to be, but Classic getting the plant and then immediately falling afterwards is definitely a problem if that continues to be an offensive idea for 18 and Cracked. We go back over to UIU. Johnny, quick cut back over through courtyard. Classic waiting for it, still loses the gunfight. And that'll be 5-1, 3 in a row for Johnny as the bomb's planted for UIU in a 4v2.
Here's Johnny Allen. Oh, man. 4v2. Assault and Johnny are just like hoping that someone's going to run into them. But UIU, look at the setup on the map. Everyone's covering every part of the map that needs to be covered. Phantoms has the checks. But there is a nice win here onto Rex. Now down to 30 seconds. Shawnee actually gets a second, making this a doable round. Both players going to come around the back here through A long, but they are low on time. 20 seconds left.
Oh, but Assault finds the third. Johnny has not moved since his first blood. Good nade check comes out. There's the stun. That will also find damage. Trying to kill off the time, but Assault is able to capitalize.
Wow.
There's enough time for the defuse. What? How has that just happened?
Shawnee
happened, happened?
I don't know how he gets that second, but the problem is like once you lose those players in the clutch spot that are at the top of Broken, all of a sudden this gets so much more difficult because you lose out on so much critical information. And Shawnee waits patiently, finds that first one through mid-alley, finds the second with the wall bang, and from there you can kind of dissect and figure out where the rest of the members might end up being, and they do so perfectly to be able to win out on that round, a 2v4 situation, making sure that things do not get out of hand early and tying us up at 2 apiece.
Wow. It just can't happen.
It cannot.
So we'll see. That could be a huge round in the scheme of things for 18 and Cracked. Scrap once again, first blood. Classic with an automaton in hand this time around. Takes a more reserved approach as he's going to watch the outside.
Exceed.
Scrap will be eventually traded out. Exceed has taken an MP40 and now collected himself a sniper rifle to potentially use. And this is going to be a post-plant setup for this backside of A. 18 and Cracked are going to kind of dig themselves in over to this backside of Church and just wait to play the post-plant from this favorable side of the A site.
Exceed's just running around the map right now, and they're going to have to go searching for him. Phantoms is the one to do it, and he doesn't check the very back. Exceed another 3 in the round. Are all 8 of his kills going to come through from aces in 2 rounds? It's looking like it could be possible, but 15 seconds left, and Rex doesn't look like he's going to have much of an idea on where the remaining 2 players are. No time to get that defuse. Sure, he grabs Classic, but Exceed, he can play for the check. He's not on the bomb. And now just one last shot to try to move in here for his second ace, but they're both going to pass one another here. So won't be able to get it, but very clean round coming through. And this is, again, Exceed. I don't know if he's just finding, like, breakable walls that UIU don't know about, and he's just running through them, but he's somehow getting to the back of the spawn every single time.
And I think it just is, again, a mounting pressure through those front doors at Church. It's been a lot of nades for 18 and Cracked in each of their offenses towards that bottom front door. This time it's Classic on the outside with an automaton, but Exceed still cuts through mid and gets down low at a weird place after everything had gone quiet through the middle of the map. And the timings have just been super favorable for Exceed. He hasn't even needed to shoot at anybody in these initial plays, so it's been interesting to see. But now UIU taking a very similar route and approach, but it's 18 and Cracked. A bit of diversity here on their defense. A 3-man hit through command center with Johnny down low. And well, Phantoms has read this. Okay, they're all coming from the flank, and look how fast UIU are to try to get themselves into place to deal with this.
Johnny again finds Phantoms through the wall. Classic gets Rex in the back, and the setup is falling to pieces for UIU. Classic, will he win this one? Yes, he will. Takes down Scrap.
Unreal.
Johnny finds Johnny, and they are breaking down the setups right now and just pushing through the back, making sure UIU have no way to be able to set up with the post plant, and there's just a lot of big individual gunfights coming in.
The only 2-round losses that 18 and Cracked have tallied so far have been off of, I don't mean to kind of call it out, but it's off of Classic making a weird opening play, right? Like, it was on 2 offenses. The first one where he tries to cut in towards Church, gets cut to pieces. The second, he gets the plant and then tries to cut through Church, gets cut to pieces. And UIU have just kind of punished from there. Everything else has been near perfection on the defensive half, and even since those first 2 attacks, now all of a sudden, their offensive half for 18 and Cracked So the trends are definitely favoring 18 and Cracked here in this map number 2. UYU looking to respond, and they're going to have something different to look at here. It's Exceed with a sniper rifle. Scrap still playing this long angle, was ready for it for first blood, but it's not going to deter Classic from still getting this bomb planted. Nade over the top from Scrap is good for damage, but no elimination.
Oh, Scrap doesn't expect a second to be deep, but it's still a numbers advantage for UYU. 3 versus 2. Shawnee's going to inch up. Look at this play from Shawnee. What a read. 4 in a row, but now he would have to come away with an ace, and it's not going to happen. He goes for the check. Dylan Rex will win out on the battle. A good collapse at the perfect time here. Good coordination coming in, and UIU will be able to at least put another round up here. Now 4-3.
Yeah, it's just big, too, I think, just to take the X factor off the table early. Scrap is able to deal with Exceed. No freshness in your strategies, even though Shawnee does respond, but it's still, I think, a lot of that play for 18 and Cracked was kind of hinging off of, let's take down Scrap. We know he's going to snipe outer A. Let's counter it, get the hit, and then from there, we've got another post plant set up through that top side of A. They were not allowed to get that this time around, so it definitely changed the dynamic of the round at large. And so here we go into round number 8, a crucial one still for UYU to get this to 4-4, trying to avoid having to win 3 rounds in a row. And once again, it'll be Dylan wrapping over through the safety of what Scrap is watching. Try to get this bomb planted, but delayed set nades have pushed Dylan back. He's going to have to wait, and as he does, Assault tallies the first blood.
Oh, so many nades, so many stuns. Rex is like, is someone going to come check now that they've used everything? But he's going to try to plan it. Classic is going to peek. The timing there gets off of the bomb at the perfect moment to make sure he holds on to his life. Phantoms also takes down Shawnee, so that puts us into a 3v3, but still can't really safely plant this until they all win the battles in Classic now. Has to press forward. He finds that first one, and he'll be in the 1v2.
He knew he was in a bad spot the whole way through. As soon as you start to realize that Phantoms has won a gunfight over through B, you're kind of in a position where you have to move forward, and 18 and Cracked were just a little bit too statuesque in the middle of the map. They get punished off the crossfire, and then, yeah, even though Classic does force one good gunfight, there was never really a chance for him to get back over towards Phantoms or really get a read on where Scrap had been repositioned to, since he was kind of quiet the whole round. So an important round for UYU. Levels us at 4 going into round number 9. And you have to feel if Scrap is going to continue to play this outer A hit, you kind of wonder for the rest of UYU, do you try to get aggressive through that at any point in time? I mean, Scrap has won every single opening battle that we've seen him with a sniper rifle thus far. Do you trust that? And if so, how much? As you maybe try to take away this topside field from 18 and Cracked. Exceed gets caught, try to play with another route, and that first blood is going to put 18 and Cracked essentially at a dead halt.
A lot of these offenses, the last 2 at least, have been Exceed getting blooded and putting 18 and Cracked in a situation where they're going to have to try to look at dropping this bomb. But look at the middle map control. Look at the heady there from Rex. Very clean. And now you are very limited on what you're going to be able to do here if you're 18 and Cracked. 2 versus 4. 50 seconds on the clock. Assault's going to be able to grab the bomb, but he's looking for gunfights. And UIU, they are posted up mid-map.
Yeah, you have to be able to clear off number 6 and Rex. That's the thing. If he can continue to just run back and forth over here, there's no way you win this round. And as Assault falls, I still think you just re-hit the point of you just don't win this round. Shawnee's in a pretty terrible spot. 1v4, no bomb, no time. And I will say this much, just to kind of recap the opener here for UYU, it's just good chess from them. They make the right counterplay of saying, okay, 18 and Cracked have gotten this bomb planted by playing the topside fields. Every single offense in like the last 3 offenses. Let's not just get Scrap sniping this time. Let's throw a bunch of nades over that direction as well. And as Exceed cuts through the only other area of the map that's open, which is through this position that Shawnee eventually fell, UIU just have that read. You know that if we're going to throw this many nades up top, that the only other route that we can get surprised by is through mid on that particular staircase. So good read from UIU, good adjustments, and it gives them an advantage here going into round 10.
It sure does. Phantoms on 4. If you could earn 1, could really solidify the round with a glide bomb coming into play. Assist them with maybe getting the information necessary. Drop this down. Stum's going to come out, though. Dylan Rex doesn't get any info with it.
Nades.
And now the nades come through. Beautifully executed. That will take out the bomb carrier. Scrap, though, going to get a little aggressive. Will he be able to work for a peek, or will he maybe just try to hit this out the back? Exceed is watching it, so would have to try to get through 1, and that stun doesn't hit him, so he does have a window to try to push.
Yeah, but this is pushing with a sniper rifle. So,
well, he's got a pistol.
This would be a different definition of push and P right here, I think, for the kids out there. So we'll see, as Scrap will be the one to track backwards, collect the bomb. And UIU are actually putting a lot of energy and effort over towards potentially maybe try to swing over towards B. I mean, you've got no help from Johnny or Phantoms at the moment. And this means for Scrap, you kind of just have to play your life until you get an isolated pick bottom side of this command center. And it's going to be read through the wall and be taken down. That's going to stretch the defense a bit thinner. And now Scrap can move to try to make a bomb plant happen. This is exactly the right call. Stretch the defense, put some pressure on them, and then re-hit. And there are no nades, remember, for 18 and Crack. They used them all trying to get that initial denial of the plant.
Oh, classic. He finds the kill, but the bomb goes down. So UIU still in an okay position, but Johnny, he doesn't check the corner. Shawnee is reading the push through. He was trying to look for a wrap play, and now Phantoms. If he can earn the glide bomb, that would be big, and he does. So at least he's able to earn one of the streaks. But a nice play here from 18 and Crack to be able to move through, get that defuse, and send us to a round 11.
If Johnny checks his corner there, that's a very winnable round for UIU. Because he could re-wrap back over and make sure that that topside nest is still contested. He could re-wrap back over towards Church. There's a lot of options, but he doesn't check his corner. And with that, a round 11 comes through. The big key on the table here still goes down to that glide bomb. But do you use this early, thinking that 18 and Cracked are still going to try to make a lot of pressure over towards this A set right off the rip? Or do you hold this to try to deny a post-plant setup? Either are viable options. It just comes down to which you prefer if you're UIU.
Holding on to your utility and your nades, so important here in Classic. Oh, is he going to be able to slip away? Trying to finesse the glide, but Phantoms will find him. That should give you the information that the bomb is also potentially down, but Rex over here might need a little assistance getting himself out, and now Exceed's going to be able to find him, so able to even us up, but that bomb is still down.
Yeah, and Classic was about to go escape into Church, which would have been the exact wrong move, because then someone has to go collect that bomb from the defensive side of the map. 2v3. Scrap, the sole defender of the B side, and he's in a great position to do just that. Shawnee looking to maybe jump up towards Church, but I think he may have missed the jump, so now he's going to have to try again, and he thinks, okay, well, never mind. First time would have been risky enough. A second would have been maybe too much to bite off. So now Exceed working alongside with Shawnee. And Exceed should be able to pick up, yeah, I'll say an MP40 here off of Classic's body, and he will. Bomb being planted. UIU happy to play retake, and they're going to do this from the top side of the field. They've got information. Exceed moving forward, does nothing as UIU take away the desired post-plant location for 18 and Cracked, and with that, the round 11 will be won, and UIU will go up 2-0 in the series.
2-0 here in the series, and my goodness, was that ever some great composure coming through here for UIU, being able to bring that one back. They were down 4-2 after a couple of rough rounds where, you know, they were picked apart in some 2v4s and some 2v3s, and they make sure to close this one out. They use their numbers. A couple of key gunfights also coming in there off the back end of Scrap, being able to create that numbers advantage before that bomb ended up going down over there inside of you. So a lot of massive moments end up playing out there for us, but it comes down to another round 11, and UIU, they always find a way to clutch up in their round 11s.
The thing is, that whole map for me just comes down to when are you using your nades? We saw so many different times where 18 and Cracked were still throwing a lot of early set nades, and UIU were just waiting back and saying, all right, if we're going to use all this and not find anything with it, you have nothing to retake with. And I think that was kind of probably the biggest key overall as far as why UIU started to find more success on the offense. Defensively, though, they kind of hit and say, if you guys want to try to keep quick planning over from the long side at A, we're just going to set nade it in a multitude of different ways, whether it be on top of the bomb or by stacking up behind Scrap and tossing nades alongside his sniper rifle that's watching the same angle. So we get at least the information, are you here? And if not, well, then we're happy to just change up the focus and make sure we've got enough pressure over the middle of the map. And wow, it really is just, you know, tip of the cap to UIU. Collectively as a full squad, they made unbelievable adjustments, and 18 and Cracked, you just kind of have to wonder at a certain point, you got to start reading what UIU are doing to counter your offense, because they never really got a comfortable post plant after the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, unless Succeed was getting to the back of the spawn like you're seeing right now, like it really did feel like they were really struggling to, one, get map control, and then two, like you said, like actually play for an effective setup around the bomb site where they can play off one another or stop at least UIU from coming through with some of these big opening plays. And well, because of it, we get to a point where they're able to get it all the way to around 11, bring this one back, and Big game out of Rex, 11-7 here. Johnny as well, good for a lot of the first bloods that we saw in the rounds. But a huge part of it, I mean, coming down to just, non-traded kills. These guys are getting kills and getting out here with their lives. A lot of the situations that we saw here for 18 and Cracked were, coming back after being down in numbers off the back end of just clutch plays. But you can see UIU playing at least a little bit more together at times and using their teamwork here to be able to pull out with the dub. And I mean, I would not expect a series versus 18 Crack for them to be 2-0 up going into the Control here, Alan. Like, what a turn, what a different look at this team that can do a little bit more than just win S&Ds.
And look, I know that the first blood category doesn't tally up like just the first kill. We don't really know how it works, but just look at the numerical difference between that category. Whatever the metric is, only 4 first bloods were tallied for 18 and Cracked, where like 11 or 12 were tallied up for UIU. Their efficiency in the early stages of each round were unbelievable. And save and exceed ace and just a nice 2v4 that got put together, there really were never moments where you felt like 18 and Cracked had any kind of early game advantage. And I think that still was a major reason why UIU were able to make just one slight adjustment. Don't let Exceed get through the back of us. Make sure we're locking things up, change how we're throwing our nades, and that was recipe for success to, like you mentioned, go from 2-4 down to 6-5 for the win. So impressive stuff. But with that, we stay on Tuscan. We're not changing up the venue all that often. We've got Tuscan for the Control coming up. The biggest thing here for 18 and Cracked was in their second week, they dropped no Control maps. They've been on a 4-win streak when it comes to Control. But that said, a lot of that happened on Gavutu, not on Tuscan.
Right.
So is there maybe an opportunity here where UIU could surprise both of us and take not just 2 respawns, but potentially even full sweep out 18 and Cracked to the lower bracket?
I mean, what a story it would be if they're able to do it.
Right.
And I think that they could potentially do it. I mean, the fact that they win the hard point is is big enough for us to say they can potentially do it here in the Control as well. That was not one of their good map mode combinations, and that was one of 18 and Crack's best map mode combinations. So now you have a really similar story here again, where on Tuscan, I want to say that 18 and Cracked are 2-0. And on the other side, UIU, they favor Gavutu when it comes to the 2 Control maps. We'll have to come in here and see if they can basically do what they did on the hard point. And I mean, with the way that they're playing, with the way that they're just, setting up a lot of their plays, waiting for one another, I think a big thing watching over a lot of their games, at least in the hard points from previous and some of the Controls as well, Alan, is that there's a lot of plays individually that they're making and their teammates aren't there to play for the trades, or they're trying to do a little too much at times when you just kind of need to slow down, wait for a second, especially in Control when obviously we talk about the life count at times, but also you have to make sure that when you're attacking this B zone that it is structure. There's players coming through the back, there's players behind you when you're busting through radio or through the upper patio. You have to make sure that there's people around you when you're making these plays, or at the very least you're creating at least enough pressure elsewhere where one player might be able to slip through the back. So a lot of this synergy, a lot of this coordination is extremely important when you're trying to find at least offensive wins on Tuscan.
And we've seen a number of different looks as far as how do you accomplish those goals, right? Like at the beginning of the elite stage in this group period, we were looking at like money form from Europe. They were full 4-man hitting through rooftops to get to B first and take those advantages by getting to an aggressive position early. You don't have to fight for it if you're in a 4v1 off the rip. You can just walk there essentially.
Sure.
Then in the CDL and with a couple of teams and challengers, it's been we're going to kind of hit the middle of the map, work through church, and then recut back over to take you off on the rotation as you try to scramble to get over towards B, and then we're in a position to keep you spawning the whole time kind of a way. So there are multiple different ways that you can kind of get to those levels that you're talking about. I'm just really curious to see what has the workshop and the laboratory looked like for both of these 2 teams, and which do they prefer, as that's going to be, I think, probably the catalyst for success here is maybe not necessarily winning an offensive round, but just being more generally successful in your offense, keeping the lives as marginal as possible, maybe even finding yourself an early life advantage, because then it starts to put natural pressure on the defenders to have to respond and to do it cleanly, because round 5 defense is still only determined by kills. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things that I think you're looking at those marginal differences, especially as teams to try to kind of approach what their attacking rounds are going to look like.
Well, let's get into it. UIU 2-0 up. They find the hard point on Tuscan. They find the search and destroy on Tuscan. Can they get the Control on Tuscan and close this first round out 3-0 versus 18 and Cracked? It would be monumental if they're able to send this team down in 3-0 fashion. I can only imagine how amped they are. But on that same note, I'm sure Phantom's keeping everyone leveled, saying, listen, the job's not done yet, guys. Do not let this team pick up steam. He knows what it's like. But here we go, ladies and gents, right into it. Attacking first will be 18 and Cracked.
Yeah, and Classic, yeah, this is exactly what I was wondering about, how forward you try to play through the middle of the map. The thing about it is, look how much respect UIU are giving here off the rip to 18 and Cracked. Not really trying to take too many advantages over the top of the zone, just trying to play passive angles. And that comes with pros and cons of your own as you start to realize it. A 4-for-1 total exchange. The only player to fall was Classic on that aggressive hit through mid, and the first 2 ticks of progress at A are already gone.
Big kill here from Shawnee. 2-0 star. Reading Johnny up the ladder, but can't finish off the kill. But we'll be able to at least get over and try to assist around the A point. That should be the 3rd tick, unless we see UIU come through with a break, and one more kill would have to come in. Assault just needs to get that last second in, and he will lose the battle. Scrap finds 2. So recovery here for UIU in the final second, and Scrap off screen gets 3 in the feed.
Yeah, that's great for Scrap as he just moves forward. It's still the double that existed in the kill feed. The 3rd came off of spawn, so give him credit for 3 in a row. Not necessarily in full triple kill form, but the big thing here is that 18 and Cracked, with how many numbers UIU pushed to A, they've actually been able to get their own numbers over through the B site. Now, Shawnee's the last one to survive through this. He can't do too much from this position, but as he wins a gunfight, we need to see what the decision's going to be here for UIU, because with 30 seconds on the clock, you don't just want to let Shawnee get onto the zone and just hold off time, but at the same rate, you also have win condition built if you can stop this A from happening. And, well, with those eliminations, the decision's essentially made for them. Chalk up A, start to rotate through, and make sure you take care of Shawnee.
So instead of 2 minutes and 20 seconds, they get 1 minute and 30 to work over to B. Phantoms, big win. Has both streaks in his back pocket. Any given time, he can pull those out. But in the back, Exceed has been able to push through. He's got a player with him as well. It's going to be Classic. And now those spawns over in the field beside Church. This is where things can get a little dicey. There's no one on the point, but a lot of kills have been coming through. And now Classic, what can he do? He's left all alone in the back. I don't think they know he's back here, and he can make a play.
They have no idea. Scrap got completely caught off guard. And as Classic takes down his 2nd elimination here in the back, that will once again put a little bit of pressure onto the spawns of UIU. 18 and Crack still playing for kills, by the way, with under 60 seconds. You feel like you're going to need to set foot on the hard point at some point in time to stop this clock, but as all 4 will fall, now all of a sudden UIU are in your base and are forcing you to have to hit through the top side of field. Not exactly the route that you want, but it's the one that they have to take. And you've got to find kills cleanly here if you ever want to see this B zone again.
You really do. Classic should get info on the stun. He does. He knows one's back here. But does he know there's a second close right? He does now, and Johnny will win the battle onto 1 and 2. Johnny gets all 3 in the back. Maybe there were some team shots from Scrap, but nonetheless, Johnny will basically solidify the round right then and there. Everyone in 18 and Cracked is going to post up, hold up, and wait for this one to run out here on the clock. UIU recovering well. There was moments where 18 and Cracked had an opportunity, but they could never really get on the zone itself.
Yeah, and you have to kind of admire, I think, the initial play off of that eventual A capture. It comes late, right? I think everyone is going to be looking at that from 18 and Cracked saying, wow, you really did get held off of that A zone for longer than you'd like to. But as soon as they captured, they send the 3 members through the back, and Scrap doesn't really recognize from his power position on those L stairs that, hey, I need to be locking this down completely, because they get through and it puts a lot of pressure on UIU to respond defensively. The good news was you did have a couple of forward members that could use those advanced positions to make sure that once you eventually go kill for kill, 18 and Cracked will not be able to reinforce quickly. So now it's on to UIU to put together a bit of an offense, and they are trying to hit for that mid play, but it doesn't find any success whatsoever, and the first 30 seconds are gone with only a single kill being tallied against 18 and Cracked.
I like this aggression right now from Exceed. He might be able to disrupt this entire next team push. So even though he only finds 1, he gets the information, but Phantoms is going to invest in the glide here.
Yeah, you don't love doing
So
that.
going to be able to find a kill on Assault, and it does give them a window at least to be able to push on through, but there's still a chance for 18 and Cracked to be able to set up a team push and try to break this.
Yeah, you don't love having to use a glide bomb just to get out of spawn for A. You would love to be able to hold on to those in case things start to go a bit awry for you on your defense over towards B. But the thing about it is, it does get you forward to A quickly. And with Rex on 4, his teammates cleaning up eliminations behind him, any kill from this position for Rex is a good one, because 18 and Cracked have to flush him out before they can really set up any sort of a defense. So good stuff coming for UIU. They've got a 3-life lead. But as they lose Johnny over towards the B zone, they kind of have to once again reset themselves up and look for a way to hit. And unfortunately, Scrap thought he had a good gunfight and in turn didn't. falling, meaning that the rest of UIU kind of have to sit here and wait for him to come off respawn.
Still a lot of streaks, and now UIU, they might have to slow down here for a second. Rex is going to give away his position. He's going to try to make the play. He's at least able to take down one. And now Phantoms comes up behind him. Phantoms is 15-3, by the way. He's about to earn himself another glide if he can find at least one more kill. Johnny is going to get stunned up here in the back as he tries to work through Church. It will be shut down, and now Classic finds him from the side. So UIU struggling to really break open a bit of this defensive setup right now around the B zone. This has been an excellent hold, and that's going to be another clean feed here for the side of 18 and Cracked.
Yeah, this is looking really clean from 18 and Crack's perspective, and Phantoms hasn't moved out of bunk beds yet. He's still up top over here, just like, guys, can you come help me get this 5th kill, please? Because he's been here for the better part of the last 45 seconds, it feels like. And the thing is, you know, as much as you look through the kill feed and it's like back and forth, easy kills, you know, 1-for-1s, that's never good enough for the offense to get any significant pressure over towards B. It is a 12v10, and if UIU can find a way to turn these kills into actual zone pressure, maybe there's an opportunity to get these last 12 kills. That's how your win condition is built, but at the moment, they don't even have a route to use. You've got Johnny hitting a long area, Shawnee actually taking the position that Phantoms was previously in, and he's going to be able to earn himself, I believe, maybe a glide bomb of his own. He was on 5, I want to say. And Rex is going to call another glide in. Bold to say the least, but with a couple of kills and that one coming into Classic, they do get here to stall the clock, but there's only 18 seconds left.
Yeah, there's still 2 glides available for 18 and Cracked if they even want to invest them, and Assault is going to invest his, so he comes through. 6 lives playing up against 5, still stopping the clock at 15.8 seconds, but UIU, they don't have the other half of the team, and that means that the rest of the kills should come through. Shawnee from the back, able to take down Dylan Rex. One last hurrah here for the side of UIU. Only 2 lives remaining. I think they know that there's nothing else that could be done. Just searching for a couple more kills, but a lot of streaks being thrown out here in round 2.
And that's kind of the thing that I mentioned going back to the early streak that was pulled out for UIU just to get to A. You want to be able to hold on to those glide bombs in case things go wrong defensively. We saw that kind of be a 1-for-1 conversation point for 18 and Cracked. Things start to get a little bit too close. You want to secure a couple of extra kills. There's not a lot of time on the clock, so force UIU to have to play for the time. And that turns into an easy kill, an easy retake, and from there the round just becomes unachievable. So as much as it started to get a bit trepidatious for 18 and Cracked, largely knowing that you've got 2 streaks to play with what the situation was on hand, with not just lives, but more important than clock, it puts you in a pretty comfortable spot to make sure you can secure that D. So now you get into a 1-1 tie, round 3 on the way, and UIU once again a passive setup as 18 and Cracked just scroll on in and get the first tick of progress without too much cause for concern and Exceed even sliding forward for 3. And hold on a second, with that 4-man feed, Classic should be able to get over towards B pretty quickly, and the rest of 18 and Cracked are going to understand that as here they come trying to help out for a quick transfer to B.
I mean, this has been 5 consecutive kills in a row. No one's even died for 18 and Cracked just yet. Classic is waiting. Looks like that is going to be the glide. Shawnee finds Johnny. That should be a lot of information for Classic to come out here. He might be able to find a second. He's looking for him. He's going to take some shots. He does bring home the kill. And Shawnee finds another. This is pressure on both sides of it. And you called it, Alan. This has been 10 consecutive kills in a row for 18 and Cracked.
That's a first tick of progress, no problem. The second's already on the way. And Classic is going to lock this in most likely. He's got a little bit of help on the way, but it is a bit late. Oh, but Classic nearly gets the double. It's cut just a touch short of that second tick of progress. UIU going to stay on the top of the zone to deplete. And the defense has started to grow a little bit of legs to stand on, but goodness, that got scary quickly. And the lives still aren't great considering that you still have to survive defensively through another 2 minutes plus through just the B zone.
2 minutes plus, take your time, all through the back. Shawnee's going to watch the front, and he wins that battle. And that's going to green light the back, push through, flip out the spawns. Exceed's already through. He's fully streaked out. Johnny and Scrap, though, do find a couple of individual answers. But can they deal with Exceed here? He's been able to slip through. They have no idea where he is. Can he clear a path for his teammates to come off spawn safely? He's going to be able to find Scrap. He gets info onto the second. Nice. Exceed's there for the read, and that should now ignite from the front here. Still a minute 30 on the clock for 18 and Cracked.
Classic has been alive this entire time, 1 in blue. Everyone was looking for him for UIU, and that leads to now pressure over for 18 and Cracked on the respawn. Exceed up and over, not able to get the kill, leading Assault for a 1v1. He stops the clock and then decides, you know what? I'm just going to play a little bit further forward, continue to try to zone off these defensive reinforcements, but Rex coming back to the play will find the kill. Johnny takes his initial spot far forward in towards bunks, And still 60 seconds on the clock, a 6-life lead for 18 and Cracked. And they're setting up to try to get someone else in the back once again. It's Exceed number 4, who's waiting to get enabled to make a play forward.
Yeah, Exceed needs to make something happen, or the Streaks could as well. Glide comes through, it doesn't find any kills, but Exceed now gets the info to push through the back, doesn't win the battle. Scrap shuts him down, Classic from the side also can't find a kill. This is 18 and Cracked. They're hitting a brick wall time and time again so far. UIU, they've been able to hold out, holding on after losing 10 consecutive lives in a row. Now 30 seconds left for 18 and Cracked.
Yeah, that streak missing is actually more massive than you may think in the real time, because the whole play there is get a kill in the back and let Exceed push forward for free, and then we'll pinch from the front. But the glide bomb does not connect onto anybody, as UIU is so close to the interior that it never really allows an opportunity for 18 and Cracked to get the full pinch set up. Exceed even going to call the strafing run in, as they think it's maybe still doable to get back over to the point, but it's looking less and less likely. UIU surviving through an onslaught of streaks and a ton of time on the clock. It's a 3-life margin, and 18 and Cracked seem to think that that's going to be large enough for them to have the round 5 defense.
Listen, that is such a massive round for UIU. With the way that one started, I thought both zones were going to be captured before 2 minutes. That even ran out on the clock, right? It was 20 lives playing up against 30. I mean, they could not find a trade. They could not find a kill for the first 30 seconds of that round. But they recover. They hold on to B. And 18 and Cracked could never really work themselves into a situation that they found at the start. So, looking good at least. And now you have streaks for Johnny. Right on to A we go. A couple of early kills come in. UIU already working for that first tick of progress.
Well, the thing about it, and I mentioned it in the break here, that 18 and Cracked think they're going to have enough for the round 5 defense. You got to get to the round 5 defense first here, guys. Let's say that much, because, you know, with how defensively favored this map has been so far, that definitely was the mentality for 18 and Cracked. But the problem is they're not finding any eliminations here on their defense. It's UIU doing the exact same thing to 18 and Cracked that was just done to them. No one has died as of yet. Rex will eventually fall, but with full streaks being earned, Johnny's going to start putting a little bit more pressure over towards this B zone as they take down Classic, and with that, Phantoms will be able to get vacancy over through Patio and take away one of the key high zone positions around this B point.
All right, 2 minutes. They have streaks, and Scrap's going to put himself on the point. Finds that first kill, but does not have the cover up top, and Exceed will destroy Rex. Turns and burns. And that will shut things down here for a quick moment. Doors are going to be closed. Exceed has the cutoff as UIU, they try to come through, but they don't know Exceed's here. 5 in a row. Glide bomb going to be earned.
The Exceed really is coming a little bit different here today. He almost goes through the window into the face of Dylan Rex, but does get taken down. UIU starting to correct some of their mistakes here as they tally up a couple of quick eliminations. Rex a little bit up and over on Shawnee. Will eventually finish the kill, and now it just comes down to, do you set up to hit with a streak here? I think you probably should. Your nades are all out, but 18 and Cracked is actually putting a lot of pressure forwards. If that glide bomb gets called in, expect them to start to try to hit and take away the space, and boy will they. 3-for-1 exchange. 18 and Cracked now just down 2 lives, minute 15 on the clock.
Both of these teams so good defensively around this B zone. And you're looking for the slightest opening here on potentially Exceed up top, who's kind of just bouncing back and forth, trying to get a read on where the hit's coming through, but I think he does find one. It's a weird gunfight from the side. Nonetheless, it's a trade, and Assault will make sure that the numbers do swing the way of 18 and Cracked as they'll take a step back for a quick moment. UIU do push out the front, but now they're down to about 50 seconds, try to make 3 ticks of progress happen on the zone.
With that elimination, maybe you hit a streak on the zone here and get a little bit of a stack on the way. We'll see if they call for it. Rex on 1 elimination. Johnny, careful, don't take on your teammate. Nearly snapped right on top of him, but the kills, they're even. That's not largely going to be good enough. Someone has to make a special play, and as Phantoms tries, he will be pushed aside. 23 seconds on the clock, even life count at the moment. UIU would be really stretched to get to this B zone again, unless they can find clean kills here on to Exceed first and foremost. But he's in a great spot just to go 1-for-1. And as UIU start to very clinically make their way forward, Exceed will read this, back up, find himself a different heady, and just spam down the doorway. Kills will be there, but no one for UIU is going to bother trying to touch. And we will go to that round 5 defense, and we'll see if 18 and Crack's decision from round 3 will pay off for him.
We will indeed. And on top of that, I'm also curious to see how many more streaks are in play going into this round number 5, because there's been a lot of them earned. To be fair, this is not the same patch that we're playing on right now with the CDL, where glide bombs are earned in 5 at the moment. So it's a lot easier to be able to get them in this moment. And we'll kind of take a look through at the moment as well to see exactly what else is going to come in. But the good news here, if you're 18 and cracked, being 2-0 down in the series, is that you have defense. You've been solid on defense so far. The starts have been really strong, though, for 18 and cracked. We'll see if that will continue to be here as Classic finds that first blood. Scrap's going to pick up mid. Rex, he's got to kind of play his life, and Classic finds a second.
Not a great start for UIU. They find really no value off of their opening set nades, whereas 18 and cracked kept the large majority of UIU off the zone. But Johnny, on rotation to be through the middle of the map, he's actually going to stall the clock a different way. This will make 18 and cracked have to consider, okay, let's just make sure we get here so he doesn't find 1 tick of progress for free. And they will find the kill and do it cleanly. Exceed off the pinch will make sure A stays safe, and this has all gone wrong for UIU.
Yeah.
30 seconds off the clock, only 2 kills, but there's very limited mask position to work with, and Exceed will make sure we know that. There's 3 in a row, knows that Phantoms is up top, but will just essentially wait for his teammates to pick up the pieces, and UIU are stuck in spawn again.
It was such a veteran call. They only sent the player off spawn to go deal with Johnny. They made sure everyone that was on the map stayed on the map and pushed forward, and they were able to take away all the pressure at A because of it. And now you're really feeling the pressure if you're UIU, because Johnny, he is not letting anyone through. Streaks are raining down. 27 lives here still available for 18 and cracked. They've only died 3 times here in the round. And UIU, they're down to 17, and they haven't even got a full tick of progress on the zone. They have 1 push left, and they're going to try to make it happen at A.
They've got absolutely nothing. And this is the definition of nothing, as Exceed actually takes away more than nothing, as he's able to find the 2 from the side. 6 in a row, 36 and 25. Streaks just raining in, and 18 and cracked will extend this series, as there's really no chance that any of these UIU members get back over towards A, you feel like. Yeah, there it is. Strafing run finishes the job. It's a 3-2 all defensive affair. It got close throughout round 2.
It did.
Round 3, round 4, but really, I mean, outside of the kills becoming a little bit close to, you know, winning off of eliminations, no one really found any progress at B that entire offensive series.
Yeah, that was literally it. I mean, making like even ticks of progress happen on the B zone was just about unheard of throughout that entire map as well. But I guess the key here is the fact that 18 and cracked, they get the job done. They'll make sure that they do not get swept in this best of 5, as they're able to keep things rolling here at the very least here for us. And they hold on to what was a couple of really convincing defensive rounds, and maybe even one of the offensive rounds where we thought they were going to be able to take that one, but it was unable to happen. Unfortunately, fully go through for us. But either way, 3-2 is the tally here for us, Alan. And now we get to go over to a different map here for the first time in the series as well.
Yeah,
we'll have a Berlin coming up. There's other maps in the rotation there, it appears.
Yeah, it's yeah, you'd be surprised, I think, at times, because there have definitely been moments where I think we all kind of question if there's going to be more than just Tuscan and Berlin played, especially considering that, like, looking at the amount of times that all of our playoff teams have played other maps, it largely has been some combination of Tuscan and Berlin. It's not to be really too much of a surprise that even the CDL, the most vetoed out maps are everything but those 2. But the thing here is, you know, you look at the potential for 18 and cracked to reverse sweep. Berlin Hardpoint, as any Hardpoint is for them, is still a pretty favorable one all in all. You know, for UIU, they've played it twice. They did not play 18 and cracked here the last time that these 2 teams had met. And it's a 1-1 affair for UIU on the map mode combination throughout the group stage. Whereas for 18 and cracked, they've largely not actually played this map in the Elite, but I can tell you firsthand, watching them play this throughout a couple of cups, that they're still very good at this map. So it's one of those things that, hey, if they get the ability to play Tuscan, they will. And then it's kind of Gavutu after that, but Berlin is not a bad map for them by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, I think you look towards this set of Berlins coming up, and you think there's definitely an opportunity for 18 and cracked to get this to map 5.
Yeah, try to get us to a map 5. That is going to be the goal here for us. I mean, making it happen versus the UIU roster, I mean, this is one of the things you can take advantage of. The fact that, you know, they might end up slipping up a little bit going into a hard point where you've notoriously been really good. So we'll see if they can, in fact, you know, make that happen here, Alan, going into it, because we know that they can be strong on hard point. Sure, they lost the first one here, 250 to 213, but the fact that, you know, we just saw some of the big players here step up for them is really, I think, the key takeaway for the fact that maybe we can carry this over if Exceed Seed can keep finding value, if Assault can, continue to win out on these battles versus Phantoms as well as Shawnee, then maybe that's your window. Try to come back into it. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to, because at the same note, UIU, they've been coming with a little bit of just a different style today, it feels like. They have been really strong. They have been clutching up, and I do feel like a lot of it comes back to the confidence. So we'll see if they're going to be able to kind of keep this going at the very least.
I just still look at that Berlin map 5, and you look at that one and say, how do you get through UIU on that particular search and destroy? It's not their best, Tuscan is, technically speaking. 3-0 on the map, and then Bakaj shortly after that also 3-0, but 4 reps on the Berlin search and destroy. 2 different 6-3 wins, a 3-6 loss to Team War, a 2-6 loss to Texas Nation. But, man, you just don't feel great about 18 and Cracked getting reversing versus UIU because of how good they are at search and destroy. And the thing about it is, the reason that we say that, UIU was down 2-4 on the Tuscan search, and they still came back to win at 6-5. So, I don't know. It definitely feels a bit dire in certain ways, but look, the thing is, if you can come out here in 18 and Cracked and you can just slap UIU around, I don't think your confidence is going to care what statistics we've done on Berlin search and destroy in the past. You're just going to be feeling good. You're just going to want to get there.
Yeah, you're just going to want to get there. I mean, that's where everything changes too, especially with, these vets that we do have in the scene, Alan. You have to, bring up the fact that, Assault, Shawnee, they've been here plenty of times alongside Classic. It's just all about finding that really first map that, kind of allows you to work back into it. So if they can find that footing and they can get things rolling in the hardpoint and just go back to what they were doing, specifically, especially in the week number 1 of the regular season, then that might be their opportunity. But we'll have to see if they can do it. It's not going to be easy to close it out. However, we know that it is possible.
Just an update as far as what's happening on the other Winners Round 1 matchup. Texas Nation have also won their control to extend into a map 4. Whatever it takes, looking good at the moment on the Berlin Hardpoint, although it has just started. So that's kind of what else is going on as far as a reminder into the schedule is concerned. Immediately following this match, our winners will be waiting a little bit for the winners finals, and we will actually cover the elimination match happening in lower round 1 before we jump back and finish the evening on winners finals. I think the biggest thing that, if you're just joining in, you haven't been watching any of the Challengers Elite group stage so far, and you're kind of wondering, well, who's favored in any of those matchups? Pick whatever team name you like more, because it's hard to statistically say that anyone is favored in any of the matches that we have. Even once we get into the winners finals and, we get this next matchup in the lower match, it's going to be very difficult to pick a favorite, I think, just because of how evenly matched all 4 of these teams in particular have been. But even on top of that, it's just the fact that the North American region has been a bloodbath from minute 1 of week 1. So many different map 5s throughout the entirety of this group phase. And with that in mind, we very well may see more here. But we'll see. UIU still up 2-1 as we go into the Berlin Hardpoint. 18 and Cracked trying to put together a reverse sweep. They would need to showcase how good their hardpoint has been and why we continue to harp on the fact that this could be the best respawn team in North American Challengers Elite when you compare their hardpoint and control stats side by side. Here we go. Exceed. Trying to create a little bit of an entryway, and boy, will he. Able to burst through. Even exchange thus far, but UIU from the favored side will be able to get the reinforcements here faster, although it may not matter because Assault will break on in as the last remaining player off this initial break. So from the front, 18 and Cracked get the reinforcements quickly. And UIU are actually not really finding a way back in. They're actually getting completely spawn tracked. Top left side of your map by the crane. And how about the route from Classic? He very well will recognize that they may be trying to play for rotation here. The thing about it is he may have missed a player. That's Scrap on the backside. Classic just hiding behind the doorway. Good for 1. It's Classic for 2. The third one right on the top of the tank, but hindered by the health pool. Scrap will eventually get the trade, and UIU will open up the second hard point for their name. But the problem about this is you've got 18 and Cracked mounting some pressure from the front, and they've got Exceed watching the rotation to cut off reinforcements, leaving Scrap by himself. He'll get stunned and eventually naded out, and it'll be a 4-for-1 exchange favoring 18 and Cracked. And what was a brilliant break from the front of P1 turns into a great zone on the rotation to the second, and it makes life that much more easy on the re-attack as you eventually get on in. But now Rex looking to slide his way forward, finds Classic in a corner, exits, keeps his life. The rest of 18 and Cracked trying to recover as they're actually kind of zoned around the middle of the map, and they will not get here UIU will hold on to mailroom off of a very aggressive play from Dylan Rex, and that will lead to an opportunity for them to get right back into this game here very quickly as we get a 49-39 tally. One last battle for scrap time, but the more important fight is the one on screen. Classic able to find one on the rotation, but cannot get away with his life, and with that, UIU will spawn in, and the lobby will open. So 18 and Cracked, now once again going to be asked, how do you break? We're in a very difficult position, but Exceed makes life much easier by finding the first blood around the long side. That's going to flip the spawns around. Phantoms inside the hardpoint, can't do too much. It's on to Johnny. On 3 in a row, working his way back in towards Lobby, but read brilliantly by Exceed. That's 4 in a row for him. Nade to cover his back. Does not connect as Scrap is able to at least find one elimination. Stuck into a corner, though, can do no more. And 18 and Crack continue to spawn close, giving them the advantage by numbers. And nobody from UIU seems equal to the task of how many numbers 18 and Cracked are putting together. One more hit as Johnny tries to hit the side door flank. Assault ready for it, and then turns up the aim towards the front door of fire. Clean stuff for 18 and Cracked. And they will grow their lead to above 30 points as we rotate over to P4. Johnny, first one forward for UIU. Trying to set an aggressive line as the perimeter, but cannot get one. So Phantom's the next one going to be asked. Can he do much from this platform position? Classic gets figured out. Stun should surely connect, but it doesn't make a difference. Phantom just keeps the gun up, wins the gunfight. Help from his teammates from beyond, but still with that, 18 and Crack continue to put the pressure forward, and the kills are starting to come their way. Scrap can do nothing. 3 on the break attempt. Rex trying to quickly make his way back over, but it's just not really enough, is it? Johnny from the backside, looking to try to keep this hard point as neutral as possible as UIU are still trying to string together reinforcements from the back, but it's not looking all that great as 18 and Crack can continue to fight their way from the hard point itself. Even exchange of kills come out. Classic, the last 18 and Crack member left alive. He will actually trade out his own life versus Rex, and eventually UIU will finally get into the hard point. 15 seconds of scrap. It looks like 18 and Crack will say, we're done. Look over towards New, see if we can zone off these exits. But keep an eye on number 6. Rex is working a long wrap, and no, he will not be able to win the first gunfight versus Classic. If he would have taken that, not only are UIU looking good for an exit, but more importantly, he'll be able to make his way all the way around, maybe even flip the spawns, as I believe my co-commentator, Mr. Austin Vidgets Neal, is ready to come back in and join me for this very good map 4 so far. Maybe not. Guess not. Okay. We'll keep going, friends. We'll keep rolling. 96-85 the current score. 35 seconds left on this hard point, and you can kind of just see by UIU's position, they're not necessarily looking for time. They're mostly looking to see what they could do to try to work around and get this full flip of the map. And keep an eye on this play from number 7 and Johnny. He's all the way around the back, and he's in a really good position to potentially open up some more space. One player will spawn with him. 18 and Cracked looking to retake back these spawns in a very tight affair, and the kills will come through cleanly. Scrap is already in New, but he's going to have 3 members to deal with. The first one will fall. Gets a pretty solid read on the second, but Assault gets the better part of his shoulder, and that'll be good enough for the wallbang eventually to deal with him. One more pinch play coming out as Rex is now trying to make a play through the statue side, looking to try to do what he can to pinch the back. He's done well to find 1 kill so far, but the problem is 18 and Crack have actually zoned pretty far forward here, and these kills are just too good from 18 and Crack's perspective. That'll lead to them still holding largely onto the hard point. Johnny going to try to hit the pinch one more time. He gets the double, and now one more player to find inside the hard point. It's Classic, who will only find 1. And I believe my co-commentator now is good to go. Maybe. Maybe not. If so, I can't hear him. So we'll keep going. So 18 and Cracked do get eventually bounced out of the hard point. 119-112. UIU trying to hold from the front, and they've done well so far. The thing about this is they're a little bit late on rotation, although Classic will fall, giving them an opportunity to get this quick transition now into play, but Exceed will meet them. 50-50 battle, and well, Johnny was waiting for it. No problems there. Good for a couple of eliminations as Phantoms will help provide a little bit more leverage from the front of the hill. 135-119, UIU right back, not just into this game, but in a prime position to lock down some significant time here on to 2. 18 and Craft looking to try to hit from multiple angles, but it's being read. UIU will find individual gunfights all over the map, now amounting to a kind of a desperate push coming through for 18 and Craft as they're feeling a bit anxious about this. 150-119. Classic the only player forward. Looking for a trade into scrap will find it. He does get away with his life, but only for a small time. These trades are fine for UIU. 25 seconds on the clock, and Exceed is going to have to make another desperate play. It feels like a copycat gunfight of what he had with Johnny from the first time he tried this route. Gets stuck behind a desk, 6 HP, and well, eventually Assault will be there to help, but it's not enough for significant time here on the back, and as Assault will take down 3, maybe I spoke a bit too soon, as that'll be good for a full-on flip. Phantom's looking to try to contest the last 5 seconds. He will get there, but UIU will be late on rotation.
Hello, hello? Can you hear me?
Hi, welcome back.
Am I back now? Okay.
You're back.
We got to figure it out. But this has been a very exciting map the entire way through. Took a restart, took a whole new browser source, but we're here. We got in, and now it's 135 to 174. 45 seconds left here on this point into the back, and this is going to have to be a crucial hold, a necessary hold here if you're going to be able to get yourself back into the game. But Phantoms from the front has a window in, will be shut down, but his teammates are at least able to get in, contest some of this time, and there's still 30 seconds left as they fight for the back.
Exceed's still blocking spawns, though. This is a conga line of reinforcements from both sides. No one's spawning favorably at the moment, but oh, look at that. Unbelievable. UIU were so focused on trying to get Exceed out of the backside of this hard point that they lost track of the reinforcements coming from the front, and Shawnee will clean up the hill. 13 seconds worth of time, and Austin, we're going to have pretty much darn near a dead even game as we rotate over through trade.
Oh.
Assault's not even done. The pistol getting the work done for another double.
Oh my, Assault gets the job done there in the moment. Rotational gunfights going to be key into the back here. Let's see how good of a job UIU are going to be able to do as they get into the hill first. Control is good, but it's Phantoms, who is one of the rotational gunfights, going to be key into the back here. Let's see how good of a job UIU are going to be able to do as they get into the hill first. Control is good, but it's Phantoms, who is one of the AR players that you would want typically watching the back here. So we'll see how much work can be done from Scrap, who's going to have to watch the entire way through the flank. But while this happens, Assault now finds one up close onto Johnny. This is now going to be the sandwich, the pinch, if you will. It's Assault Classic winning it on battles, and Assault comes through for a second again. We'll at least make sure the hill goes neutral as there's still 30 seconds left, but neither team really full control just yet.
And once again, if you're UIU, you're in a almost exact same position that you were the last time we were here, where you're trying to fight for so much hardpoint time that you could be a little bit late trying to flip this map around and eventually get the P1 spawns, which, let's be honest, that could be the decider here in this map, with the score again staying essentially point for point, tick for tick. 198, 173. And you've got Johnny for UIU on the top side of the map, trying to keep a route open for maybe a chance to get around the back of this 5th hard point. And now he's the last remaining UIU member. And with that, he has to kind of make his presence known as he goes to play for a gunfight. Classic on 5, though. Watching close. Trying to tally up any crosses that he possibly may be able to muster. Up top, it's Phantoms. Classic keeps his life. Tries to take a desperate gunfight, and no, Phantom's not interested in that one. And as Johnny finds 2 in the back, UIU an opportunity to get over 200 points here.
180, 199. Johnny, one off of the glide, but Shawnee gonna be able to shut him down now. As this P5 hill, extremely scrappy. The scrap time could put the difference, but the rotation is also going to be big. And you take a look at the mini-map right now, 18 and cracked. They're in a position where they could lock down some of the scrap time and win the rotation, but Johnny on the point finds the one-on-one gunfight. It will allow Rex now to come through. Can he find a second? No, he can, and now the flip of the spawns come through. Scrap for the first one, in for the fight for P1. Both teams with a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, but Shawnee's found 2. He's on 3 in a row. He's the only 18 and cracked member that was here initially. He's got help from Exceed, so with that, they will both challenge together. And what was a hard point of pinches from both sides' perspectives here on P1 the last time we were here, now it's mostly just a fight from on the inside and from the front, as Assault is able to kind of watch the long angle. Tallies up a double. UIU see their lead diminish, and in fact go against them, as now all of a sudden 18 and cracked have found themselves marginal lead. But the numbers looking good for UIU as they try to re-break from the backside, and boy will they. 3 for 2 go the exchange. UIU spawning with reinforcements quicker. An opportunity to take their lead back once again. 20 seconds on the hard point. Neither team can win here, but of course neither team wants to let that time go freely.
Assault there picks up another 2, 15 seconds up for grabs. And already, player 8, Phantom's going to be right across the map. But how many can Classic find? How many can he cut down on this rotation? So far, it's been 1, and it will only be 1 as Johnny is there for the trade. So that's going to allow them to at least swiftly move through. And now take a look at the spawns. 2 players going to be spawning out. An opportunity to be able to get a setup in as it's still 22 seconds. That's all you need if you're 18 and cracked. UIU have the numbers, but can they hold on?
Nobody expected Exceed to hit from that angle, and UYU are trying to recover off of the misread from the spawns. So 228, 215. No one in the hard point as of yet. Johnny looking to clear off the staircase and gets a little bit turned around as Assault and Classic find the first eliminations. Numbers now for 18 and Cracked, and they're using that as an opportunity maybe to get onto the zone and possibly put this game away. Assault on 4. He gets the 5th. One more member to find. Gets the reload on. Assault! 6 kills! But even with that, UYU maybe a chance to still contest one more time as they go past 240.
One more shot to try to break through for us, but Assault's already made the rotation. He's already trying to make sure that we go to him at number 5, and Johnny gonna move through. Almost gets the second. UYU, they have to move across the map and Exceed. Might have just secured the scrap time needed to get the additional couple seconds. Nobody from UYU is here. Nobody is going to get the touch, and 18 and Cracked will keep themselves alive as we head to a map 5.
It was Assault in the last match for 18 and Cracked to find a win on Tuscan Hardpoint in the groups. It's Assault again in similar form. Phantoms, get out of here, young man. You think I don't know what that gunfight looks like? Unbelievable from Adam Assault. A huge spree at the end because really he was the last hope. It was Shawnee, the hardpoint before. He was a 1v3 situation, took down 2, Exceed found the 3rd. Assault on the next rotation. Classic doesn't do enough to cut off where exactly UYU were hitting from. Assault is the last member really left alive inside of P2, and boy, does he make a show of it. And we've got now a map 5, but wow, dude, I'm telling you, Assault has played so out of this world this group stage.
Yeah.
He's carrying the top S&D KD. He's looking unbelievable in the hard points in particular, and in the ice, the clutch that he brings to this table for this squad cannot be understated enough how good Assault has been in this title.
He's been just so influential in some of these game-changing moments, those moments where you have to go big, you have to win the rotation or else it could be the game. He has stepped up, he has filled those shoes beautifully, and I mean, this was a back and forth affair. Like, this is the moment where UYU were actually in, decent control, but it's that break that allows 18 and Cracked to at least contest this game, contest this map. And then it comes down to just winning that rotation, making sure that you play the winner's advantage, get yourself across the map. And who is it that's there? It's Shawnee to make sure that they are the first one set up at the new point. But what a map, as you said, 28 non-traded kills coming through, 4K damage, just about doing everything he possibly can to make sure this goes the distance.
In 2 minutes of hard point time.
Just add it on. Keeps adding on.
There is nothing in that stat category across line number 2 that looks bad. Everything is just unbelievable for him. And what a heroic effort from Assault once again. So now we go to a Berlin Search and Destroy. By the way, just for what it's worth, Whatever It Takes, who was up 2-0 in the other winners round, are now facing a map 5 of their own as Texas Nation have put together a round 5 control win and a 250-214 Berlin hardpoint win of their own. So no one going down without a fight. We've got ourselves, this is just the first series, by the way. We still have a lower matchup and winners finals to go through. So buckle up there, friends, because I think we're going to have a lot more of series that will look like this. But the Berlin Search and Destroy, let's just get into it, because we talked about how UYU, they have statistically been the better Search and Destroy team out of the two, for whatever that's worth. You go to look at the Berlin in particular, though, not a lot of reps during the group stage for UYU on this map mode combination. For 18 and Cracked, there's even less. It's 2 for UYU, 1-1 in the map, and only a single time that 18 and Cracked have played, they're 0-1 in the map. So, it's not exactly what you would call a healthy amount of stats. Pardon me, I was looking at the hardpoint stats. No, UYU have played this map a lot, but it's only to the tune of a 2-2 stat category. So it's not the most confident map that they have in their pool. I should say that much based on win-loss percentage.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, going into this too, this is a situation that, UYU obviously don't want to find themselves in, where they had an opportunity to close this one out. They have it now the last 2 maps, and now they have to go back and rely on, what has been tried and true for them throughout the majority of the season, whether it's the Cups, whether it's the Elite season here for themselves. They have to try to go back and see if they can get things going like they typically do on a Berlin. And on top of that, we've already seen, multiple battles take place where the subs are matching subs. We've seen a lot of that aggression from Classic and Exceed come through, doing what John Johnny would typically be doing here for this UIU roster. And then at the same time, we also saw Exceed, slow down, pull out that sniper rifle, and take those battles versus Scrap, which is something that is going to be extremely pivotal when we talk about a map like Berlin, especially with the way that Scrap in particular has been able to take over some Berlin maps with the sniper. He puts fear in you when it's like, do we even want to try to cross to this site at the docks area, because you know that Scrappy's going to have that in his hands, and when he gets hot, it can be really difficult. And sometimes the only option is either stun, nade him out, or look at bringing out the opposition in here like a sniper rifle from Exceed.
And I think the other interesting point is not just the sniper battle that I think we're both kind of expecting, but Johnny could be so slippery on this map for UIU. So many different times where he's the one kind of hitting those flanks that we saw Exceed do on Tuscan, where he's getting in. I mean, we called it. I think it was their last series. They played a Berlin Search and Destroy. We saw UIU continually getting Johnny into fire from the offensive side. Like,
yeah, that's
you don't expect to see that ever. And so the fact that he continued to find ways through, it made life so much easier for Phantoms and Rex who say, well, if I've got an SMG pushing to fire, I don't have to worry about taking that long range gun. If I don't want to deal with it, put myself in a more favorable spot where I can just watch one dedicated lane and let Johnny do the rest of the work. And it worked out beautifully for them a couple of different times through their group stage run. So I think those are kind of the difficulties that both teams are going to have to deal with. I think you're right. I think when it looks to what will Exceed do in the first place, will he snipe? Will he get aggressive? Either way, UIU need to deal with it. And on the other front for 18 and Cracked, always keep track of where Johnny is. And if you don't see him in any engagement, you better turn around and look behind you.
Yeah, turn around. Yeah, the amount of times where he just found a kill and then went and played a little hide and seek, and then you're spending so much time then searching for him because you know he can pinch the play, that you're like, oh wait, we have 15-20 seconds left to go to try to play defuse, and then look for the rest of the members on the map. And that's never a spot that you can get caught in. So doubling up, holding hands when you're making your way across the map, and checking all of your corners as well, are basically all the things that you have to check off the list when you're playing up against Johnny, you're playing up against UIU. When you're coming in for it. But at least we do take a look at the bracket to give you guys a full-on picture of everything that's kind of been taking place, what's been happening already. 2 game 5s in round number 1. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what we're in for here through the next 2 days for playoffs, I don't know what will, because this has just been such a great opening, and this is essentially exactly what we expected here, Alan. Two very close series here with these 4 teams.
And this has been the story of North American Challengers Elite Stage 1 from the start, man. There was, I think it was like week 2, both days were like just littered with map 5s all over the place. And it's just how close these 8 teams have been to one another. If you don't get the idea that by these 2 scores right now, we really don't have the words to tell you. I mean, it literally says it all right there. So, man, it'll be interesting, I think, just to see who comes away with this, and then what does that first lower round look like? Because, again, I don't think at any point you look to say, oh, if this situation happens, this team is the favorite. I think you can throw all that out and just enjoy ourselves. And I think just kind of going back to our immediate matchup, even with our own storylines of UIU, the better search team, one of the things that we said for 18 and Cracked was like, hey, if you're forced to reverse sweep, does your just momentum and mentality around icing up a map 3, map 4, does that even matter anymore? Like, does it even matter that UIU is the better search and destroy team? Because 18 and Crack don't care now. They absolutely do not care about what has happened on Berlin search and destroys in the past. They're feeling hot. They're feeling confident. Assault's gonna be looking to maybe try to test the hot hand here off the rip. And if you come out and set the tone, I don't care what the stats say. I'm putting some of the favor towards you early. So I think both teams are really gonna be coming out here with their best stuff in these first couple of rounds to try to set the tone.
Yeah. I mean, anything that you've been practicing, anything that you've been going over, you're going to pull it out here right now. You don't want to be put into that lower bracket right away, fighting for your lives in the very first day. So you want to get the dub. Let's see exactly what's in store for us. Map number 5, 18 and Cracked, a chance to be able to pull off a reverse sweep. And now already the sniper battle taking place. Both snipers going to see each other. Exceed, though, going to reposition. Scrap's going to take a little bit more of an aggressive angle, and he finds Exceed and collapse with the kill.
That is so bold from Scrap. You're telling me that you're going to go mantle a tank in the middle of the open, knowing that a sniper's looking at you and you have no idea what's in fire. There's so much confidence from Scrap to take that challenge, and it pays off. But now, for 18 and Crack trying to hit this retake, you've got Classics who can try to get from the back, and he does sneak on in. No help. No one even shot at him. Then, as Scrap misses the first shot, Shawnee picked up the initial sniper rifle, doesn't get the best of Scrap on his second. And oh my goodness, Scrap takes the head clean off a classic. Assault now the last player left alive, and Scrap, he's already seen it. Johnny on the move.
He's out of there. That's the only way you can survive, Alan. The only way you can survive is if you jump off the map, because if Scrap gets you in his sights, he is clicking, he is connecting. How about that? Assault even peeks him one more time. If he had another bullet in the chamber, you know, he might have just ripped his head off on top of it. But my goodness, that round, all won because of the one and only Scrappy. I mean, what a play. Finds Exceed, and this is exactly what I talked about. There are so many maps where Scrap has single-handedly taken over Berlin in this entire early season of Vanguard, where it could be so scary. I mean, he even connects again. That one's going to hurt a bit. It was a hit marker. He will shrug him off the angle, however, and now they can start to make something happen over by A if they'd like to.
I don't know if you'd really like to, though, because Scrap hitting that shot from that topside courtyard means that he can quickly turn his focus to help over the top of A, and I don't think A is an option with Scrap hitting shots like he is. And Rex, who is looking to play forward for UIU to take away any rotation to B, gets cut down. So now Scrap has to turn his attention through fire. Watch the cross, and well, he has done that. But as he kind of commits forward, Exceed will be there to follow up off of Shawnee's damage, and we get a 4v2 situation with the bomb now planted at B. Johnny trying to cut the mailroom, finds nothing, and it all rests with Phantoms, as he does at least tally the first kill, but nothing beyond it. I love that rotation for 18 and Cracked. You show force, you keep Scrap planted, and then you move.
I agreed, and a lot of it comes back to Shawnee, right? If Shawnee doesn't find that kill on Rex, then Rex maybe has a window to fully disrupt everything. But once they know that they find Rex, especially flanking from this back angle, that gives them the green light that all right, there's probably no one else here over by the site since there's been so much noise by A. So they just sprint over there. The only opportunity they have here for UIU to be able to stop that happening is if Scrap can hit some ridiculous shots on the cross, which he's not able to do that time. But 18 and Cracked, they take full advantage of it, able to tie us up here 1-1.
Keep your eye on number 1 in red, where he positions on the minimap. This time he's watching the cross over the middle of the map. So 18 and Cracked will not be able to cross freely. Leads to numbers for UIU as they try to get into A as quick as possible. Here comes Rex. Bust through one door. See if he can bait out shots. Nothing there. But look at the stack defensively. 18 and Cracked, 3 members that are watching on the outside. There's the counter nades to come through, and some of them do connect. Shawnee for the double. It's an absolutely brilliant defensive setup. And as Exceed finds the third kill, it all rests now with Scrap for a 1v3.
Scrap? Oh, they know where he is. They saw him as he tried to cross through mid, so it's only a matter of time. And there it is. They'll find him, take him down, but you hit on it beautifully. It's the fact that they're holding this from the front, and when you're attacking offensively from the train station, one of your players has to watch that pinch, coming off of P5, or has to watch the very back of the spawn. So there's just less numbers that you have to work with, and as soon as Shawnee finds a double, even though he gets traded, he's already done his job, and Exceed comes right behind him for the third trade as well. So that was just a really brilliant stack from the front. A lot of key gunfights had to be won. You're relying on your gunning in that situation. And, well, of course, 18 and Cracked, they're going to have that confidence. They're going to be able to rely on it. And they'll be able to put themselves up here by a round. And now into the offensive round. Exceed. He's on 4 in a row. We'll see if he can earn himself some streaks.
They're going to commit to A here for an initial push because you're looking to get Exceed his 5th kill. And there it is. So that's Glide Bomb now. He will eventually be traded. Johnny in the corner has the ability to get out of the window and keep his life. And he'll do just that. So 3v3. Status over the A side, still favorable towards 18 and Cracked as they will toss a couple of nades to make sure about it. And as the bomb gets planted, now we wonder, what do you rely on for UIU for the retake? And Scrap has been able to find himself an automaton to work with. Johnny from the backside of train station, still putting a little bit of pressure to see if 18 and Cracked will stay thin from the front. And as Scrap does take down Assault at range, it's down to, can you isolate Classic? Sure can. Now down to Shawnee, finds the first 1v1, long range shots, and Shawnee capitalizes, and a beautiful play from Shawnee leads to an 18 and Cracked round.
Shawnee has just been a rock so far in this map here. Able to use just a little bit of cover to be able to play off the advantage here against Scrap. The long-range gunfight shows them what his automaton can do. And what a round it was. You also earned yourself a streak. A glide now is in play for Exceed. Shawnee with a couple of big kills here to allow 18 and Cracked to go up 3-1. This is just putting themselves in the driver's seat, taking control. of this map mode combination in UIU. They need to get something going for themselves. They're going to go back to this push by B, but will Scrap read the push through? Exceed doesn't peek it. He's just going to set himself up inside the site.
There's a lot of knowledge here, though, that Exceed is in this position, especially with Scrap's nade hitting. And Rex, I was going to say, this is not a free cross. With all those nades being sent towards the dock, they don't actually know what's front side fire. So it'll be a 1-for-1. But the bomb down in a very awful position here for UIU means you've got to find more kills. And without any nades, I don't know how you clear out this position that Classic is in. He is essentially in a guaranteed 1-for-1 spot. Although the shadow is seen, and Johnny uses that as an opportunity to catch some timing. And as the bomb gets collected, Scrap is actually moving further forward. Patience there, young Padawan. Finds the first, but the pistol over the top! Oh!
Scrap! What was this right here? Little crouch shot jumps up. I mean, it is a tough shot for Shawnee. He is only really seeing the top of the head, just like Scrappy is, but with the pistol, does manage to get those remaining 2 kills. And I mean, Scrappy's hitting flanks essentially, you know, with this pistol and with this sniper rifle combination. He is just not scared to be the playmaker, whether it's with an automaton, an MP40, or a sniper. It does not matter. He'll put himself in winning situations. And Shawnee, if you're going to challenge that, you got to bring a sniper rifle to the table because Scrap is going to collapse. Will he find another? Oh, he takes a shot, but now we're repositioned.
And the thing is, you know the sniper rifle's playing deep side B, so you should know that this bomb's going to be planted at B. Glide bomb being called in. Scrap does not care. And he did have to kind of commit to the play as Exceed called out the glide bomb. So as the first 2 kills are essentially responded, we've got a 3v2 post plant setup favoring 18 and Cracked. Johnny through the middle. Phantom's deep, and there's not really enough time for Phantoms to hit this full flank. Someone's going to have to go sooner rather than later. And, yeah, look at the 18 and Cracked. They've already got Classic, who will be the first line of defense, first point of contact. No one needs to really check anywhere else. Assault would be pressured, but, again, these kills are just not going to leave enough time to even get towards the bomb to defuse it.
Yeah. Once you lose Scrap and no one's behind him, you know, for a quick trade, there's really not a lot you could do because you just don't have the information. There's so many clutch spots when you get the bomb down at that site that there is too much really to clear for 2 members in that 2v3 with about 30 seconds left when Scrap had went down. So they took their time. They tried to coordinate something into the back, but it's not going to happen. 18 and Cracked, they hold strong, but they do invest to glide that round, and they do come out with it. So let's see if they can manage to maintain it, hold on to it. They're up by 2 rounds, and 2 rounds away from also pulling off this reverse sweep against UIU in one of their best game modes, as it's going to be offense again. Wow. UIU going to stick to this B push.
Remember what the 4-2 in Tuscan looked like. The first bloods were still super favorable for UIU. That much has been replicated here, even though the scoreline still is not super favorable. Exceed cooking up the nade. It does not catch any information on the bomb carrier. So Dylan gets the bomb planted, and he's able to try to get away a little bit longer. Eventually, Exceed gets the elimination, but we're at a 3v3 post plant, and Scrap is going to hold the sniper on a close window angle. Cooking nades, and here comes 18 and Cracked. They're all over the middle of the map, and Johnny should be able to get a read onto this. Scrap with the pistol, trying to find a way to assist if at all possible. Waits for the next challenge. Phantom's over the top, makes sure the middle of the map stays safe, and Johnny's stuck.
Well, that's one way to come away with the round. I mean, everyone for 18 and Cracked kind of just got put in a position where they couldn't escape once they lost one of their teammates. Like you can see Shawnee here. He's like, all right, I lost everyone around me. I'm just hoping that someone runs into my sights, and it's not going to happen here. So UIU, they come out with it here, and their B push has been pretty relentless so far. Good coordination coming through the middle of the map while simultaneously, you know, making that cross through B happen. And now they need to shut things down on defense. That's going to be the big difference maker. Scrap's been fantastic, but you need some other players to also step up here for UIU. Try to get yourself to a 4-4 scoreline and shut down this A push. Phantoms is going to wide peek here. We'll see if he can find value, or at the very least get one and get out with his life. They're going to double chow him, and the push comes in successfully. Classic gets first blood.
Counter nade does not connect. Bomb is still not on the site, by the way, and actually Johnny does well. He finds one and forces a team kill, which means Scrap can come through and once again play janitor, wipe the floor, and now it's Shawnee on the other side of the map in a 1v2. I'm telling you, we've seen this story before with the 4-2. UIU's first blood engagement still stays super favorable, even though Rex is just 1-7.
Let's see what Shawnee can do, though. It is possible, but he doesn't have a lot of time to work with. He's going to have to go a little quicker here. There's a lot of doors that are also closed up, so all the audio cues are going to come through here, most certainly for the side of UIU. But now 25 seconds left. Has to get the bomb, and will likely have to probably find both of these players. I don't even know if getting the bomb down is going to be an option. We'll see if they let him. Shawnee right into the mix. We'll be able to get it, but hot on his tail here. Should be player one, Scrap. We'll see if he shoulders it. Doors are open. Shot comes through. No time really to work with. And UIU, they get us tied up here 4-4.
Small update. The other winners round one matchup, Texas Nation have successfully reverse swept whatever it takes with a 6-1 map 5. So, Texas Nation will be playing the winner of this matchup on screen. That'll be happening later tonight. The lower round matchup will come first, where whatever it takes will look to bounce back versus whoever drops this map 5. And it's again a situation where UIU is doing everything that you could possibly ask of them. A lot of it off of this guy right here. Scrap over the top. No, will not connect. A couple of opportunities, but he does read that 2 defensive players have made their way into A. Will this try to push Rex over towards the B side? If so, the only player defensively who was not seen on that cross was Exceed. So he's in a great spot to watch this cross, maybe find a snipe of his own.
Yeah, he's still got a stun and a nade as well. So I think a lot of the utility defensively has been held on to. Yeah, Classic still has his as well. Everyone waiting for that information before they start throwing the stuns and nades in, but that's going to give you a lot of audio cues that, listen, the hit's coming over to A. Shawnee, he's been so good in this spot. Can he be good again? No! What? Scrap finds him, takes them down for first blood. They're not going to pounce on the bomb just yet. In Classic, he's going to try to make the play.
I love this from Rex. He just backs away. Johnny's playing the backside staircase, so they are able to take down Classic, who didn't find any value off of his utility. It's such a nice little bait and switch play out of UIU by just map position alone. Assault, nothing there.
Wow.
UIU, that is absolutely brilliant. You hit it exactly right, Austin. Everything 18 and Correct needs for defensive utility was still in play. But they don't really get any information off of when the hit happens. Scrap hits an unbelievable first shot, and then you just back off. Wait for the rest of the defensive utility to be thrown, and then re-attack again. It's such a brilliant attempt for UIU, and they find themselves 3 rounds in a row looking to win this map number 5 and avoid the reverse sweep right here in round 10.
Wow, you can never count them out, can you? 5-4. Scrap has been electric. 11-4 for him. 1 off the glide bomb at the very least. Try to earn that if we end up going to around 11. But every single time offensively, 18 and Cracked have tried to make something happen around this ace site. They've tried to play for it, but this time they have a spread. They are not necessarily going to be dedicated to hitting this ace site. They can still rotate out to B if they want to, but UIU, they're not budging. They're not going to move. And I think at some point in time, Classic might end up rotating over. We'll see what the call will be overall, because they're just searching for info on the map.
This is not a safe rotation, though, for 18 and Cracked back towards B. You've got a forward position for Dylan and Johnny that has not been hit before.
Man.
And Scrap gets the glide bomb off of that 5th elimination. Classic drops the bomb. And now you can kind of just overload this ace site defensively if you want to. Knowing that Classic is the bomb carrier, they wait for the recorrection, and there's the forward positions of Rex and Johnny. It's all on to Assault. 1v4, nothing there. It's 4 rounds in a row for UIU, avoiding the reverse sweep from 18 and Cracked as they punch a ticket to the winners finals.
Oh man, this is what I talked about. You can take over a map like this. You can take over Berlin with a sniper rifle, and when a sniper is this hot, it starts to make you play a little bit different. You could see it there. The hesitation at the end, just throwing out these shoulders, throwing out these peaks. That's all Scrap needs to be able to find a first blood when he's hitting shots like that. He's so consistent throughout every single round. I want to say every single round, maybe except for one, he had the sniper pistol out, and he was just doing work, taking over, and so many massive moments come back to at least getting the information or getting some of these first bloods. And that's another one where it comes in that final round, but 4 straight rounds to stay composed and make sure that they stop the reverse sweep here from 18 and Cracked.
And even in the moment where, again, it was a 2-4 stat line, score line, whatever you want to call it, all the First Bloods were still favoring UIU. Not all of them, but a lot of them were. And that was the same thing that we saw in Tuscan. A couple of heroic plays here or there, a couple of bomb plants that didn't quite get off for UIU, whatever it happens to be. When you're finding that much efficiency in your opening engagements, all it takes is small adjustments to make sure you finish off the round with your numbers advantage. And that came through brilliantly. And again, a lot of that comes down to the fact that as we continue to harp on, scrap was a lot of the reason why those First Blood engagements were so clean. And when you've got a successful sniper rifle on your defensive side, 18 and Crack doesn't have a way of dealing with that once that First Blood engagement has already come and gone. And really outside that window, that's the only time you're going to get a 1v1 versus him. Otherwise, he's just watching a hard cross. So, unreal stuff. But hey, we look over towards the bracket. UIU, as mentioned, in a map 5, take the win. They will face up against Texas Nation, who reverse swept whatever it takes. Some time for those two teams to start preparing for one another. As next up, it's the lower round 1 matchup between 18 and Cracked and whatever it takes. And honestly, I feel a little nervous whatever it takes coming off of being reverse swept. Can you bounce back quickly to deal with a very good 18 and Cracked team immediately?
That's the question. Can you bounce back? Both of those guys, you know, going already to map number 5s. It's never easy to bounce back after losing a series that you almost reverse swept in or got reverse swept in. But you have to be able to do it, and you have to rebound quickly here. So we'll see if they can do it here for us, Alan. But nonetheless, still lots of big Call of Duty to be played here on the night. So we'll see what happens.
That much is for sure. Don't go too far, friends. The veto process underway. We'll be back after this to frame up our lower round 1 matchup here in the NA playoffs.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, it's just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving. That's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never ever gonna live again.
Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go with our lower round 1 matchup in the North American playoffs here of the Elite Stage 1. My whole chip. With me, I've got Vision. I almost said revest.
We can call it that. I like
Can
that.
we?
We can make it a thing, right?
I mean, I think we've got the power. No one can tell us no at the moment. But
right.
It is whatever it takes. We were up 2-0 versus Texas Nation. They did get reverse swept here. And for UIU, they held off the reverse sweep of 18 and Crash coming back after their map 3 and map 4 favor. Biggest thing about both of these two teams, though, here, Austin, is, well, it's kind of hard to say one way or the other what's to really be said, right? Because for 18 and Crack, we kept kind of hinging a lot of our story points off of this team is unbelievable at respawn. They lost their first map, which was their best map mode combo on Hardpoint, and they almost lost the Berlin Hardpoint on map 4. Whereas for whatever it takes, they've been kind of a more complete and consistent squad. But the thing about it for me is the fact that you did your job in the first week and a half. You got through all the top finishers in playoffs, and then you lost the Path to Pro, you lost the Bear Claw Esports, and it put you into the 4th position overall. So it's kind of hard to rate either of these two teams outside of the last time that they met each other.
I think it really is. And, as a team, when I got to speak with Brack, it felt like they had kind of just rid off that whole week 2. It's like, listen, I know what happened. We were just struggling to be able to get ourselves, correct rotations, to be able to get our team play on point. So they felt like it was really just, something ended up happening going into week 2 where it felt like there was just a lot of mistakes that were being made. And they think that they had at least fixed up a lot of them, during their scrims. Now, they did still lose the series. They have still struggled with closing out maps. That is something that we kind of come back to after watching over them in week number 2. And we'll see if that changes. But you take a look at this squad. You got Brack, Ghosty, Proto, and Zinx. The core 3 being Brack, Proto, and Zinx. Ghosty coming in here as one of the big standouts, it feels like, so far in the season. But the big takeaway here is the fact that Brack has been a standout alone when it comes to the S&D's #1 KD here in North America.
Yeah, Ghosty has been really impressive in his first ever Challengers Elite. But yeah, I think the spotlight still stays with Brack just because of what he's been able to do in that Search and Destroy in particular. Not to take anything away from Proto and Ziggs, because they've both been consistent in their own right. I mean, again, you mentioned that core 3. They have been extremely consistent from start to finish. I think the biggest thing is how much can Dan Ghosty really do? I mean, we watch him a lot in College COD playing for Illinois, and you would think that, a guy that plays in Challengers Elite, he should be dominating through the CCL. And as much as Illini have been good, they're not dominating as much as you would expect. So let's see their opponents on the other side. 18 and Cracked, we just saw him here on stream. And well, the biggest thing for this 18 and Cracked team, as soon as we pull up their roster here, is you know all of these names. You've seen them all before. They've been in the CWL, they've been in the CDL, and Assault has been a huge linchpin for the success that this team has had. Not only are you looking at his overall KD, but he's also right behind Brack in the top 2 overall search and destroy KDs. Brack at 1.5, Assault at 1.46.
Yeah, and he's coming out of like that hardpoint on Tuscan with what was equivalent to like a triple-double, I guess, right? With like 2 minutes of hardpoint time, just, you know what I mean, the assist, the damage, you name it, the list kept going on. So, you know, had a stellar performance to be able to come up here and show us that, listen, he's still very much got it. He can carry his team to a win at times and make some of those big moments, but we need all of them to now step up heading into this series, because I think a lot of people have actually been sleeping on whatever it takes when it comes down to this roster, and I do feel like there's still a lot more damage that they could potentially do with the 4 teams left here, and well, obviously that starts here with 18 and Cracked. Now I feel like the advantage that they do have is that these guys are, you know, very resilient, really good at being able to bounce back. They have plenty of experience. It's just, you know, will that be the same on the other side here for whatever it takes after, you know, almost being able to come out with that win?
Yep, the reverse sweep will live with you, I think, a little bit. But here's the thing. You've got very experienced players. Obviously, Proto, Brack, seeing the professional scene at one point in time.
Yep.
And then Zinx, who's been a very vocal leader for a lot of teams that he's played on. So, got to erase it from your mind, short memory, get into this one. Bakaj, map number 1. Desert Siege, the 2nd. Tuscan, the 3rd. And I'm looking over to see what Texas Nation, whatever it takes, had played. These are new maps for the first 3, except for that Tuscan Control. We did not see any Bakaj Hardpoint or Desert Siege in any of our first 2 series that we had. So it'll be really curious, I think, just to see what both teams have to offer for this map mode to start things off in the series.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is when you're looking at, you know, your sub players to have some of those takeover starts to really kind of get things going for you, to have that bounce back and make sure that, you know, you're not just falling flat against a team that will be able to steamroll you, especially when it comes down to the respawns. 18 and Cracked. These guys have been solid in the respawns, a little bit shaky in the S&Ds, but whatever it takes, they've been putting a lot of work this last week here in Hardpoint, in Control, and now we'll see who is going to be able to start off here on the right foot.
And honestly, as I'm looking over at the group stats from both of these 2 teams in Hardpoint, the Bakaj and the Gavutu Hardpoints are actually good news for whatever it takes. Some significant playtime on both. They were actually 3-0 on the Bakaj Hardpoint in particular, although this map was not included in the map pool the first time that they met. So take that for what you will. First couple of seconds are good. Assault actually kind of run this Volk, which we've seen be a major conversation point through challengers. Fishity kind of inspiring the inclusion of this AR, and well, we're seeing Assault give us go at his own build of it.
Yeah, he's definitely making it work so far. I mean, we'll be able to start off 4-0. Doesn't earn the streaks, but at least gets a good start here for 18 and Cracked. Ghosty trying to see if he can throw himself on the time, but not really going to happen. So just 10 seconds left. Rotation now going to be called for, as you've got player 8. That's going to be Zinx. He's setting up his teammates to be able to get inside of Barn. Let's see what damage Proto is going to be able to do up close and personal here. He's going to have to get through Exceed or come up top to Classic. We'll be able to win that first one. Proto for the second one. Good damage is done, but now it's player 6. Brack has to play his life in the back.
Oh, good stuff from Shawnee. 4 in a row. That'll be good to at least get them into a position to zone off this next inevitable hit. And boy, will he. Shawnee actually wants more than this. That's 6 in a row for Shawnee. 7-2 start. 18 and Cracked all over this second Hardpoint time. But wait a second, are they maybe a little bit too far forward? Whatever it takes is going to spawn into the back. And 18 and Cracked have not fully recognized that as of yet. Now scrambling to try to correct. And well, as they do, it will still be an opportunity for whatever it takes to break forward. And they will get back onto this Hardpoint.
Yeah, important to note that a lot of time has already went to the game clock here. Still a minute in to the game clock, and you know we only have a total of 43 points on the board. 10 seconds might be up for grabs, but 18 and Cracked, they're going to give this a go and see if they can try to clear out the hill, and they do so successfully. 5 seconds to play in. Classic just going to try to finesse a little bit more. But player 7 here, Proto, on whatever it takes, has been able to slip through. He's in the back. He's trying to give his teammates at least a bit of a path to see if they can get to him so they can set up this break. But while this happens, the hill is still neutral, so no one's getting time.
Yeah, it's all position toggling right now between both of these 2 teams. Everyone wanted to try to set up a bit of a perimeter before you even set foot into the hard point. And yeah, a lot of time has gone the way of the game clock here. Finally, Proto steps in, whatever it takes. losing members, though. He cannot stay here for long. So on the reattempt for 18 and Cracked, good news for them as they kind of just walk into a vacant hard point. But the problem is, look how quickly, whatever it takes, come back off of their favorable spawns. They zone off a lot of these opening angles. A couple of the shots even going through as Proto looks to rotate. But this is all just, again, just as much as it feels like it is a game where whatever it takes is done enough, it's still essentially a 50-50 battle. Nice kill feed, though, does lead to potential rotations here for whatever it takes.
Yeah, it does lead to the rotation, and we'll see if maybe this can be one of the first hills where both teams are able to potentially come away with about 30 seconds or so, because the most they've gotten really has been about 20-25. Brack will end up finding one. We go on board with Assault after he finds that first kill and can't really collect anything more. So now with the close spawns in the back here, 18 and Cracked, they're going to try to send some numbers here from the side, but instead it's Shawnee and Exceed able to battle out inside of the point. Exceed can't find that second, and Assault will take his place. So still very much back and forth. Proto at the front of it all, doesn't have the assistance, and now Assault able to at least zone here from the front.
It's been really interesting watching Assault try to run this Volk, and they're doing it in a way that it does feel a little bit inspired by the Atlanta FaZe, where you're running kind of this 2 AR setup where one AR goes one way, one goes the other. But why you run the Volk is because it kind of allows you to kind of get in and get this ADS up faster than the Automaton. So you can kind of be mixy into the hard point. But the problem is, we're not really getting convincing kills from either of the 2 ARs. Now, granted, they are doing the best on their team as far as KDs, but when you talk about comparing this to what the FaZe did, it's not even close to a comparable situation at the moment. So something will definitely have to change, or I would even be inspired to say, if you don't really feel like this double AR setup is giving the clearance around the outside of the map, maybe pull out that extra SMG just to try to keep up with whatever it takes inside the hard points themselves.
Oh, and Ghosty, he's actually able to find two there. That's going to loosen up the defense for a second. We'll see if Proto can get up top. He can. So top grannies, maybe coming around the back, might take a route through the tunnel. This route's going to have to pay off. His teammates are finding kills, and the hill is going to go neutral. 30 seconds left. Brack finds one mid-map. Proto does manage to slip through for a second, and now that's going to open up the hill, but still so much of this at the game clock. We're not even through the first rotation yet, Alan, and we almost got half of the game clock completely eliminated.
I was going to say, if this hard point either goes more contested or just neutral, we may end this game before either team hits 100 points. Like, it's at that point right now. Like, there has been so much neutral time. And I think, again, that's another way that you can look at this double AR setup to say that 18 and Cracked are trying to use this to zone around the hard point, but they're not doing it as convincingly as I think needs to be. So it definitely feels like that's the mindset going forward. But 88-74, the current tally through the first set of hills. We go back over to the courtyard. Assault on 4, turns on towards Ghosty, but cannot finish the kill. And with that, whatever it takes, they will break that 100-point threshold, you feel like, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it should be the case here for us. It is P1, but just a couple more seconds need to come in. Long-range shots. Good help there from Assault. They'll take out Zinc, so one of the ARs now going to be out of the power positions through the field side. A little leg sticking out the door. Classic says thank you very much, but instead Assault again, getting the final bullets in there as he finds 3 in a row in that kill feed, looking for a 4th up top. But we'll be able to tag him up in easy pickings for Classic. Now it's all about pressing forward, looking for the rotation. 18 Cracked, only down about 15 points, but it's Zinx who holds on and will be able to make sure that he has the setup here for new.
And it's just another moment where the discipline of 18 and Cracked is pretty evident that, okay, we're playing for rotation, we're playing to get set up, but it's almost a little bit too cautious in a way, where you kind of have a lot of players rotating over the same thing and they're missing space, and whatever it takes, we're just getting in these little slippery ratty spots and finding individual kills that turn into 2, 3 in a row. So now, with a little bit of panic potentially for 18 and Cracked, they will throw in a streak, but Shawnee's not in a position to follow up off of his own glide bomb, kind of like the equivalent of trying to get your own rebound here. And as Zinx is on 5 through Barn, it's again a situation where there is not a single 18 and Cracked member that can do anything towards the hard point, even more so now that Zinx takes off at him, and that will be good for 6 in a row, and 18 and Cracked are looking very worse for wear here through the second hard point.
This is one of the first hills where we've actually seen a hold, and well, of course it comes at P2. Nade stuns, they're being thrown out, but no kills are coming through. Brack has basically stayed alive in the back half of this hill for the majority of the time. Sure, there'll be a contest, but you've already gotten so much of the points here off of P2, and now you get to look at a rotation where you have just about a full hardpoint lead over 18 and Cracked that need to now try to lock down this point. And so far, so good. Everyone winning out first here with their individual gunfights, and now we start to position, set up here, and cut off the rotation.
Think about it, the Classic got really aggressive and gets killed by a team nade because of how far forward he was. So with that elimination, an opportunity for whatever it takes to kind of get towards the front doors and set up a bit of a break. Proto up top, deals with Exceed. Classic looking for the trade, denied. Proto for the double, and now numbers for whatever it takes as they break on in, take it to the hard point, and maybe just take it to the house here quite liberally as they're able to find a full 4-man feed with only losing 2, and that's going to be a break successful for whatever it takes.
Yeah, whatever it takes should realize that, hey, listen, there's 2 minutes of game clock. Any time that's neutral or contested is good for us. We are up massively. It's 18 and Crack that have to constantly kind of push the envelope and get on top of the time, clear the point. They don't have as much time to really work with. So we'll see how much of that comes into play here for us as we'll make our way to the new hard point into the back. Classic will be able to get himself the very first touch. His teammates are behind him. Spawns are good for 18 and Cracked.
You got to hold them, though. That's the thing. And they're not zoning like you would normally want, especially considering that you still have this Volk out. Strafing run comes through. That'll find nothing but Exceed. But Brack, kind of a little fadeaway beatdown on the Classic. And then Proto around the back finds the full team kill. And now, again, it's just... This is so uncharacteristic for what we normally see from 18 and Cracked. They're not holding anywhere, and I think a lot of it, as much as I was kind of, okay, we're not really getting the same 1-for-1 that we saw out of Atlanta FaZe from the CDL with this double AR. Look at the stat lines for your SMGs, 17 and 26 and 19 and 26. It's just not enough participation where you want to see these SMGs just be able to play their lives, run circles in the middle of the map. And on the other side, you got 26 and 20 from Proto, Ghosty's 20 and 24, and even Brack is holding a positive KD margin. It's just what we're getting from this Volk is just not enough.
Yeah, it really is not enough right now. And, will they make that change here on the fly? That's really the big question at the moment. But in the back, still looking to try to get yourself control of the spawns. Classic's going to try to dip on out here for a second because he knows his teammates are no longer with him on this push and on this setup. There are streaks available. Getting inside of the hard point, though, with the first priority. Shawnee gets a read on the second inside of Hut. Snaps on one in the back. Takes down the AR. Has a read on Ghosty, but won't stick around for the challenge. And will simply try to get himself on the time.
I mean, that's tough. I mean, your team is spawning so far away from this hard point, you kind of feel like you have to make a play, and there are just too many contestants nearby. So now another 60-point gap has come into play, favoring whatever it takes. 18 and Cracked needing a clean break here and now, and they will actually grab one. Proto kind of is playing over the middle of the map, looking to set up for new, essentially, with only 1:18 on the game clock. And even though there is the opportunity of whatever it takes to win the game in that amount of time, it's really kind of putting a lot of pressure on 18 and Cracked. You just don't have a lot of time to make this comeback happen, so you have to be clean through this next 2 hard points.
And it's a tough one to start with. It's P1 and trying to get people off of the time and trying to control the hard point. It's a battle. We'll see what they can do. Still a glide available for Zinx for any kind of a rotational flip that could come through with the spawns, but Zinx finds another. Brack gets one off screen, and now the hard point will be whatever it takes. They have the control. They have the map. There is a flip in the back, however, and it's going to have to be 18 and Cracked that have to fly forward and try to get themselves on the time.
I feel like every time we watch Classic in a gunfight like that, he's not winning them. And as much as it is just one gunfight here, one gunfight there, that was a play to get around the back and maybe flip the spawn. So it's an important 1v1 gunfight. Now, fortunately for 18 and Cracked, they are still finding some success moving forward towards the second hard point. Classic in towards the barn, wants to clear off the high ground, rightfully so. Zinx, though, on 4 says time to call up the streaks and see where everyone's spawning at. He does get a read that 18 and Cracked are spawning pretty far away, but the problem is that information doesn't really amount to too much. Proto's the last player left alive, and he falls, so that's a clean set of kills coming through, and as the tank's field opens up, it's 18 and Cracked who have a very solid setup, but you've got to hold. Do what you have not done yet. You have to hold here.
You have to hold, and you can't let too much of this time go neutral. Assault from the side, 34 kills for him. That's a clean feed here. A good start. 183 to 220 now. 35 seconds left on this money hill. Assault, I think, has a read on one player that's going to be pushing the back, but Proto wins the gunfight. Exceed, pressing forward, trying to cut off the assistance. So far, so good, as they'll get just to about that 200-point mark.
It's going to be close here. There's really nobody for whatever it takes that can push through. A good kill onto Exceed, but with only 18 seconds left, do you really want to commit to the scrap time here? If you don't, you're essentially going to sit there and say, we're going to allow 18 and Cracked to tie this game up and try to win it off this next hard point. There's still 30 seconds on the clock. Both teams could win off of a good setup around this third hill. Classic on 5 says it's time to go into the glide bomb, so he'll call that in. And you can see the rest of his teammates
They're
trying to
all
kind
inside.
of surround. Everyone's inside, so you don't see anything, but it does allow you a chance to kind of just force whatever it takes to play from the interior, and the break attempt looks good. 3 straight kills, and it still works out successfully, but Brack, something else in mind, gets the double. Now down the stairs. It's Assault that gets the better of him, and we're at 226 to 226.
Still, either team's hard point. They can still get in here. 40 seconds left, whatever it takes, trying to find that window in. What can Classic do from behind? He lines up another one. Will it be 4 in a row? No, he is shut down up close and personal. 227, now to 232. The lead change about to come in through again for 18 and Cracked as there's 19 seconds left.
Yeah, but here comes the break, whatever it takes. From the front, find 3 seamless and flawless kills. One more backdoor. Classic really stepping up, but only gets 1. Now it's Exceed's turn. Able to step on over to Proto for the double. 239 to 234. 15 seconds on the clock, but 18 and Cracked want to put it away here. Exceed, though, will fall. No one's on the hard point. You've got to rotate the new. 18 and Cracked can't win here. Whatever it takes is that barn first.
Oh my, we are going one more hard point, and there has to be a break. They have to get themselves in, whatever it takes. About to lead change for the 5th time in this game. I'm losing track, and now whatever it takes might be able to take away this very first map. Who can get here? One last contest from the front. Proto's waiting. He's got the info. He challenges, but Exceed finds it, but it is not enough. Going all the way to the Barn Hill in 250 to 244. 18 and Cracked make the comeback.
Oh, it's whatever it takes. The names are backwards, but it's, my goodness, that was in, oh my goodness. It's the simple fact of the matter that for whatever it takes, you put yourself in a position to where you do enough on the 3rd hard point to where you keep it contested for just long enough. And for a moment there, with 18 and Cracked, they break from the front. They don't just flip the hard point. I believe they also got a spawn flip, and you think, they could win right there. All they need is another 5 seconds, but the problem is they don't clean up the back action, and spawning out, so to speak, for whatever it takes allows them a chance to just spawn up at Danu, get a full setup, lock down the doors, and you saw the kill feed. It was like a 6-for-2 final exchange. Yeah. 18 and Cracked not quite able to get there in time. So again, names a bit backwards on the Codcaster, but the result still a 250-244, an unbelievable hard point. And I'll say this much, kind of going back to the recapping out throughout all of it, 18 and Cracked, they got the participation from the SMGs they needed at the end. And it's one of those things that I think if you're Assault, you're like, boys, I'm getting value out of this Volk. You guys need to start picking it up. And Classic did start to provide that. It was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it was late in the game. This is when they're already down, a full 60, I think, after this hold on P2. And this was like the game-changing moment where all of a sudden it looked like they might have had enough to be able to hold on to that lead, edge things out. But then we have this hill where there's still 45 seconds left, both teams in control, and it's the spawns in the back that kind of allow whatever it takes, or rather 18 and Cracked, to kind of constantly flood through, try to get back here and see if they can get inside of the point. But this break right there from Brack, being able to contest this, was enough to at least be able to send it one more hill. And you have to give a big shout out to Zinx for being on the rotation, putting himself in a spot where, listen, this one is going to another hill, and it's never easy to read that, especially on a map like Bocage too, where it's just, there's so much action, there's so much fighting. It's never really easy to kind of take a step back, take a deep breath and realize, okay, what needs to be done? What do I have to do? Zinx always on top of it, makes the rotation, just a good heads up call to make sure that his team has the spawns to be able to get there and hold on to Barn.
Because the thing about it is, as much as you feel confident that neither team is going to win off the 3rd hard point, the game clock was still a potential deciding factor. And I think a lot of teams would say, who cares if they can't win here? We have to fight for every single second in case the game clock determines the outcome away and kind of takes it out of our hands. But you read that absolutely correctly. An early rotation back to P4 with those spawns gets them the setup they need. An unbelievable first hardpoint. There hasn't been a single map, by the way, in hardpoint so far today that has been decided. Well, I guess, no, that was in the EU, but in North America, every single hardpoint has been at least 213 to 250. So we have had some unreal hardpoints on our hands. Most of them determined by maybe less than 10 points, and that's what we get here for our first. So with that, Desert Siege, that takes control of the conversation as we go to the Search and Destroy for map number 1, and kind of looking over some of the statistics. 3 and 1 on the map are whatever it takes. Whereas on the other front, for 18 and Cracked, this was the map we talked about versus UYU that they wanted to get in the pool. It's by far their most played and by far their best overall Search and Destroy. They're 4 and 1 on it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I bet you they're surprised that they got this in the rotation, because when I was talking to Assault and Exceed, they were like, man, I'm pretty sure most teams are probably just going to veto this one against us, and we're probably not going to get to play it a lot, but it feels like, now that they got it, they get to show us why they're so good on it. And we go back to at least the first couple of weeks here in the Elite. A huge part of that was off the back end of Exceed being able to get picks, but also their setup around post-plant setups where Shawnee is, a lockdown AR. He can play alongside Exceed for some of those long-range battles whenever things are kind of taking place. And then you have, Classic, who's going to be dropping the bomb, playing his life, sometimes finding those kills, and then finessing around the sites as well. I think that's what was a huge part of why they were so consistent, why they were so good, specifically on the attack when they were moving into Desert Siege. But we'll see exactly whatever it takes they're going to be able to do, because this is a team, again, that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. They've been putting in a lot of work, and this is where, people like Brack get to very much shine with the #1 KD in Search and Destroy, and Ghosty as well, because, I told you this before we had jumped into the games, right? Where he comes from the S&D scene, played with Brack a lot in IW, and that's how they kind of originally got to know each other. So we'll see how much of that is really going to flourish coming in towards the second map here on Desert Siege.
Yeah, I love that you bring up some of the prior experience, because I think for a lot of people, they still see Ghosty's name and they say, who? And I think rightfully so, because Challengers the last couple of years has not amounted to too much success for Ghosty. He was really kind of an up and up when the Illini picked him up for College COD, and up until this year, I really can't think of too many times that he broke into Sunday, if he ever did, up until this year, for a lot of those Challengers Cups. Same could be said about, major land performances that we saw drop Modern Warfare. Really not a factor. So the fact that he's come in, it kind of feels like a debut year for him in a way, because it's the first year that he's found a lot of success. And I think a lot of that kind of goes to the same mantra that we talked about with Scrap from the previous series. He's got a super solid team around him. And once you start to find these all-stars, these diamonds in the rough, and you facilitate them kind of a showroom, to say that much, they shine and they look super good during it. And I think you are very appropriately pointing out Brack and Ghosty on one side of the farm here, because they're looking like they're about to potentially take over this Search and Destroy if they can continue to put up the numbers that we had seen them do in the group stage leading up to this point.
That's exactly it. They have the opportunity to do so. I think Ghosty has shown us that he is, one of the playmakers. Sometimes in S&D, they give him, that room to also say, listen, you want to go, have the freedom. You can make some of these plays. This is how we're going to be able to coordinate this, set this up. I'll watch over you. We can use the sniper to our advantage while you hit, a lane or something along those lines. And that's something that I think that they've been able to really find a good mesh with when it comes to some of their S&D strats. So I know that they were worried about, Brack even had said, I'm not sure how Ghosty's going to perform whenever you get one of these newer players in and they get put into a playoff situation. You don't know how he's going to be able to show up, but so far he has shown up. He has been good. He's been consistent, and like we're framing up here, this will be a good look at how the duo is going to be able to kind of take control. They're the big voices, and they lead a lot of the strats and a lot of the comms when it comes down to what the decisions are on the map. And now we get to stop talking it up. We get to start going into it here, Alan. We've had such close maps so far, so many round 11s, round 10s on stream, and well, you can only assume that's going to be a trend that continues as we jump into map 2.
There has been no significant map win throughout any of these North American playoffs so far.
I love that.
I lied. One of the Search and Destroys was. So I got a little bit over embellishing there, but for whatever it takes, look, as much as we want to really sit here and keep the spotlight with Ghosty and Brack, you got to remember that this is 18 and Crack's best map, and it's a lot of it because Shawnee from outside this position at tower by B is unstoppable. No matter what side of the bomb he's on, actually, it's like Desert it's like Shawnee the camel rider. He's out there just fighting for his life in the sands, and you feel like you just can't go B against this squad. And with that, how about it? Whatever it takes, do work on towards A. Late nades for 18 and Cracked, but Ghosty is able to get the plant down even though Zinx falls.
What was it in Modern Warfare, Alan? Was it the construction site in Ramaza that was his?
Construction site.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if he can keep that name going here, the Camel Rider. But 4 versus 3 right now. There's a second, and well, Shawnee does deliver. Classic finds another. And it's all up to 1. And they're going to stick that defuse. Proto doesn't even have a shot. Can't even get the gunny up. Shawnee will beam him from afar, and a beautiful retake is there.
Very easy one at that, by the way. And it just starts, kind of getting away from Tuscan and Berlin and looking at 18 and Cracked in this map. Just put in the back of your mind how and when they throw their nades. 18 and Cracked does not throw early set nades on defense. They wait. They wait to try to see exactly how this hit's going to come. If Shawnee doesn't see anything, then after the first 30, 45 seconds, then someone will toss one stun. just to see, are they at the bomb? And if so,
Right.
then rains hellfire. So be really curious and just kind of keep your eye on when 18 and Crack throw their utility, especially from the defensive side, because they are very strategic about it. And even though Exceed tries to show us a different type of strategy, kind of using a little parkour to get on top of a high angle, he misses his footing. And with that, no information on any early defenders towards the outside of B.
Typically, 18 and Cracked like to work around this B site, but holding the bomb is Classic with an AR, so it looks like it is a little more reserved, working for a pick, maybe before they just rush in there and drop the bomb. But you got Brack all the way in the back here that might be able to find some value and stop this push, or at least give his teammates the call out that they can push close and see if they can get him off the bomb. But a lot of jumps trying to be made halfway through round number 2. Still no one going down, and we'll see if Classic can try to move in, as I think he's got eyes on Brack.
I don't know if he fully saw him, though. His barrel was poking out, but most of Brack's profile stayed behind the tower. Shawnee's obviously got a lot of information here. Ghosty in the cubby corner, Proto on the staircase, and Shawnee's just waiting for Ghosty to take one step too far. If you get even damage onto Ghosty, that maybe leads to an opportunity to push through him, but instead the action occurs over from the front side of University. And I think Shawnee was looking to maybe get aggressive. Ghosty does get the read, finds the kill, leading it to a 2v3, but the bomb will be planted. Proto looking to deny the exit, but misses a bit of timing here. Still takes the challenge on the Classic, finds the kill, but Exceed stays concealed. And Exceed's position, if he just turns and finds this kill on the Ghosty, maybe there's a chance, but Ghosty does respond, and Brack says, nice job.
Hoorah. Okay, or that. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking like the fist up in the air, like I don't know, maybe there's some energy with that one. Either way, I thought Exceed was going to clutch up there. Like, that's an opportunity where you just don't expect, the player to be that close, especially once you find the player exiting off of the bomb, right? So it's definitely an opportunity where you have a chance to line up a couple of quick kills, and then have a chance to maybe reset one more time before the 1v1. But won't happen. They get there, they find him, they sniff him out. So no Exceed clutches here early. And I will say a strong response comes through thanks to Proto just rushing on in there, finding that window of timing to take full advantage of getting in there with the site. But now 1-1 going in here to round number 3, attacking again, whatever it takes, going to move through. But Shawnee, man, he is so good on this map, and he'll find another first blood.
I almost wonder how much time he's spent out there, if he's fluent in Sanskrit yet. Like, can he write in Sanskrit?
Have to ask him after.
I know it. He's a man of culture. I don't actually know if that's true, but I assume he is. But with that first blood, it completely, again, look what 18 and Cracked is able to do. A 3-man stack over A. Shawnee is responsible for the entire B site, and after that first blood, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. Because this playthrough University is going to be noisy, to be, say the least, and Classic will be in a position just to kind of play a corner where you can at least go 1-for-1 and the defenders can turn from there. So it's such a solid and honestly just kind of an easy defense when Shawnee gets first blood like that.
They are working through mid. Let's see what they can find here, because you're going to have to sooner or later make a move. You got 20 seconds left, and Ghosty does actually find Exceed. That's going to make things a little bit more manageable. 3 versus 3. Proto's going to hit the back out. Can he find the player to his right? He cannot, but the bomb should end up going down at A. Classic finds Zinx. There should be a trade for Proto, but no! Assault just reads it from behind, and, well, the patience play is going to work out beautifully here on defense for 18 and Cracked.
Yeah, I think he gets a call from Classic as well, and that's the problem of hitting through University. As much as that middle building is a key one, I feel like, offensively, it doesn't necessarily mean you get that building and you win the round. Just because even Shawnee can rotate all the way deep through the defensive spawn and still watch Assault's back. That deep position defensively for an AR or a sniper on the backside of trains is so hard to be able to hit from any form on the attack, whether it's through the mid. Obviously, you don't want to do it through long A because he can be holding a number of different pixel angles, and then there's really no way to slip around the back of it. So when Shawnee wins 1v1s like that, the defense just feels way too solid, and I think whatever it takes are definitely starting to realize why 18 and Cracked are so darn good in this map.
Well, this time they are coming to B right away. Nade comes out there from Proto. He thinks maybe someone's on the bomb. Not the case. Just a couple of bait nades coming through here, and we've seen how patient 18 and Cracked have been so far on their offenses. Last time they made a late rotation with the help of player 6. Assault kind of watching this entire left lane for anyone slipping up, or at least for any information. But Shawnee, he's getting back to one of those positions that we saw him in here basically right in the middle of the sand field, but uses these little barrels here as a nasty heady to watch over Classic. And now they know he might be on the bomb. Shawnee's watching over him. Classic, he's going to be able to exit.
And Brack is way more passive on that backside angle than Shawnee has ever been. And when you don't deny the plant, you're essentially not doing anything from that position. So now you're kind of relying on number 4 of Zinx to hit a long flank, and as he makes point of contact, that play is really no longer available to you. So it's down to this battle from the front. Ghosty, big damage, and actually goes to the pistol. Does track down Shawnee, but the problem is they lose Zinx, and Exceed has the benefit of the clock, although Ghosty just slips up behind him.
He gets it.
A bit puzzling for Exceed there. Never checks over towards his right. He thinks that Ghosty's going to bounce off the kill and re-wrap back, and a bit puzzling to see Exceed not try to take more of a passive angle, just play off the bomb.
Yeah, I hard agree with you. I mean, like, with that amount of time left on the clock, like, he's only got one of two options. He's either hopping on the bomb right away or he's running searching for you, right? And, well, he ran and went searching for him, and Exceed, I think, maybe got a team call out that he was coming through mid and maybe just hard committed to it. Whatever it was, he comes around the back, finds him, and that's a round that shouldn't have went over, but did off the back end of just a couple of key gunfights coming in. A nice clutch here from Ghosty, and he's now on 3 in a row, 6-2. We highlighted him. He's showing up so far, and now with a 2-2 scoreline, we'll see what takes place here offensively, as it might be a plant for B.
Proto has to take this aggressive peek. Bomb will be planted. Watch the defense move. Have they spent any utility is the other question. Nice shot from Proto. Does make sure Shawnee does deny that outside sand area. Now it's all about the hit from the front. Assault for one, pistol out for Proto. It's bold, say the least. But still, with that, Classic falls, and it rests with Assault and Exceed. 2v2 we go.
Assault might be able to run down this player, but it's going to be up close and personal. Brack and Proto find the kills. One-on-one, just play the clock here, Proto. He's going to run away. Assault can't track him down. Might be able to find kill number 4, however, and he does. So the round doesn't go over to 18 and cracked, but Assault does keep the streak going. I think he might have gotten all 4 players in the round as well. But either way, good stuff here from Adam Assault to at least maybe earn some streaks, because Desert Siege streaks can be extremely valuable.
And I guess I'm a bit curious to see, what did Shawnee see in that round, if anything? Because the fact of the matter is, you don't expect whatever it takes to get to B and have a plant without a bunch of nades being thrown that direction. Right. And that time they did. So I don't know if Shawnee just, with that opening gunfight he took over towards the dunes itself, if he thought that that was where the only hit was coming from, or if it's just a good piece of timing from whatever it takes to get there. But regardless, they turned it into a 3rd successful round. Classic bomb in hand, looking to make a play over towards B, but look at the defender of Ghosty right on top of the B site. That is something that's different, but there's an opening set and a deeply thrown. Brack will fall, and now Ghosty has to at least turn his life into a 1-for-1, if not 2-for-1 here. And he's not going to be able to. They know he's here.
Yeah, they know he's here. Shawnee's going to start to inch around the corner. He's calling for help, and I mean, he doesn't really have any. A nade's going to come through, and there's the push. I mean, trapped, nowhere really to go. Will they be able to get this bomb down? Player 3. Proto will not be able to stop it, and now Zinx is dropped. So 1 versus 4. Not a whole lot can be said. Not a whole lot can be done, especially with the sub in hand.
Don't give over any more streaks, Proto. Just get to the back of the map and fall off. Yep. Takes the long route to get there, but gets there nonetheless. Exploring parts of the map that I'm sure a lot of people have not seen, and he actually almost does get tagged up in the back.
It's pretty close.
Yeah. Still does falter, and with that, 3-3. And that's the thing, you know, the 18 and cracked utility that I keep mentioning about, it's just how they use it. They're so good on this map of clearing space with it and knowing when exactly they have an advantage. And that was executed onto Ghosty there, who was unfortunately just never in a position to fight back after he got naded twice.
And they're also shutting down, you know, one of the best S&D players right now in North American Challengers. Like, Brack is 1-5. He's yet to find any value. I mean, you're right. He is. He keeps coming outer, and he's going to go down again and Exceed with the sniper rifle, showing us that he could bring it out. So Brack, who's probably responsible for always coming to this side, has not been able to get anything going. Ghosty, however, has been able to find at least an opportunity to drop this bomb at A, but they will be down now 2 members as Assault is just running them down with full streaks.
And that's the thing, like, the difference in this defensive setup this round for 18 and cracked is Shawnee plays the AR through mid-university in case they need a rechow for a quick B plan again. So it must have been something that Shawnee just was not able to see last round, because they change it up how 18 and cracked are going to play that defense. And even if you get that plan and Assault doesn't see you, Shawnee's playing backside University, making sure you can't go anywhere. So it's just, there's no exit involved simply due to how 18 and Cracked are trusting their sole defenders towards the outside of B defensively. It's just been really a masterclass. I mean, this is the reason that this map has been like the most vetoed search and destroy map in the CDL. It's just, it's too difficult to shrug the defenders off of those back positions, backside A by the trains and then back by that B tower.
And now Assault has all the streaks to work with to help you get some of these plants down, or at least get the information. And Ghosty, I think he might have been spotted. Yeah, he got spotted on that cross. So they're probably just going to stun, nade him out again. Proto is going to have to do some incredible work here to somehow keep Ghosty alive, who's eating the stuns. And now they're just going to call in the glide. And Assault, is he going to be able to work for one in the back? He doesn't find the kill. So Ghosty is still up, but he does have a bit of assistance right now with Proto.
They have a classic. Those shots will push Brack back just a touch, although he does get naded, so has to fall off. Proto watching over the top. Not able to get the kill, but Ghosty eventually will be isolated away, and then Shawnee long-range shots again onto Brack. It's just that you can tell how this map is going, even though the round count is still relatively even, just based on watching Shawnee's KG versus Brack's. That B play has just been not a thing at all for whatever it takes. And it's on to Proto now after he got the trade onto Classic for a 1v2, 30 seconds on the clock to play.
It's doable. This would be one of those rounds that could be massive. Tying us up. Proto is in a great spot. He's going to make the challenge happen, but Shawnee from the outside, back to the barrels, watching over his teammate. 18 and Cracked, finding all the success here so far. It comes a lot from this man right here, just winning it on these battles. And this is also the beauty of having so many great AR players on your team when you play a map like this. Everyone is beaming.
That's so true. 11-2 from Assault. Shawnee 7-3. And Assault says 1.46 KD. Let's boost that a little bit. It is just the 3-round wins for whatever it takes. Like, as much as I hate to downplay it, like, they do feel super fluky in nature, just based off of, you know, a timing here to get through, get the bomb planted, get away at B. I don't know, man. It's just 18 and Cracked have this map completely figured out. First blood for Shawnee. Second blood for Shawnee.
Second blood.
I'm telling you, it's like he's defending his home. It's like, yeah. This backside tower, I built this with my 2 hands.
I believe that. 8 in a row for Assault. Is he going to keep the streak going to double digits? He has the chance to. And Proto just barely going to survive here. Zinx does manage to find Assault in the back. So nice little bait and switch, essentially. Will be able to stop the spree. But you still have to get through Shawnee. Who's got a... Should have a glide bomb. He's on 5 in a row, but I guess maybe one of them might have been with his previous glide, so maybe might be one off now. We'll see. Either way, shot's going to be taken, and he does get pinched out. So that is a good collapse. Whatever it takes to manage to get there. They find Shawnee. They shut it down. And I think that's a 2v3 they come back from.
Yes, it is. And the reason why is Shawnee, I think ideally, knowing that the bomb was down over towards B after he got that second kill, he would have loved to have just played the dunes, but you don't want to leave your teammate out to dry. And Assault was not going to rotate over freely to get to B. So he tries to play more towards the middle of the map to try to give some help. And then by the time that Assault falls, Shawnee's not in a position to watch over the bomb anymore. So it's a good 2v3 for whatever it takes. I don't mean to take anything away from them, but they are getting completely destroyed over here by B. Shawnee again, first blood. This time it's different though. Whatever it takes, playing aggressive to the middle of the map, but Exceed tallies up Proto at range. That's the other sniper, and they know Ghosty's playing aggressive, and Exceed just deals with them with a pistol, gets the reload. How about a double? Sure, why not? Eat my dust. And that'll be good for the 6-4. 18 and Crack responding back. Tie this at a 1-1 map count.
Whatever it takes. I think they're so sick and tired of everyone sitting at the back of the map here for 18 and Crack. So they just say, we're running at you. Ghosty flies through mid. Zinx tries to follow it up, but none of it really ends up working out successfully. And what a map. I mean, just big individual plays here from Assault and Shawnee, and one of your key players that has been so solid for you in S&D, Brack only able to come out with 1 kill. So, I mean, that really does go to show you that if you're unable to match a lot of this, long-range pressure with the AR or even with a sniper of your own, you really do get pushed around a lot and kind of get bullied out of a lot of these power positions. And that's what kind of allowed for so many of those plants to come through successfully for Classic whenever they were on the attack.
There's nobody better, at least in North American challengers, that can play that backside sand spot than Shawnee right now. And I think he would probably.
He owns it.
If like maybe we should make it like an all-star event, like 1v1 sand heady to sand heady.
Oh, from across the map.
Throw Shawnee in there. I would not be surprised to see him doing that against pro players too, because he himself at one point in time was obviously a very significant pro. But it's just. That's why when that map came up in the first place, the map series, I was like, someone didn't do their homework, because why would you ever want to play them on that map? Like, you have your number one S&D KD carrier in Brack now taking kind of, at best, 50-50 gunfights versus Shawnee across the map. You're not getting a 1.5 KD in instances like that, even if he is going kill for kill with him. You got to put Brack in a position to succeed, and from the map selection alone, it never really felt like that was the case. And I don't know, maybe you can also look at Proto saying, hey, if you're going to snipe on this map, you better be able to push Shawnee off of an angle. And that also was not really a part of the equation. So, yeah, it's just not a map that you want to play a team in Cracked on. A team that, kind of struggles a touch in Search and Destroy. None of that is evident here. They've got this map completely ironed out.
Yeah, they truly do. I mean, very clean the entire way through. A lot of streaks in play. And, I mean, that's kind of really what we had brought up originally when we looked at this team, right? With like Shawnee, Assault, like those are two slow AR players in Vanguard. Like, how are they going to be able to do, when it comes to play style, when it comes to working off one another? But it works out beautifully. I mean, you can see at least a bit of aggression come through from the both of them when we look at the respawns. You take a look at the S&Ds, and they can play a little bit more patient, rely on their gun skill to come out with these battles. And you see it here, like Shawnee 10 kills, Assault 11. Like, they are putting up 21 kills collectively with a total of 7 deaths. They're not dying. Both of them 8 non-traded kills. So it just goes to show that they were, unable to be dealt with here on the other side. Both putting up about 1,300 damage as well. Like, they are hitting anything that moves, and it's not easy to always see everything that moves on Desert Siege either. So incredible work here from these two.
Yeah, I think that's just not doing your homework right there, if you're whatever it takes, honestly, because there is only one Search and Destroy map that has been successful for the side of 18 and Cracked, and it was this one. And I guess, to be fair, like, whatever it takes does hold a favorable map win-loss on this. Like, you don't want to veto out your best, but, like, yeah, that 6-4 doesn't feel like a 6-4. I'll say that much. It felt more like a 6-2, just based off the first blood engagements and just the dominance that Shawnee showcased. So tough scenes. But with that, we tie up the series. That means we do guarantee ourselves that second hardpoint, which should be another interesting one. We're not going to get there immediately, obviously, but Gavutu is not a bad map for either of these two teams. So that'll be really interesting to see. But before we do, it's Tuscan for the Control. And both of these two teams, in their previous matchup, played on this map in their first series. Both of them were round 5s, and both of them, well, actually, I was going to say both of them were wins. That's not the case. This is what Wherever It Takes started to slip, and this is where the reverse sweep against them started. Whereas for 18 and Cracked, this was the first step towards almost reverse sweeping in their own right.
Yeah, almost indeed, and it really was a great first step, because there was times where a couple of the rounds they started with like 10 consecutive kills before ever seeing a trade, before the enemy team UIU could even find a kill. So they really did have some fierce openings that I don't think were dealt with too well, at least from their opposition that time around in the last series. But it was very defense heavy, and at the same note, as much as they had some great openings on the attack, they were unable to really get a lot of ticks of progress either. So we'll see what kind of takes place. I mean, typically we know Control to be one of the game modes, especially earlier on in the season when it's only been around for about a month, to pretty much be defensive heavy until we start to get more into the game. You start to figure out those little nuances that kind of play into breaking down the setups, to being able to stack the zone at times, just understanding what you can really take away once you find kills. So we'll really get into this one. I feel like, as Whatever It Takes did say that they think this is their best game mode, even after I think only being a total of 4-3. But as of late, it feels like when Brack was talking to me this morning, he said this is our best game mode. This is where we've looked the strongest. So we'll see if that holds true. We'll see if they maybe have put enough work in Tuscan against a team that can just be so disciplined and so good at times where anyone can step up.
And a mode where 18 and Cracked have not dropped a Control since week 1 of the group stage.
True.
So that's going to have to be true, Brack. So that much.
It's going to have to be.
Because it's, it was an all defensive affair, to be fair, on the side of 18 and Cracked versus UIU. All defense all the way throughout. But as you had mentioned, it wasn't for a lack of good looks on the offensive side. The only problem was for 18 and Cracked was even with some good looks, they were never really able to find any significant progress on the zone itself. Kind of keep playing for kills, not for time, and there just never ended up being enough of a time bank for them to get through all the lives that were remaining for UYU, even in rounds where they started off 10-0. You know, UYU in round 4 it was, I believe, like they held together that defense with like 2 minutes and 12 seconds to hold off with only like 18 lives. So, you know, I think you got a good step in the right direction for 18 Crack, but you've got to finish out the map. You've got to take it through and get to the finish line on these attacking rounds, because it's whatever it takes, team. If the, you know, what you've been told holds true, they're feeling confident about their control, we could again see another round 5 affair here.
Yeah, I mean, whenever a team says that they're, you know, feeling confident, I expect them to usually be better on the offense, right? Like, what is their game plan once they take away A? Because, you know, just about any single team, you know, in challengers here, at least that we have here with the top 8 in the season, can hold on defensively. Sure, they might slip up here and there, but for the majority of the time, you're usually holding and winning out on your defensive rounds. So what are they doing offensively that's so good, that's kind of giving him this confidence? And does it translate to both maps? You know, is it just Gavutu that they're feeling good on? Because it felt like overall that they're really strong on both of them. So coming into Tuscan, we'll see if they've been able to take away anything for the last series, kind of reset. It feels like they did, because sure, they lose that last map there for us, Alan, but they did come out swinging in the Tuscan Hardpoint, or rather the Bocage Hardpoint. So we'll see if they can maybe carry that over to the Tuscan Control now. It's all tied up, one apiece, and we'll get into it. And as we said, we'll see if the information that I've gathered here from Brack holds true here for whatever it takes, and can possibly put themselves up 2-1, but it's not going to happen just yet. We're coming back. Got to reload the lobby. So we'll see what ends up happening here for us.
And the fact of the matter is we still have a really full docket of COD to go through tonight. We still got winners finals.
Still plenty more.
Geared up for. So we've got a lot of COD to get through on the evening, and I couldn't be more excited about it. I think that winners final is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah.
But now, since we have a little bit of time, I just kind of want to frame up, you know, the map 4 that we're also going to have. I don't want to touch on it too harshly, but when you were looking at this map series overall, the Bocage, the Gavutu being in, you look at the statistics over what we saw in the results from the group stage, and you think whatever it takes to be feeling pretty darn confident about what those 2 hard points are. Now, granted, the first hard point was anything but a confident win, but hey, a win's a win at the end of the day in Bocage.
Sure.
Gavutu, let's just say that the statistics hold, and whatever it takes, win the map 4. Do you think the series needs to end in 4 for whatever it takes to win this series, or do they have a chance to potentially survive through another search and destroy after what we just witnessed?
I think they could survive to another search and destroy. I think, like, you know, Desert Siege in particular, like, it's really good for 18 and Cracked, and I think that, you know, Brack was unable to find any value. And when one of your star players essentially in that game mode is unable to get anything going, it changes the dynamic of how the team, you know, sets up, because he's being shut down on one side of the map. So do you go ahead and try to, you know, switch off positions, or do you try to do something a little bit different to try to get more comfortable? And I feel like because Brack can never really find, you know, any kind of comfort in that map mode combination, I think it really hurt them. So I don't want to say that they're just going to be, you know, done and dusted if we end up going to a game 5, because I think that they're more than capable of about, you know, winning out on these search and destroys, especially versus 18 and Cracked that do play a little bit slower than the majority of the teams that we do have, at least right now in playoffs. You can pick them apart, you know, at times, as long as you're able to get it with your trades. But I think you have to play confidently. You have to, you know, hit these routes, you know, together while one person's watching over you. And it felt like a lot of what ended up happening, at least in the map 2 for me, Alan, was just a lot of like just individual gunfights being taken that were lost, or just, you know, catching Ghosty on the site all alone, stun, nade check him, bully him out of the site, find the kill, get the bomb down. It's just a lot of just like basic fundamentals, I think.
That's fair. So with that in mind, and this is my long-winded way of circling back, this is not necessarily in your mind a must-win map for whatever it takes then, which I think, you know, we were looking at for 18 and Cracked, kind of play the opposite side of the sword. We talked about their match versus UYU. Do not let it get to map 5. Finish in 4.
Yes.
So with that evaluation, does it still hold true here? Does 18 and Cracked have to win this map, in your opinion, to avoid that Tuscan search and destroy repeat?
I don't think so. I think that they're consistent enough that they can get it through.
All right. I like it. Just trying to, you know, ask you questions in different ways. I'm trying to keep your mind active.
Is it not active enough for you, Al?
I don't know. I just know that for me, you know, you don't keep the mind stimulated. The brain falls a little mushy. You know, it comes with my age. I'm almost 34 out here, Austin.
Okay, my bad.
Well, eventually these guys will get a map that loads. We'll say
I imagine so. Third time's a charm, hopefully.
Yeah, crossing fingers. It happened before. Third time was the charm before, so
that's right.
It needs to happen again. The interesting thing, and we're at this point where we're watching through Control, and I know that we're getting like all over the place with this conversation, so bear with me,
Sure.
audience. It reminds me of like when we first saw Control ever in Call of Duty, like Seaside. Everyone's like, dude, no one's ever gonna win an offense on
That's right.
Seaside. And eventually players found out ways to do it. Now, granted, I feel like a lot of that was because of specialists using things like grab slams, tac 5s, Tempest war machines, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But we said the same thing about Control last year. And
We
it
did.
took a
With
while,
Raid.
but teams figured it out. Have we, in your opinion, seen enough to start to say that, yes, teams are figuring out offense on these maps, or is it still kind of like a distant dream?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we're at the point where like teams are consistently, finding offenses. So I don't want to say that they have it, 100% figured out, because usually what ended up happening, at least like last year when we were looking at the Garrison and Checkmate, like in particular, like usually, like I think it started to come together near stage 3, stage 4, and then we're like, okay, this team is so exceptional at Control. What are they doing? And then you start breaking down what they're doing in order to take Control. And a lot of it has to do with spawn manipulation and positioning, right? Because you want to put yourself in a spot where you're spawning the defense out, farther than they would be to be able to get back to the point, and they don't have an easy route. And a great example is Tuscan on B, where you block that back spawn, they start spawning beside Church, and then they have to flood through Church, or they have to flood through mid-map, and you should know that they're going to have to try to attack from the pinch because you have someone back on the heady. So I think a lot of it has to do with like the repetition of just figuring out how specific teams are playing, but also the combination of making sure that everyone's in the right place at the right time. So I still think that it's going to be, a lot of figuring it out for as far as getting it down pat. Like, we're not just going to start seeing teams, I think, 3-0 consistently as of yet, but I imagine we'll get there. We just need a little bit more time.
That's fair. I'm also curious to see, if there are any adjustments to spawns, where the control zones are. Do you extend them in any way? Things like that, because, Garrison was saved by opening up that top platform.
Yeah, that's true.
At the control zone for the offense to get to, it felt like. Checkmate, it felt like never really truly got saved, but there were some strategies to kind of figure out how to break through it. So you kind of think the same thing will be here. And can we get a game that starts, for crying out loud? I'm on pins and needles over here.
I know. We just want to get in because it's been such a back and forth affair. It's been some crazy series, some crazy maps. So it's been fantastic so far. We just want to get back in there, Alan.
Yeah. Well, we'll send off things to a quick break. We're out of content to talk about. Actually, that's not true. We could talk about whatever we want to, but we're going to let you guys be saved from our nonsense. We're going to a quick break. We'll jump back in as soon as the map is ready and players stop dropping out, so don't go too far. Continuation of the North American playoffs after this. All right, well, we had to make sure that everyone loaded in and we weren't going to get backed out. So we jump on into the action. 18 and cracked on the initial offense. Tuscan Control. And, well, one of the things we did also notice, we hadn't mentioned in our spiel at the beginning, was UIU was allowing whatever it takes to get onto zone and then challing late. That's not the same case here. Whatever it takes, want to get on to contest this early. And it has cost a couple of extra lives here in the early moments of this map.
It sure has. Trade's still back and forth, but now Exceed. He gets to start causing some havoc behind enemy lines, but Proto is going to read it. And Shiny's going to inch all the way up. This should guarantee the A zone here. Everyone's going to back down for the side of whatever it takes. Just start to set up the perimeter around that B point here. And now it's about what are you going to do next? Now that you have 2 minutes of time, Exceed's kind of isolated from his teammates, so he's waiting for them to make the first move, get some info, and then he'll look to pounce.
And the thing is, does anyone have any utility to try to get Brack out of this position here? Because this is all about 18 Cracked getting around the back. They do find one elimination. Exceed on the way forward, denied by Proto. So now you're in the back. Sure, great news, but what do you do from here? Because you've got no help from the front whatsoever, and whatever it takes is actually moving extra forward. And this is looking like a map of frequency control, where one team spawn traps you on one side, the other team spawn traps you on your side, and you just hope that you win the kills eventually.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's kind of panning out to be at the moment. Assault is still alive back here. He does now have the support with him. They've been able to push through A long with that trade onto Zinc, so it is at least looking okay from the back, but can you get to the zone? Because now you've already burned about 40 seconds off the clock. Seed finds his first kill. Assault gets the other. Now there's a chance to be able to ignite the push on the point. Exceed, though, needs to look for one more. Brack up top, trying to shrug him off of the zone here, and now he's lost all the support around him.
Yeah, and he lost Classic as well. Classic was the last player in. Tried to work through mid-side church up top, but got denied by Zinx, who turns that into now 4 straight kills, by the way. And that was really the only way that 18 and Cracked finds success from the back. It's just you get punished immediately, you know, for the offense. You don't spawn on the B side of the map, you spawn top left. So it's just like you have to be 3-for-1 exchanges. Going 1-for-1 kills is just not enough as Zinx continues to roll a spree into a 6 straight kill feed. That's good for full streaks, and the defense only has to kill off another 42 seconds.
Yeah, this is with an MP40. He's on a 7 spree now, showing us that he can do it with either weapon. It does not matter. And with 30 seconds left, I mean, it does really feel like 18 Cracked, a little bit lost on the map, unable to really set up a push, and Zinx is winning battles like this from the low ground. Zinx for 9! My goodness, talk about taking over. Zinx has certainly delivered, looking for double digits now, as it will be a backtrack from Assault, so he's able to stop the spree, but are they going to be able to get on the zone? 9 seconds left, a couple players from the back, 1 from the front. Let's see if they can get here in time.
Johnny has to get a kill here, flat out. You've got all 4 members of the defense, whatever it takes, stacked in this position around the front side of B, but the problem is they were in key positions to watch over that hit from the back. And it's just, that's the problem, man. There is no good answer for when you go kill for kill. It almost, like, I would be really curious, as soon as teams start to even get one trade, like, do we just all stop and wait for that 4th member to come back? Don't give away any more lives. Like, just, okay, we got 2 inches further forward than we were before. We got to stop. We got to wait, because we've seen a lot of teams continue to try to make the same plays happen when there are only 2 remaining offensive players left, and it's just not providing any success. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take, but that's the 3rd time we've seen 18 and Crack try to make that play happen or on the backside of Church and just did not come through successful again.
Zinx is 13 and 5 right now, and if he keeps this going, it's going to get a little dangerous potentially here for 18 and Crack. Ghosty opens up onto Assault, and now that second tick of progress looks like it should be good unless we get something through mid-map here from the side of 18 and Crack. This should be the zone, but now there's some players from the front. Zinx has to give it up for a second as the nade does tag him. He has some bit of support here over his left shoulder, but are they going to be able to find Shawnee? Still this tick of progress on the way through, but it is just Zinx left alone on the zone. He's got 1 player mid-map, but he is going to be naded out again and has to reposition.
I don't even think you need to bother with this point if you're whatever it takes. Granted, they are getting the eliminations, but I was about to say, you've got Proto, number 7 in red, who's just been a deterrence over through the B zone. And I was thinking, if you pull the defenders to the outside of A, maybe everyone quick cuts in towards mid to get over towards the B zone with streaks to potentially deny rotations, but they want to play for the extra time first and foremost, and, well, you can't fault them for that decision, but it is a decision that costs them not just time, but also lives, as Assault on 3 in a row has stopped the 3rd tick of progress, and even further, denied it as he's depleted it all the way back down to 0.
Great resistance right now from the side of 18 and Cracked. I mean, they have been able to burn a lot of this time. 40 seconds now left on the clock to try to get this final tick at A. And they have some great support over by B right now, and I think that is going to be the call. They're going to try to get something going. They realize they cannot get through Assault and Shawnee, who are keeping this breeze going, and now Assault, he's going to try to hit a pinch on this 4 spree.
Yeah, there's so much map position now for 18 and Cracked. I think, obviously, again, it's a tough call to make. You have to have supreme map awareness of what's happening. But whatever it takes had a really easy window when Proto initially got the patio to make the call saying, forget the 3rd tick, rotate, help me, let's use streaks, and let's get a progress or 2 at B. Because, you know, we've seen teams do that as they will confirm the extra 60 seconds where, okay, we don't get this 3rd tick of progress, but the defense is in such a powerful position, we really can't keep just throwing lives at this. Let's stretch this defense out. Let's force them to come back over to B, and then eventually when we respawn, we can just walk back over to the A set with 1 good gunfight. But now it's down to 55 seconds, 15 playing up against 13, and whatever it takes are kind of hard-pressed here to find much time to do too much besides just hitting from the front.
Yeah, I'm hoping unless they get like 2 ticks of progress that Zinx doesn't look at investing any of the streaks here in the round. Hold on to them.
Yeah, agreed.
And we'll see if they can try to shrug Shawnee off of the tank heady. That can be very difficult to remove players from, but I mean, so far it feels like they are going to make the call to use the streaks here. So let's see if this works out. You get the information, but the streak finds absolutely nothing. So kills now need to come through by way of gunfights, and so far so good. They do manage to find 3, they do manage to find 4, but can they stack the zone, and how much time are they going to get?
Yeah, that's the real question here, because you can't just triple stack this, especially with how quick the defense is coming in with streaks of their own, but Zinx is able to find a couple of eliminations. So the 1st tick of progress is good. The 2nd cannot continue forward, though, as there just aren't enough members here. But Proto hitting a flank. He's got a handful of members in front of him. But he doesn't know which weapon to use. Might not make much of a difference. He gets the double. And whatever it takes, have successfully broken through from the front. It's a 12 playing up against 3. The defense low on lives, and Proto is feasting. Looking like Brad Pitt in Fury, considering how hard he's holding onto this tank. And whatever it takes, somehow, some way, get in, steal away an offense.
All right, my bad, Alan. My bad. They use the glide bomb.
Yeah, same, by the way.
They get there in the back. I was thinking, all right, this is a round where you got 30 seconds left on the clock. Save the streaks coming into the next round where you can use them defensively if you end up slipping up around B. And they say, nope, hold that for a second. We're running right through. We're winning the gunfights. They find that 4 down. They stack the point. Incredibly well done here for the side of whatever it takes. You did say they've been putting in the work in Control, and so far it's looking solid as they're 2-0 up.
I don't even know how that happens, honestly. Like, they push Shawnee off the tank and then Proto just gets to work, I guess. That's really all you can say about it. So now 18 and Cracked have to win an offense somewhere. Another one of those flawless starts that we were kind of talking about while we were framing up this map. As they go 2 for 3, but 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock to work with as they quickly secure the A zone, and they deal with Proto, who is trying to set a very forward perimeter in front of this 5th hard point.
Oh, they get no information on Brack here with the stuns. And how much can Brack do? Because the push is coming through P5, but Shawnee's going to check his corners. They know better. And Exceed finds 1 with the nade. So that is going to be 2 players down right now defensively. Zinx, the next one up. Can he hold on to the point? He's losing teammates all around him. His teammates are coming off spawn, but Exceed's going to challenge him on top of the point right now. Turns there. Will be able to find the kill, but Brack and Ghosty quick off the spawn. Win a couple of key individual gunfights, but from the back, it's Ghosty again. That gets rid of all the attacking players for 18 and Cracked.
Yeah, and look at the zone around this zone all of a sudden. I just said the same word twice, but I mean, look at the line of scrimmage. They've completely built a huge cushion around this B zone, and Proto is even moving even further forward, looking for kills in the spawn of 18 and Cracked. We'll make a player on the backside. Brack in trouble, slips away, gets a little bit more safety off the truck, but Exceed still denies. So a 3-man hit around the backside, but once again, Proto finds himself in a familiar position on the flank, technically speaking. And I don't know what just happened between Exceed and Assault right there with that nade, but it makes life much easier for Proto, who's only forced to get 1 elimination.
Yeah, he might have been holding on to the hot potato a little too long there. I'm not sure what happened, but it does, unfortunately, kind of stop things until Classic picks them back up. That's a big win on to Brack, and now there's no more players defensively. They're all kind of in the back right now. Brack has been playing his life, and that means that Classic is going to find him. 3 in a row here. A slow start, but starting to heat up now. Still plenty of lives in total, 12 left, so more than enough to be able to play with. But while this happens, they're on the zone. That first tick, it's good here for 18 and Cracked.
And Shawnee's going to get back in towards Radio. Gets another elimination for his troubles as the streak flushed him inside. But Classic has stayed alive in the back. Of course, whatever it takes knows he's back here. But with not a lot of lives remaining, 14v11, you got to be very careful, and they do double chow that to make sure there is no craziness that happens at Classic's position. So now 25 seconds, 12 plays, 11. And in the back, nothing for Exceed as Ghosty once again keeps the flank safe. Brack gets the read. Yes, they are coming through the 5th hard point. Zink says, keep your life. I'm going to come up the staircase, make sure it's not too heavily hit. And it gets the read that, yes, here comes the final attempt. Brack good for the first. Trades will come through. Last attempt, not a lot of time, and it's just down to Classic on the zone, and he can do nothing more than just get 1 kill. And that'll be a 3-0 in the control. After whatever it takes, I think, surprise the shoes off of both of us. Not that I was wearing shoes in the first place, but they find that offensive round in round 2 out of nowhere, and that puts them up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, what a play call. And, you know, you have to feel like Zinx was obviously a huge part of saying, listen, we can do this, right? He's the one that's controlling the glide. He's the one that's conveying the information to his teammates on where everyone is positioned. And they make that, you know, double hit happen in the back. Because once you do deal with Shawnee, who's responsible for watching the flank, that's when things get a little scary for everyone else who's like, okay, where do I look next? Do I come and back up and support the push through in the back? Do I just hold on to the front because you know 1 or 2 players might be trying to coordinate and kind of sandwich you in there on the zone? So it does put you in a tough position at times once you lose your anchor kind of at the back of the map. It's holding on to that Tanketti. And that's kind of exactly what happened because every single player ended up dropping.
I think the other thing that we need to keep in mind, and it was hard to say because we were obviously well in tune with what was happening in the back of the map, that even though the glide bomb doesn't find any kills, it still pushes the players in around the hard point into small interior spaces as well, right?
Sure.
Like you're either forced to play inside of Radio or you're forced to play inside a command center, and all it takes from there, as soon as you get that call in, everyone else just queues up nades to throw, and it makes those gunfights extra easy as well. So
True.
It's kind of a war on 2 fronts. Obviously, we were mostly focused on what's going on in the back, since that seemed to be the most influential play. And not only did they cleanly get that kill into Shawnee, but in the same moment, the hit from the front also flushed out kills where 18 and Cracked defensively were trying to hold in front of the zone. So it doesn't really find success off of kills, but it still does the job it's intended to do, which is get players out of patio, off the zone itself, force them into interior angles where we could take those gunfights with MP40s, and that ended up leading to success. It was just really surprising, just the timing, the lives, and just the lack of progress that they had towards B, that was going to be the call for the glide bomb, but it is a very successful one. So yeah, surprise the shoes off of us. We'll say the socks. I'm wearing socks, so it's surprise the socks off of us.
I got slippers on right now, but yeah, we can go with that. We can go
surprise
with
the slippers off of you. It's still surprising some S type of footwear off of you, all right?
There we go. There we go. I like that. But I mean, Zinx too. Zinx 27 and 14. I mean, how many, like, look at the damage that's being done here from this guy. And he pulled out a sub at times as well. He just started going rogue, running around the map, you know, with the MP40. And I feel like, you know, it's just it's a big shout out to Zinx, who didn't come off the best year in Cold War, but on these Modern Warfare engines, that's where Zinx really finds himself and tends to take over and have these maps. I mean, he's doing 1,100 damage per round. Like, just take that in here. We're playing Control. It's absurd what he's doing. So incredible stuff here. Proto as well. Big shout out to him. You know, a lot of non-traded kills. He had a huge part in making that offensive play happen in the round number 2. And I guess they live up to all the hype that Brack was telling me about this morning, right? He's like, listen, this is our best game mode, man. We've been putting a lot of work into it. We've been winning a lot of scrims in it as well. So it feels like, you know, that does end up coming true. And they look solid in it. I mean, a hot 3-0 versus 18 and Cracked that just went the distance versus UIU. It's certainly a big statement.
And the first Control map that 18 and Cracked have lost in the last 2 weeks.
Good point.
Through the Elite. So now we go to Gavutu, and this is where I think we were kind of dancing around the conversation, waiting for the map to load, went in a little bit of podcast form. How much of a must-win was that third map for either of these two teams? And I think we both kind of landed on more of a must-win for 18 and Cracked than whatever it takes, simply due to the fact that the Gavutu Hardpoint, statistically speaking, is a pretty solid venue for both of these two teams, but it's that Tuscan search and destroy at the end. After watching this 18 and Cracked team kind of struggle a touch in the first blood engagements on multiple venues, including the Tuscan search and destroy in their first series, could they make quick enough corrections? Because on the opposite side here, Gavutu map number 1 for Whatever It Takes in Texas Nation in that matchup. That was a 250 to 226 favoring Whatever It Takes. The map 2 in that series was a Tuscan Search and Destroy. That was a 6-2 in favor of Whatever It Takes. So not only statistically across the group stage are both of these maps pretty good for Whatever It Takes, but in recent, very recent history, also they found W's here too. So tough situation for 18 and Cracked. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they provide for us here, because they had played this map a lot throughout the group stage and they looked pretty good at it.
Yeah, they did, and I think it comes back to what we were praising them for on Desert Siege. As much as it's not respawn, right? It's the likes of Shawnee and Assault, you know, getting an AR in their hands, and then that combo being on the same team. And I want to say that it's usually Exceed, I think, that pulls out the third one, right? So Classic should be running that sub here for us. So Exceed as well, who's played this flex role in the past, did that a lot through Cold War. You feel like these guys, you know, should be able to come in here with their 3 AR setup and, you know, dictate a lot of what ends up happening. Because I want to say Whatever It Takes is like 1 and 4 on Gavutu Hardpoint, somewhere around there. So they haven't been the most consistent when it comes down to at least the map record here. And now that letting that through could also be the fact that, hey, you know, we've kind of done our homework, we've done our prep, and a lot of Gavutu is kind of give and take, right? Where it's like you hold 60, we hold 60, but you know, what are you doing when you hold 60 and you make that rotation to the team that needs to hold it then in return, right? Like those are kind of always the pivotal moments on a map like Gavutu, where if you can break the setup, you can keep things neutral halfway through. That's kind of what gives you a bit of that leeway as you get kind of, you know, deeper and deeper into the map.
Agreed. And you know, the other thing that we hadn't talked about yet, but in the early stages of Vanguard, in any title for that matter, you kind of expect that teams are going to have like a hard veto because we suck at this map. Of
course.
That's been like the Tuscan for this Whatever It Takes team in the Hardpoint. They have not touched it a single time throughout the elite stage. So if you're not super great at a different map, you're at least going to get reps on it. And that seems to have largely been the case through Gavutu. The thing is, you know, and this is kind of a way foreshadowing conversation, once we start to get to Elite Stage 2, that Pro-Am, and then eventually into Stage 3, Stage 4, and a lot of the big opens that we're expecting to hear about soon, you can't just veto out your worst map. You have to be doing the planning of not only is this map our worst, or you know, currently we're suffering this map, but this is their best, and we may need to consider vetoing out their best map. We see that a lot in the CDL, and it can really punish teams that don't feel confident across the entire map pool. I mean, it's a 4-map map pool. You better be able to do your homework on each of those 4 maps and provide some level of consistency. So that's something that we have to definitely keep in mind as we get to Stage 2 and things of the nature. But for now, Whatever It Takes, if you're going to hard veto out Tuscan, you better have shown us improvements as far as what you've done with Gavutu, not because of the reps, but because you know it's going to be available.
Yeah, you better be prepared if you're coming in. I mean, like that is just simply the fact. You let it through in the rotation, so probably already chatting about, listen, this is what we have to do. These are the fundamentals. As long as you can stay on track, which, you know, based off of, you know, a lot of what I was told, it feels like these guys have been cleaning things up, because you go back to week 2, and I think we hit it on at the top of the broadcast, but it felt like, you know, they were just kind of, you know, sluggish. They were slow to kind of making the fast plays, and they felt like they just had like a bad week, and that wasn't a true showing of this roster. And now that they found themselves, in the lower bracket, but they're 2-1 up over 18 and Cracked, you know, they've had opportunities to be able to close out series. They had an opportunity in the upper bracket where they were 2-0 up, and they have the chance to do so here. So as much as we kind of keep talking up the S&D, and as much as they're 1 and 4 on Gavutu, this could be your opportunity to come through, get it done. Don't allow 18 and Cracked to get to a map 5, utilize their experience, and see if they can beat you down and bully you out just like they were doing on the Desert Siege. But before we get to that final map here, Gavutu Hardpoint, it's up next for us, Alan. Could be the last one of the series. We'll see what we get.
And the thing about this map compared to the others in the pool, you get punished for making the wrong decisions. Like, if your timings are off by 5 seconds and you don't get there first, you'll be punished for that. So we'll see. How good is the in-tune map awareness for both of these squads? So far for 18 and Cracked, good stuff here around the ring. Classic able to stay alive, if only just barely. Assault there to assist, and we've got ourselves a 4-for-1 exchange that leads to 18 and Cracked actually looking to maybe push across the top of the map. Classic naded, and Proto will get the best of him, as I think he was kind of hard audible and like, oh, wait a second, Classic is here to toss this nade at my feet. And that will lead to not just that elimination, but 3 more to follow, and a counter team wipe comes in as Whatever It Takes now has the hard point.
Oh, look at the positioning right now. Player 6, player 5, they're already on the move. They got themselves the setup. I mean, this has been like 10 consecutive kills here, it feels like, or at least starting to get close to it. But either way, you can see everyone slowing down. 18 and Cracked trying to search for angles, work themselves out of these positions with nades and stuns. But down low, Exceed has gotten pretty close to the point. Let's see what kind of damage he can do to open things up so his teammates can also follow him up. But Proto takes a nice challenge from the outside, puts himself on 4 in a row, and now it's just 1 off of the streak.
Yeah, really good set. Kills it. Oh, Proto. Easter come early. Bunny hops over the top of the tank, finds a kill on a Shawnee, and it's Classic. Takes himself out of the picture. Kills continue to go the way of whatever it takes. Early streak for Proto. And a huge lead starting to amount, and look at whatever it takes. They're already pushing across,
They're running at
taking
them.
away this boathouse, and yeah, I think that's the key. Even sprinting at him a touch here, as 18 and Cracked they can't move. They cannot get out of their spawn. They need to lock down this rotation if they ever want to even have a chance to bring this back to level terms throughout this first set of 3 hills.
And Proto has the streak now, right? So you just need to take a second for whatever it takes, get close enough to the point, try to maybe get some of this flak gun control, and then look at using the streak if you can to break open the back, to try to flip open these spawns. There is a window to be able to deny at least a full 60 potentially coming through, but first you got to deal with Auto Assault, and he's putting himself now in a position where he could basically shut down this entire push through the beach side, and that's where the spawns are going to start to be for the side of whatever it takes.
Yeah, and Brack is not really helping this fight at top tower, so he should be able to get onto the low side of this tank quickly, and he will get there. Another set of clean kills coming out, and as Brack finds the 1v1 inside the hard point, the streak will be used to try to get kills inside the spawn. This is near perfection for whatever it takes. The only thing you're missing is the proximal spawns, but you're fine in this position. You're kind of spawn trapping with this forward setup from Proto, and Brack just kind of staying alive, watching an easy angle through this grass. You've got help from multitude of angles, so you get in around the 30-second mark, you get 15 seconds worth of time. Yeah, it's not a full-on break, but you've got the rotation with numbers over towards new, and you were able to break up the pretty straight monotony that typically is the third hard point for 18 to Crack. The question will be, will you know Exceed is behind you? Well, Ghosty will for sure communicate that, and look how quickly the red arrows turn to try to deal with him.
Yeah, and now he's actually kind of guided his teammates through as well because he had that cutoff. So they actually get to the hard point here first and have a bit of control. Exceed turns, finds one mid-map. Spawns look like they should be good in the back unless this kill comes through. And what a play from Zinx. He finds 2. They do have to find Classic on top of it. So will they be able to? He's taking some shots. They know he's back here, but he still takes the head-on-head challenge versus Ghosty. Will be able to win out on the battle. So still 50-50 for as far as whatever team gets full control here.
Wow, really good stuff from 18 and Cracked, and yeah, it's a lot of credit to Exceed, but even Classic keeping his life allows 18 and Cracked to get numbers here a little bit faster than you would normally expect. Last 15 seconds will be good for whatever it takes. And 18 and Cracked are not in a really prime position immediately to give you a confident saying of they will open up this 5th hard point to their name. A big win from Classic will more lock it and secure it in. And that will be good. Okay, so an opportunity here. So just as good as whatever it takes was contesting the South Beach on, from the front. The same, if not more, was done by 18 and Cracked as they look to level the score with a hold here on 5.
And can they get over to the time? They will be able to now. This is always a really tough hill. Try to cut across in because you can't really do so until you deal with Assault. And they do find one, but Exceed gets a nade out there. So it basically just trades back and forth. Classic now just going to basically hold on to his life. Soak up time if he can. You have the setup, but it's on Proto to break it. He finds 2 in a row. Will he be able to find 3? A snap onto Classic inside the point. Zinx gets the 4th. And what a play coming through from Proto to be able to get his teammates inside the 5th hill.
Yeah, it's not just getting them in the 5th hill, but with those convincing wins, you're also able to put a couple of numbers over towards the top side of the new hard point. It's Ghosty that's there on rotation, and he's only able to find 1, but the pressure is good. This means that for 18 and Cracked, they can really only bunker up on this hard point. They don't really have a forward zone across this hill. Look, Seed is trying to get whatever ground he can work with. Gets 1. Information on Ghosty, but as Zinx throws a couple of nades, Exceed has to back down. Stuck in a corner. YY's the reload. Able to find 1. Nearly takes care of Ghosty, but it would have been hard-pressed to do much more behind that, and with it, whatever it takes in the hard point, and they're in a very big controlling position on the high ground as they watch 18 and Cracked come out of spawn from the west side of the map.
You just called it. Zinx got all that information. They know they're coming from the front right now, but somehow they are still managing to win the gun battles. So the only one left alive is actually going to be Ghosty. Can he come up with 2? No, we cannot. They find the trade, and that is actually pretty big time because now you can actually get on here for 20 seconds. You can push forward. You can try to cut off some of the rotation, but it feels like everyone's been able to get themselves in a decent spot here for whatever it takes. They're already in the new point. They are set up around the point. And Classic, 4 and 14 right now. You need more out of your sub pressure if you're going to be able to keep this one close and, well, more or less stay alive in Challengers.
Yeah. Yeah, Classic has just had a really rough go of it. 5 and 15 for him. I mean, try as he may, he's almost got a minute of hardpoint time, but outside of slipping into hardpoints, he hasn't really been able to open the door too much for 18 and Crack in a lot of these rotations. It's largely just been this guy, Exceed, who's been doing a lot of the work, but as he gets shut down by Brack, Classic will meet the same fate. 25 seconds off of this second hard point, whatever it takes, growing their lead to above 40, knocking on the door of 50. And this isn't good news here because 18 and Craft again find themselves in the position of decision time. Do we go for this? And if so, how many numbers do we spend? Because Brack is still holding on to 4, help is still here, and if you don't win these gunfights, you may lose rotation to next.
Nice pickup there. Ghosty finds the remaining 2. Classic knows he needs to put some pressure on the scrap time, and he does manage to at least slip in. Will contest the remaining 8 seconds. Might see one more 1v1, but that's just going to go neutral. Remaining seconds won't be picked up. Classic maybe looking for a pinch play, but it's going to be red. Brack finds 1. Shawnee gets the trade. Over to the beach side we go, and it will be at least a setup here. And 18 and Crack, they need this time. They need a hold.
As soon as you start to see kills coming through here for 18 and Crack, you need to see Classic hitting around to cut off this mid-map position. As Ghosty sends in a streak, here goes Classic, number 1 in blue, around the back. He will find 1, trying to get the second, but it eludes him. But this is still a key position for them to hold on to. Spawns are still good for 18 and Crack, but Classic loses the gunfight to Brack, and now all of a sudden, the stance over the actual hardpoint itself is in question. Exceed is trapped, stunned up inside, but it may not make much of a difference. Exceed on 3 in a row, eventually made it out of the hardpoint, but 18 and Cracked, they've held, and that's more miraculous than you may figured at this stage of the game.
At least they use the glide there, and they do eliminate a couple of the seconds. I think they maybe denied about 15 or so. So it isn't exactly a full 60, but still a hill that you are very happy with if you're 18 and Cracked. And now it's about the rotation. Last time, they managed to get to the back. Let's see how much of a better job, whatever it takes, do this time around to be able to lock down the back of the spawns. And Exceed, has he been able to slip through again? He takes some shots. They're going to know he's back here, but look at his teammates. They're with him. The spawns should flip out, and they do. Everyone for 18 and Cracked around the back. They have cleared out the hardpoint, and they are in the time. And what a key moment to allow this to come through. They are now in control.
Watched a lot of Gavutu Hardpoint. I don't know if there's anybody in Call of Duty right now that's better of getting in the backside of this hill on the break than Exceed. I feel like every time we see this 18 and Crack team play this map, he's always the guy to find a hole, find a timing, and get around the backside. And what a key moment for it, as this is going to lead to 20 seconds of scrap time, giving us about a 19-point game here as we try to get to the position of this 5th hardpoint, depending on how much of this scrap time wants to be held. And Exceed again trying to play for a route. Route man does not get paid this time. It's Zinx who kind of throws out the toll. And here we go. It'll be a 12-point game going into the 5th hardpoint, and it's once again an 18 and Cracked needing to break.
Can they get through? It's all about trying to find this cross, and Zinx has been able to take a route here through the flat gun. Gets info onto Shawnee, also hitting for the front. You have to get yourself in, and you're going to have to get in now. Assault on 3 in a row, gets shrugged off, and will end up dropping down. Proto finds 3 in the kill feed. A good wallbang, though, from Exceed. Gets them off the time, and now they have to try to get across.
But there's only a little bit of time left, 5 seconds, and they just do not have any forward progress. This is no man's land as soon as you leave the ship. And actually just a little bit of a misstep there. Doesn't even allow a second opportunity to get there. The play from Proto, the hold from whatever it takes. They take the 250 to 207, eliminating 18 and Cracked in 4th place for North America Stage 1.
Unbelievable. So many players, so many teams, you know, sleeping on this whatever it takes roster. You know, not looking at any of these guys to be, you know, star players necessarily, but they work so well together. They gel so well together, and they've been putting all this work, all of this time against a squad that is one of the most experienced in challengers, in playoffs, and they finish 4th place. I mean, did not expect this squad to be the one that gets double first rounded, you know, in the playoff bracket, Alan, but someone's got it when there's so much competition, there's so much talent, and a lot of credit has to be given over to this roster, whatever it takes, coming with a 3-1 victory, doing it all in the respawns.
And how about the ice, just from the first map in the first place? I think that one is going to be the kind of the big pinnacle memory of this series overall. That and the round 2 offense, right, from the control. I think those are the 2 major moments that you look at and say, okay, that's where whatever it takes won this series. As much as, of course, you look at where they actually won the series on Gavutu, I still think that for 18 and Cracked, they did just about anything you can ask them to when it comes to breaking hard points where they didn't have the full setups. But you know, as much as I hate to harp on the negative, that map never really felt like it was within grips when you've got Classic going like double neg, you had Shawnee going nearly double neg. You just can't have that happen. You know, those are individual kind of flaws that outcrop. But from the positive side of the conversation, the round 2 offense and the map 1 ice, that whatever it takes was able to showcase, I think were the definitive deal breakers in why this result is going to be the result that we have. So they move on. They wait to play the lower final tomorrow. But here's our bracket. One more matchup. Winners finals. UIU, Texas Nation. UIU holding off the reverse sweep. Texas Nation completing one of their own. And they have a date here day after Valentine's Day with one another in the winners finals to finish off the night.
Do they ever? UIU, Texas Nation. I mean, I am really excited to see how those guys match up. I mean, all together through every game mode, because there's a lot of weaknesses and strengths where that's a series where, you know, I don't want to say we're going to like a game 5, but like there is an argument where that could be, you know, one of those series that ends up going to a game 5 with how Texas Nation have looked in Hardpoint and how we've seen UIU kind of look in Search and Destroy. So we'll see if they can maybe kind of pull out the whole 2-3-5, you know, in that series overall, or maybe they can bring a lot of the flair that they did in the respawn that we saw in the last series, because, you know, they did end up winning the first one.
We'll see. It's been a while since these two teams have played now after a lengthy series there in 4 maps. We'll send things to a break, and hopefully it won't be too long, as I believe they should have their vetoes already done. So don't go too far. Get yourself set up. We've got winners finals coming up after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more series before we finish off day one of the playoffs, and we're in the winners finals. UIU, Texas Nation. I'm Shift, he's Visions, and this is going to be what you would anticipate to be an unbelievable series. Thing
Absolutely.
is, this was the last matchup in the group stage for both of these teams, and it was a 3-0 to Texas Nation, but it was a close 3-0. So I don't really want to say 3-0. Texas Nation super favored. No, we can't make any calls like that.
No, especially not today with the way that the games have been going. When everyone having just like all that time period to be able to watch over one another, it feels like we've been getting a lot of close sets. You can see it here. Both of these squads, squeaked by round number 1 in 3-2 fashion. UIU clutched up, made sure there was no reverse sweep. On the other hand, Texas Nation actually did pull off the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
So very much both of them, familiar with the game 5s and getting there so far. And now I think that the matchup is coming in. It's going to be a fun one. I mean, you have one team that's extremely strong in Hardpoint, the other extremely strong in S&D, arguably both the strongest in those categories. So I think it should be a very excellent clash.
I think you can hit that out of the park if you want to. I mean, this is like you queuing up with an aluminum bat on like a little league park, because it really is the point of the entire series. Yeah, just easy softball pitch, underhand toss, gone, left field bleachers. The thing about it though is how definitive both of the teams have been in those particular modes versus other playoff teams. For the Search and Destroy, good stuff from UIU. They do hold a very favorable win-loss against playoff teams in the Search and Destroy, including the 2 Search and Destroys versus 18 and Crack that they played just a moment ago. But for Texas Nation, their hardpoint has been near flawless, maybe outside of just the map 1 that they played versus whatever it takes. So I think you're just going to have to see those strengths be kind of maybe the huge difference maker. And who knows, that could potentially lead to map 3, the Control, being the difference maker in the series. I know Proper, if he's watching, he would be hating me if I didn't say it could be a major swing map. And I think this one absolutely could determine the entire outcome of the series as we take a look at the maps and mode combos. Gavutu for the first, triple stack of Tuscan, Berlin for the final. Thoughts, Visions, hit me.
Yeah, thoughts right away. UIU, coming through with the Gavutu. Scrap did kind of mention the fact that they were looking at maybe some of the bigger maps, like Gavutu. I think they are 2 and 3 on it, but it's something that they could come in with and potentially, surprise us, because I think that there are a lot of really good AR players that come in, at least for that map mode combination. But then we get like triple Tuscan, which is, I think, really good for the side of, well, probably both squads, at least in some of the combinations. But UIU already played triple Tuscan on the day, so they already have all of these reps in that last series. And I feel like they're at least getting a little bit of comfort when you look at a lot of the map mode combinations that they've already been able to get reps on.
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. These maps that we're going to see in some form are a repeat of the series that UIU played versus Texas Nation, just in a little bit of a different order. You got Gavutu still for map 1. You have Berlin as the Search and Destroy, but it's map 5. And then Tuscan is still the Control for map 3. Those results, in case you're curious, it was a 252-45, a 6-2 Search, a 3-2 Control, 3-0 Texas Nation at the end. The interesting thing, though, I think we look at the statistics, is Texas Nation 6-0 in Gavutu Hardpoint. Unbelievable. UIU 2-3. Tuscan Search and Destroy, UIU 3-0, Texas Nation 1-2, and then Control, they're both about the same. So I don't know. I think you have some clear-cut statistical favorites on these first 2 map mode combos, and they go the way that you expect them to. Texas Nation heavily favored in Hardpoint, UIU heavily favored in Search. We'll see if either of these 2 teams can come out and surprise us, as Waldo and Patrick will take us through the action throughout the series.
It sure will, and that's the big thing. Will there be another surprise? UIU surprised us in the last series when they played Tuscan first, and we did not expect them to come out here with the fire that they presented on a map mode combination where they were 0-5 versus the playoff teams here when it comes down to Hardpoint. But a Gavutu, a map that has been extremely good here for Texas Nation. Do they have what it takes? Do they have the confidence to carry it through? We are about to find out. Nades and stuns galore. The free cam action, of course, taking place for us. And so far, so good. UIU, they press forward and they'll find 5 consecutive kills.
Yeah, that is a perfect start, obviously, but look what they're doing off of it. They're not just sitting and bunkering up. You had a little bit of pressure starting to be established by Phantoms towards Boat, and you've got Rex in a forward position who could maybe flip these spawns if he gets a little bit further forward, and that may be the call here. You've already got 20 seconds of the time. That already in itself is a bit of a win, and as Rex makes a play forward, he only gets one before falling. So the status on the hill still favorable for UYU, and Texas Nation, who continue to throw stray lives at this, are not even finding kills on rotation. They've got 3 total kills in the first minute of the hard point. What is happening?
This is just takeover mode right now. I mean, coming out here showing us that they've been putting in work to the hard points. UIU certainly living up to it, but this could be the time where you're able to stabilize. If you're Texas Nation, they're able to slow down a little bit, start accumulating some points. Johnny, though, on the force breeze, been playing his life, and will he be able to earn that glide? No, he will not. Kismet finds the read coming off the old hill, and now that you have a bit of structure around the point, we'll see if they can continue to hold on to it.
Good stuff from Jordan General, locking down this front mid door. Havoc around the back. Greasy Gang getting involved here as a much-needed recovery of time has started to come through for Texas Nation. 41-25 the count. Johnny looking to slip on in, but misplaced a couple of Texas Nation defenders, and that would be where his run comes to an end. Speaking of on a run, though, Phantoms looking to cut across, but a good read from Brezzy. Stun checks him, slows him up into position, and now Texas Nation can be off spawn, a little bit more responsible on this play towards New. The thing about it is they will give up scrap time here, and that will lead to UIU kind of getting their lead back to more significant terms, and they're also fighting from the front here at 3.
Yeah, and now look at the spawns because they've basically pressed forward and were unable to win out on those battles. They have to try to retake the flak gun. And Phantoms will end up finding the stun, but Brezzy for 2 ends up getting traded after, but Havoc, one more player, finds at least one before dying. Cutting off the reinforcements, but 20 seconds already going over to Texas Nation. They've retaken control of that lead. Now it's just a matter of throwing the stuns down, throwing the nades down, keeping them off the point, and they're doing an excellent job here thus far.
Yeah, really good stuff. Clean, convincing, and you've even got a little bit of pressure starting to mount on rotation. Good recovery, though. UIU punishing these early rotators. Brezzy looking to slip around the back.
Love
oh,
this.
you beautiful piece of French, man. Works all the way around the back, hurdles the seawalls, and now he's in a position to flip these spawns around as soon as these next 10 seconds come and go, and he's going to have help. Kismet's here to try to assist.
But will they know he's missing? You should be tracking names. You should know that one person hasn't popped up in that kill feed in a little bit. And I think they know. Stuns and nades going out the back. Rex able to track down Brezzy. Phantoms takes down Kismet. But now it's up to Jordan General. What can he do at the back here? His teammates all coming through that last hill through the beach side. So he doesn't really have the support with him.
Yeah.
But while this happens, UIU, they're starting to get a lot of time.
And the thing about this is UIU's only focused on what's coming from the front. They don't necessarily care that General's back here, because if you can cleanly get the kills from the front and force everyone to spawn up on the General, you can spawn trap them. That's exactly what's unfolding. Kismet spawns where Jordan had fallen, and the kills are still turning up for UIU. So even though the third hardpoint was very successful for Texas Nation, the rotation looked good, they will only break through with about 25 seconds, which I guess in terms and macro terms is still a success story, but this is going to allow UIU just to finesse from the front and just default to a rotation to 5 where they can retake their advantage pending they hold.
And Phantoms just wants to kind of keep them trapped in. Holding on to the ship position here is really what matters most when you're taking down the players exiting off the last hill. And let's see if they can kind of pin them in for a little bit. But meanwhile, already across the map, Texas Nation making the rotation happen. They don't have enough assistance over here through the back. And that means that player 5, Jordan General, has been able to sneak all the way through. A chance to influence spawns, but off screen, Johnny's been able to find him. Can he work for the second? Johnny with a couple of massive kills in the back will hold on to the spawns. And while all this happens, his teammates still have control of the ship.
Yeah, this is all great news here for UIU, and as much as General does open up an opportunity, it was red the whole way through. There were a couple of different UIU members that fell to General on that rotation, so they knew that hit was coming, but now all of a sudden, this hit from Brezzy has actually flipped the spawns completely around, leaving Scrap and Johnny to have to work by their lonesomes to lock down this last 15 seconds, and Scrap is providing a double for him from inside the back of the hard point. Havoc. One last stun check comes over. That'll be good to get him out of the hill, but the thing about it is that play for Scrap means that Texas Nation are late here to this new hill at 1.
Scrap's showing us he can play more than one role. He doesn't just have to be this guy that we know that can slay out and find all the kills on the map. He can also soak up the hill time, play the objective kills, and that's exactly what he's been doing, at least so far here for us. But gotta give some credit over to Texas Nation. They find a very quick break on the flat gun. This is one of those hills that can turn into a money hill very quickly once you start to hold some of the high ground and zone here through the middle of the map. But they got 2 players stacked inside of the point, and now they're going to have to be the ones you rely on to find all of the kills until their teammates get here. But a one-on-one, Kismet, is he going to be able to finesse? Can he play his life? Waiting for the challenge, will take some shots, but it's Dylan Rex that takes down the remaining players, and now it's all the General.
UYU has been so good in this first and second hardpoint transition. They're going to lock up the majority of this scrap time, retake the lead, and you've got number 3 and Johnny already playing forward. And with the sub, he can absolutely wreak havoc in the back. There's the double. Not going to turn for the third, but Phantom secures his trade, leaving General the last remaining Texas Nation member. And he's not really going to be able to do too much from this position, you would feel. Needs to wait for help, and help is on the way. In form of a mid-map hit, which is not being watched at all by UYU. A bit baffling to say the least, and Texas Nation will quickly recover this rotation and get into the second hardpoint first.
This has been such a fun hardpoint here so far for us, and now that Kismet has this automaton in his hands and he's got some of the players pinned, I thought he was maybe going to be able to build up a streak, but with shots from Johnny, I guess is enough to eliminate him off of that heady. Back and forth trading out for us, but now the kill feed starting to favor the side of UYU, and they should be able to throw themselves on the time. So we got a quick flip here for as far as the spawns. Already trying to set yourself up for the spawns. It's Phantoms 4 in a row, starting to work towards streaks.
And the trust here for UYU will be that Johnny will hit this route to try to flip these spawns if they feel like they get a favorable kill feed. But as he drops, the last 13 seconds will primarily be the focus here for UYU. But losing gun control is actually super impactful, as now Texas Nation should open up the third hard point without any contest. But here comes Johnny, as mentioned. He'd be the one to hit the route, and boy has he. Oh, goodness. Johnny, are you going to do it to him? General in the back. This is a tough gunfight in front of him. But there is a glide bomb to make life a bit easier.
Perfect.
It's going to be used to go get the player off the zone. So Johnny can now move forward. He's still around the backside. It's going to flip the spawns around. Phantoms keeps on. It's the middle of the map, and that's going to lead to a clean kill feed. UYU have successfully torn apart Texas Nation from the back, and that'll be good to flip the hard point.
That's how you break a hard point right there. Johnny finds that window in the back, and now you use the glide to be able to come through. And because of it, Scrap's now been able to push all the way forward. Look at this positioning right now where he gets to just play his life, come behind enemy lines, find Brezzy. He knows one's still down low. Despite not finding it, his team is set up to lock in the remaining time. That was a good 30 seconds that UYU are able to build up for themselves that get them over that 200-point mark on one of the best map mode combinations here for Texas Nation. They are feeling the pressure around, and they have to hold going into this next point.
And the macro of how this game could finish should tell UYU we don't necessarily have to break this hill. We can win the game by locking rotation to 5. So I'd be really curious to see how committed are they to trying to get to the front of this hard point versus just trying to set themselves up mid-map. General just completely ring around the rosy there for Dylan for a long period of time. I'm surprised they're both not dizzy after how much they just ran around the middle of the map. But General on 5 in a row has absolutely torn apart the middle, and that's going to mean that this hit for the side of UYU will be very abbreviated. It has to come from the jungle pathway. Havoc reads it, tries to get away, not able to, but the hit still has some legs here, doesn't it? Kismet on 2. Very much so hindered by his health pool, but help is on the way. And as Johnny tries to come through to contest a bit more time, that will likely be about it, as we will get a near even game. Except for Phantoms, who will play for a bit of scratch time. And wait, look at this. UYU are going to actually dominate, as they've got Texas Nation spawning in the worst possible position as we rotate to 5.
That was actually a key moment right there for Phantoms, finding that 3K there at the end, because he does spawn them deep into the back of the hill right before it ends up flipping into new. But the problem here is you don't have anyone inside of the boat. However, Texas Nation, they don't know that, and they have to invest the streaks. And I feel like they might have had a hunch that streaks were in play. Johnny will go down, but now they're able to get across. Let's see if they can actually break in.
Oh, but they're not able to get the kills from the front side. I was about to say, taking the player out of mid-map is important, but you've got to be able to find wins from the front, and they're not able to do that in the same breath. So 247, 208. No one's going to be able to get over the top of the ship, and that's going to be enough for UYU. Stringing together, let's just call it what it is, a perfect break on the South Beach. Johnny, as you called it, from the back, streak to deal with the player on the hard point, flips the spawns, flip the spawns, and the hard point in the same moment, actually. And that leads to enough. And yeah, you're right. The 3-piece from Phantoms there kind of zoning off the exits due to the fact that UIU had so many members already at the middle or behind the middle of the map. There's nowhere else for Texas Station to spawn. They had to spawn behind the 5th hardpoint. And that just became too much of a problem for them to get to 5. Unreal. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean that was such a fun hardpoint. There was like so many high-level moments that took place in that hardpoint that you just love to kind of nerd out over. I know I certainly do. I mean, you go back to like a lot of them, right? Where like it kind of started where you looked at General, who was on that flak gun and kind of built up so much of that lead for them because he was just controlling that entire beach side. So they were kind of just one-dimensionally flooding through the front, trying to come up that pathway, and it was being denied. But yeah, you get to the end of this one, and you certainly have to highlight a lot of what was happening here.
There's
Johnny working in the back, using that big moment there with the glide bomb to get themselves in a position where they flip out the spawns 15 seconds in. You can see it, and they lock down the majority of it. But there's that moment here with General where, you know, he is zoning everyone from this beach side. They can't get him out of the flak gun area, which means that you have to kind of just run up that pathway, and you got nowhere to go. And you take a look at the stats at the end of it. Big gain from Phantoms. I mean, 28 kills and 24 were non-traded. He was staying alive constantly throughout that map.
Yeah, and it's in the positions that he's just allowed to exist because of the dirty work that players like Johnny are doing. Like, I'm really high on this Johnny kid. Like, I'm super high on his stocks right now. Because 21 and 20 on a map like Gavutu where you're running the sole SMG, and what he's doing with his position, how he's being communicated to or what he's communicating to his team has allowed a lot easier fights for the ARs. Just because they know exactly, okay, if Johnny's going to hit her on the back, and you kind of saw it, like, I wish I had like a pen and a telestrator to draw it out, but Johnny goes around the back for the hard points of 3, the spawns for 3. But all of the ARs are just focused on the middle of the map. They're not focused on AA gun initially. It's all about making sure we confirm the flip. And then while we're already in a mid-map position, then we can go turn our attention back towards the ring. They don't necessarily have to force multiple fights in multiple locations. Keep the focus in one specific spot and then on to the next. And when you've got the ability to do that, yeah, your ARs are going to know exactly what they should be looking at and where exactly they should be expecting gunfights. And Phantoms was unbelievable in those 1v1 heads-up fights.
Yeah, and also just credit to Scrap too. 2 minutes in the hill. He was also doing a lot of that dirty work that game. I hit on it halfway through. We had about a minute before we went towards the reset in the rotation. You continue to do so, and you need someone to do it. There's just times where you have to know where it's like, okay, I'm just going to sit in the hill this game. My teammates are frying. I'm just going to make sure that I'm soaking up time here for them. You kind of have to understand your role in the moment. So just great awareness. And hey, that's also the first loss on Gavutu Hardpoint for Texas Nation. This UIU team. They've been putting in the work in Hardpoint, man. And Scrap said it yesterday. He was like, we've been putting in so much work and time to making sure that our other game modes are up there with S&D. We don't want to just be that 2-3-5 squad that people keep talking about through the regular season. They want to be that squad that is feared through every single game mode. And are they ever making an argument here for it on the day, Alan? I mean, just another massive moment here for them, coming through with a Hardpoint win. This was after being 0-5 versus all of the playoff teams, and they're certainly showing up.
The thing about it, and you know, here's the fact of the matter. Like, if you're UIU and you're Coach Mystic, you're not going to win North American Challengers Elite if you stay as mediocre as you were in Hardpoint. That much was for sure. Like, even if it comes at a cost of not being as perfect in Search and Destroy, you have to be able to win Hardpoints if you're going to win a championship. And to be fair, as much as we kind of harp on their overall win-loss record, there were really only 2 maps that were pretty bad losses. Like, a lot of their losses in Hardpoint were over 220 points to 250. So that's just one thing going wrong, right? Like, that's one bad mistake away from you winning that map. So yeah, I think when you look back over the course of why UIU had suffered in the Hardpoints, you do look at, okay, in this moment particularly, we should have done A instead of B. I should have zigged instead of when I zagged. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very easy, I think, kind of black or white moment that you can look back at it. If you were getting smoked in every single Hardpoint, totally different story. But you know, you can pick apart the game-changing moments that, you know, led to a loss versus a win. So regardless, off that topic, into the Tuscan Search and Destroy. UIU, here's the short and easy point, won this map in winners round 1, and it was pretty solid from them. Even though it was around 11, they were down 2-4, came back and won 4 of the final 5. That's unbelievably good.
And let's see if Scrappy brings that scope back out, Alan, because holy, What? Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? It would be a shame if he didn't with the highlight plays and just the picks he was finding. I mean, he was quite literally, ripping apart the last team that he played. I mean, it felt like they did not have a shot. They did not have a chance. Like that final map that they played on Berlin was all him. Now, mind you, we are playing Tuscan. So this is, not as easy to be able to influence the sniper rifle, but if there's one player in the mix out of all of them that we do have, whenever Tuscan Search and Destroy is played, Scrap does bring it out. He does feel confident enough to be able to find picks through A-long, be able to work through that mid alley, especially once they get the bomb down. A huge plan of theirs is offensively is get Scrap set up in the middle alley where he can watch over bottom and top church, and then you kind of get Phantoms up in that top broken area where he can watch that push through P5 and can also play the clutch spot. So, I mean, this team has really good setups when it comes down to how they're going to be able to get the bomb down. But, getting an opportunity, the talk with Mayhem, he said that, listen, the huge focus of theirs was getting S&D strats in. He had whipped up a ton of them, so we'll see how many of them are actually going to be put forth against this UIU team that is one of the best S&D teams, is the best S&D team right now in Challengers.
Yep, and a lot of it isn't just because of the stats they bring, but the adjustments that they're able to make. And remember, the biggest thing that we harped upon for UIU, which led to the success of both the Search and Destroys versus 18 and Cracked, was they were still, throughout all of the rounds, even when losing, they were very successful in first blood engagements.
Right.
And this looks familiar. This is exactly what 18 and Cracked tried to do versus UIU. This time, Johnny will be falling as first blood. Up top, Phantom's a couple of shots in, but nothing able to find eliminations. A cooked nade, is that too far though? Yeah, seems to be. Bomb gets planted, 4v3, but Scrap has already worked his way pretty far forward to clear off this bomb set. They should be pretty keen to what is happening with this post-plant setup.
Right, so this is all reliant right now on General getting the information, and then two players can kind of hit through this P5 alley if need be. And then you got Brezzy at the very back who kind of watches over the entire setup. So this is very well orchestrated here for the side of Texas Nation. I believe you, Mayhem, you have absolutely been in the lab because that one was a very difficult one to figure out, and UIU didn't even get a kill.
It's just off of the fact that you get a clean engagement through the middle of the map, right? Like, that's the ideal post-plant situation for anybody when you've got all four that are surviving. Bomb is planted for that position, not just up top nest, by the way, but those two members that defensively were inside the command center at P5, they could have checked that bomb from that courtyard staircase. So there were two places to kind of clutch up if things started to go wrong. But how about this? Defensively now for Texas Nation, what do you have up your sleeve? Four-man hit over towards the outside of A, but Rex still sneaks forward. Brezzy cooking up a nade, bounces it over the top, but Rex stays alive, although tries to slip away. I think he got a call from a teammate saying there's imminent danger from the outside. He does fall, and numbers again early for Texas Nation.
Yeah, Brezzy for two, and it's just a late hit through A-long that shrugs Rex off of the bomb site, and because of it, they're able to collapse, but Scrap only able to come up with one before inevitably being traded. Phantom's now left alone in a 1v3. Does spot out General, but General gives him a secondary peek and will completely eviscerate him off of the map. Texas Nation, they are coming out here with some fire, Alan, as they lead 2-0.
Yes, sir. And it's just a good counter into what the whole setup was. It's one good nade out of Brezzy from up top. Nobody could peek Brezzy from mid. So eventually you send your heavy stack numbers around the A field, get into position to take over Monument, and then from there, there's no exit for Rex, even if he does plant. So good initial setups for Texas Nation. How exactly will UIU deal with this early setup? Scrap, outside. Shot connects onto Brezzy, but they can't finish the kill into Kismet, who pushed forward with the bomb, mind you. He actually does confirm first blood, looks to plant, but a nade will push him off, as I believe it's Phantoms who was able to at least get some damage in.
Yeah, three players over on the B side of the map right now for UIU, so they don't actually have a lot of information. But how about this spot? Trying to find a wallbang angle as the bomb goes down. Phantoms doesn't exactly get the information, and now let's see if they just go back to the setup that they had before in the post plant.
Yeah. This is UIU reacting to Texas Nation, by the way. That whole two-man defensive setup on the bottom side of the map was to deny the post plant that Texas Nation had from before. But the problem is they're setting up a post plant now towards the field. And it's not good news here for UIU. Johnny, no chance in that gunfight. Kismet, I don't know if he really fully realizes that Phantom's is as close as he is, but it may not make too much of a difference unless he plays for streaks. And, well, now he realizes it. Takes the peek. Phantom's just stuck in a corner, and that's 5 in a row. Papa Kiz, glide bomb in hand now.
Dude, Texas Nation, they're just taking over. There's something about today where it's been like the teams that are really strong in one game mode are just not closing out their game mode. And hey, if that's the case, I mean, I'm here for the flip, because that would mean that we're going to get a very competitive series. And at the very least, I mean, UIU, it feels like they're just not finding any answers to a lot of what Texas Nation are doing, right? They're setting blind counters over by A. Offensively, they're working for the first bloods. Where do UIU find the success? They find the success off their first blood engagements. That's why every single player on this roster has over 50%. But they have not been finding it right now. And now, again, Havoc with the preset nade will take down Phantoms, but Scrap does answer back.
Yeah, I like this idea here from UIU. Don't let them get to a position to counter you. Just go aggressively. Problem about it is they are maybe overcommitting in a way. As Brezzy and Kismet, once they realize that the hit was through forward, they just kind of wait inside church to see when the next hit's going to happen. And that leads to full streaks for Kismet, glide bomb for Brezzy. As much as I can appreciate UIU trying something different and trying to keep their own, like they're still trying to play their game here. I don't know. I think as soon as you lose first blood up top, you kind of have to reconfigure what you want to do. And once again, it's a first blood that goes the way of Texas Nation, and with it also the round.
The round streaks, UIU, man. I know they've been pretty relentless with a couple of comebacks on the day, but this one's looking a little far-fetched with all the streaks in play. And now it's just, are they just going to run right into church here, or are they just going to set up the pre-nades, see if they can find that kill?
Yep.
Nades go back and forth, but this time UIU come out with the exchange as they match the mid lane push. So it's going to be all up to General. Does manage to find Scrap. Would be a technical 1v3, but now 1v2.
Wait, I was going to say, Johnny actually exposes a lot of himself just trying to throw that nade. And General almost punishes. But a 1v2, and it's literally the exact same offense for Texas Nation, by the way, as they ran in the first round. Same setup, same idea, nade top church. As soon as you do, get the bomb down, retract back to that same post plant, but this time UIU counter by throwing multitude of numbers through the middle of the map. So General, looking for something desperate, has been allowed to plant here. Where do you go off this post plant? He does go outer, gets tagged, and yeah, Johnny's not going to miss there. So good for UIU, and hey, it's a response, it's an adjustment to what we've already seen for Texas Nation. So we've already been provided one answer, but this scoreboard much more dire than the one that we looked at last time they played it versus 18 and Cracked.
Definitely, and I mean, they didn't have to work around 4 or 5 different sets of streaks either that have come through here for us. So it's not going to be an easy task, but if there's one team that could do it, it probably would be the #1 S&D team right now. It's just a matter of taking it slow and baiting out a lot of the streaks, baiting out the glide bombs in particular, right? We know there's not going to be a whole lot of success that comes through with the precision. So we'll see exactly what ends up coming through here with the glides. And well, how about this for a shakeup? I think they're going to just try to assume that, again, it's going to be
Same
A,
defense.
but how about UIU with a full-on push to B? I mean, they have no information here is the thing, so they don't know how many people are going to be pushing through mid. They might not be hearing a lot of the sound cues either, so they should know that they're by B. It's just, where is UIU going to take this next?
So here's the thing about this. UIU are happy to have that be the situation, though. With Texas Nation throwing all of their utility, or at least a lot of it, over to the top side of A, they know that they should be pretty concealed from any incoming spam here in the 5th hardpoint. And now that they've got a numbers advantage, you can focus forward. But Brezzy's watching this long cross top side of the truck. Kismet are on the back, not successful on the flank. And yeah, I actually really like that from UIU. Like, if you know Texas Nation defensively are playing aggressively, let them come to you in a spot where you're not going to expect to see a lot of nades. And as General does beam out Scraps, it still would be a very difficult 1v3 as the bomb gets planted today.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult, but it is manageable. Let's see if he can win this battle. Oh, he gets a read on Johnny, but now they know exactly where he is, and just look at them sprint across the map right to mid-alley, where they can back up. They can play the clutch spot if they need to. And General, of course, is just a tad bit late before seeing it, but feels like he does have a bit of a read on it. And now that they've both kind of flipped to the either side of the map, General has to take this challenge, and Johnny can play his life and just kind of burn the clock here for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, there's no way. Johnny's just going to play with his food. Phantoms doesn't have to even look until Johnny dies, or until 7.5 seconds and the clock is still remaining. That's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, 2 really cool answers for UIU in these last couple of rounds. The thing about it is that, that's all well and good, but Texas Nation still have a bunch of bailouts. They've got 3 streaks to potentially use. So even if it comes down to them just using those on offense, they've got more than enough time to find their 5th and their 6th round here. So what we're getting at is UIU have to continue to be really diverse with this defensive setup that they're trying to put together, because you're going to have to survive through streaks.
Yeah, you got to bait them out. They know that they have them too, because when they were watching over them, when they defused the bomb, they saw 2 players at least with like 2 sets. So they know that they are in play. And you have to imagine Texas Nation would be looking at using them here after losing the last couple of rounds. Let's try to get some of that back in your favor. If you drop the bomb and then back up and use them, that will pretty much guarantee yourself the round here. It's just about, will this go down? Yes, it will. And Prezi for 2. How about this? He's locking down A long.
The problem with this round is not only are you going to lose this if you're UIU, but this is a round for Texas Nation where they don't even need to use streaks because of how locked in this post plant's going to be. Johnny and Phantoms have to do something out of this world. And even the nades tag, but wait a second. We've at least left the stratosphere. Is it fully out of the world, though? That's the question. Johnny's trying to stick, but no, he gets denied. Texas Nation able to come back, make sure that the defuse does not come through, and they do not spend a streak there for their 5th round win. A very massive position of advantage here for Texas Nation in this surge.
Man, they're playing so good. Playing to their strengths, I feel like, with how a lot of these players like to work, right? Just off one another. There isn't really a lot of solo plays coming through necessarily. Got to give that round over to Brezzy, who also, pulled up the scope here for us and did find some success. But after that, it's just about grouping, getting with one another, playing off trades. At the very least, kind of playing back-to-back. But 5-2 up. Stun's going to come through. It's going to stop Rex. However, if you're going to get this bomb down, you're going to get it down immediately. These streaks are coming in.
And he's not going to be able to get the safety here. And again, you don't want to necessarily go towards Church. We saw this with Classic in the 18 and Cracked matchup. You just kind of have to suffer your own losses. Just stay in a place where you're not going to confirm a second kill with a glide bomb. Let your teammates pick up the bomb and then plan again. But the thing about this is you still have more streaks to use if you're Texas Nation. You don't have to do anything defensively here besides wait maybe even for the plant to come out. And then you can use a glide bomb to read where the post plant setup would be. But we'll see. 45 seconds. Scrap sees the bootstraps of Brezzy, and that'll lead to a pretty quick trade here from General. Just kind of hoping that he may go for the execution, but not to be had. Phantoms by himself. 1v4. What do you got for us with 30 seconds to play?
Well, the one positive, he got the bomb. The bad news here in the negative is it's a 1v3, and he's got no time. If you can get the bomb down and exit, maybe, but not looking likely. Havoc's going to come say hello. That will shrug him off of the plant. He is stunned. He is locked up. The collapse is there. Wow. And Texas Nation, they might have lost one of the maps they are 6-0 on, but how about taking an S&D off of UYU in 6-2 fashion? That was dominating.
Yeah, clean stuff for Texas Nation. And I think, you already mentioned it. Mayhem had something up his sleeve, working on a couple of set plays, and I think those are really successful. And the thing about it is they weren't like weird out of left field plays. They were just clean setups. It was throw some good utility, get a read on it, set yourself up mid-map on the offense, toss nades up top, get a kill, get a plant, set up a post plant. Like it's not exactly what I would call a deep strategy by any stretch of the imagination. I think this is the efficiency margin at which they found impact off of those nades in the first place was super helpful, made, assisting the round that much easier. But also on the backside, we mentioned that we were looking at Scrap to be maybe another X factor with the sniper rifle, and he was a non-factor outside of maybe one kill versus Brezzy, who then turned around and was able to find the sniper rifle of his own a couple of different times throughout that search. That, I think, was another major reason of why UIU kind of had a slower start into this one, because there were a handful of couple of just response plays from UIU that I thought were really creative, and they were the exact remedy to the problems that they were facing in those first 4 rounds. It just came down to the fact that Brezzy and Kismet had such an electric start that they earned streaks, and it just kind of puts you out of the search and destroy from that point on after those first 4 rounds.
Yeah, you're fighting an uphill battle, on 2 fronts, one versus streaks, one versus scores. So very difficult to try to make something happen. But yeah, a lot of credit over to just everyone just being on the same page and understanding what needs to be done and doing it together and making sure the coordination was there. I mean, just beautifully executed across the board. And I mean, a big part of it too, I think, like when you look at UIU as a team, like they find their success in opening up with these first kills. That is why they have such high engagement rates within S&D. I mean, team, like over all of them, like the only team where all 4 players are over 50% in S&D for first blood percentage. Like that is not something that you typically see. And when you counter that and you stop them from having those number advantages, all of a sudden they're playing S&D in a bit of a different way, and they have to find different ways to problem solve, which is never easy to do sometimes halfway through a game, and find that adaptation.
Well, and the other thing, we didn't really touch on this, but I think it kind of could piggyback your point here, is not only are the engagements high for Texas Nation, but one of the stats that EasyMac is tracking this year is a true engagement success percentage, which essentially means in an engagement, are you confirming an elimination or confirming an assist for eventual elimination? How many of those gunfights are you finding success in, whether by assist or elimination? Every single one of the members for Texas Nation is above 60%. That's really, really solid, and by and far away the best metric across a full 4-man team in North America. That means that their team's shooting better, and they're finding trades much more often than most other squads out there, which I think is one of the reasons we were setting up this matchup, was one of the reasons why they were so good at Hardpoint. But now that they're starting to do that in Search and Destroy, that makes this team extra dangerous, because their ability to help one another is unrivaled right now in the North American region.
I agree. And now we get to look forward to a Control, which I believe will be back on Tuscan, right? Should be a Tuscan Control coming up here for us. We already got to see UIU play the Tuscan Control last time around, and it did feel like 18 and Cracked were kind of dictating a lot of that pacing and tempo that we always kind of talk about and mention in a map mode combination, you know, like this, where Tuscan, you can get your subs very aggressive, but a lot of it came down to the fact that they did have a couple of rough starts where they were just so down in lives, where sometimes they were recovering, but they were putting themselves at a disadvantage right away. And I think that was also 18 and Cracked just doing a really good job of taking away a lot of the map once they find a lot of those opening engagements successfully. But I mean, a team like Texas Nation, that is usually really good at playing together. You just brought up those engagement rates and how much they're usually finding trades and playing off one another. This is something that UIU have to match. You know, you can't just constantly rely on Johnny or Scrap to kind of hit these flanks here for you to be able to loosen up a bit of the push when you're trying to defend, or vice versa when you're trying to make something happen from the attacking side of things. So we'll see exactly, you know, what they took away from that last series and last time they played this map mode, because it did go to round 5, but ultimately they were really struggling on offense.
Both teams, I think we could probably figure that was probably the case, because even for Texas Nation, it was a map round 5 there as well. So I think you typically look at round 5s and say, okay, we just exchanged defenses the whole way through. And you know, we've talked about it. We kind of had a mini podcast on it. No, you cannot find it on Spotify as of yet, but maybe later. There, you know. How do you find success offensively? Because, you know, for a lot of teams, it doesn't come by way of capturing the zone. It comes by way of milking the clock out with kills. And for UIU, there were a number of different moments in that series versus 18 and Cracked where we watched them put together a solid start to an offensive round, just like the same thing we said for 18 and Cracked, but then they couldn't turn that into any progress on the B zone. Like, even with a 7 to 8 kill lead with 2 minutes on the clock, they never were able to really touch the B zone. And eventually the defense is going to take those advantages inside key power positions and chip away at that life lead. If you can't stall the clock, you're never going to see the end of a round come through by way of kills. So that's, I think, step number 1 for both of these two teams. Is not just do you find success by winning an offensive round, but let's just start, you know, maybe crawl before we run here. Can we even get to the B zone for an extended period of time? Because I think that may need to be the first on the laundry list of things to do.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Both teams looking for the swing in the series, tied up 1-1. Both of them taking each other's best game mode, funny enough. So we find ourselves in a very enticing and fun series, but this is the one where it all changes. Someone's going up 2-1. We've already seen the map mode combo here for UIU. Texas Nation also playing it. What are we going to get? Who's coming in strong? Who's going to have that explosive start? That's what we're here to find out, as it will be attacking first, Texas Nation. Right into A they go.
Havoc putting a little bit of pressure through mid-map, but he does get stunned, so he cannot commit. This is one of the things we noticed about UIU. Against 18 and Cracked, they were happy to kind of give away a first bit of progress in order to play for map positioning, and then eventually start working over towards the zone, as Scrap is having a hard time figuring out, what do you have to do to kick these boards off this window, please? But the recovery comes through, the retake is good, and now Johnny moves a bit forward, and that's going to be a lot of early pressure and aggression here for UIU towards the spawns of Texas Nation.
Look at the difference here, though. Texas Nation immediately like, okay, they have control of A. Let's make some pressure happen over by B right now. And also kind of just, you know, funnel through Church. See if we can try to get a little mixy on the map. And so far, so good, but they do have to still deal with Johnny. They know he was behind enemy lines in general with the read. Has found 2 on the point. That is going to set up the second tick.
Yeah, that's probably going to set up the zone capture, by the way. I mean, UIU is setting up a line of scrimmage in front of B to where they really don't want to give that away to play for A. Okay, well, I spoke too soon, apparently. This is a risky move, though, because, again, for Texas Nation, they should know where this hit's going to be coming from. So it's a costly decision here for UIU, who was holding about a 6-life lead. Now it's down to 3, and there's still nearly 2 minutes of time to play with, and Texas Nation have taken away those forward positions that you worked so hard to get in the first place. So a puzzling decision to kind of try to go and contest that third tick at A, but it's the one that they make, and now they kind of have to pay the consequences for it. And, well, so far, they have paid the piper pretty darn well, as there are 3 straight kills, and UIU are now, once again, setting up some defensive positioning.
Johnny has been so good at being able to slip through and find those openings, but can he line up 2? No, we can't even find the first one, but Phantoms finds 2, and now they know where the remaining 2 players are, and Scrap gets there, finds the late trade there for Johnny. And now you have a good spread across the map right now with 1:14 on the clock. Texas Nation going to have to try to figure out what is the game plan. Where are we going? Kismet's in a spot where he can make something happen if he can slip through, and he's got good information on his Scrap, and that's going to be a good call out to Havoc, and now he's going to push.
Oh, now he's got information on Rex as well. This should be a free kill. Not yet. Rex turning.
Oh! Not today.
God, anyone else get a little warm in here? Yikes. Sorry about that, Kismet. We caught all of it on 4K, brother. Sorry about that. 3 in a row, though, as the hit still starts to amount to some pressure from the front for Texas Nation, but there's just not a lot of lives and not a lot of time. And yeah, Brezzy, the last remaining Texas Nation member, will fall. And all of a sudden, this is that UIU defense that we kind of saw happen with his 18 and cracked. As soon as you start to see, like, ooh, they're slipping a touch, they respond in such a brilliant way. 10-life lead here with 15 seconds in Texas Nation. I think you just got to give this one up. It's not a good one to swallow, being down 11 lives.
Yeah, I think they're just going to give this one up. They can't get to the zone. They can't really effectively win out on this one, but I think you just keep coming back to what they're doing so well. You see player 7 right now, like Johnny, like where is he coming from? He's coming from the flank through A long. And where was Rex right before that? He was sitting in the middle of the map, just in a corner. And as much as maybe you're not finding engagements in those moments, you're getting information. And you cut off that mid cut and you stop, the opponents on the attacking side from getting inside of church. All of a sudden, it becomes way more suffocating and way more difficult to actually figure out where everyone is on the map, because they're all just kind of posted up, sitting in corners, and they're getting you information without finding kills. So it's very well done here for the side of UIU. But now we'll switch sides. Now on the offense, we'll see what they can do. Over to A. It's a stack here for Texas Nation in the middle of the map. We'll see if they can actually fan out and get to you.
Yeah, a lot of this is just them cooking up nades. And you saw Brezzy's right there. He actually got a little return to sender off the tree. Havoc looking to work with this position. They only go a single kill. So General, Kismet, next one's up to try to defend this A zone, and they do make enough progress to get on, complete the second tick before it was fully confirmed. And I feel like we've seen this story before a couple of times as well, where you don't successfully capture the A zone, and then all of a sudden you look at the minimap and they look like they're spawn trapped. This time, no safety blanket of streaks to potentially use here, though, but I don't think it's fully necessary, as the kills will come through and allows them to get back onto the A zone once again.
Havoc has slipped through, but the play comes through a little late. So can he find value? He snaps on a Scrap, but he's low enough for an easy trade there for Dylan Rex. And Dylan Rex actually comes up with 3 kills. Didn't see it from his POV, but he snapped from 1 to 2 to 3 there in about the last couple of seconds. Unreal here from Dylan. And now that A is secured, you have about 1:50. You have church control. You have players at the front of B. This could be their chance to be able to get on top of the time. They just got to find the kills.
Brezzy does at least take down one, which, again, seems like a marginalized elimination, but trades are fine for the defense. So Rex on 3. You know that he's going to want to try to play for streaks as much as humanly possible. As the rest of his teammates start to join him here through the 5th hardpoint, there's a couple of good kills. Rex actually gets a read, tries to break the camera, and does so successfully onto Havoc, and then Brezzy will fall. That's 4 down. UIU, now a chance to actually touch this zone, but can they find the kills to merit any success towards it? So far, really not so good, as the kills continue to come through as Texas Nation recover. Nice read here from Kismet. Much better than the gunfight we saw last on screen. And there's an opportunity to actually use those eliminations as a chance to, once again, put together a forward zone across this B point.
All right, UIU, they're going to come all the way around the back here, and they need to trade General. They can't lose too many lives. If he gets 2, then that's too much information now for Texas Nation. They know the hit's coming through A long, and you have now look who's spawning up. General, he can watch the back, saying, listen, guys, I have the back fully covered. Just stay where you are. You have the map in a great position here defensively. And Kismet's able to find one more. 3 players in church, all going to start to flood through the second floor. And now they're getting pretty low on time. 12 lives playing up against 11 in favor of Texas Nation, but there's a couple of big opening kills, and this is their chance to try to get to B.
Yeah, it's just, can you clean up these last Texas Nation members that are still becoming a problem in and around the zone? Kismet, 5 in a row. You're going to get the 6. Johnny eventual for the trade. 9 plays up against 7. And again, the problem here for UIU is there's just not enough time on the clock to try to milk out the last eliminations. A little bit of pressure from the back, but Brezzy's solely focused on what's about to come off these respawns from rooftops. And as he's got General watching the backside flank, it obviously provides extra confidence that, yeah, all you have to deal with here is whatever's coming through the command center, and boy, will they. So that'll be the end of the round. And for Texas Nation, I got the bit of good news here is you lost the last round by about 11 lives. This one you finished 7-2 on the final tally. So you chipped away at that life lead pretty considerably there at the end.
Definitely did, and it's the same story that we were talking about, right? About maybe just going all the way to around 5. Who gets defense? Because neither teams have been able to, secure a single tick at B so far. And a lot of it has had to do with the fact that neither one of them have really been able to influence this spawn that you're seeing right here defensively, right? As long as you keep spawning here, you're going to continue to be able to get your numbers there before the offense can. So, will we see a change in getting to the back here over the next couple of rounds? We'll have to see. But Texas Nation, second offensive attempt right through mid. Phantoms finds that first blood. We'll loosen up at least a little bit of the attack here, but you still got General alive and well watching over the top.
All right. First couple of kills for Texas Nation leads to Havoc moving forward. 4 kills in a row. There's number 5. That's good for a glide bomb. Oh, look at the spawn. Rex right on top of him. That will lead to an elimination. But will there be an opportunity for UIU to get back over towards A? Second tick progress gets locked. Rex mid-map falls. And Scrap up top. He's got to be careful here because Kismet is still lingering underneath, but Phantoms keeps the front door safe, and there will not be an opportunity this time for UIU to try to re-aggress upon the A zone. 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock here for Texas Nation to work with.
Kismet with the streaks available. Could maybe look for something over to B if they find a window of opportunity. Plenty of time. They're going to slow things down. 2 players coming off spawn, and now Texas Nation going to group as 3. Havoc, if he can find 2 kills here, that's big because now they can press forward. He might be blocking the spawn here as well, and he is. So a couple of them going to spawn at least a little further away, but Scrap, how big has he been in the back here? 2 kills for him, and that really slows things down considerably and actually gives his team a shot to come back in.
Well, glide bomb gets spent. Life leads starting to amount here for Texas Nation's offense, but can UIU do the same thing that they've always done? Respond back to it. Kismet, top side of the tank, stunned, 8 HP, still gets the kill on the Phantoms, and that's going to be enough for him to keep this pressure on from the back, mostly due to the fact that UIU are spawning all the way up towards fields, and Kismet's not done yet. He's got a couple of different weapons to work with, and his teammates now onto the zone, looking to stall off this clock and get more kills.
Oh, but they haven't really been able to get on the zone too much. I mean, General is still picking up quite a few kills, and they now have a decent life lead. But they have a minute left. Can UIU try to stall? Scrap could go big here for 1. Able to get it with his life for now. But Kismet from the back, he's still alive. Kismet's on 6 in a row. Havoc finds Johnny, and now only 6 lives in total remaining here for UIU.
Oh boy, not good news for UIU. Kismet from a prime position on patio, and there's a team kill. Oh, that's actually more punishing than it may seem, especially with where Texas Nation is currently at. What in the angle? Through the backside of what was this tractor trailer. Not gonna matter though. UIU come together with 4 straight kills, and who cares if it's 5v8? It's really a 4v38 seconds. One more good stop from UIU could be enough to take this defense in hand.
Scrap might get streaks off this. He might be able to line up multiple kills. No, Havoc! What a win that was! And now no lives remaining. Glide bomb coming in. Information going to be gifted, and 1 by 1, UIU are going to fall. It looked like they might have saved the play, but now it's Phantoms 1v7. And he's only able to clean up 2. The trades are there. Texas Nation, they make the final push come in, and Havoc, what a snap when he made that push.
Game-saving kill from Havoc. Let's not get it twisted, friends. I mean, you hit it. That position was enough for at least a 1 for 2 if it doesn't get checked. Everyone was coming across the same angle at the exact same time. That was Collat City. But Havoc takes the keen slide, very aware, snaps up, finds the kill, saves a handful of lives. And with that, Texas Nation get around the back, isolate the UIU defense players in the front side of the B point, and a huge offensive win. But look at this, UIU, something slippery up their sleeves. They're taking the 3-1 split hit towards B. The thing about this is Texas Nation, they're actually here with the defensive numbers, and UIU are left scratching their head saying, no way.
Oh, no. Can you believe that? You're trying to call their bluff saying they're going to stack A. They're going to stack A. We always hit A at the start, but no, other plans here in store for Texas Nation. And now, Phantoms able to battle out of his spawn. Big key kill onto Brezzy and follows it up here onto Kismet. And that now gives you a lot of comfort around the zone. Should be able to lock this in. One last push could come out here for the side of Texas Nation, but it's been shut down. Rex from the front is good. Phantoms finds one more, and now this should be the A zone.
UIU, though, taking that initial play and turning it into a kill lead somehow. These guys are so good at recovering from the worst positions possible, it feels like at times.
They truly are.
But 2 minutes. Can you do what you have yet to do on the day? Get into this Tuscan Hardpoint and find an offensive win. Texas Nation are really bunkered, if we're being honest here. They're really not zoning up too much of the map. And as Brezzy falls, now you've got a stack of UIU members from the front. Johnny good for 4 in a row. Pistol out, trying to search out for Havoc. But you know how the Greasy Gang does. It do what the Greasy Gang does. Slide through, slip through, find the kill. And now it's on to Scrap, try to keep the play alive, and he'll fall.
It's actually a big one because it denies the glide bomb, right? And a push like this where UIU backs up against the wall, they need this offense to keep this one going to around 5. That glide could have played the difference, and now you've lost a lot of the map control. Kismet on a bit of a spree of his own. 3 in a row. General locking things down. There's a little, 2 splitter right now for the side of UIU. They have to get together. They have to wait for the spawns to come up, and Johnny will take a gunfight with the wall bang through the door, finds General, but things will slow down. A minute on the clock. They shrug Kismet off of radio for now, but he's still 1-3 spree, and he's going to go pick up Church.
Yeah. This key gunfight, though, keeps the middle of the map open. The thing about it is you don't have any tools to really break through this patio setup, and that's arguably the most important part of this entire hit. This nade, can it find anything? On the corner, Brezzy finds the kill and avoids any damage. Even from the middle of the map, Johnny can't find this elimination. Texas Nation are so planted and rooted in these positions that UIU can't fight back, and now there's 30 seconds on the clock, and you've got one more attempt to break.
One more attempt. That's it in general. Cutting them down as they show their faces coming through the door. Scrap able to save maybe the play, but he's only able to come up with 1, and Havoc finds 2 more, and well, that's looking like it might be done and dusted right there. Nobody even close to that B zone. Defense will hold strong for Texas Nation, getting back to the roots, getting back to closing out respawns as they get the job done on Tuscan Control, and now go 2-1 up in the series versus UIU.
Yeah, that is just, it really comes down to a couple of key moments, right? And the offensive round is obviously takes the primary focus. You hit on kind of all the key players that find key kills, Havoc in particular, with the recovery onto Scrap, which looked like he was going to be in a great spot to deny that entire hit. But even defensively, you look at Kismet in a couple of key positions that takes away space from UIU, and really just that blind counter, that gamble stack for Texas Nation to send 3 members defensively towards B. Yeah, sure, take the middle of the map, but we've got Archway, we've got radio, we've got command center, and if you don't have any high ground, you're not going to do anything on this B zone. It's just unbelievable play calling coming through for Texas Nation. Good awareness all the way throughout to allow that play calling to be as easy as it was. So Texas Nation, huge win here on the 3rd map. Take the swing. And we've got, one more attempt at Tuscan as Hardpoint would be next for us.
It would be next for us. So yeah, triple dose of Tuscan action. And I mean, like, it comes back to this play right here, right? Havoc gets 2. and then he escapes with his life, and then his teammates are able to flood through the front and sandwich them in here for a very quick moment where they're at least able, you know, to get some work done. And then Kismet comes back, and as soon as you start blocking this spawn, like, this is where you start to see teams find success offensively, right? Because if you don't block this spawn, if you don't get to the back, you're constantly just, you know, brute forcing your way through the front of P5, which is, you know, so easy from the defensive side of things when they only have to watch, you know, the breakable door and then just the actual door itself. So it's really one-dimensional, and if you can't get back here, it's just so difficult, Alan.
Yeah, it really is. So taking a look at the stats, the kills, I mean, really an even affair from top to bottom. You don't really look at anybody and say they popped off or somebody didn't. I mean, Havoc goes 30 and 22 with an SMG. That's really solid stuff, but I mean, look how much help you got from General. Nearly 4K damage, and he goes -2, so... Yeah, that's the kind of key. Why at the beginning of this map we brought it up, like that true engagement success percentage. Like, I'm actually really keen, kind of thinking about that now more, because we were kind of like wondering, like, how much value does that stat really have? Well, what other metric do you have to sit there and be able to give full credit for how many kills versus assists are you getting in the total number of engagements that you were able to take? So yeah, that 60% number, I think, really goes to show, like, the assist numbers are great, the kill numbers are really solid across the board, and that just goes to show that Texas Nation are doing the better job of being able to help each other convert kills. That's, I think, more important than the individual KD stat that everyone's so keen about.
I agree with that. I mean, it's always like the KD stats, it's always the flashy one, right? It's like, oh, this guy's frying, he's getting kills. But, you know, are those kills resulting, you know, to successful objective plays, you know, in the moment? Are they resulting to wins and series wins, right? Like, that's kind of what you have to kind of break down when you get to the nitty gritty. And, well, one thing we do know about Texas Nation is that they're fantastic when it comes to respawns. So they very much have been making a lot of that work out, you know, specifically more so in their hard points. But, I mean, we see it there in the control. And I think you do have to put a lot more stock into that stat overall, because of the fact that listen, they're getting a lot of trades, they're playing with one another. And I mean, I don't think it's necessarily surprising either, because, you know, you go back to this team and a lot of these guys are familiar with one another, right? Like, it's 3 of the 4 with Mayhem, even, you know, as the coach here for the squad, you know, 4 out of the 5 essentially, you know, from that Enigma 6 roster back in Black Ops 4 when they made that run in champs and got 4th. So I think that a lot of these players, you know, have been slept on over the years, and, you know, a lot of that chemistry, like, they're showing why it is so valuable and why it's so important and why we constantly talk about it.
Yeah, I think that's a really big shout. Yeah, why does it always feel like over the last handful of years people forget about who finished in 4?
I don't know.
Like, it was,
I guess, because
6 during Black Ops 4, it was London Royal Ravens in Modern Warfare.
I forgot that one,
like,
I'll be honest.
Hello? How did we forget about that? It was so funny, dude, when everyone was like talking about the Ravens now, and it's just like, wow, London finally a team to root for. It's like, he finished 4th in Modern Warfare.
Yeah, like, they had a good run. That's fair. I did forget about that one, I'll be honest, but I guess most people just kind of carry the grand final over from year to year.
Yeah, that's fair.
I guess if you're not first, you're last, right? That's what they say.
They do say that, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, I know Will Ferrell says that.
Will Ferrell says that. That's right.
Yes. Man, this Texas Nation team feeling hot though, and it's
Looking
really
good.
funny because, you know, we didn't catch their first match on our stream, but looking at the scores as they were coming through, I was like, what's happening? Like, they were down 0-2, and even looking at the control while it was live for a second while we were in between maps, they were down the first round on the Tuscan Controls. Like, are Texas Nation about to get 3-0'd into the lower bracket? And then Havoc and the rest of his team said, no,
nope,
not happening. But the Tuscan Hardpoint, you know, just kind of looking over the results, UIU started this off to their name versus 18 and Cracked with a 250-213 win. It was a really fun map. And then for Texas Nation, this was not in their pool versus whatever it takes, so we can't really take anything away there. Just kidding.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that we did see a lot of really good things versus, you know, 18 and Cracked, and that was, you know, a map mode combo that 18 and Cracked were, I think, 2-0, 3-0 on, right?
Yeah,
so that was one of their best ones, and they were able to come in, and it was still a close map, but it felt like UIU did, you know, have the majority of the control the entire way through. And I think a huge part of that was the fact that they were cracking down on the way that they were, you know, setting up the rotations. Their holds were also, you know, a lot cleaner, where I think, you know, players like Johnny and Scrap are getting a lot less antsy, and Rex as well in some of these moments when you get to, you know, those P5s and those Churchills as well on P4, which, to be fair, you kind of do have to get mixy, but you could definitely see the coordination when they were setting up, multiple hits at the same time, and they weren't just running in there one by one, trying to, pop a hero play to be able to open up the point. They were doing it together, so I feel like everything was at least a lot cleaner this time around compared to what we've seen in the respawns over the last couple of weeks through the regular season. And I mean, so far that's been holding true, right? Because they have actually won a couple of hard points here over the last little bit, so it feels like they have at least been improving.
I agree with that point, and it's just in the way that we talked through the fact that UIU going into this, not only was Hardpoint their worst, but they were 0-5 versus playoff teams. Even though the losses, as we continue to mention, were not bad losses by any stretch of the imagination, maybe save a map or two. I think it's just down to, is that kind of a one stop? Is there, enough that we've seen to kind of merit, okay, yeah, they are, a Hardpoint team to be taken super seriously. I don't know. I think we're going to be learning more about this team here, not just over this next map, but whatever happens tomorrow, whether they find themselves in the grands or in the lower finals, because we still have an open to consider whenever the announcement for that comes through. Will that be just another online? Will there be the hopeful anticipation of LAN coming back after the CDL's already done it? Like, there's a lot to be desired, and I think, that pathway to recovery, this is just kind of one major step on the right direction. So we'll see. Opening engagement over the top, scrappy. But it is UIU able to get at least a foot inside the hard point first, even though Texas Nation have won the majority of the kills, and they'll eventually use those numbers to retake that point, no problem.
Oh, is that heady battle ever nasty off the start, too? We're just seeing the top of his noggin, and you're just like, is that a guy? Is that a player? Texas Nation say, yes, it is. And we've now taken 5 in a row because of it. You got Havoc in a great spot where he got his back covered. He's going to push out for 2. Havoc almost there for 3. Phantoms will get the trade and at least stop the forward push coming through here for Texas Nation, but they still get a huge amount of points off of P1 being on the favored side, and now it's all about what UIU can try to do to bounce back heading in towards the P2 rotation.
Yeah. This is where UIU, I think, was really kind of showcasing us their improvements. Their ability to start contesting and fighting on rotation in the right areas was major, but Brezzy has already kind of foiled that system. As he gets around the back, Havoc hits from the front, and both players will find important eliminations, but Phantoms and Johnny immediately respond, create a bit of vacancy and a little bit of safety blanket around the second hard point, at least from the patio's perspective. But with this, they have lost spawns, so Texas Nation trying to fight in from the right side of the map. Dylan, the first point of contact in the hill.
They will be closer, and now they're setting the team push up, but Rex there for both of them. How about that double up? And now 3-4. Rex might be able to find 4. No, Scrap is going to take it instead for himself. And I think Rex will... Oh, no, he will not be. I thought Kismet was going to be able to cut him down here. But that is not the case. Rex is keeping it going. Again, Scrap here with the assistance. And they're making the rotation, but they still got a couple more battles.
Yeah, that's just... one battle of many to come, you have to feel like. So we'll see. Now it's down to, can UIU do one of the more impossible things in this map? Find a way to break this hard point. And honestly, Johnny's little slippery movement gets through Havoc, who's supposed to be defending this pinch, and the rest of the hit starts to come from the front. It's UIU. All eliminations. Texas Nation scrambling to get back, and Havoc, even though he finds 1 kill, is Brezzy coming to assist him and unfortunately takes down his teammate, and that leads to still numbers for UIU. But as Texas Nation continue to spawn close, they flood, and it gives them a chance to recontest. One more fight for the scrap time of 20 seconds. Johnny on the hard point, can't find any connections, and yeah, Texas Nation continue to spawn up. UIU still throwing numbers at this, but with only 15 seconds remaining, now both teams panicking to get the rotation to new.
Well, I'll be honest, Johnny just taught me a whole new spot. I have not seen that one yet. Maybe it's been used before, but he gets behind enemy lines because of it, and I'm sure Texas Nation were probably like, did he spawn back there? So confused on how he managed to slip through. But in the end, UIU are able to contest a huge amount of that time and actually get the back end of it to put themselves up 30 points, but into the new hill. Still 50-50 battles across the board. Phantom does find 2 in that kill feed. But you can see Texas Nation waiting patiently. Havoc going to take a route and take the ladder up top. And he comes around and should be able to find Phantoms here. No, he doesn't. Phantoms almost finds a second. There was still a third to deal with, but now Johnny, the next one through, will only be able to come up with 1-for-1 trade. So now the spawns are pretty far away here. We got Texas Nation going to be able to bring things back. It's just a matter of can they actually hold and get some real time.
got Brezzy trying to deal with Scrap, and he is able to confirm the trade, which now leads to numbers for Texas Nation in the hard point. Kismet looking to go rogue a bit through the middle of the map. Havoc following up as they continue to put some pressure on where UIU's hit is going to come from. Nice recovery, though, as UIU will make safe this rotation to New. So now it's down to Texas Nation to have to once again put together a break. 85 playing up against 100. UIU in the lead. Johnny for first blood on this next set of fights. Havoc still looking to put the pressure on. Gets Scrap plus the nade for the second. His teammates are coming from behind. Havoc does not have the challenges from the front, but good awareness from UIU. Isolate, deal with Havoc, and now all of the guns can turn towards where the spawns for Texas Nation are from the west side of the map.
All right, this is a good kill feed there. 4 players dropping here for Texas Nation, and they know they're still spawning through the rooftops, but a couple of them going to take some routes here, coming through Broken, and Johnny might be able to hear a lot of this information. And will he use his jump spot again? Maybe not even needed. He can just sit here and wait in this mid alley. Will end up dropping, but Brezzy will be a quick trade there for Dylan Rex. So everything has been solid. This is not an easy hill to hold, but somehow UIU have made it look easy with just the sheer slaying power coming out, and they're even contesting the rotation.
Yeah, this is where UIU also was at a really big highlight spot against 18 and Cracked. They were good in 5, and they were even better on rotation back to 1. So Texas Nation, can you find a way to dismantle this setup? Phantom's in the back. If he only looked to his right, he would have had a train of kills to possibly go through. But it will fall now onto the SMGs inside the hard point itself. Trade's not favorable. Texas Nation able to break, but they need to hold this. 40 seconds of the time, and you feel like they need to get at least 30 of it if they want to really get back into marginal terms in this game.
Well, that's a really good start right there. I mean, a full feed of yellow is going to be able to give you that same setup that we actually saw the last time we were at P1. Kismet kind of pushed up here, giving himself an avenue to push through, but he's now isolated and alone, so Havoc comes around the back to try to assist, but can't really lock in any of the kills as of just yet, except for one.
Time.
And it is big 15 seconds for UIU to be able to grab for themselves. Johnny, 3 in the feed. That might have just locked it up unless Kismet has something to say about it. Tough gunshot, or rather tough gunfight. Will not be able to find it. And now it's all about, again, the rotation. And Brezzy just found 2 as he's the only one there.
Yeah, it's through patio side as well. Those are an important double kill that comes out for Brezzy. It allows him to move forward, and with this, Texas Nation will know this hit is likely coming from Church or around the back. That's the only spot that has not really been locked up. And yeah, Brezz is in such a good spot to watch this hit come through. There's kill number 3, knows that there's more nearby, goes prone, finds the 4th. There's a 5th around the corner. Would have to get this done with a pistol!
What?
And Brezzy says bet! And takes down Phantoms, no problem. Number 6 inside the hard point. And Brezzy feasting 7 in a row!
7 in a row! I mean, these are tough gunfights. And Brezzy's making them look easy. Boldly streaked out. A massive moment here for Texas Nation to get on the scrap time and likely bring it home. But now Brezzy, he's the furthest one pushed forward. He's got to make the rotation. He's all alone at the moment. Dylan Rex right in front of him. Brezzy takes the gunfight head on for 1, turns for 2. But Scrap will finally put the streak down. However, one more player here for Texas Nation is Kismet. He's all alone.
Good stun comes through, gives him a chance to gunfight versus Scrap, but does not win it. But now streaks. Havoc will be the first one to go as soon as this touches ground. Or will he? Maybe not. Not gonna happen. Dylan comes from the top side of Nest, and that shuts down the entire break attempt. That is an unbelievable stop for UIU initially. So now the play has to come from the top side of the map. Desperate nades over the top as here comes the hit, but there's not a lot of numbers to work with here. The only player to stay alive is Havoc around the back. His teammates will spawn with them though, and UIU has no idea. This is a lot of time inside the hard point, and the kills, oh, they're clean. UIU will likely forfeit this scrap 20 seconds and play for rotation, but it gives Texas Nation a chance on this map with a break.
That's right. Texas Nation, if they come back into the game, it was because of this moment right here, making sure UIU did not just soak up 20 points of time and put them, realistically, another 20 points away from closing it out. So now they have to make their way into Church. Havoc, able to find one up top, but can't deal with Rex down low. UIU, they have the setup. Now the push comes through the right side of the map here through P5. Kismet's able to find the effective trade, hitting both of the angles through either side of the map. Have to come through the lanes. What can General do? Has a sub in his back pocket. Needs to find his way in. Rex is going to get tagged. Able to get some damage in. Should be a trade for Phantoms, but it gets shrugged off the top. And Texas Nation, they get in here for a moment.
Good awareness from General. He's able to help out for the gunfight from the front and then finish off Phantoms. 2:19 is where the clock stops for UIU. These are all individual hits coming out, and with 25 seconds remaining, you could see a lead swap still come through. So now UIU needing to break. 20 seconds on the clock. Here they come. Kills are clean. It's going to be a 4-man feed. And with 15 seconds on the clock, not only have they broken, they will be the first team to make their way over towards 5.
10 seconds, they'll get it here for themselves. But last time around, UIU, they were relentless at this hill. They actually locked down a good 30, 40 seconds. That cannot happen. Texas Station, they need to find a response, and that's a good start. They'll take out Dylan Rex. Johnny, the next one inside of the point. He's got a teammate set up with him. UIU, 20 seconds away from winning this map.
First 2 kills, though, are good. Contest will be here for Texas Station, and the damage off the follow-up nades are even better. That's 3 men down. Phantoms can do nothing but watch. He still has nades to play with, but he needs to wait for help. And watch out for Havoc, number 2 in yellow on your minimap. He could actually pinch this entire play from the low ground. He's making sure that UIU has to hit from the front, and now Havoc can get activated. 3 kills in a row for him. Texas Nation still inside the hard point. The clock stops at 2:31 for UIU. Scrap the last member in. He will be denied. 20 seconds to play for, and neither team likely going to be able to win it here. So at a certain point, Texas Nation, you don't just need to soak up some of this time. You need to work on the rotation itself towards new. And as we get the battle for scrap, it's 5 in a row for Havoc earning himself a glide bomb, which could be massive if they need it as they try to break over to 1 again as we get nearly a tie game at the end of 5.
You called it. Havoc has the glide. He's going to call it in. Brezzy still has another. What can you find here? All of his information, all 4 players going to be called out as it's a traded glide bomb here. Phantoms responds with one of his own, and UIU, they're on the time, 10 seconds away from closing it out.
Oh, but Brezzy's got a streak to use still. The strafing run to kind of zone off the backside, but you need
them?
to be able to push through this. That's the problem. He deals with scrap. 2:30, 2:47. It's Kismet who needs to get here to touch. He will get there in time, but lose the gunfight. And UIU will send it to a map 5, pulling off another Tuscan Hardpoint win.
Can you believe it? I mean, fighting both of the hard points in the best of 5 versus this squad that has been so good. Texas Nation, they were 12-2 before coming into playoffs. They have been relentless in this game mode. This has by far been their biggest strength. And UIU say, not anymore, it's not. 2 hard points here in this best of 5. They lose the S&D, and it's a total flip-flop, Alan. Going through the game modes, I mean, nothing like we had originally anticipated when we were kind of looking at this matchup in the winners final when we were on break. But boy, oh boy, has it still been so exciting. I mean, the fact that we're going to a game 5 is exactly what I predicted. I mean, it just felt like we were going to go the distance with both of these guys, with how well matched they are. We are in fact going to a second S&D.
Bro, we said it at the top of this broadcast, man. North America was littered with game 5s throughout the entire group stage, and every single series except for 1 will also go the distance. And again, you look over the course of the results from today.
Yep.
There's only 1 bad search and destroy map in there. Really, everything else has been very closely contested. Maybe 2 search and destroys with the one that we had on Tuscan here, but wow. UIU's improvements. All right, consider me a believer, because once again, they're doing the right things at the right time. And even in the face of Brezzy pulling together a near double-digit spree,
yeah,
that's what is needed to even keep Texas Nation in the game. If he doesn't go on that little pop-off moment, this game's probably a 250 to 180. So, a heck of an effort from Brezzy in the long run. But the advantages that UIU found, not just in the first rotation, but also throughout the majority of the second, were nearly copy-paste what we saw them do versus 18 and Cracked. They definitely have been finding success in all the right places. That stretch between 5 and 1, and then again, kind of working that rotation and breaks for P3 were really solid for them. Against 18 and Cracked, they showcased themselves here again. And wow, what a map. What a map.
Truly. I mean, incredible stuff. And now we get to see the map number 5 on Berlin. And this is off the back end of a Texas Nation that was looking more prepared than any other team that we've seen so far in S&D, Allen. The way that they were setting up their blind counters, the way that they were just, setting up a lot of their post-plan setups, but also taking away the first bloods, which is something that, has been like a crutch for UIU and has been a huge part of their success, is going to make this Berlin really exciting, because last time we saw it in the map 5 versus 18 and Cracked, Scrap single-handedly won them that map. He took over, and we talked about it with a sniper rifle that's that hot. it all of a sudden makes you start to play a little bit different. You stop peeking as much. You stop looking for information as much, because you're so afraid of this guy with a scope, blowing your head off, taking you down, finding a first blood. But at the same note, Brezzy did pull it out here on Tuscan. He looked good.
Absolutely.
And I am excited to see if he does it again.
And that's the thing, is a lot of the success metrics that we built into that Tuscan Search and Destroy for UIU before the map was, would we get Scrap dominating again?
Yes.
That did not happen. So what does that mean for Berlin, where he also popped off for a number of major eliminations, never really giving 18 and Correct a chance to respond? Will we still see Brezzy pulling off the counter snipe? Will he be able to provide? Or will it be something different this time around? Because I don't know. I hate to put it all on the shoulders of one player, but Scrap has the potential with the sniper rifle to completely shut things down, and so you have to be able to match it. Absolutely.
Match it or just stun and nade him so that he doesn't feel comfortable bringing it out. I mean, if you can make the sniper player uncomfortable, like, that is maybe the other kind of direction you can take with it. But I mean, it was the way that Scrap at least was playing last time around. I don't even think there was too much you could do besides match it, right? So we'll see what their game plan is, because to be fair, as we're talking up Scrap and we're talking up the moment where he took over, like, this is Texas Nation's best S&D map. Like, this is the combo that they would want if they were going into a map 5 here in a best of 5 series. So I feel like this should be something that you can kind of implement a lot of what you've already been doing for as far as success. I mean, the big thing that I talked about with Mayhem was the fact that they were trying to bring in other S&D strategies for the maps that they're weaker at. They don't necessarily have to change anything going into something that they're already strong with.
Yeah, that's fair, man. I just feel like all the statistical stuff that we've had, just throw it away.
Feels like that.
I do not even care about the numbers anymore, because it just feels like this is going to be down to who's just got hot hands going into this one. I really do feel like all the numbers and the metrics and stuff that we've built off of, throw them out the window, because we've had this happen a couple of different times now where the map 5s have been just that. They've been hot, they've been heavy. There hasn't been a lot of rhyme or reason behind what we've seen so far. So I don't want to make it sound like it's a freestyle city out here, but my goodness, what we've been able to put together throughout each of the series that we've had on stream have largely been surprises, corrections, adjustments, and adaptations. Give me the live picture of what's about to happen right here, because what we saw from Texas Nation on the Tuscan was versatility, variety, and things that were not expected when it comes down to how their premeditated setups were going to look like. Sure. UIU did find answers, but it took too long to get to those answers. So who's going to set that tempo and pace first, and who's going to be asked to make those responses come through?
Who's going to show up, man? Like these game 5 situations, like, you never know who you're going to get. Sure, we got Scrappy in the last series, but you never know who is going to be able to take control, go big here for us. We've been talking a lot about Johnny, but I feel like he has been a little quieter, at least this series. He's been holding his own. He's been doing his job. He's been making sure that he's fulfilling his role. But, are we going to get to see, that S&D star Johnny that is, his game mode? Like, this is where he thrives. This is where he comes from. This is what he's been playing for years and years and years at a young age, for sometimes like thousands of dollars, 4 figures for a single series here. So you have to imagine that this is his comfort zone. This is where he gets to shine. Scrappy as well,
Sure.
Alongside, like, those is where you're looking at your 2 big players here. Like just talking with them, they make a lot of the big shot calls, when they're talking about setting up their offensive hits, what they should change up and, try to adapt to defensively. You're looking at those 2 for really being the big voices. On the other side here, though, I feel like every single player on the side of Texas Nation can be the big voice, can make the big shot call, and everyone will basically just follow through on the call. There's a lot of trust, there's a lot of chemistry, and this is something that they have also been in multiple times. When we even go back to the qualifier, I want to say it was on Berlin
Sure,
S&D
yeah.
that they needed to win versus Real Madrid in order to qualify.
Yeah, I think you're remembering that correctly, because I remember watching over that one. If maybe I even cast that one with you. I don't know.
I think we did
I was
cast
there.
that one.
I don't
believe
remember
you.
anything anymore.
I
I kind of like black out whenever I'm inside of a cast. I don't know where I've been, what
That's
I
fair.
went to, but I remember the idea of it. So I don't know. I think that, it just comes down to, in a big moment, who's going to step up. I know that we've kind of hit the same point like 18 different times, but this is where stars are made. This is what Challengers is for. Are you going to come through for your team in a map 5 to get to the grand finals? You got to show up.
Got to do it.
As much as you want to win the better part of $50,000, you also want to say, hey, CDL, pick me up.
That's what, that was the common trend that every single player said. Every single player I talked to and every single team is like, listen, we deserve to be in the league. We're here to prove it. So prove it right here. Map number 5. You know, get yourself a top 2 finish in the very first elite. We already talked about the fact that a lot of teams are looking at picking you up. Show us why they should pick you up. Because here we go. Offense first. Scrap's got the sniper rifle. Let's see what he does.
Wants to watch over this B site, but the careful thing here is the fact that there are nades that could be dropped in this position. And Texas Nation, they don't want to just throw nades. They want to take away this entire street side, and it's going to be super successful. They used nades, and it was extra effective. That's it.
That's it. That's the round, right? And those were the 2 big counters we talked about. 1, you max the sniper. 2, you nade and stun the sniper out where he doesn't find any value. And if you can get him uncomfortable enough to the point where he stops, you know, getting any kills or isn't able to for the first couple of rounds, maybe Scrap doesn't even keep this sniper rifle out. So, you know, we'll see if they can continue to do that. But it's, like you said, it simply just comes down to the preset nades, kill them off spawn, and unable to get across.
And that's... Look, I don't want to come off too harshly, but that's day 1 stuff, man. You know that corner is going to get naded. If you're trying to play off that little jump peak, if you don't see it, you got to back away. At least you feel like, right? I don't know. We'll see. This time, though, Texas Nation continue on their fast-footed ways. Johnny forced to take a gunfight, and he wasn't necessarily ready for it. Nearly made a mess of that whole play from Texas Nation, but this mailroom, destroyed hallway area, all belongs to Texas Nation as they win the first blood, and they're actually going to recut back over and help out General, who's waiting over by the A site.
And this has been a trend through the S&Ds. Texas Nation, they get a first blood, and then they group up. But can they actually bully UIU out of the site? Well, more or less out the outside of the site, I guess. The Scrap is kind of just waiting here by the window, but shots are coming through. Havoc finds the first one. Scrap feels the need to pull the trigger. Waiting for the trade. Havoc's going to drop, but Scrap is able to keep his life for now.
That's not bad. The problem is you're in a 2v3 and one of your players has a pistol, which, to be fair, the rat is good, but can you turn that into multi-kills? That's the real question, as now, oh, this is not where you want to be if you're UIU. You're stuck down low in arches. Texas Nation have realized that. They've recut back over towards B. But wait, that timing may allow Scrap a chance to get over and possibly deny this plant, but no. Kismet quick on the recovery of the middle of the map. Takes down the final 2.
That's just a heads-up call, right? You get information on both the remaining players. Why are we going to stick around here? Let's just run across the map. The other bomb site's open, and arguably is kind of more difficult to actually rotate to when you're coming off of that A site, and you have to kind of cross through mid and cross through that riverside. There is just, you know, an easy line of sight that you can watch the cross with. So very textbook, you know, stuff so far for Texas Nation. I don't think there's any way to really say it so far. They're just playing with their numbers. They're finding the first bloods. And if we go back, you know, to the map number 2, a huge part of their success was finding first bloods, and Scrap gets a chance at one, but won't be able to connect.
The thing about this is that's information that there are 2 defenders here. Now that you've killed off both of them, you plant. This should be an easy round for UIU. Now, I say should be, but the thing about it is Scrap has not read that General has already crossed in towards station. Now, Phantoms is watching this. Okay, I was going to say, the only way that this gets foiled is if General wins that gunfight. So, good stuff. And that's the key. I mean, with smokes not being a thing in North America, Scrap should be watching that angle every single time from the offense, in my opinion. Because you're always going to be able to read how many numbers went into the A site. Every single round for free.
Absolutely. And that time around, I think it was Phantoms that found the first one, created the numbers advantage. Also, just a big shutdown in a lot of the streaks. We know what happened the last time in the map too. There was like 3 or 4 streaks in play before we even got to a round 4. So they stop all of that in that last round, and just a good one to be able to get on the board. You do not want to go down 3-0 again and have to battle back uphill. Scrap has not really been able to find a whole lot of success so far with the scope, just searching for some information. The bomb has been left in spawn as well, which is something that I know you did a breakdown on with Rocker.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they kind of come back for it, find a pick, move to a different side, or what the plan is.
Yeah, the idea here is that you challenge all of the aggressive angles, so that way you dominate every lane, and then once you get the opportunity to read where the hit is going to be, you go back to recover the bomb. But the problem with this is you don't have that same free sniper rifle that Minnesota was using. You know, back when they did this in round 11, I don't think it was on purpose, by the way. Thanks, Attach. But regardless, it still worked in theory. The problem this time is all 4 members are so far forward that it's going to be a troublesome task to get this bomb out and then re-wrap into to either of these bomb sites.
All right, Phantom knows that nade probably actually won't find him, but he knows the other player's close. So Havoc just kind of has to challenge this, and Oh, he uses the ladder to his advantage, pulls out the pistol. No way does Havoc outplay this. He takes the shots, almost shuts down the rookie. But the rookie will find the trade, hold strong, and make sure back-to-back rounds are locked in.
For one hot second. Does Havoc stop shooting here, by the way? It sure looked like he just kind of stopped shooting once he poked at him a little bit. Maybe he was thinking that Johnny was going to fall back and he was going to get the beat on him there, but regardless, a difficult situation. And again, as much as I think that there is a strat in place where you can forget the bomb, get to the places you need to get to check the angles before the defense can get there, I don't know how much of that set play from Minnesota was an actual set play. I think that was more of a mistake than anything else, but regardless, I thought the breakdown was good, so thank you for the shout-out.
Yeah, you're very welcome. But now Scrappy has put that sniper rifle away, right? So this is, kind of what we talked about. He just kind of needs to find his footing, see if he can get a kill or two on the board, get some of that confidence back after he maybe wins a couple of these challenges. And he might have one versus Havoc or versus General, where everyone is a little bit split, but they can kind of play off one another if shots end up coming through, which is the good thing about the setup defensively right now. But Brezzy, very far push forward, has all this information for B. Phantoms has been able to take out General, one of the big players here that you have now lost, and we'll see if Havoc decides to make this pinch play happen. We know that it's Phantoms that watches it as the bomb goes down.
Kismet from the front is also going to be in a weird position to do much from here, as Havoc does win the first kill. Kismet, okay, takes the second. Surely not more. Johnny is able to get his third in a row.
Johnny.
4. Goodness. Stuck in the window, by the way. He wanted to go through. So now it's down to Brezzy, 1v2. Bomb planted, 20 seconds on the clock, and you got to go quickly. Scrap watching the initial peak, and, well, there's not going to be an opportunity. Johnny was very much so avidly aware of where this bomb could be defused from.
And that's kind of the playmaking that we talk about with Johnny, where, he can recover in a situation where they had a 4v3. He finds back-to-back kills and manages to even take down the third as well to put himself on a bit of a spree and work towards a glide bomb in the future rounds. But it's those little situational plays that can bail you out of these situations in those rounds where, it could very easily be won by Texas Nation. They use their advantage. They stack the site, they get the trades, and they win out. And now they're up 3-2. But instead, UYU, they are, in fact, 3 rounds in a row. And actually, Johnny found a couple kills in the round previous. So now he does actually have a glide bomb, and he can work towards another streak.
Yeah, and a good first blood here from Scrap, too. Havoc, though, still resiliently wants to push forward. Scrap making sure there's no plant. There is none, though. So Scrap commits to getting into the site. And Texas Nation haven't gotten clearance yet, so they know they have to renade all of this once again. The thing about it is none of the nades actually connect because where they found the first kill, it was in this same corner, and Scrap an opportunity for a double.
Scrap
Tallies up both. Bomb dropped, and it's all on the shoulders of Brezzy. 1v3 as he finds the first. Challengers coming down low. Sees Scrap. Wins the gunfight. 1v1.
No!
Turn and burn. Bang! The 1v1 win. And recovery from Texas Nation in round 6 to tie us at 3.
Brezzy! 1 versus 3. What a turn. What a play. Those moments are huge, absolutely massive, to not only find the round, but to make sure UYU do not collect 4 straight rounds in a row, a 1 versus 3 from the guy that everyone had completely forgotten about after being on that Paris roster, after getting 4th at champs, comes together with teammates he's been with before. And how about a 7-3 performance, a 1v3 to tie us up at 3 apiece. And Brezzy keeps it rolling. First blood onto Scrap here in round 7.
Yeah, just keep the hand hot. Take those chows all day long if you're Brezzy after what you just pulled. So now UYU's stuck in the middle of the map. They've no idea what's happening over towards A. Johnny's still going to commit a streak. That'll deal with Brezzy. And they get information that Havoc is nearby. You need to get this kill into Havoc before you could do anything, and they haven't pushed out yet because you don't know what's in fire. So yeah, they're aware that Havoc could be close. Rex will see him. A couple of shots will come out, but none will tally. And Havoc just has to keep floating around this building. He knows he can't commit inside. Just keep floating around the outside, and he's done well to get some help.
Oh, this will be a tough round to lose here for UYU. You invested the glide, and now you're kind of trapped inside of P2 Mail. And, the only option here is getting to B. But General, I don't think he will witness that cross there. So this could be an opportunity to get the bomb down and play for the post-plant setup. It's just where you're going to go because Rex can't exit and Kismet finds him.
Yeah, Phantoms is in a little bit of a sneaky spot, but his position will be revealed sooner rather than later. He's watching for crosses, and then he obviously heard the doors open, so he's playing for information first and foremost. And wait. He's gotten into a great spot. First kill. He should have known that General snuck behind him, but the problem is he doesn't realize that General was the player to play for the defuse. So the 2 kills are really good from Phantoms, but the last thing he expected was General to be the one to hop onto the bomb. So with that defusal coming through, it's Texas Nation, 2 rounds in a row, and they're up 1 going into round 8.
They sure are. And the glide no longer in play. Johnny invested it to get all that info. They find Brezzy, but they can't really get over to the site, or at least they don't try to right away, right? They kind of still search for some information, then they lose. I think it was Scrap mid-map after, and then you're kind of forced into the play. But Scrap will try to at least get some information on this cross. General, who's 1 and 5, hasn't been the most active here so far, but as long as you can play the back of the map when the bomb goes down to B, that's all you have to do, and the bomb will go down.
And I was going to say, they get away. Kismet just doesn't have any legs to run on anymore as he gets tagged up running away. Kill does eventually come through, and this post plant setup, which is largely through mailroom, has been completely decimated. Havoc 1v4. Does have the bomb to play off of, but Rex is going to hop for the defuse. And Havoc, not wanting to give away any more kills, will just watch this round come to a very anticlimactic finish. But that's the thing is, you know, every single offense so far, Texas Nation has been in mailroom. UYU, after the first round, realized, oh, okay, they've got a heavy stack going on here. The next defense, where is everybody? They must still be in mailroom. And then this one, they say, if you want to sit in mailroom, you know, at least put some stamps out. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. Accounts receivable starts to come through for UYU, and
it sure does. And I like the aggressive play, especially knowing, you know, what's on the line here. Not scared to push through, but either is Texas Nation. Look at Havoc. Oh, the timing here from Scrap. He's got to be so frustrated with that one. Havoc has just sprinted down this B site, and he's got his teammates following up with him, but Rex able to at least take him out before he slips away. Another shot there. Is he gonna expect one up close? Rex will go down. It's so much aggression, and now it's a 1v2 for General.
It's like Rex was playing, or Havoc was playing inside the room of doors or whatever, the house of doors. He's just like opening and closing doors, slipping in and out. It's kind of like that scene from Scooby-Doo where they go in one door and they come out another. It's kind of like that. But bomb's going to be planted here. Will it be planted safely is the question, as General can try to contest, and he's seen where Johnny has gone off to. The problem is, oh, wait, maybe there's not a problem. He's seen Phantoms as well. Here comes the quick challenge, but General thought he was holding closer to sandbags than he actually was. So the post plant is successful. UYU match point to try to get them into the grand finals.
You got to respect that bold call. I mean, coming in, Havoc gets one in the back. They get a lot of that information, but I feel like just a lot of heads-up play coming through and a lot of just, you know, great teamwork for UIU playing close enough together where they can play off the back end of those trades and come out in the favorable 2v1 at the end of it. And, you know, you have General here who's 1-7 right now for Texas Nation. Need him to potentially come alive, match some of this longer range pressure, you know, from a Phantoms who's been so strong at 7-6. But 5-4 up, UIU, 1 round away. That's all they need. And it looks like they're going to go back to what they've been good at, getting the bombs down at B. Let's see if Kismet can try to play his life.
Nade over the top. No. Kismet eventually does fall. Second nade came through, but the bomb has been planted. And the question on UIU is, can you break the post plant, which is different than what it has been in the past? And they will now be recognizing that as Brezzy finds first blood. Scrap is still playing close, though. And will there be an opportunity for General to help out? Because UIU, again, on this retake, General is stuck in a million different ways. But the thing about it is your linchpin for success isn't necessarily just Brezzy. You've got Havoc that can re-wrap around through mid. He makes sure the bomb doesn't get diffused. And with that, Phantoms, nothing there. Round 11. Pack your bags. We're going.
Of course we're going to a round 11, man. Of course we're going the distance. I mean, who would have thought? Totally not us. But we get into it, and now it's about who actually has offense. I feel like in this situation, I would want to be on offense. I feel like right now, with the way that you're going to set up defensively on a map like Berlin, you have to have a great read on what they're going to do. So Texas Station, the last couple of offensive rounds, it's been all about attacking B, getting that bomb down, backing up, and trying to exit. And now I think the plan is probably going to be to try to get inside of A. But UIU, they've been so good at defending the site. Let's see if they can continue to be dominant inside A.
And if Texas Nation read how many players crossed.
Oh,
A little bit of a thigh tag. Johnny cannot get away. First blood good for Texas Nation, but they're not committing, and as they do not commit, Rex actually capitalizes on a kill through mid-map. That means for Texas Nation, you can't fully commit to A here because you don't know what's on the flank. They're still going to try to force it through, and Kismet's going to get this bomb planted. Phantoms, can you find the kill off the exit? No, he cannot. Kismet survives once again.
You know they're going to be back train station, so what can Rex do? Is he going to go all the way around the back? And he doesn't spot Kismet. Can he get behind Brezzy here for a kill? That's the question. Could maybe he line up a second? They're back and forth with one another here, but Scrap has dropped. A 3 versus 2. Rex goes to the pistol. He finds the kill. Havoc just needs to slip away with his life. 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds on the clock.
Phantoms can hop this, though. Rex has cleared space, or has he? Havoc for an elimination. Phantoms looking to find the trade. He's not able to! It's Havoc for 2, and that'll be a round 11 win. Texas Nation into the grand finals.
They get it done. Texas Nation, they might lose the hard points, but do they ever clutch up in the S&Ds? They go to one of their best map mode combinations here. And Havoc 12-6, Brezzy 11-7, the 1v3s, the clutch plays when the bomb is down. I mean, what an incredible series that we just got. What an amazing map 5. Going all the way to the round 11, coming down to a 2 versus 2. And Texas Nation, they edge it out, they clutch up, they ice up. More words, throw it in there, they get it done, and they close things out here 3-2.
Bro, we must be stupid. We came into today saying UIU's going to need to win the 2-3-5 to get through series today.
You did say
They
that.
just lost the 2-3-5, bro. They nearly did the same in their first series, losing nearly the 3 and the 5. Unreal. I don't even have words. I think I'm gonna pass out, dude. Honestly, I just
Deep breath down.
I know. That is
It's so
that
incredible.
is so much. That is so good for so many reasons throughout all of the series we've had today. And there's a big part of me that says, do we really have to wait till tomorrow to watch the lower finals, grand finals? But I know Clayton will literally fire me if I tell him that we need to play those maps tonight. So, yeah, he says probably. Production would be livid. But that is an unbelievable set of series from start to finish. The whole thing about it is, this is why big shouts. I don't know who did it, if Zeb did it before we left, or if we got to give shouts to Dylan and Alex. Double elimination in playoffs.
Yes.
Insert that into my veins,
Love it.
dude. What an unbelievable day of COD. Unbelievable day of COD. Let's look at the bracket.
Unbelievable. Let's do it. There's a lot going on here. Incredible amount going on here. I mean,
there's a lot going on here.
Like, look at the game 5s. Like, there's so many of them going the distance. I mean, you have what you go back to the semifinal matchups here that we have, right, Alan? And it's UIU that almost get reverse swept here from 18 to crack, but they clutch up there in the game 5. On the other side, Texas Nation had to get the reverse sweep. They had to win 3 straight maps versus whatever it takes in order to even get to the winter finals. They do so, and then we just have the flip-flop where the hard points are going over to UIU and the 2-3-5s going over to Texas Nation. Just an absolute crazy story of events. And then you have the lower bracket matchup where 18 and cracked, where you have, Classic, Assault, Exceed. They are out of the tournament and 4th place. Whatever it takes took them down 3-1 and managed to stay alive, and will go up against now UIU tomorrow to see if they have a shot at being able to get back up to that grand final.
My mind is racing right now. Like, think about it from UIU's perspective for one hot second. We're really good at the search and the control. We've got to get better at hardpoint. That's it, and we'll win a championship, probably. They lose, what, 3 out of the 4 searches they played today?
You are so right.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm just a casual observer. Just here for a good time, not a long time. I don't know, man. My mind is absolutely racing at the moment. That is just a really crazy, really crazy day. But with that, we finish off today. We have to at least let ourselves decompress, recompose as we get ready for the final day of playoffs. Austin, here's the thing. 15 seconds worth of rollout for us. we can't fit today into 15 seconds. So come back tomorrow, 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern for EU. Lower finals, grand finals, North America to follow. Don't miss it. Just be here. Later.